Hello everyone, welcome to part 12. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In the vast expanse of the universe, the Xiaolong Empire's emperor, Zhao Chun, a leader of both intellect and bravery, is facing an unprecedented challenge. The devouring civilization, a brutal interstellar force, is invading the Xiaolong Empire with overwhelming military power, intent on consuming everything. Zhao Chun must not only defend his homeland, but also showcase his courage and wisdom in this interstellar war. At the beginning of the story, Zhao Chun demonstrated his strategic foresight by allying with the Holy Elven Empire to jointly resist the formidable enemy. He personally led his fleet, fighting alongside the Holy Elven Empire's Flame Elf King. Their seamless cooperation resulted in a series of brilliant battles. In the Luoyang 11-star system, Zhao Chun, undeterred by danger, commanded the Xiaolong Imperial fleet to achieve a stunning victory despite being outnumbered, achieving an impressive kill ratio. However, the appearance of the devouring civilization's Demon King, ruthless ruler leading his demon fleet, and the T6 Demon King Interstellar Fortress added immense pressure on the Xiaolong Empire. The Demon King Interstellar Fortress, a warship built on a colossal creature with its terrifying firepower, became a nightmare on the battlefield. Zhao Chun did not back down in the face of this formidable foe. His heart held one conviction: protecting his homeland. He mobilized the Xiaolong Empire's Ace Fleet, the Hell's Angels Ace Fleet, and his personal guard fleet, even deploying T6 class warships. In battle after battle, Zhao Chun and his fleet always managed to deliver fatal blows to the enemy at critical moments. As the war progressed, Zhao Chun discovered the devouring civilization's weakness: their soul altars, key structures that could endlessly produce the Dark Legion fleet. He devised a bold plan, dispatching Zhao Wanner and her Shadow Hunters Ace Fleet to infiltrate enemy lines and destroy these altars. In a series of intense and thrilling battles, Zhao Wanner lived up to expectations, successfully disrupting the enemy's supply lines and even directly attacking the Demon King Interstellar Fortress. Another key figure of the Xiaolong Empire, the Insect Empress, with her unique interstellar insectoid army, engaged in a breathtaking showdown with the Demon King Interstellar Fortress. Her T6 Dragons remains gluttonous mothership, with its unique biological armor and powerful insectoid combat units, withstood the Demon King's fierce assaults, becoming a legend on the battlefield. That concludes the recap of Part 11. I hope you enjoy today's Part 12. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you are interested in this story and are watching it for the first time, you can start from Part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's begin Part 12. After Zhao Chun concluded the discussion on the battlefield situation, he immediately turned to another pressing issue. With a furrowed brow and a hint of concern in his voice, he asked, "How are we handling the disposition of the surrendering forces? I understand that over 1 million interstellar warships have surrendered to us, which means we have to accommodate at least several billion people." Lilith nodded and tapped on the virtual screen, bringing up a detailed report. Her voice was calm and professional. "According to the latest statistics, we have received a total of 1.9 billion surrendering individuals from various interstellar races. We have also taken in over 1 million interstellar warships of different classes. These ships have been relocated to the rear. Though some are advanced T5 class warships, we won't incorporate them into our active fleet immediately to avoid disrupting our current combat system." She continued with a detailed explanation. "Regarding the personnel settlement, we have a comprehensive plan in place, divided into several phases. The first phase is categorization. We offer the surrendering individuals 3 options. The first is to relocate to their respective ethnic enclaves within the Holy Elven Empire, which has agreed to this. The second is to directly join our Xiaolong Empire. And the third is to take a week to decide." Lilith swiped through the screen, revealing more details. "For those choosing to join the Xiaolong Empire, we move to the second phase. We have prepared 30 star systems and nearly 100 planets for their resettlement. Additionally, over 1,500 interstellar companies are willing to offer them employment opportunities. We will collect detailed data on these individuals, including their race, personal abilities, and work skills, to place them in suitable living and working conditions. Those with advanced technical skills will receive special arrangements." Her expression turned serious. "We will provide those who choose to join the Xiaolong Empire with 3 months of free basic living support, including housing and daily necessities. After 3 months, they will need to support themselves. Under our arrangements, they should be able to meet their basic living needs." Lilith paused, a hint of caution in her eyes. "It's important to note that during these 3 months, we will closely monitor these individuals to assess their risk levels. High-risk individuals will be subjected to enhanced surveillance and extended monitoring periods." Zhao Chun nodded in satisfaction, his tone filled with strategic thought. "These arrangements must be strictly enforced. It's particularly important that our management personnel do not discriminate against or mistreat the surrendering forces because of their status. Treating them well will not only enable them to work better for us, but also serve as propaganda to attract more enemies to join us." His eyes gleamed with wisdom. Those who can operate interstellar warships are the backbone of any society. Acquiring such a large number of technical personnel at once is undoubtedly a significant boost to the Xiaolong Empire's strength. Zhao Chun continued his analysis. As the Xiaolong Empire expands, technical personnel have always been our weak point. Although we are making every effort to train them, the training period is a significant obstacle. Recruiting technical personnel from outside is an effective way to quickly enhance our capabilities. This explains why victorious nations in wars can recover and develop rapidly. This is the advantage of being a victor. Zhao Chun looked up at Lilith and posed another question. Any movements from the Holy Elven Empire? Lilith's expression turned serious as she met Zhao Chun's gaze and spoke slowly. Our significant victory has indeed caused quite a stir within the Holy Elven Empire. There's been a notable amount of celebration among the populace, and some have even become more belligerent. But what's more concerning is the intense interest our demonstration of the supernova ultimate bomb has generated. She paused briefly before continuing. The existence of such a weapon has made their upper echelons wary of us. Reliable sources indicate that the High Council has already raised related issues, and even some of the Elven Kings have expressed their concerns. Lilith's voice dropped slightly. Moreover, we've observed a dramatic increase in the number of spies the Holy Elven Empire has sent to the Xiaolong Empire, almost 30 times more than before. Upon hearing this, a slight, unconcerned smile appeared on Zhao Chen's lips. This was within our expectations. After all, with such a powerful weapon on display, how could they not be tempted? As for those spies, as long as they can't uncover anything significant, let them be. As for the Holy Elven Empire's thoughts, let them ponder on their own. However, Lilith's next words caused Zhao Chen's expression to stiffen slightly. There's also a rumor that some Elven Kings are considering exchanging their top-tier technology for our supernova ultimate bomb technology. She finished and quietly awaited Zhao Chen's reaction. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, sinking into brief contemplation. He didn't immediately reject the idea, as in his worldview, almost everything could be a bargaining chip, except for his closest allies. The key was what terms the other side could offer. After a moment, Zhao Chen spoke. If they genuinely want to negotiate on this matter, we can engage. But we shouldn't appear too eager. Let's first gauge their sincerity. After all, with such a valuable asset in our hands, we hold the upper hand in negotiations. A hint of anticipation crept into his voice. If the Holy Elven Empire wants to understand the supernova ultimate bomb's technology, they must present something truly valuable. I'm quite curious about what treasures they might be hiding. Zhao Chen's gaze grew profound, and his tone turned grave. We must spare no effort in accelerating our development. Because what stands in our way is not just the devouring civilization. The atmosphere in the captain's office was heavy. The vice captain, with a worried expression, reported the abnormal moods across the starship's departments to the captain. Despite orders to prohibit viewing the surrender announcements from the Xiaolong Empire, some crew members were still secretly watching them. The captain scoffed, trying to dispel the tension. It's just empty propaganda. What's there to fear? Just tell everyone it's all fake. Going over there is a death sentence. I don't believe for a second that the Xiaolong Empire would treat surrenderers well. If they aren't sent to the mines for life, they'd be lucky. Just then, the secretary burst in, her face filled with urgency. Captain, we have a problem. The captain, puzzled, asked, what's wrong? Aren't we supposed to be resting at the rear? At this moment, their starship was indeed in the rear of the fleet, undergoing maintenance, so there shouldn't be any major issues. The secretary, catching her breath, explained, it's not about our starship. It's the enemy's surrender announcement. The captain was unimpressed. Look at you all, losing your nerve. The surrender announcements have been going on for days. What new tricks could they possibly have? The secretary, still anxious, replied, they've actually come up with something new. It's a video about the resettlement of the surrenderers. It's being broadcasted right now and spreading through the fleet. It could trigger a new wave of defections. The captain frowned as the secretary pulled up the relevant video. The three of them watched together. The video showed multiple angles, both close-ups and wide shots, like surveillance footage. The wide shots depicted a bustling city with crowded streets. In the close-ups, you could even hear conversations among the passers-by. The food in the cafeteria is amazing today. Absolutely, way better than what we had on the starship. It's like night and day. Too bad we only get 3 months of free meals. Don't worry, we can find jobs. You used to be a bridge officer, and I was a senior weapons manager. Finding work shouldn't be a problem. Remember that blonde guy from 3 days ago? He was just a mid-level manufacturing technician on the starship, and now he's got a job offer with this salary. The people in the video talked about food, life, and work, their faces radiating happiness and satisfaction. They clearly belonged to the Devourer civilization's universe, making their identities obvious. They were the recent defectors to the Xiaolong Empire. The captain noticed an option bar on the video screen. What's that? The secretary explained. Those are optional live channels. The Jiaolong Empire offers hundreds of these channels, covering the entire process from surrender to resettlement and even the working stages of the surrenderers. And these are 247 live streams, available for viewing anytime. Sweat beaded on the captain's forehead as the secretary added helplessly, "People on our ship are already watching it. We can't stop them, Captain." The captain slumped in his chair, his expression dazed. He recalled the origins of their starship. It had migrated from other interstellar universes invaded by the Devourer civilization. Though rarely spoken of, everyone remembered the painful past. Each crew member had lost friends or family in the Devourer civilization's invasion war. Now, they stood on the same side as those invaders, becoming the ones invading others' homes. This internal conflict had kept the crew under constant stress. The Jiaolong Empire's surrender offer was like a beacon of light in their darkness. Coupled with the unfavorable situation on the current battlefield, it presented an enticing option for the crew. The captain realized the situation was far more dire than he had imagined. The atmosphere inside the starship was tense and stifling. The secretary officer lowered his voice, his eyes flickering as he spoke. "It's only a matter of time before chaos erupts on this starship." The captain remained silent, his head bowed. The vice captain keenly noticed the unusual look in the secretary officer's eyes. He cautiously glanced around and discreetly activated the communication jamming feature. Leaning in, he whispered, "Are you suggesting we defect to the Xiaolong Empire?" Hearing this, the secretary officer seemed to find a breakthrough. He spoke bluntly, "To be honest, it's one of our options. And right now, it's the only way to survive." He looked around at the others, his tone becoming urgent. "Given the current situation on this battlefield, how much longer do you think we can last?" "I dare say, not more than 5 days." He tugged at his uniform and continued, "If we were fighting for our homeland, our roots, I would have no regrets. But dying here, wearing this uniform, I can't face my family and friends." The captain suddenly stood up, angrily grabbing the secretary officer by the collar and pushing him into the captain's chair. "Do you realize that I could execute you right here for what you're saying?" He growled through clenched teeth. "All corps commanders have orders to shoot anyone suspected of contemplating defection on the spot." The secretary officer was unfazed, staring directly into the captain's eyes. "Then go ahead and shoot me. I have no desire to fight this battle," he said bitterly. "Even if we survive, what then? Return to a universe devoured by the swarm civilization and become their lapdogs? Serve under our former enemies?" After calming himself slightly, he continued, "We used to have no choice. No one could withstand the swarm civilization's invasion. But now we do have a choice. The strength of the Xiaolong Empire is evident. They might not be stronger than the swarm, but they can at least challenge them. And don't forget the Holy Elf Empire, a thorn in the swarm's side. Isn't this our opportunity? And the Xiaolong Empire is offering such favorable terms. We have no reason not to choose them." The secretary officer's tone turned resolute. "Captain, if you still refuse to see reason, then shoot me now. But let me tell you this. Soon, the majority of this starship's crew will be thinking about surrendering. I hope your gun won't tremble when the time comes." The vice captain was at his wit's end, unsure of what to do. The captain's face grew increasingly complex as his gaze shifted between the live feed and his comrades. Finally, he closed his eyes and whispered almost inaudibly, "Then, we surrender." Day 7 of the Annihilation Campaign against the stranded Devourer civilization's interstellar fleet within the borders of the Xiaolong Empire. In the command center of the Dragon Sovereign, the interstellar flagship, Zhao Chun gazed at the star map displaying countless flickering points, his voice calm and resolute. "All units, begin regrouping your fleets. Do not rush the attack." The atmosphere froze momentarily before erupting into a murmur of low voices. Shui Xiaoxiao couldn't help but mutter, "What a shame. If we had a bit more time, we could wipe out the remaining 15 million enemy ships." Her voice was filled with regret and frustration. Leona chimed in, her tone laced with clear dissatisfaction. "Exactly. It wouldn't take long. 3 days. 3 days at most, and I could eliminate all the remaining enemy ships in my sector." Around a massive circular holographic projection table, the high-ranking marshals of the Xiaolong Empire's military and the commanders of various fleet groups gathered. Their faces were etched with complex emotions. Wei Shishir couldn't hold back her question, "Your Majesty, is the intel about the Devourer civilization establishing another warp point to our universe in the next 24 hours reliable?" Her brows furrowed, clearly skeptical of the sudden information. Zhao Chun scanned the room, sensing the inner discontent of most commanders. Given more time, they could have completely obliterated the enemy fleet. Leaving so many ships intact was hard to accept. He explained in a serious tone, "This information comes from agents planted within the Devourer civilization by the Holy Elven Empire. Although not real-time, the intel is likely accurate. They previously warned us about the Devourer fleet's invasion, and they were right. However, the timing might fluctuate." Zhao Chen's expression grew more stern, "But we can't take that risk. If the enemy shows up right when our fleets are exhausted from a grueling battle, they'll seize the opportunity to launch an attack. This risk is unnecessary, Charlotte added. His Majesty's plan doesn't mean halting all attacks. It means reducing the intensity to a lower level, giving each fleet 20 hours to rest. Arrange it however you like, but ensure your fleets are back to at least 70 combat readiness within those 20 hours to face any potential assault from the Devourer civilization. The commanders nodded, showing their understanding and agreement. Zhao Chen continued. This battle has lasted nearly 50 days. I've seen your performance, and it's been excellent. After the war, you will receive the recognition you deserve. Even though we've gained an advantage with the Shadow Hunter Elite Fleet's surprise attack, we must remain vigilant until the war is truly over. Understood. The commanders responded in unison, their voices loud and resolute. The meeting, led by Marshal Charlotte, then focused on specific operational details. As the meeting concluded, the commanders vanished one by one from their seats, leaving only Zhao Chen, Charlotte, and Lilith in the room. Both Zhao Chen and Charlotte turned their attention to Lilith. Zhao Chen asked, Lilith, are there any recent issues with logistics? Lilith replied directly, I've already discussed the relevant information with Charlotte. Currently, our logistics efficiency and strategic resource supplies are at about 75 of their initial levels. If we continue in this state of war, our logistics support will keep decreasing. War is incredibly resource-intensive. Charlotte nodded, adding, Lilith has kept me informed about these issues. We anticipated this. Sustaining a month of high-intensity combat has depleted the resources we've accumulated. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. The Xiaolong Empire's short history means we lack deep reserves. Without the Holy Elven Empire's support, we couldn't have maintained this for a month. His voice carried a hint of concern. If the Devourer civilization continues to fight us at all costs. His words trailed off, and the three of them realized the upcoming battles might be even more challenging. Zhao Chen raised a critical question. How long can our logistical supplies last? Lilith looked grave as her eyes scanned the flickering data on the screen. She slowly delivered an unsettling prediction. At the current rate, in a month and a half, our supply levels will drop to 30, hitting the yellow warning line. Another month after that, they'll fall to 10, entering the red alert state. Her voice became more serious. By then, we'll have to make tough decisions regarding our industrial capacity. For instance, we might need to halt the production of interstellar battleships and divert all resources to the production of strategic materials. Alternatively, we may be forced to requisition all civilian industrial resources for war material production. But these choices are double-edged swords. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, his brow furrowed. Lilith's analysis was clear enough. Charlotte, the Supreme Commander, spoke with a steady and resolute voice. Given the current situation, if the war could end at this stage, even if we don't completely defeat the devouring civilization, it would be acceptable for us. We could use the subsequent recovery period to quickly rebuild our combat capabilities, and then face the devouring civilization more confidently. Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly, but that's not something we can decide. It depends on our opponent. The three fell into silence, a heavy atmosphere hanging in the air. Trying to break the silence, Zhao Chen shifted the topic. So far, how are our combat statistics? Charlotte's expression grew more serious as she began her report. In the past 50 days, not counting the nearly 10 million interstellar battleships we destroyed with the Supernova Ultimate Bomb, we have eliminated a total of over 20 million enemy battleships and accepted the surrender of nearly 5 million. However, we have also lost 1 million of our own interstellar battleships. Lilith added, although we lost 1 million during this period, we also produced and delivered about 300,000 new interstellar battleships. Therefore, we still have 2.5 million battleships on the battlefield. She paused before continuing. But the condition of these ships is not promising. 10% require major repairs, 20% can still fight, but their damage will affect combat effectiveness, and the remaining 70% have varying degrees of damage. Hearing these figures, Zhao Chen couldn't help but sigh. Losing 1 million interstellar battleships in one war, this is probably an unprecedented large-scale battle, even compared to the Xiaolong Empire era or even earlier, during the Xiaolong Fleet period. In the Xiaolong Galaxy, at the Imperial Military Research Institute, Zhao Chen stepped into the solemn and imposing building once again after a month. 3 chief engineers were already waiting there, each displaying their distinct personalities. Chief Engineer Nana adjusted her non-prescription glasses, her expression focused. Spider Queen Elise held a device resembling a book, demonstrating her preference for traditional tools even in this age of holographic projections. Chief Engineer Annie seemed out of place, yawning sleepily and leaning lazily, occasionally glancing down at her toes as if something interesting was there. Angel Assistant Nicole noticed Zhao Chen's arrival and discreetly nudged Chief Engineer Annie. Only then did Annie reluctantly perk up, her eyes slightly more alert. Everyone present greeted in unison. Your Majesty. As Zhao Chen walked, the group followed closely behind. Chief Engineer Nana was the first to report. The experimental ship XLCJ-001 has been completed and will undergo its first trial run today. How long will the trial run take? Zhao Chen inquired. It will take a week to complete the core tests, and the entire process will take a month, Chief Engineer Nana explained. All the data for this starship are being tested for the first time, so there are no references. Zhao Chen turned his attention to Spider Queen Elise, asking about the preparation of the production lines and the estimated output. Elise looked down at her data panel and responded in detail. The production line templates are ready. With one command, we can set up the first 5 production lines within 3 days, using the T6 Steel Star Fortress system. Without resource constraints, the first batch of 5 starships can be completed within 2 months. Zhao Chen paused, somewhat surprised. 2 months? That fast? Are you sure there won't be any issues? Spider Queen Elise immediately assured, rest assured, Your Majesty, our department guarantees that the quality will not be compromised. The speed is due to new technological advancements that significantly reduce production time. Additionally, many components can be produced separately, and we only need to complete 50% of the core modules. This greatly enhances production efficiency. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued walking. The group soon arrived at a massive gate. As it opened, it revealed an even more magnificent space. Inside was an enormous starship, supported by thousands of mechanical arms, creating a spectacular sight. Zhao Chen carefully examined the starship. Its hull was still unpainted, retaining its raw brown color. Its design resembled that of interstellar battleships and destroyers, employing a conventional layout. Chief Engineer Nana's eyes gleamed with pride as she introduced. This is the XLCJ-001 experimental ship. Detailed data, please, Zhao Chen requested. Neither Chief Engineer Nana nor Spider Queen Elise responded. It wasn't until Angel Assistant Nicole gently nudged the dazed Chief Engineer Annie that she snapped out of her trance, realizing that all eyes were on her. She quickly raised her wrist, operated her handheld terminal for a few moments, and then a data window appeared in front of Zhao Chen. As Chief Engineer Nana was introducing the latest interstellar battleship to Zhao Chen, an unexpected image caught their attention. Chief Engineer Annie hurriedly closed a window displaying restaurant reviews, her cheeks flushed, and opened the correct document. Zhao Chen didn't say much, simply shifting his focus to the data of the interstellar battleship presented before him. This experimental ship, named XLCJ-001, was the result of a research project Zhao Chen had previously devised. It integrated Zerg technology, mechanical technology, and the core technologies of the Xiaolong series interstellar battleships. Although it had not yet achieved a true T7 level, it could be considered a quasi-T7 level interstellar battleship. Most importantly, if the experiment succeeded, this would be a mass-producible quasi-T7 interstellar battleship. Chief Engineer Nana excitedly explained that this battleship employed a dual-core energy system, combining conventional starship core energy with the biological core energy of the Zerg mothership. In terms of design, it merged the characteristics of interstellar battleships and interstellar destroyers, equipped with various weapon systems including biological weapons, energy weapons, heavy cannons, bow cannons, main cannons, interstellar missiles, and also carried Zerg combat units and interstellar drones. Zhao Chen glanced around and noticed several Zerg engineers in robes near the workbench. They were collaborating with colleagues from other species through special communication devices, a rare scene of peaceful coexistence in the interstellar realm. As he continued to listen to the report, Zhao Chen learned that the battleship was highly automated, equipped with multi-level artificial intelligence systems, significantly reducing the manpower required. Compared to traditional battleships of the same level that needed tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of personnel, the XLCJ-001 required only 10,000 people to maintain standard combat operations in 3 shifts. Zhao Chen felt satisfied with these achievements. Although the initial concept came from him, the credit for turning these ideas into reality belonged to the diligent engineers and scientists. Their abilities and dedication were truly commendable. After listening to Chief Engineer Nana's detailed presentation, Zhao Chen furrowed his brows slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "So, regarding the construction cost and required materials for this interstellar battleship, do we need any highly rare materials? After all, the feasibility of mass production is as crucial as its combat capabilities. The cost and rarity of materials directly impact the possibility of large-scale production." Chief Engineer Elise, the Spider Queen, immediately responded, her 8 eyes gleaming with intelligence. "Your Majesty, we primarily use common resources, with the only rare material being the heart of AT-6 Swarm Mothership. However, Lady Zerg Queen has promised to ensure a steady supply. As long as we can produce, she can provide." Elise continued, "The T6 Swarm Mothership was once a significant entity among the Xiaolong interstellar swarm. However, as the Zerg Queen continually enhances the species' strength, their numbers now mainly depend on food supply. Using a few T6 Swarm Motherships to build a quasi-T7 battleship is undoubtedly a worthwhile trade." The Zerg Queen can even specially cultivate multi-hearted swarm motherships exclusively for this material. When discussing costs, Elise's tone was confident. Currently, the cost per ship is around 2 trillion star credits. With large-scale production, we can expect a 30% reduction in costs. If production further scales up, costs can be compressed even more. Upon hearing this, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Zhao Qin's eyes. He quickly compared in his mind. A cost of 2 trillion star credits for a quasi-T7 battleship is indeed acceptable. An existing T6 Wrathful Goddess-class heavy artillery ship costs 3 trillion star credits per unit. An AT-6 Divine Wing Empress-class super heavy carrier starship costs 9 trillion star credits. This means 2 T6 Divine Wing Empress-class ships could be exchanged for one of these quasi-T7 battleships. If its combat capabilities match up, it's an extremely cost-effective choice. Zhao Qin nodded in approval. Your project is excellent. Once the core trials and test flights are completed, you can proceed with the first batch of production. I want to see the first batch of operational battleships within 3 months. Understood, Your Majesty. We will ensure the task is completed on time. Elise responded confidently. At this moment, Chief Engineer Nana blinked and reminded, Your Majesty, this battleship does not yet have an official name. Please bestow one. Zhao Qin scratched his head and turned to the chief engineers present. Do you have any suggestions? Angel Assistant Nicole stepped forward and opened a document. Here are some suggestions from the engineers, Your Majesty. Zhao Qin quickly scanned through the list and his gaze settled on one name. Pointing to it, he said, This one. The Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class Heavy Interstellar Dreadnought. Hearing this name, everyone's eyes lit up. Chief Engineer Nana smiled and said, Indeed, this name has received a lot of support. The design philosophy of the Quasi-T7 interstellar battleship is remarkably similar to the existing Rakshasa Pluto-class dreadnoughts, making the term interstellar dreadnought quite fitting. The Golden Scarab's exterior design cleverly integrates features of both insectoid and mechanical races, leaving a strong impression. Zhao Qin nodded in confirmation, saying, Since His Majesty agrees, let's officially register it in the database as the Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab Heavy Interstellar Dreadnought. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into applause and cheers, celebrating the imminent birth of the Xiaolong Empire's first self-developed Quasi-T7 interstellar battleship. This marked a significant step forward for the Empire in the field of interstellar technology. With a serious expression, Zhao Qin stated, Our war with the Order and the Devourer civilizations is just beginning. This Golden Scarab Heavy Interstellar Dreadnought will become our main force against them. I hope to see them deployed on the battlefield soon, defending us. Zhao Qin then inspected several other crucial projects. He found that most true T7 technology research faced bottlenecks. Without breakthroughs in raw materials and energy technology, these bottlenecks were insurmountable. This was why the Xiaolong Empire was fully invested in quasi-T7 level technology research. The Empire simply couldn't afford to wait. After finishing his inspection, Zhao Qin had to leave. His busy schedule didn't allow him to stay long at the research institute. However, he promised to personally attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony when the first batch of Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab Heavy Interstellar Dreadnoughts officially entered service. Meanwhile, Zhao Qin contacted Marshal Charlotte, ordering her to arrange for a crew ready to board the Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab Heavy Interstellar Dreadnoughts while commanding the current campaign. This was to ensure that the first batch of battleships could be received and quickly integrated, forming effective combat power as soon as possible. In the current situation, the Xiaolong Empire had to race against time. Back on the Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship, Zhao Qin wearily rubbed his temples. Lilith appeared beside him and asked, How did that project go? I've already given them the highest authority to get whatever resources they need to keep moving forward. Zhao Qin nodded in response. The project is going well. Iris said we should see the first batch of interstellar battleships entering service soon. Lilith's eyes sparkled with excitement. Our Xiaolong Empire will finally have truly mass-produced Quasi-T7 interstellar battleships. Even though they're only Quasi-T7, as long as the Order doesn't show up, they'll be invincible on the current battlefield and will definitely play a crucial role. Zhao Qin nodded in agreement, but his tone remained heavy. I used to think that establishing the Xiaolong Empire and controlling the resources of a universe was a great accomplishment. But engaging in interstellar wars with other universes has shown me that our development time has been too short. Compared to them, we are like children playing with toys. If it weren't for the powerful combat capability of our interstellar battleships, we wouldn't have lasted this long. Lilith sighed. That's inevitable. Our universe is only so big. Although we've rapidly increased our income by upgrading industrial facilities and developing interstellar industry, trade, and agriculture, our resources are limited. Unless we have more territory, Zhao Qin interjected, voicing the thought Lilith hesitated to express. Lilith looked at Zhao Qin with a complex expression. External expansion. This plan had been in her documents for a long time, but she knew Zhao Qin's nature. He was not a warmonger. Therefore, she had never actively proposed this suggestion. After all, external expansion is never peaceful and always involves war and bloodshed. Zhao Qin crossed his hands at his nose and closed his eyes in deep thought. Lilith remained silent beside him, understanding that the Dragon Emperor had to make a change. He was no longer the fleet commander who could act on personal ideals. Now, he carried the weight of the entire Xiaolong Empire, a universe, and countless lives. Their enemy was the formidable Order. After prolonged conflict, the Order might have already placed their universe on a death list. If they lost, the Xiaolong Empire and their universe would face one outcome: total annihilation. There was no other choice. To protect everything, Zhao Qin had to let go of some things. After a long time, Zhao Qin opened his eyes. A hint of coldness appeared in his gaze. The slightly naive Zhao Qin seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber within him, perhaps never to awaken again. Given our current exploration of the universe, only the Devourer Civilization's universe and the Holy Elf Empire's universe are within reach. However, expanding into these two universes is impossible. We need a new target. New goals signify a brand new interstellar universe. Zhao Qin gazed at the flickering star map in the holographic projection, his brows slightly furrowed. The technology of the Xiaolong Empire currently allows exploration only within the realms of the Devouring Civilization universe and the Holy Elven Empire universe. To venture further into unknown universes, relying solely on their own capabilities, would take an exceedingly long time. Zhao Qin's eyes glinted with determination as a plan formed in his mind. While the Xiaolong Empire couldn't independently seek out new interstellar realms, the Holy Elven Empire undoubtedly possessed the necessary technology. However, persuading them to share this technology would be no easy task. A slight smile tugged at Zhao Qin's lips, for he held a trump card that could bring the Holy Elven Empire to the negotiating table. Lilith. Zhao Qin turned to his adjutant. Arrange a video conference with the Flame Elf King. Lilith nodded in understanding and promptly began the preparations. Moments later, a holographic window materialized before Zhao Qin, and a transparent energy shield enveloped him, ensuring absolute confidentiality of the communication. The image of the Flame Elf King appeared in the window, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. Your Majesty, what urgent matter requires my attention? Her tone carried a hint of anticipation, clearly familiar with the Emperor's decisive style. Zhao Qin got straight to the point. I seek technology related to cosmic exploration. Would your nation be willing to provide it? The Flame Elf King's eyes gleamed with interest, and a knowing smile played on her lips. Your ambition is quite grand, Your Majesty. With the war against the Devouring Civilization still ongoing, you're already looking towards other interstellar universes? Planning to expand your territories, perhaps? Zhao Qin's expression remained unchanged as he calmly responded, Indeed, I wish to uncover the mysteries of other interstellar universes, but it's too early to determine if expansion is on the horizon. He paused briefly before continuing. Our conflict with the Devouring Civilization and the forces of order has been draining. The Xiaolong Empire lacks the centuries-long foundation your nation possesses. If we maintain the current intensity of combat, we may not endure. Therefore, seeking additional resources is crucial for breaking the deadlock. The Flame Elf King regarded Zhao Qin with keen interest. Your Majesty is quite forthright about his intentions. As you know, we elves cherish peace. Expressing a desire to use force in other interstellar universes while asking for our technology puts us in a difficult position. Zhao Qin remained composed as he revealed his crucial leverage. Aren't you interested in the technology behind the ultimate supernova bomb? The Flame Elf King's expression subtly shifted, her hands clasped in front of her, and her tone grew more playful. This matter could indeed be negotiable. Their eyes locked in mutual understanding, both exchanging a knowing smile. Let's cut to the chase, Zhao Qin said directly. What would it take for you to provide us with the technology to explore new universes? And while we're at it, how many interstellar universes are there within your known territory? A glint of cunning flashed in the Flame Elf King's eyes. Consider that question a favor you owe me, she said candidly. Currently, besides your Xiaolong Empire universe and the Devouring Civilization universe, there are 6 other interstellar universes we can directly explore. In the star map depicted by the Holy Elf Empire, there are 22 star universes, including the Holy Elf Empire itself. This number astonished Zhao Qin, and he immediately asked, Do all these star universes have civilizations? His eyes sparkled with the desire to surpass T7 technological civilization. The Flame Elf King fell into reminiscence and slowly began to speak. Each universe has its unique characteristics. Besides regular universes like ours, there are some special types. She started describing the features of various universes. Aging universes are resource-poor, like elderly individuals. Miniature universes are small but complete. High-risk universes are filled with dangers, with 90% of their regions covered by cosmic disasters, beyond even T7 civilization's control. Zhao Qin listened intently, his mind conjuring images of universe bubbles floating in multidimensional space. Suddenly, he thought, haven't these universes been invaded by the devouring civilization? The Flame Elf King was candid. They are all on the devouring civilization's target list, but they have temporarily escaped due to their distance. Unfortunately, your Xiaolong Empire and we are the closest to the devouring civilization. Zhao Qin chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seems we are indeed in the same boat. The Flame Elf King continued to explain that even with their technological support, expanding territory is extremely challenging. The civilizations in other universes are formidable, mostly at T4 to T5 levels. Reckless attacks could provoke widespread anger and make them the target of many. Discussing the past, the Flame Elf King's expression was complex, filled with both pride and self-mockery. She recalled, long ago, we called ourselves peacekeepers, often deploying troops to stop conflicts between other civilizations. Suddenly, Zhao Chun remembered a promise and looked directly at the Flame Elf King, saying, I remember you promised that if my fleet performed better against the devouring civilization, you would tell me the secrets of the Holy Elf Empire. The Flame Elf King was taken aback, then smiled wryly. I didn't expect you to remember. To be honest, revealing that secret would be tantamount to treason for me. Zhao Chun frowned in thought for a moment, then waved his hand. If it's that serious, forget it. Consider it a favor repaid. Not wanting to put his ally in a difficult position, he decided to voluntarily relinquish the promise. The Flame Elf Queen smiled and shook her head, her red hair gently swaying in the breeze. Although it's classified, it's not something I can't share with you, she said softly but with a hint of seriousness. But I need you to promise that you won't disclose this information until our Holy Elf Empire officially announces it. Zhao Qin nodded solemnly, his gaze unwavering. I promise. The Flame Elf Queen's eyes grew wistful, as if she was lost in memories. She took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. You have a keen intuition. I'm sure you've sensed that something is amiss in the Holy Elf Empire. Zhao Qin affirmed with a nod. During his time in the Holy Elf Empire, he had felt that something was out of the ordinary. This strange feeling only intensified after he reviewed the relevant information. A playful glint appeared in the Flame Elf Queen's eyes. Tell me your suspicions. I want to see if your intuition is spot on this time. Zhao Qin thought for a moment before cautiously responding. Does it have something to do with the World Tree, order, and technological development? Based on the information I've gathered, the Holy Elf Empire has been at the T6 technological level for thousands of years. But there hasn't been any breakthrough in T7 technology for a long time. It seems like the entire civilization's technological progress has stagnated at some point. The Flame Elf Queen's expression faltered slightly before she chuckled. Indeed, your intuition is impressive. Even if I didn't tell you, I'm sure you would soon uncover the truth with your abilities. A hint of color seemed to fade from her eyes. Everything you mentioned is correct, she began to recall. Those three elements are all linked to the Holy Elf Empire's great secret. Initially, Order also launched attacks against us. We've experienced the tactics used by the Xiaolong Empire in the cosmos. At first, we fought back fiercely to protect our home. Her voice grew heavy. But this resistance came at a great cost. Millions of starships were destroyed every year, and billions of lives were lost. Massive resources were poured into the war, causing civilian development to stagnate or even regress. The Flame Elf Queen continued. During that time, the Holy Elf Empire's leadership was divided. One faction advocated for advancing to T7 technology to decisively defeat Order, protect our existence, and maintain peace across many universes. Initially, this viewpoint was dominant. Her expression became complex. But as the war dragged on, witnessing so much devastation, coupled with the losses suffered by powerful families since this war brought them no benefits, no new territories, no war reparations, and an unending enemy fear began to spread throughout the empire. Not just among the lower classes but also among the leadership. A mocking smile appeared on the Flame Elf Queen's face. In the face of fear, you either overcome it or succumb to it. Hedonism started to prevail. Some believe that if we might not win, we should enjoy life while we can. Otherwise, if we die, wouldn't it all be a waste? Zhao Qin didn't see anything wrong with this. It's a common reaction for a civilization facing such extraordinary circumstances, just as individuals can be brave or fearful. The key is how to respond to fear, whether to overcome it or succumb to it. At that moment, the Flame Elf Queen shifted the conversation, and that's when a second voice emerged. The Flame Elf King sighed deeply, her gaze complex as she looked at Zhao Chun. She spoke slowly. Zhao Chun, I want to ask you a question. Zhao Chun nodded, signaling her to continue. Imagine you live in a house with beasts lurking outside. You have two choices. One is to go out in search of weapons and allies, risking your life to defeat the beasts. The other is to lock the doors and enjoy the comfort of safety inside. What would you choose? Zhao Qin pondered for a moment before replying. I think most people would choose the latter. And you? The Flame Elf King stared intently at him. Zhao Chen chuckled softly. I might be different. I don't want a pair of eyes constantly watching me, and I can't be sure this house will protect me forever. If one day the door is broken down and the walls collapse, I would be defenseless against the beasts. Just as I thought. A flash of admiration appeared in the Flame Elf King's eyes, followed by a look of regret. Unfortunately, the Holy Elf Empire made the other choice. She continued to explain that a group of scientists from the Holy Elf Empire, while researching the mysterious technology of the World Tree, discovered a tiny cosmic particle called the Halo of Sanctuary. This particle has a ring-like structure and can only be nurtured by the World Tree, requiring extremely advanced instruments to collect. The scientists found that if this particle were injected into the cosmos of the Holy Elf Empire, it would make the entire empire disappear from the site of order. Disappear? Zhao Chen asked in astonishment, struggling to grasp the concept. The Flame Elf King clarified, it's not literal disappearance. Order is a spiritual entity, and the halo of sanctuary can make our cosmos appear dead to it. Both the Dark Legion and Order would be unable to locate us, effectively ending the war. Zhao Chun was amazed by the wonder of this technology, but seeing the Flame Elf King's frowning, regretful expression, he realized there must be a significant downside. The Flame Elf King continued, but it's a double-edged sword. You might find it hard to believe, but this technology can completely block the development of an interstellar civilization. She elaborated that once the halo of sanctuary covers an area, all experiments related to T7 technology levels within that area would encounter inexplicable problems, preventing breakthroughs to T7 technological levels. If we apply the halo of sanctuary to the entire cosmos of the Holy Elf Empire, the result would be, although Order can no longer harm us, we would never be able to become a T7 technological civilization. The Flame Elf King's voice was filled with regret and frustration. Zhao Qin's eyes widened, his shock evident. The Holy Elf Empire possessing such advanced technology was beyond his expectations. The level of this technology has reached T7, Zhao Qin thought to himself. If used as a weapon, its power would rival the Order's fleet of endlessly resurrecting Black Army ships. By using this sealing technology on a civilization, it could permanently stall their technological progress. Even more astonishing is that this technology has managed to evade the Order's notice. Although he couldn't fully grasp the principles behind it, Zhao Chun had to acknowledge the marvel of this technology. He furrowed his brow in thought and then guessed. So, you used this irreversible technology on yourselves? The Flame Elf Queen nodded slowly, her expression serious. Initially, this decision sparked intense debate among the high ranks. The High Council convened 30 meetings over it, even overthrowing a pro-war elf king. There were also some covert internal conflicts. She continued, eventually, the isolationist faction prevailed. Years of fighting the Order had left many fearful and disillusioned. Faced with the opportunity to no longer fight the Order and avoid annihilation, many saw it as a lifeline. Anyone who opposed them was ruthlessly eliminated. Zhao Qin closed his eyes, picturing the brutal scenes of that internal strife. The clash of ideologies, coupled with long-simmering resentment, meant even the Elf King and their family weren't spared from extremist retaliation. The Flame Elf Queen went on. The High Council and the Elf Kings ultimately initiated the isolation plan. Since then, all projects related to T7 technology within our empire have made no progress. Although some research institutes initially attempted breakthroughs, the long-term massive investments yielded no returns, leading the high ranks to abandon the pursuit of T7 technology and settle for the status quo. That's why we remain at the T6 technology level. Zhao Qin pondered and asked, what about the devouring civilization? The Flame Elf Queen explained, the devouring civilization emerged later. Whether it was part of the Order's original plan or they discovered our disappearance, the Order cultivated the devouring civilization to attack surrounding star systems. Our protective aura is effective against the spiritual entities of the Order, but can't stop the devouring civilization. We fought them several times, but neither side could achieve a decisive victory. Coupled with the pervasive anti-war sentiment within our empire, opposing proactive attacks on other civilizations, the matter was left unresolved. She sighed. Since then, we've had to watch as the surrounding civilizations were devoured, and the devouring civilization grew to its current scale. Raising a tiger to court calamity, Zhao Qin thought. If it were up to him, he would have eradicated this potential threat at all costs from the outset. But he also understood that the Holy Elf Empire's system, entrenched anti-war sentiment, and hedonism had led them to lose their former stance of intervening in other civilizations' affairs. Curious, Zhao Qin asked, is there no way to shut down this protective aura? The Flame Elf Queen shook her head and sighed deeply. Actually, the pro-war faction has always existed within our empire. They were also seeking a way to disable the protective aura, but it seemed impossible to shut it down easily. Unless the World Tree, which powers it, was destroyed, a notion that was absolutely forbidden in the Holy Elven Empire. Even the war faction would not allow such a thing to happen. The idea of destroying the world tree made Zhao frown. For the elves, it was not only a daunting task but also a sacrilege. The world tree was not just a symbol of faith. It was the source of the holy elven empire's power. The materials and energy it produced were crucial for maintaining the empire's strength. Losing the world tree would be akin to cutting off their own arms. Zhao Qin's gaze swept over the chiseled face of the Flame Elf King, and suddenly, inspiration struck him. If we're only restricted within the Holy Elven Empire, what if we conducted research in other star systems? He suggested, his tone probing. The Flame Elf King looked up, his deep eyes showing no surprise but rather a calm steadiness. Zhao Qin keenly sensed something. You already have such arrangements in place, don't you? He asked. The Elf King nodded slightly. Yes, it's a plan we've been secretly implementing. The other Elf Kings and the High Council are aware and have given their tacit approval. We have established several research institutes in other star systems to conduct T7 technology research. She shrugged slightly, a hint of helplessness in her gesture. But conducting research on someone else's turf comes with many limitations. The supply of raw materials and the need for various equipment have slowed down progress, making it difficult to achieve breakthroughs in the short term. Zhao Qin nodded thoughtfully. Conducting research on foreign soil was like trying to run with bound hands and feet fraught with difficulties. He narrowed his eyes, sizing up the Flame Elf King. You're telling me all this now. You must have your own plans, right? The Flame Elf King's eyes sparkled with intelligence. I can't persuade the High Council to provide you with the necessary interstellar exploration technology, even share approximate coordinates and related information. But we hope to cooperate in this endeavor. Zhao Qin chuckled. So, even the self-proclaimed peaceful elves are thinking of expanding outward. This goes against your original principles. You could say that, the Flame Elf King explained, but we're not after territory. We're seeking a better research environment to develop advanced technology more efficiently. Zhao Qin understood her reasoning. Research institutes under foreign rule could never be as efficient as those under the jurisdiction of allies with special privileges. Moreover, we can deepen our cooperation in this field, the Flame Elf King added with a smile. Zhao Qin squinted and asked, will your High Council agree? The Flame Elf King responded meaningfully. Not all of those are properties of the Holy Elven Empire. Zhao Qin suddenly realized. So, it's the war faction that's cooperating with me, not the conservatives. The Flame Elf King didn't elaborate further. There was no need for more words as both sides understood their respective goals. All right, I agree, Zhao Qin said, making his commitment. Once I gain control of a star system, I will grant you a special zone. There, your research institutes will have the highest authority to conduct technological research. If needed, we can also provide assistance. Additionally, we can establish a joint research institute. The Flame Elf King nodded in satisfaction but added, to get the High Elven Council and other Elf Kings to agree, you'll need to sweeten the deal. Zhao Qin smiled slightly. It'll provide some of the technology for the ultimate supernova bomb. Pleasure doing business, the Flame Elf King said, extending her hand. Pleasure doing business, Zhao Qin replied, shaking her hand and concluding the meeting. Both sides had their gains. The Flame Elf King didn't ask for much, and Zhao Qin offered limited technology, only part of the ultimate supernova bomb's technology. The Flame Elf King didn't demand more because she knew that the current leverage they had with the Xiaolong Emperor wasn't enough to obtain the entire technology. Zhao Qin was willing to share this part of the technology because he knew it would take the Holy Elven Empire a considerable amount of time to fully master and apply it. For the long-lived elves, decades were nothing. But for Zhao Qin and the Xiaolong Empire, this time was enough to accomplish many important tasks. After Zhao Qin concluded his negotiations with the Flame Elf King, he didn't take a break. Even though the elves agreed to cooperate, he still needed to prepare thoroughly for the unknown universe exploration. To this end, Zhao Qin gathered Charlotte and Lilith for a crucial meeting in a softly lit conference room. The three of them sat around a round conference table. Zhao Qin was the first to speak, his voice tinged with anticipation. If we can obtain resources from the new universe, it would greatly help the current predicament of the Xiaolong Empire. Lilith nodded slightly, her bright eyes sparkling with wisdom. That's true. But we must consider a key issue. How will the civilization in the new universe perceive our arrival? She extended her slender fingers, listing various possibilities in the air as if enumerating them. First scenario, they are friendly and open to peaceful communication. This is the ideal situation. We can trade with them, gaining the most benefit at the least cost, thereby strengthening the Xiaolong Empire. Zhao Qin nodded in agreement, fully aware of the importance of peaceful exchange, but also knowing that such scenarios are rare in reality. Lilith continued, the second scenario is that they are wary of us. This would complicate our cooperation, possibly requiring multiple strategies, including military options. She paused, her brow slightly furrowed. The third scenario is the most challenging. They may be hostile towards us. In this case, we might have to resort to force to persuade them. Charlotte interjected at this point, her voice tinged with concern. If we have to use force, we must first understand the strength of these new civilizations. Considering we are currently at war with the devouring civilization, it's difficult to allocate more troops. Zhao Qin crossed his hands on the table, his expression serious. I understand these concerns. This expansion plan is currently just a concept. To implement it, we first need to end or reduce the intensity of the current war. Charlotte nodded in understanding but raised another concern. Even if the war stops, we can't deploy too many troops. If the Xiaolong Empire's universe is left underdefended, the devouring civilization might seize the opportunity to invade. We can't fight on two fronts. This plan might backfire. Zhao Chen's expression grew even more solemn. He spoke slowly. I've considered these issues. This plan indeed carries significant risks, but for the future of the Xiaolong Empire, we must try. Otherwise, we'll be stuck in a prolonged conflict with the devouring civilization, severely hindering our development. Charlotte and Lilith exchanged glances, and both nodded in agreement. A sudden inspiration struck Lilith, and she proposed a new idea. Actually, as we mentioned earlier, external expansion doesn't necessarily have to rely on war. In some situations, we can entirely use other means. Her words carried a hint of mystery, suggesting that there were more possibilities. The atmosphere in the conference room became more animated with this new idea, and the three of them began to delve into these potential strategies and methods, planning new chapters for the future of the Xiaolong Empire. Zhao Chun, Lilith, and Charlotte were engrossed in a tense, secret discussion. The conference room flickered with holographic projections, displaying real-time updates of the interstellar battlefield. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chun broke the silence. This conflict is fundamentally a showdown between two empires and two star systems. We can adopt a divide-and-conquer strategy, offering certain targets some benefits or supporting star forces willing to align with us to ease our pressure. Lilith nodded in agreement, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction at Zhao Chen's approval of her thoughts. The three of them meticulously recorded every valuable idea, each contributing to the discussion. Nearly an hour later, Zhao Chen glanced at the time display and turned to Charlotte. We have 5 hours left of the 7-day deadline. How are the preparations on the battlefield? Charlotte straightened up, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, we are fully prepared on all fronts. While we may not be able to annihilate the enemy, we are capable of countering any of their upcoming actions, including a new wave of attacks. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. His expression then grew serious. We previously used 7 supernova ultimate bombs to gain an advantage in the war. However, these weapons are incredibly costly, and we only have 3 left. The supply of raw materials is also becoming scarce, and continued mass production will squeeze the production of other war materials. These 3 bombs might be our only trump cards for a long time. He continued, using these weapons reveals our hand to the devourer civilization, but they don't know how many we have. Therefore, the timing and context of using these remaining 3 bombs are crucial. Charlotte nodded in agreement. These 3 bombs indeed held the key to intimidating the devourer civilization for the Xiaolong Empire. Zhao Chen looked at the time and announced, we have 5 hours left. Let's wrap up the meeting here. Charlotte, return to your post and manage the battlefield affairs. If you need anything or encounter any issues, contact Lilith and me directly. We'll support you from the rear. Understood, Charlotte responded as her holographic image faded. Zhao Chen and Lilith were the only ones left in the room. Zhao Chen's expression was grave. We can't afford to be idle for these 5 hours. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Those guys might take desperate measures. Almost all our forces are deployed across 7 interstellar battlefields. If the devourer civilization seizes the opportunity to open a new front in our universe, it would be a disaster for us. Although we might not be able to completely prevent it, we must find ways to minimize the risk. Lilith nodded in response. We have always made arrangements at the rear. The Xiaolong Empire is in a state of high alert. Though we only have 2nd and 3rd-tier fleets, they can at least delay the devourer civilization's interstellar fleet. Hearing this, Zhao Chen rubbed his temples and sighed. We're still too weak, which is why we're worried about these things. I really hope this damned battle ends soon. When will that cursed order be completely eradicated? The order hung over Zhao Chen like a sword ready to fall and destroy everything he had. He vowed to himself that no matter the cost, he would protect it all. Even if he lost the system, even if he was no longer the chosen one, he still had precious things to safeguard here. The 5 hours ticked by slowly. A tense atmosphere enveloped every corner of the Xiaolong Empire, from the frontline Holy Elf fleet groups to the command center at the rear. At that moment, the Flame Elf King was also closely monitoring the situation. She did not rush back to the Holy Elf Empire to consult with the High Council and other Elf Kings after the previous meeting. She understood that if the Devourer civilization intensified its attacks on the Xiaolong Empire, even with the ability to search for other interstellar universe coordinates, would be too occupied to venture into these new universes. Everything hinged on this moment. The Flame Elf King sat on her throne, worried. For the first time in her life, she prayed for a force outside the Holy Elf Empire. From both the perspective of the Holy Elf Empire's interests and her personal standpoint, she did not want to see Zhao Qian and his Xiaolong Empire fall. She knew in her heart that the Devourer civilization was not the true enemy. The Order was. Even if the Devourer civilization was eliminated, the Order could still cultivate a second or third Devourer civilization. Only by completely eradicating the Order could they achieve true peace. Time was ticking away, with just 2 hours left before the 5-hour deadline. Amid this tense wait, a groundbreaking message arrived from the Cosmic Space Dynamics Detection Department. Multiple anomalous space fluctuations had been detected. Zhao Qian immediately turned to the interstellar war simulation table, his eyes gleaming with vigilance and anticipation. "Can you mark the locations of these anomalous space fluctuations?" he asked urgently. Lilith sprang into action, her slender fingers dancing over the control panel. As she entered a series of coordinates, 7 bright red circles lit up on the simulation table. Zhao Qian's gaze roved over these marks, a sense of familiarity washing over him. These 7 locations corresponded exactly to the 7 battlefield zones currently surrounding the devouring civilization's interstellar fleet. Zhao Qian and Lilith exchanged a knowing glance. Lilith quickly understood, her fingers gliding over the communication device as she sent an urgent message to Charlotte. "Immediately order the interstellar fleet to withdraw from the 7 battle zones to safe areas." Thanks to prior preparations, the retreat operation unfolded swiftly. Charlotte received the order and executed it without delay, orchestrating the orderly withdrawal of the interstellar fleet from the 7 battle zones. The enemy, already exhausted by the relentless attacks from the Xiaolong Legion and the Holy Elf Legion, showed no intention of pursuing, merely watching as the Xiaolong and Holy Elf Legions left the battlefield. On the battlefield, many interstellar warship commanders and bridge officers displayed expressions of relief and survival. Some warships, which had been on the brink of destruction, were now rejoicing, as if given a new lease on life. "Pull up the real-time video feeds of the 7 battle zones," Zhao Qian commanded. Lilith swiftly complied, and 7 video windows appeared before Zhao Qian, displaying live footage from each battlefield. Zhao Qian's eyes scanned the screens, quickly analyzing the situation. Since the devouring civilization's space fluctuations had only appeared in these 7 star systems, it likely meant they had abandoned plans to attack other regions of the Xiaolong Empire. This could be due to their limited ability and resources to establish cosmic Stargate passages. After all, consuming resources to build 14 Stargate jump passages in less than 3 months was a significant expenditure, even for the devouring civilization. Now, Zhao Qian's primary concern was the 7 reactivated cosmic space jump points. Would the devouring civilization send more interstellar fleets to launch a new wave of retaliatory attacks on the Xiaolong Empire? If so, the Xiaolong Empire had to brace itself for the impending challenge. As time passed, the video feeds began to show signs of spatial distortion, an indication that the jump points were about to form. Soon, these jump points materialized, appearing as festering black holes that were unsettling to behold. Before long, waves of interstellar warships began to pour out of these black hole-like entrances, revealing the fleet of the devouring civilization. Lilith's brow furrowed. The appearance of these fleets meant their worst fears were coming true. Yet, they would not back down. "Look over here," Lilith suddenly exclaimed, pointing at one of the video windows. Zhao Qian immediately focused on the battlefield displayed. Emerging from the black entrances were some distinctly different interstellar warships. These ships were larger and had a different design compared to the current fleet of the devouring civilization. "Those look like T6 class interstellar warships," Lilith keenly observed. "Not just T6 class warships," Zhao Qian said, his eyes fixed on a colossal ship at the center of the fleet. "Look at the one in the very middle." This central warship was not only larger than the others, but also exuded an unparalleled aura of authority. Even while hovering silently in space, it radiated an intimidating presence. Zhao Qian and Lilith both realized that an even more formidable battle was about to begin. "It seems we have some distinguished guests," Zhao Qian said in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on the imposing fleet displayed in the holographic projection. At that moment, a video communication window suddenly popped up. The face of the Flame Elf Queen appeared on the screen, her expression filled with panic. "Did you see that fleet?" the Flame Elf Queen asked urgently, her voice trembling noticeably. Zhao Qian nodded slightly. "It appears you recognize them." The Flame Elf Queen took a deep breath and began to explain. "That is the Black God Legion fleet, under the command of one of the 3 monarchs of the Devourer civilization, the Black God King. Although there are only 3,000 starships, they are all T6 class. Even more terrifying is their flagship, which is a quasi-T7 starship, far more powerful than the giant Demon King's fortress ship." She paused before continuing. "It's said that each subfleet's flagship has been modified to nearly match the power of a quasi-T7 starship. This fleet has effortlessly defeated 10,000 conventional fleets before." Zhao Qian furrowed his brows slightly. 3,000 T6 starships, quite formidable. Even the Xiaolong Empire can't muster that many T6 ships. The Flame Elf Queen urgently reminded him, the Black God Legion fleet hasn't left the Devourer civilization's universe for decades. Their sudden appearance in the Xiaolong Empire's universe likely means they're up to no good. You must be careful. Zhao Chen responded calmly. Whether their intentions are good or not, barging into someone's territory uninvited is always rude. And rude guests deserve a proper welcome. He turned to his secretary, Lilith. Inform Charlotte about the Black God Legion fleet and have her stay vigilant. Lilith nodded in acknowledgement. The Flame Elf Queen gritted her teeth and said, I'll contact the Holy Elf Empire immediately and mobilize additional starship fleets for support. Even if the High Council disagrees, I'll dispatch my personal guard fleet. Zhao Chun did not respond, merely continuing to watch the Black God Legion fleet. For some reason, he had a gut feeling that they weren't here to cause trouble. Just then, the communications officer reported, we have received a communication request from the opposing fleet, signed by Black God Legion Fleet Commander, Black God. The news elicited surprised expressions from both Lilith and the Flame Elf Queen. Patch it through, Zhao Chen said in a serious tone. Soon, a new video window appeared before Zhao Chen. The screen showed a dimly lit background with a dark figure seated on a throne. The figure was entirely clad in black armor, even his face concealed by a helmet. The aura of gloom surrounding him unmistakably marked him as the legendary leader of the three monarchs, the Black God King. So, you are the Dragon Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire. The Black God King spoke, his voice echoing like it was reverberating through a canyon, commanding respect without anger. Zhao Chen chuckled lightly. Indeed, I am. To what do I owe the honor of your visit, Black God King? The Black God King seemed intrigued by Zhao Chen's demeanor and slowly lifted his head. Although his eyes were obscured, Zhao Chun could feel the scrutiny of the Black God King's gaze. Interesting, very interesting, the Black God King said. To have fought so fiercely against our devourer civilization and even caused the giant demon to suffer. You make a formidable opponent. I offer you an opportunity, consider joining us. From now on, the devourer civilization will have 4 monarchs. The offer left Lilith expressionless, but the Flame Elf Queen's heart raced with anxiety. Though she trusted Zhao Qian would not surrender, she had to admit that the Black God King's proposition was indeed tempting. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhao Qian suddenly burst into laughter, so wildly that it seemed he might cry from laughing. After several minutes, the Black God King finally couldn't help but ask, What are you laughing at? Zhao Qian gently rubbed the corner of his eye, as if wiping away tears from laughing too hard. He lowered his hand, a playful smile tugging at his lips, his gaze fixed on the Black God King across from him. You, one of the 3 monarchs of the devouring civilization, actually asked such a question? Zhao Qian's tone was heavy with sarcasm. If I really wanted to surrender, do you think I would surrender to you? Are you hoping to add another monarch to your ranks? His smile widened into a challenging grin. Do you believe, if I wanted, I could negotiate directly with your boss, Order? At that point, the devouring civilization would have only one leader. The expression of the Black God King was hidden beneath his helmet, but the atmosphere around him grew noticeably colder. Silence stretched between them, clearly indicating that Zhao Qian's words had struck a sensitive nerve. The Black God King weighed his options. He recalled Order's explicit directive to prioritize the destruction of the Xiaolong Empire, even more than the Holy Elven Empire. Given his knowledge of the Xiaolong Empire, he had to admit Zhao Qian had a point. In less than a decade, the Xiaolong Empire had leaped from AT4 technological civilization to AT6, a feat other interstellar civilizations could scarcely match. The mastermind behind this miracle, the Emperor of Xiaolong, was indeed a formidable threat. Taking a deep breath, the Black God King spoke. Perhaps you do have that value. But right now, to the great being, you are just another name on the death list. Do you think surrendering will earn you forgiveness? Only if we plead on your behalf might you and your people have a sliver of hope. Zhao Qian chuckled dismissively, shaking his head with contempt. A king playing such petty tricks. He looked up, his eyes full of disdain. Plead on my behalf? Do you think you matter? You're just dogs trained by order. Your presence or absence changes nothing. When did dogs ever have face in front of their master? Zhao Qian's words were like sharp blades, cutting straight to the Black God King's heart. Though his expression was hidden, the slight tremor in his body and the clenching of his teeth were palpable. Zhao Qian had spoken the truth, and the truth often hurts the most. What? Did I hurt your fragile ego? Zhao Qian feigned politeness, nodding with a mocking smile. Well then, I apologize to you. O mighty Black God King of the devouring civilization. The Black God King suppressed his anger, his voice low and threatening. Do you think I wouldn't dare to order your annihilation? With a single command, the devouring civilization's interstellar fleet could flatten your Xiaolong Empire. Zhao Qian laughed scornfully, leaning back in his throne and crossing his legs, looking utterly unconcerned. If you had that intention, You would have given the order already, instead of wasting breath here. If you want to fight, then attack now. My fleet and I will be waiting. If you don't, then take your minions and get lost. We don't offer room and board here. In a nearby video window, the Flame Elf King was both relieved by Zhao Qin's stance, knowing he wouldn't surrender, and worried that his words might provoke the enemy into escalating the conflict. She covered her head, thinking her own temper was fiery enough. But this man was even more direct, leaving no room for the Black God King to save face. After a moment of silence, the Black God King's voice dripped with icy rage. Very well. You're impressive. Remember your words today. Next time, when I personally lead the army to conquer your Xiaolong Empire, when I crush your skull and throne, hope you can keep that expression, the Dark Lord said coldly. Without waiting for Zhao Qin's response, he abruptly cut off the communication. Zhao Qin stared at the now dark screen and smirked. Not even a bit of courtesy, hanging up without a word, he muttered. Clearly, someone wasn't raised well. Next time I see your parents, I'll have a word with them. The Flame Elf Queen couldn't help but laugh. Covering her mouth, she chuckled. Come on. He already hung up. Whatever you say now, he can't hear. She paused, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. You dare to provoke him like that because you knew he wasn't here to fight you, right? Zhao Qin shrugged. Half guessed, half observed. Judging by his demeanor, he's likely here to make a show of strength. The previous war must have humiliated them, especially since we pushed them back to their own territory. They must be feeling pretty embarrassed. He probably came to retrieve their scattered forces, and without some tough talk, he wouldn't save face. He pointed out, a warlike civilization like theirs wouldn't waste so many words if they really wanted to fight. They'd have started firing already. The Flame Elf Queen nodded thoughtfully and turned to watch the real-time footage of the battlefields. She saw the remnants of the devouring civilization retreating orderly through a black hole under the cover of their newly arrived fleet. She exhaled deeply, relieved that nearly 3 months of intense combat had finally come to an end. This is the first time the devouring civilization has faced a setback in an invasion, she said, her tone both excited and serious. But they won't give up easily. Their next attack will surely be more intense. Zhao Qin agreed. We've definitely made an enemy, but at least we have some time to regroup. He smiled slightly. We'll need your intelligence network to keep track of their movements. The Flame Elf Queen solemnly promised. That's not a problem. We are allies. It's our duty to help each other. I will enhance our surveillance and notify you immediately of any signs. She silently vowed to make up for the High Council's previous shortcomings and fully support Zhao Qin's requests. The Flame Elf King's sharp gaze fixed on Zhao Qin, her eyes glimmering with a hint of a plan. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. For now, it seems the Devourer civilization poses no immediate threat to us. It's time to implement the plan we previously discussed. Of course, this will require technical support from the Holy Elf Empire. The Flame Elf King nodded slightly, a rare trace of relaxation in her voice. Indeed, we have a rare breathing space. We must seize this opportunity to restore and enhance our combat capabilities as much as possible. She paused before continuing. Regarding your expansion plans, I will need to discuss them with the High Council and the other Elf Kings. They may initially oppose, but with the technology you promised, I am confident I can persuade them. Even if we can't persuade them, we have a backup plan. Backup plan? Zhao Qin raised an eyebrow. The Flame Elf King's lips curved into a sly smile. For instance, suppose your interstellar exploration technology suddenly made a breakthrough, or you happen to rescue some key tech personnel? Zhao Qin immediately grasped her implication and nodded in understanding. The Flame Elf King then elaborated on the upcoming arrangements. After the Devourer civilization's fleet fully retreats, our Holy Elf Legion fleet will return to the Empire in 3 batches for resupply and rest. After 3 rotations, we will still station 5 million interstellar warships in the Jiaolong Empire. As previously agreed, Zhao Qin agreed. No problem. I will ensure you have priority access to the stargates. He understood the elves' concerns, especially regarding the confidentiality of core military technology. Regarding technical cooperation, Zhao Qin added, we hope to expedite the process. Ideally, we want to reach an agreement within a week, establish the relevant projects within 2 weeks, and begin external exploration within a month. Time is of the essence for us. The Flame Elf King nodded in agreement, but showed a hint of resignation. I will do my best to persuade the High Council. Even if they disagree, I will implement the backup plan. What you need will be delivered within a week. However, our terms of the deal remain unchanged. Her tone was firm, indicating she valued the cooperation with the Jiaolong Empire but would not overlook the interests of the Holy Elf Empire. With the discussion concluded, the Flame Elf King prepared to return to the Holy Elf Empire, needing to handle some fleet matters before her departure. The scene shifted to the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, the interstellar command ship. Zhao Qin watched the retreating Devourer civilization fleet on the battlefield video feed. Despite the enemy's withdrawal, Zhao Qin's legion remained on high alert. He turned to Lilith beside him and asked, "How long until they have completely withdrawn?" Lilith quickly calculated and responded, "At our current retreat speed, it will take an estimated 5 hours for a full evacuation." Zhao Chen frowned slightly, showing his discontent. 5 hours? These guys are really dragging their feet. Lilith explained, "This takes into account that the remnants of the Devourer civilization's fleet were damaged in the previous battle, affecting their travel speed. Some ships may not even meet the standards for interstellar travel. They either need to reinforce their starships on-site or abandon the damaged ones and transfer the crew, which takes time." Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly. "If nothing unexpected happens, they should retreat obediently. We need to prepare on our end too. Calculate how long it will take for our Xiaolong Legion fleet group to complete rest and resupply and return to combat readiness." Lilith quickly provided the data. "If we don't consider repairing the damaged starships, it will take at least a month to get all fleets back to full strength. Of course, if we spare no expense, we can divert other industrial capacities, but I don't think that's appropriate." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Disrupting normal industrial production is indeed unwise. Let's prioritize the resupply and rest of a few elite fleets in the first fleet group of the Xiaolong Legion, aiming to complete it within half a month. After a moment of thought, Lilith agreed. Zhao Chen explained that this was to prepare for the next stage of operations, ensuring these fleets could be ready for battle at any time. Time is crucial for the Xiaolong Empire, and they must save it wherever possible. Soon, the Devourer civilization fleets on the 7 battlefields began to dwindle, leaving only some burning, smoking wrecks. The remaining fleets had all retreated, and the black wormholes gradually dissipated. The battlefield fell silent, leaving behind a scene of devastation. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor command ship, there was no celebration. Only exhausted crew members slumped over their workstations, fast asleep. Zhao Chen watched these figures, fully aware that although they were not on the front lines, the pressure of commanding the entire operation was no less than that faced by soldiers in battle. Lilith saw this and hesitated to speak. Zhao Chen raised his hand to signal, "Everyone's tired. Let them rest for a bit. There's still more work waiting for them." Lilith nodded softly. Zhao Chen stretched and said, "I'll leave the next tasks to you and Charlotte. Notify me immediately if there's any news from the Flame Elf King. I'm heading to the Military Research Institute to review the technology data we need to hand over to the Holy Elf Empire." Lilith noticed the fatigue in Zhao Chen's eyes and wanted to suggest he rest, but Zhao Chen had already stood up, patted her on the shoulder, and left the bridge with a smile. Lilith sighed lightly. He was still the same as always. The news of the temporary end of the war quickly spread throughout the Xiaolong Empire and the Holy Elf Empire. For most citizens of the Xiaolong Empire, the 3-month-long conflict had little impact on their daily lives. They might have heard some rumors or noticed changes in military supplies. However, for the Holy Elf Empire, the news was shocking. Having battled the Devourer civilization multiple times, they knew its notorious reputation. Learning that the Xiaolong Empire had withstood the Devourer civilization's assault was astonishing. While their own troops had participated, only the High Command knew that the decisive factor was the Xiaolong Legion, especially the deep strike into enemy territory and the deployment of that superweapon. In the High Council chamber of the Sacred Elven Empire, a tense atmosphere hung in the air. Council members whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing at the Flame Elf Queen seated at the head of the chamber. Recently, the term Xiaolong Empire had frequently surfaced in this solemn place, becoming the focal point of discussions. Today, the Flame Elf Queen returned to the council with a significant piece of news. The Xiaolong Empire was seeking advanced space exploration technology from the Sacred Elven Empire. The moment she announced this, it caused an immediate uproar among the council members. This is the Xiaolong Empire's ambition to expand their territory. An elderly council member stood up, his expression grave. They want to invade other interstellar civilizations. How can we aid such tyranny? Exactly, another member echoed. We are allies with the Xiaolong Empire, but their actions will tarnish our reputation. Listening to these remarks, the Flame Elf Queen smirked inwardly. Her gaze swept across the council hall before finally resting on the Jade Elf King, who sat with his eyes closed in contemplation. Since returning to the Sacred Elven Empire, she had secretly contacted several key figures. Although they initially opposed the idea, their stance began to waver upon learning about the compensation offered by the Xiaolong Empire. Raising her hand slowly, the Flame Elf Queen brought the entire hall to silence. Her recent rise in prestige, due to the Xiaolong Empire's significant victories against the devouring civilization on the cosmic battlefield, had made her a figure no one dared to cross lightly. "Ladies and gentlemen," her voice rang clearly through the hall, "I understand your concerns. In the past, we prided ourselves as guardians of peace and indeed had the capability to uphold it. But since the emergence of the devouring civilization, the situation has changed. We can no longer prevent wars, and have even had to abandon many peaceful interstellar civilizations." She paused, her eyes meeting those of each council member. "Now, our ally, the Xiaolong Empire, has achieved a major victory against the devouring civilization while fighting alongside us. This at least proves their strength and their status as our equals. A senior council member stood up to counter. I do not deny the Xiaolong Empire's military power and contributions, but this does not mean they can invade other civilizations at will. How are they any different from the devouring civilization if they do so? The Flame Elf Queen shook her head and responded directly. The Xiaolong Empire and the devouring civilization are fundamentally different. The devouring civilization invades to destroy, consuming civilizations as fodder for their order. Even when the Xiaolong Empire employs military means, they do not do this, but it is still aggression, the council member insisted. The Flame Elf Queen did not deny this. She nodded in acknowledgement. From a certain perspective, this can indeed be seen as aggression. But we need to look at the core of the matter. The purpose of the Xiaolong Empire's exploration of interstellar civilizations is neither to enslave, plunder, nor destroy. The Flame Elf King spoke passionately and with a firm voice at the High Elf Council. She explained that the Xiaolong Empire is engaged in a protracted war with the devouring civilization, consuming vast resources. The resources of a single universe are no longer sufficient to sustain this conflict. Even if we ultimately defeat the devouring civilization, it may be a Pyrrhic victory for the Xiaolong Empire. The Flame Elf King's gaze swept across every council member present. But we all know that the real enemy has never been the devouring civilization, but the order behind it. At the mention of order, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Even after many years, the fear of the order still loomed over everyone, far surpassing the fear of the devouring civilization. They still had the strength to fight the devouring civilization, but how many dared to face the order? The Flame Elf King continued. I know that we can now face the order without fear. But will the order spare us? If they can create one devouring civilization, they can create a second and a third. One day, we will be annihilated by these puppet civilizations supported by the order. So, the true enemy we must face has always been the order, the mastermind behind it all. The High Elf Council members remained silent. They were well aware of this harsh truth, but chose to avoid it. Confronting the order was too difficult. The dark period recorded in history had cost the Holy Elf Empire dearly. No one wanted to give up their current comfortable lives and return to that dark era. The Flame Elf King's tone grew harsher. I know what you're thinking. You're all cowards, hoping to evade this forever. But can you escape? Can your children escape? Do you want to leave this burden to your descendants, letting them face the axe that could fall at any moment? Her voice was filled with anger and disappointment. I don't want to see such a thing happen. I don't want our descendants to say, when faced with the final disaster, that their ancestors lacked the courage to face the order. I don't want to be despised by my own descendants. Some High Elf Council members lowered their heads, showing a hint of shame. The Flame Elf King paused briefly before continuing. In contrast, I see in the Xiaolong Empire the same youthful, proud, and fearless spirit that the Holy Elf Empire once had. How much of that spirit remains in us now? The Xiaolong Empire dares to face the threat of the Order Hedon and has never thought of evading it. Even while fighting the devouring civilization, they are planning how to take on the Order and secure lasting peace. Unlike us, who cower in our safe shells, living in complacency. The implicit criticism in the Flame Elf King's words was clear to everyone present. The Radiant Elf King interrupted, Shall you, woman? Let's stick to the topic and not digress. This was a scandal the Holy Elf Empire preferred not to mention. The Flame Elf King did not dwell on the topic, but continued to explain. Back to the previous point. The Xiaolong Empire needs to defeat the devouring civilization first, then challenge the Order, which requires immense resources. The resources of the Xiaolong Empire's universe alone cannot support a military force capable of opposing the Order. Currently, the Xiaolong Empire is struggling to sustain even a few months of war. In this situation, expansion has become the only option. Hearing this explanation, some High Elf Council members seemed to gain some understanding. The Flame Elf King seized the opportunity to continue. I have discussed with the Xiaolong Emperor. He has several plans for future expansion. As the Xiaolong Emperor, his greatest wish is not to wage war, but to utilize the resources of other interstellar civilizations with minimal sacrifice. She emphasized, the Xiaolong Emperor promises that as long as the other side does not resort to violence, the Xiaolong Empire will not enslave the locals and will even strive to maintain their order of life. Through peaceful trade and mutual cooperation, the Xiaolong Empire will obtain everything it needs. Of course, this is the ideal outcome. If unavoidable war occurs, the Xiaolong Empire will have to respond with force. But the Xiaolong Emperor assures that military actions will only be taken when necessary, with the sole purpose of strengthening the Xiaolong Empire to fight the Order. There will be no gratuitous slaughter or persecution of the innocent. The Flame Elf King added, I have investigated the history of the Xiaolong Empire since its founding. The Xiaolong Empire is primarily composed of humans, but has also integrated other interstellar races. Apart from some necessary military conflicts during its founding, the Xiaolong Empire has never persecuted these races after accepting them. In fact, the locals are more satisfied with their current lives. These are all based on facts. So, I believe in the Xiaolong Emperor's promise. Upon hearing the story from the Flame Elf King, the High Elven Council erupted into a cacophony. Some council members nodded in agreement, while others frowned in skepticism, creating a tense and heated atmosphere in the chamber. An elderly counselor stood up, his voice cutting through the noise. I still oppose this. The Xiaolong Empire has already acquired a superweapon. If we let them annex other interstellar civilizations, who can guarantee they won't become a menace? Even if they are not as brutal as the devouring civilization, who can ensure they won't turn into another form of aggressor? Another counselor immediately followed up. If the Xiaolong Emperor truly keeps his promises, perhaps we could allow them some expansion. After all, it's also to counter the devouring civilization and maintain order. I suggest we discuss this further. At that moment, the Emerald Elf King opened his eyes, looking impatiently at the Flame Elf King, his lips curling slightly downward as if silently urging her to proceed. The Flame Elf King took a deep breath, deciding to hold nothing back. Her voice rang clearly throughout the council hall. This time, the Xiaolong Empire not only seeks our technology for exploring the universe, but they are also willing to exchange part of the technology for the ultimate supernova bomb. This statement was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire chamber. The counselors first fell into stunned silence, then erupted into even more heated debate. Is it the ultimate supernova bomb? The one that destroyed 7 star systems in the devouring civilization's universe. But it's only part of the technology, not the whole thing. Do you think they're fools? We're giving them space exploration technology, which they could eventually develop on their own. But they're offering us military technology capable of destroying star systems. If that's the case, maybe we should consider it. The Flame Elf King looked around, noticing that the number of counselors supporting the proposal was steadily increasing. From initially 1/5, it had now surpassed half. She turned to the highest-ranking counselor, the Radiant Elf King. Her eyes filled with anticipation. She had fulfilled her promise, and now it was time for them to deliver on theirs. The Radiant Elf King coughed a few times, signaling for silence. Half closing his eyes, he spoke in a deep voice. Since the majority now agrees with this proposal, we might as well set some conditions. The main concerns are the Xiaolong Empire's unchecked expansion and potential use of violence. We can act as overseers in this process. He then outlined a series of conditions. The Xiaolong Empire must notify them before taking any military action against any interstellar civilization. The Holy Elven Empire has the right to send fleets to observe all military actions, and if any unwarranted killings or persecution of civilians are discovered, they have the right to demand an immediate halt. These conditions placed the Holy Elven Empire in a lofty position. They were the guardians of peace, the opponents of war, the protectors of life. Listening to these conditions, the Flame Elf King couldn't help but think of one word: hypocrisy. But her expression remained unchanged as she awaited the final decision. She had anticipated all of this. Before returning to the Holy Elven Empire, the Flame Elf King, Shaluoman, had already discussed these conditions in detail with the Dragon Emperor and had received his approval. The Dragon Emperor was confident about the arrangement. Though he was not known as a benevolent ruler, he adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary slaughter. This belief was also deeply ingrained in the military discipline of the Dragon Empire's fleet. In the High Council, after the Light Elf King and the Flame Elf King made their statements, the situation became clearer to everyone. All right, now it's time for everyone to express their stance, the Light Elf King said, looking around at the other Elf Kings. This matter concerned the honor of the Holy Elven Empire and could not be decided solely by a few Elf Kings. The elves valued their honor above their lives, and it was essential to ensure that the High Council members also accepted this decision. The Jade Elf King was the first to raise his hand. I believe this deal is entirely acceptable. The reason is simple. We have been dormant for many years and urgently need to introduce new technology. The power of the supernova ultimate bomb is evident and far exceeds any single weapon we currently possess. Even if the Dragon Emperor only promises partial technology, it will take us a long time to fully assimilate it. Moreover, as allies, there will be more opportunities for technology exchanges in the future. As a renowned scientist and leader in plant technology within the Holy Elven Empire, the Jade Elf King had long been interested in the supernova ultimate bomb. Had it not been for the other Elf King's objections, he would have already joined the Flame Elf King in visiting the Dragon Empire. The Water Elf King spoke softly. I was initially against invading other universes, but after hearing Sister Shaluoman's explanation, it seems reasonable. If the Dragon Emperor truly keeps his promise and does not wantonly slaughter the natives, I agree to this deal. The Light Elf King turned to the last Elf King. Onions, what do you think? The Kagaya Elf King snorted and said coldly, since you all agree, does my opinion still matter? With that, he crossed his arms and sat there silently. The Light Elf King didn't push further and instead addressed the High Council members. The Elf Kings have expressed their views. Now it's time for the High Council to vote. Those in favor, please raise your hands. The Flame Elf King glanced at the Light Elf King, who had been presiding over the meeting but had skipped expressing his own opinion. She thought to herself, this sly old fox is up to his usual tricks again. Always staying neutral, never taking sides, but actually more cunning than the Kagaya Elf King. The High Council's vote concluded swiftly, and the result was as expected. The Flame Elf King had already convinced most of the high-ranking elf counselors, and with the support of the 3 elf kings, the matter naturally passed. All right, I will begin. The Flame Elf King started to speak, but was interrupted by the Kagaya Elf King. He said coldly, I believe this cooperation should not be handled by Shaluomen. The Holy Elven Fleet needs a break after the recent battles, and Marshal Shaluomen needs to manage that. Besides, I've heard that Marshal Shaluomen has a close personal relationship with the Dragon Emperor. This matter should be entrusted to someone else. The Flame Elf King frowned, glaring at the Kagaya Elf King, silently cursing this annoying guy. So, you want to take over this matter? The Kagaya Elf King shook his head. I have no desire to interact with those people. Sharing the same room with them makes me uncomfortable. I'm just offering a suggestion. You can choose the person yourselves. The Flame Elf King clenched her fists, wishing she could punch him. I'll do it. The Jade Elf King volunteered, which was rare for him to show such enthusiasm for something. The Light Elf King pondered for a moment and said, matters of technology should indeed be handled by you, Mansfield. However, we also need someone to oversee the Dragon Empire's future actions towards other interstellar civilizations. As we discussed, if the Dragon Empire crosses any lines, we must intervene promptly. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to the Light Elf King and the Water Elf King. Such an important responsibility could only be undertaken by someone of Elf King status. The Flame Elf King needed to avoid any appearance of bias. The Kagaya Elf King was unwilling to get involved, and the Jade Elf King was responsible for technological matters. Naturally, the choice fell to one of these two. In the pitch-black palace that devours civilizations across the universe, 3 imposing thrones stood facing each other. If not for the occasional movement of the figures on the thrones, one might mistake them for statues. After a long silence, a deep voice broke the stillness. Troll King, you bear the primary responsibility for this incident. Do you have any objections? The Black God King's voice thundered. The Troll King, usually full of laughter, was silent. He responded in a low voice, I do not deny my responsibility in this command. However, what? Troll King, are you still trying to make excuses? The Thin King interrupted sharply. Because of your foolishness, we wasted 14 sets of cross-universe fleet materials. 30 million starships were reduced to ashes, 7 star systems turned to dust. The casualties among our combat personnel reached unprecedented numbers. The Troll King retorted unwillingly, I admit my responsibility, but it's because we underestimated the combat power of the Jiaolong Empire. I had no prior knowledge of that superweapon. Besides, he paused, his tone growing agitated. I believe we can launch another all-out attack. The Jiaolong Empire is no match for us. The final outcome won't change. The Black God King coldly interrupted his rant. When will you start thinking more clearly? Yes, our current interstellar fleet is enough to destroy the Jiaolong Empire. But what about other aspects? He listed them one by one. The Jiaolong interstellar insectoids invading our universe are still rampant, severely affecting our production, transportation, and industry. If not eradicated in time, the impact will only worsen. Even if we annihilate the Jiaolong Empire, we will be left severely weakened. The Black God King continued, more importantly, our defeat has spread to other universes. Those who have been eyeing us warily, previously deterred by our strength, will not hesitate to strike if they learn our entire interstellar fleet is engaged with the Jiaolong Empire. And their allies, the cowardly Holy Elf Empire, though timid, are not foolish. Their alliance with the Jiaolong Empire shows a shift in strategy. If they seize the opportunity to attack our home universe, how will we respond? Are we willing to risk the survival of our entire civilization for one Jiaolong Empire? After hearing this analysis, the Troll King fell into unwilling silence. The Thin King chuckled lightly, but this matter cannot simply end here. Our civilization has never suffered such a severe defeat. Beyond material losses, the greatest blow is to our prestige. Other interstellar civilizations no longer fear us as they once did, and some even entertain the notion that we can be defeated. This is our greatest threat. The Troll King immediately agreed, but if we can defeat the Jiaolong Empire and restore our honor, won't that deter those others from their schemes? The Black God King replied solemnly, the Jiaolong Empire must be defeated, but not now. We need to first clean up the current mess and carefully plan to ensure that our next battle will utterly crush the Jiaolong Empire. So, what should we do now? The Troll King asked. The Black God King responded decisively, Our primary task is to restore our interstellar fleet to its optimal combat state. At the same time, we must eradicate the Jiaolong interstellar insectoids invading our universe as quickly as possible to prevent further chaos in our territory. After that, we will need some time. The voice of the Black God King echoed through the conference room, his eyes gleaming with determination. Everyone, return to your respective starship factories immediately. From now on, all production lines must operate 247. We need to restore the fighting strength of the Interstellar Legion fleet in the shortest time possible and produce as many starships as we can. The other two kings nodded silently in agreement. The Black God King then turned to the Lean King, also known as Hamba. You are responsible for monitoring every move of the Xiaolong Empire. Last time, we suffered because our intelligence was inadequate. This time, we need to gather as much information as possible and closely watch their actions. I suspect the Xiaolong Empire won't remain idle. They will surely prepare for our next attack. This time, we need to know them inside out. Hamba cracked a dry smile. Don't worry, Black God. I'll keep a close eye on them. Any movement, and you'll be the first to know. I won't let things slip like some others have. His words carried a clear tone of sarcasm, but the Troll King did not retort this time. Having just faced a defeat, he lacked the confidence to argue with Hamba. Finally, the Black God King looked at the Troll King. Troll, you have a significant responsibility this time. In the upcoming starship production plan, you need to provide the most raw materials. It's time to use your reserves. If the next battle ends like this, the great existence may not forgive you again. Though the Troll King felt the sting, he knew his recent failure had left him with no choice but to pay the price. He answered honestly, I understand. I will provide the raw materials to ensure the starship construction plan proceeds smoothly. The three kings then briefly discussed some details and finalized their plans for recuperation and military preparation in the coming period. Meanwhile, in the Xiaolong Empire's territory, it had been 3 days since the war ended, but the military facilities were still bustling. Damaged starships lined up for repairs, and the staff worked overtime. Although the crew members had gotten a brief rest, Zhao Chun, the Emperor of Xiaolong, did not relax for a moment. At that moment, the Flame Elf King arrived again at the bridge of the Dragon Emperor's interstellar command ship, handing Zhao Qian a detailed report on several cosmic civilizations and informing him of the Holy Elf Empire's High Council and the attitudes of several elf kings. The Flame Elf King explained, this is the situation. We've agreed to provide the technology for cosmic exploration. I've brought a team of researchers who will stay here for up to half a month. You can consult them with any questions to quickly grasp the technology. Zhao Qian asked excitedly, can we build while we learn? The Flame Elf King pointed to a few names on the list. These individuals are familiar with me. You can assign them to help you, officially as supervisors for work study. This can speed up the construction of your cosmic exploration equipment. Zhao Qian gratefully gave a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Really, thank you. The Flame Elf King responded calmly, no need to thank me. We are allies, partners. These technology trades also help us. He paused and continued. Regarding our technology trade, the Emerald Elf King will be the point of contact. Due to his special status, the meeting will be held within the Holy Elf Empire. You need to arrive there within 3 days for the trade. Zhao Qian nodded in understanding. No problem. I'll arrange things here and depart immediately. The Flame Elf King added, if you use force against other interstellar civilizations in the future, we will send someone to oversee it. If any actions exceed the agreed principles, we have the right to demand you stop immediately. To avoid any conflict of interest, the Blue Water Elf King will be responsible for the supervision. Zhao Qian gazed at the Flame Elf King, a subtle, meaningful smile playing on his lips. It seems our collaboration has made the other Elf Kings a bit uneasy. Is that why they sent someone else to handle matters with me? The Flame Elf King shrugged helplessly, her fiery red hair swaying gently. Who knows what those guys are thinking? I actually enjoy having fewer things to deal with. Besides military affairs, I can't be bothered with much else. Despite her words, her expression turned serious. She leaned closer to Zhao Chun and lowered her voice. But don't let your guard down. The Aqua Elf King may seem gentle, but she's very principled. You know how much the High Elves value their reputation. Warn your fleet not to overstep their bounds. She paused, her voice dropping even further. At least, not too blatantly. Zhao Qian picked up on her concern, his own expression growing serious. Xiaoyuomen, I promise you as the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire, our expansion is to counter Order and the Devourer civilization. As long as they mean no harm and don't use force against us, we won't make the first move. You have my word. The Flame Elf King met Zhao Qian's determined gaze and nodded slightly. I trust you. I've already arranged for close surveillance on the Devourer civilization. Any movements will be reported to you immediately. After a brief discussion of affairs, Zhao Qian arranged for his technical team to coordinate with the Holy Elf Empire to quickly master space exploration technology and build the necessary equipment, ensuring the smooth progress of the Xiaolong Empire's expansion plans. Zhao Qian then boarded the flagship of the Imperial Guard Fleet, and swiftly traveled through a cosmic stargate to the Holy Elf Empire. Near the stargate, an emerging interstellar trade port had taken shape, with various space fortresses and stations dotting the area. Even a nearby planet had begun constructing habitable cities. Upon his arrival, Zhao Chun received greetings from three Elf Kings: the Emerald Elf King Mansfield, the Aqua Elf King Marites, and the Radiant Elf King Gustav. Arrangements were made for Zhao Chun to board a luxurious interstellar cruise ship from the Holy Elf Empire, escorted by the Imperial Guard fleet to the meeting location. Inside the opulently decorated cruise ship, Zhao Chun met the three Elf Kings. Radiant Elf King Gustav was the first to step forward, greeting him with high elf etiquette. Emperor of Xiaolong, long time no see. The other two Elf Kings followed suit with their greetings. Zhao Chun returned the salute with a smile. Esteemed Elf Kings, I hope you have been well. Radiant Elf King Gustav gestured for him to follow. Your visit to the Holy Elf Empire again is much appreciated, especially considering your busy schedule preventing you from visiting Moonstar. The Radiant Elf King led Zhao Chun to the welcome banquet venue, and the two engaged in a lively conversation along the way. Zhao Chun sighed. Things are quite busy at the moment, and I can't find the time to break away. Once everything settles down, I'd be delighted to take a vacation in the Holy Elf Empire. The Radiant Elf King's eyes lit up. That would be wonderful. I would be honored to personally guide the Emperor of the Sky Dragon through the beautiful sights of the Holy Elf Empire. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhao Chun noticed the Jade Elf King looking anxious and hesitant to speak. Smiling, he said, Your Excellency, Jade Elf King, are you eager about our transaction? The Radiant Elf King glanced at the distracted Jade Elf King and chuckled helplessly. That's just Mansfield for you. He isn't interested in much besides technology. Mention it, and he'll drop everything else. The Jade Elf King muttered quietly, I'm here to handle the tech, of course I care. Zhao Chun pulled a data disk from his pocket and smiled. Patience is a virtue. However, what you're looking for is right here. As agreed, this contains a quarter of the technology related to the ultimate supernova bomb, including some technological frameworks and basic modules. The Jade Elf King's eyes sparkled as he grabbed the data disk and started to leave, only to stop awkwardly after a few steps and look back at the three of them. The Radiant Elf King covered his face in exasperation, while the Azure Elf King stifled a laugh. Zhao Chun kindly said, It's fine. The Jade Elf King is so invested in this. It's best to let him do what he loves. You understand me, Emperor of the Sky Dragon? The Jade Elf King said with a chuckle, looking at Zhao Chun. The Radiant Elf King sighed. All right, since the Emperor of the Sky Dragon doesn't mind your rudeness, you can skip the banquet. Take the data disk and start your research. If you have any questions, feel free to ask the Emperor. With that, the Jade Elf King cheerfully departed, his swift steps belying his esteemed status. The Radiant Elf King apologized once more to Zhao Chun, who expressed his understanding, noting that old friends shouldn't be bothered by such details. The three of them entered a lavish private room, where only they and the sumptuous food on the table were present. Special meat dishes were placed in front of Zhao Chun, highlighting his special status. It was clear that the Holy Elf Empire had already begun considering the Emperor of the Sky Dragon's needs. Once seated, they began to enjoy the meal and chat. The conversation soon turned to the recent war. The Radiant Elf King praised, the Sky Dragon Empire traveled far to the devouring civilization's territory, using superweapons to destroy nearly 10 million starships, obliterate 7 star systems, and even defeat the Demon King's flagship. Truly impressive. Zhao Chun humbly replied, We couldn't have done it without the Holy Elf Empire's support. Without the 15 million Holy Elf starships, the Sky Dragon Empire alone couldn't have achieved such results. After a few more courteous exchanges, the usually silent Azure Elf King spoke up, Emperor of the Sky Dragon. Do you plan to expand your territory and integrate other interstellar civilizations? If you have any thoughts, feel free to discuss them with me. While I may not excel in technology and military like Shaloman and Mansfield, I do have some insights into interstellar civilizations that might be of help. Zhao Chun turned his gaze to the Azure Elf King. He recalled the intelligence he had gathered and the information provided by the Flame Elf King. Though the Azure Elf King appeared gentle, becoming an Elf King was no small feat. The Flame Elf King had advised that to smoothly execute his expansion plans, it would be wise to gain the Azure Elf King's support. After all, she had once served as a key diplomat for the Holy Elf Empire. Faced with the direct questioning of the Aqua Spirit King, Zhao Chun found himself momentarily lost in thought. He realized that the inevitable increased interactions and related military actions would be impossible to conceal due to the significant commotion they would cause. Recalling the interstellar civilization data he had previously studied, Zhao Chun knew that while it couldn't compare to first-hand experience, he could still extract valuable information. He first ruled out the resource-poor interstellar civilizations, as they were contrary to their objectives. Among the remaining options, Zhao Chun categorized them into 3 tiers. He bypassed the mediocre and poorer choices, focusing directly on the top 3, each representing a different type. The first, Zhao Chun began, is the Cancer Civilization universe. This is an interstellar civilization with a T5 level technology, showing no signs of using T6 level tech weaponry. This means we can quickly end any conflict with overwhelming superiority, minimizing unnecessary casualties. He continued, however, the Cancer Civilization universe is not unified, with over a dozen interstellar powers of varying sizes. If we count those with territories smaller than a single star domain, the number is even more staggering. This fragmented state is both an advantage and a disadvantage for us. The advantage is that we won't face unified resistance upon entry and can use various means of control, such as supporting proxies, effectively reducing conflict, and the military resources we need to invest. The downside is that due to the prolonged division, fully controlling and connecting the various territories will take a significant amount of time. Hearing this, the Aqua Spirit King's eyes lit up with keen interest. Zhao Chun, noticing this, continued. The second option is the Mohadi's Interstellar Civilization universe. This is a unified universe, known as the Mohadi's Interstellar Empire, under an autocratic monarchy. It is currently a T5 technology civilization, but is advancing towards T6. There are even rumors that they have purchased a batch of T6 interstellar warships from other civilizations to make up for their shortcomings. Zhao Chun pointed out, the strengths and weaknesses of this target are the opposite of the first. Since it is a unified civilization, directly controlling it would mean declaring war on the entire civilization. Even if we eventually win, it would be after a major war, which none of us want. But the advantage is that once we control a previously unified universe, we can quickly assimilate and dominate it without much delay. Zhao Chun paused briefly before introducing the third option. The third one is quite special, a resource-rich interstellar civilization universe. Its technology level is also T5, and it has multiple factions similar to the first. However, these factions have formed a coalition called the Fire Vein Interstellar Alliance. More importantly, they have established a larger alliance system among several interstellar civilization universes based on this coalition. He added, although most members are T5 level civilizations, the combined strength of so many T5 civilizations is quite formidable. They were aware of the existence of order and adopted this coalition strategy to resist its invasion. Now, this alliance stands in our way. Zhao Chun summarized, the Fire Vein Interstellar Alliance has the richest resources among the three, with no other apparent issues. If we can control it, its cost-effectiveness far exceeds the other two options. However, the difficulty is also considerable. After Zhao Chun's detailed explanation, the Aqua Spirit King fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons of each option. Zhao Chun's clear and logical explanation captured the attention of the Elven Kings present. Although the Luminous Elf King was not entirely familiar with some details, he still appreciated Zhao Chun's effort. The Water Elf King also nodded in agreement, saying, it seems Emperor Xiaolong has done thorough research on this matter. Everything you mentioned is correct. These three interstellar civilizations are indeed the most valuable among the known ones. After a brief pause, she continued, however, I have a suggestion. Among these three options, it's best not to touch the Firemark Interstellar Alliance. Although it is the most tempting, the Interstellar Civilization Alliance behind it is something even our Holy Elf Empire dares not take lightly. Engaging with them should never involve military force. Zhao Chun nodded seriously, taking notes. The Water Elf King continued her analysis. As for the Cancer Interstellar Civilization and the Mohadi's Interstellar Empire, while there are risks, there are also opportunities. Zhao Chun asked with interest, what suggestions do you have, Your Majesty? The Water Elf King spoke candidly. The Cancer Interstellar Civilization appears to be in internal turmoil, but it is actually divided into multiple factions. They have lived in a war environment for a long time and respect strength. As long as you demonstrate enough power, they will submit unconditionally. I suggest engaging with a suitable faction and providing support, using it as a springboard to gradually infiltrate and control the entire civilization. As long as you showcase strong technological and military prowess, this shouldn't be a major issue. Of course, the downside is what you mentioned earlier, the spatial barriers leading to navigation issues, which will consume a lot of time. She paused before continuing. As for the Mohadi's Interstellar Empire, it is currently in a delicate phase. The old emperor is about to pass away, and there are several outstanding candidates vying for the throne, leading to intense competition. If the Xiaolong Empire can engage and support one of them, although it may take time initially, once successful, it will allow you to control the entire empire in a short period. Zhao Chun was impressed by the Water Elf King's in-depth understanding. These details would undoubtedly provide crucial insights for the Xiaolong Empire's plans. He smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much for your guidance, Your Majesty. This is extremely helpful to us. If we need further assistance, please don't hesitate to let us know. He saluted to show his respect. The Water Elf King hesitated before saying, this is my duty. As allies, it is only natural for us to provide guidance in these matters. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. The Luminous Elf King, standing nearby, laughed and said, "It seems Emperor Xiaolong has quite a connection with our Holy Elf Empire. Even our Water Elf King is so enthusiastic about assisting you, which speaks volumes about your charisma. You should know, the Water Elf King is revered as a goddess among us." The Water Elf King gave the Luminous Elf King a sidelong glance and explained, "This is merely my responsibility. We had already decided to handle this matter properly. Now that we can meet in person, it's only right to clarify things to avoid misunderstandings in the future." As the conversation continued, a video communication window suddenly popped up, received by the Luminous Elf King. On the screen was the Emerald Elf King, who had left earlier. He excitedly announced, "This is unbelievable. Just the content of this technical framework is enough for our scientists and researchers to study for 10 years. With this knowledge, we can create near T7 level technological weapons." Seeing the Jade Elf King so out of sorts, the Radiant Elf King couldn't help but frown. The Jade Elf King was excitedly rattling off the technological advancements provided by the Emperor of the Skylark Dragons, completely forgetting his own status. The Radiant Elf King shot an apologetic look at Zhao Chun, then gave a stern glare at the Jade Elf King on the video screen. "Mansfield, you are still a king. Please maintain your decorum in front of our guest." The reminder brought the Jade Elf King back to his senses. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and then looked at Zhao Chun with an apologetic expression. "Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Skylark Dragons, I deeply apologize for my earlier behavior. The technology you've provided us is simply astonishing. It's just..." Before the Jade Elf King could launch into another long-winded speech, Zhao Chun smiled politely and interrupted, "May I ask if the technology we've provided meets your expectations, Your Majesty?" "Yes, very much so," the Jade Elf King replied without hesitation. The Radiant Elf King covered his face in exasperation. The Jade Elf King was always so straightforward, especially when it came to technology. He had intended to use this opportunity to negotiate some terms with the Emperor of the Skylark Dragons, but now that everything had been laid out, there was no room left for negotiation. Seeing this, Zhao Chun continued, "Since there are no issues, can we consider this technology exchange a success?" He smiled at the Radiant Elf King. The Radiant Elf King nodded, forcing a smile. "Yes, of course. We trust the Emperor of the Skylark Dragons completely. There should be no issues with the technology." Zhao Chun inwardly chuckled, knowing the Radiant Elf King's words didn't match his earlier expression. However, he chose not to point this out and instead said, "Since everything is in order, let's leave it at that." Just as he finished speaking, the Jade Elf King suddenly stood up and said, "That won't do. Your Majesty, while the technology you provided is detailed, there are still some aspects I'm unclear about. I need your guidance." The Radiant Elf King and the Aqua Elf King were taken aback. If the Jade Elf King couldn't understand something, it showed just how advanced the technology of the Supernova Ultimate Bomb was. Zhao Chun apologized, "I'm sorry, but I can't stay in the Holy Elf Empire for long. As you know, the Skylark Dragon Empire has many pressing matters that require my personal attention." The Jade Elf King looked troubled. Seeing this, the Radiant Elf King intervened, "Your Majesty, I understand your busy schedule. However, this matter is of utmost importance to the Holy Elf Empire. We hope you can." Zhao Chun thought for a moment and held up 3 fingers. "I can only stay for 3 days. After that, regardless of the situation, I must return to the Skylark Dragon Empire." 3 days is enough, the Jade Elf King immediately responded. As one of the Holy Elf Empire's top scientists, he believed 3 days would be sufficient to grasp the intricate details of the technology. After the banquet, the Radiant Elf King personally escorted Zhao Chun to the most luxurious room on the interstellar cruise ship. "During these 3 days, Your Majesty, you can rest here. This ship will orbit the star systems around this cosmic stargate for 3 days, then return here. We've selected some scenic star systems for you to explore. For now, please rest well. I've instructed Mansfield not to disturb you for the next 8 hours." The Radiant Elf King smiled and said, "You can take some time to rest first?" Zhao Chun nodded in thanks. The Water Elf King, who was standing nearby, added with a gentle smile, "This interstellar cruise ship is the finest of our Holy Elf Empire. There are many observation decks on board. You should take the time to enjoy them." After agreeing, Zhao Chun, accompanied by the Leopardess, checked into a suite. As soon as they entered, the Leopardess moved past Zhao Chun and signaled her guards to inspect the room. Zhao Chun walked towards the sofa and chuckled, "Relax. The Holy Elf Empire wouldn't use such underhanded tactics in a high-level diplomatic setting." Despite his reassurances, the Leopardess insisted on the inspection. Only after confirming the room was secure did she allow Zhao Chun to sit. She then ordered her guards to wait in the adjacent room. Now, only the Leopardess and Zhao Chun remained. The Leopardess stood silently in a corner, blending into the surroundings. Zhao Chun offered her a seat, but she coldly declined. "This is my duty." Zhao Chun closed his eyes for a moment of rest before starting his work. Time passed, and he suddenly looked up at the clock, put away his work equipment, and headed towards the door. The leopardess followed closely behind. Walking down the corridor, the leopardess asked where they were headed, offering to guide him. Zhao Chen politely declined. No need. I remember the way. They took a hover elevator to a tranquil observation deck. The starry sky outside, the transparent glass, and the plants on the deck created a unique and beautiful scene. The leopardess stopped, a hint of surprise crossing her eyes before she regained her composure and stood on guard. It turned out that the Water Elf King was already waiting there. Zhao Chen walked over to her. The Water Elf King gently caressed the flowers beside her and sighed. These stars are so beautiful, like flowers blooming in the universe. Zhao Chen agreed. Indeed, they are stunning. The Water Elf King turned to Zhao Chen and said, Xiaoyuan mentioned that you are quite interesting. Aside from our last encounter, this is our second meeting and the first time we're alone. Zhao Chen nodded, acknowledging that his knowledge of her was limited to what he had read. The Water Elf King curiously asked why he had come. Zhao Chen smiled and replied, How could I not come when personally invited by the Water Elf King? Looking around, Zhao Chen asked, But is there something we need to discuss in private? This place is so open, and my walk here was quite conspicuous. Can it really be confidential? The Water Elf King explained, It seems you are not very familiar with this interstellar cruise ship. It is called the Water Elf, a name I gave it. Although it officially belongs to the High Council for official receptions, in reality, I am its true owner. Zhao Chen realized that this was the Water Elf King's domain. Curious, he asked, So, what would you like to discuss? The Water Elf King earnestly said, It's about some suggestions regarding the Sky Dragon Empire's expansion plans into interstellar civilizations. Feigning ignorance, Zhao Chen replied, Didn't you already give some suggestions at the welcoming banquet? The Water Elf King clarified, This time, the suggestions are different. There are some people I would like to introduce to you. Zhao Chen carefully examined the documents in front of him, his expression focused. The Aqua Elf King stood silently beside him, waiting patiently. After Zhao Chen finished skimming through the materials, he looked up at the Aqua Elf King. The Aqua Elf King smiled and said, Emperor Xiaolong, these documents thoroughly outline our stance. I can guarantee, in the name of the Aqua Elf King, that we will fulfill the commitments made here. As for the parts not mentioned, I cannot make any promises, so I will refrain from commenting on them. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before speaking. If what you say is true, I can indeed accept these proposals. With that, he closed the information panel and looked at the Aqua Elf King meaningfully. However, I have heard that the Holy Elf Empire has always practiced pacifism, avoiding interference in the affairs of other interstellar civilizations. It seems now that this is not entirely the case. These intelligence reports couldn't have been obtained merely through hearsay. The Aqua Elf King responded candidly. Indeed, in the past, our Holy Elf Empire, like most High Elves, was quite arrogant and indifferent to external matters. I once held that view as well. She paused, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. However, when I witnessed interstellar civilizations being destroyed by the devouring civilization, I began to question myself. Is this the peace we seek? Watching those beautiful planets extinguish one by one made me doubt my former beliefs. She continued, At that time, I had a deep conversation with the Flame Elf King. Perhaps sensing my confusion, she shared her perspective with me. In her view, peace is the ultimate goal, and the means to achieve it are irrelevant. Even if it requires certain measures, or even violating principles, as long as peace is ultimately achieved, what harm is there? If the pursuit of peace leads to destruction, then isn't such peace merely an illusion? Zhao Chen nodded and said, That does sound like something the Flame Elf King would say. The Aqua Elf King went on, After that, I also had several discussions with Solomon, which gradually shaped my new perspective. The existence of the devouring civilization will eventually threaten all interstellar civilizations. As it stands, the Xiaolong Empire is the only force daring to confront the devouring civilization Hedon. You've achieved significant victories, becoming a symbol of resistance against the devouring civilization, and even against the established order. If this symbol falls, no one else will dare to resist the devouring civilization. The Holy Elf Empire will not escape its fate either, until destruction arrives. I don't want to see that happen, so I decided to provide these resources to you. No matter how you use them to govern, manage, or collaborate with other interstellar civilizations, as long as peace is ultimately achieved and the stars and life in the universe can continue, that's enough for me. It doesn't matter who governs them or what they are called. Zhao Chen gazed into the Aqua Elf King's clear eyes, believing that she spoke from the heart. He asked, Was it the Flame Elf King who recommended me to you? The Aqua Elf King nodded in acknowledgement. When she last returned to the Holy Elf Empire, we had a private meeting. In fact, she had given me many suggestions long before that. She looked directly at Zhao Chen. But I am not as radical as Solomon. I am more cautious. My understanding of the Xiaolong Empire is limited, and I wasn't sure if you truly had the capability to oppose the devouring civilization. So, I told Solomon that I would wait, at least until a significant opportunity presented itself. Zhao Qin gazed at the Aqua Spirit King, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. The Xiaolong Empire's ability to repel the invading fleet of the devouring civilization in this battle truly showcases their exceptional strength, he said in a deep voice. I am willing to collaborate with you. The Flame Spirit Queen has done so much behind the scenes. The next time I see her, I must thank her properly. Zhao Chun accepted the documents handed to him by the Aqua Spirit King, gently running his fingers over the smooth surface of the data disk. I'll take this precious gift and consider it a favor. As long as the information is accurate and they fulfill their promises, I guarantee on behalf of the Xiaolong Empire that whether we form an alliance or cooperate in the future, we will not resort to force. The Aqua Spirit King crossed her hands over her chest and gave Zhao Chen a slight bow, a gesture unique to her kind. May the stars and the spirit gods bless you, she said softly before turning and walking into what seemed to be a deadened corner. Zhao Chen stared out at the vast expanse of stars through the porthole, a faint smile playing on his lips. Back in his quarters, Zhao Chen eagerly walked into his office and opened the documents given to him by the Aqua Spirit King once more. These were intelligence and network information she had gathered as a diplomat of the Holy Spirit Empire across various interstellar civilizations. One document detailed the giant Tooth Siren tribe within the Cancer star system, a formidable force with control over several star regions and nearly 1 million interstellar warships. The information revealed that the tribe was embroiled in internal conflict, with several heirs secretly building up armed forces, leaving the entire kingdom shrouded in the fog of war. The Aqua Spirit King particularly recommended a candidate known as the Free King, the younger brother of the former chieftain. Outwardly indifferent to the power struggle, he was, in reality, a wise and resourceful individual. He was highly talented, had built extensive connections across the Cancer star system, and enjoyed significant prestige. Zhao Qin carefully read through the details about the Free King, silently praising the Aqua Spirit King's judgment. The other documents were similar, each recommending suitable agents to collaborate with for efficiently managing the resources of various interstellar civilizations. The value of this intelligence was comparable to that of 30,000 interstellar warships. With this information, even if Zhao Qin didn't follow the recommendations to the letter, it would save the Xiaolong Empire a tremendous amount of time in their future strategic planning. After reviewing all the documents, Zhao Qin personally wrote and encrypted a message. Removing the terminal from his wrist, he called out, "Come in." A leopard woman entered the room. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Zhao Chen pointed to the data disk on the table. Have Xiang arrange for an interstellar warship. Select a few individuals to escort this back to the Xiaolong Empire and deliver it to Secretary Lilith as soon as possible. No one else is to view it before then. The leopard woman picked up the data disk and solemnly promised, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure it is delivered to Secretary Lilith safely and confidentially. If there are no further instructions, I will make the arrangements immediately." That will be all. Zhao Chen waved dismissively. In the following 3 days, Zhao Chen had no further interaction with the Blue Water Elf King, just as she had promised, having already given him everything that could help. Zhao Chen understood this well and did not seek her out. During this time, he frequently engaged with the Emerald Elf King, who showed a keen interest in the technological information Zhao Chen provided. The Emerald Elf King seemed tireless, working almost non-stop for 72 hours. Initially, he would contact Zhao Chen whenever he encountered a problem, and for significant issues, he would personally visit him. To save time, he eventually arranged for Zhao Chen to stay in his office. Zhao Chen found this both amusing and admirable, appreciating the king's dedication. While in the Emerald Elf King's office, Zhao Chen didn't idle. He casually browsed through materials related to the technology of the Holy Elf Empire. The Emerald Elf King only glanced at him but didn't stop him. Zhao Chen seized the opportunity to ask the king about the technical aspects of elven interstellar warships, leading to discussions on several critical issues. At the same time, Zhao Chen borrowed some technological equipment to conduct experiments approaching T7 level technology. These experiments, which had consistently succeeded at the Xiaolong Empire's Industrial Research Institute, repeatedly failed here. It was as if some mysterious force was hindering the research of T7 technological civilization. Recalling the explanation from the Flame Elf King, Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the universe and the many unsolved mysteries it held. 3 days flew by, and Zhao Chen prepared to return to the Xiaolong Empire. The Emerald Elf King, reluctant to see him go, held Zhao Chen's hand and pleaded for him to stay a few more days. Zhao Chen politely declined, saying, "I'm very sorry. I would love to continue discussing technology with you, but there are many affairs in the Xiaolong Empire that require my personal attention. Staying here for 3 days is already the limit. Once the war is over, I will definitely come back to explore the mysteries of the universe with you. You are also welcome to visit the Xiaolong Empire and collaborate with our scientists." Hearing this, a hint of interest flashed in the Emerald Elf King's eyes. The Radiant Elf King, standing nearby, keenly noticed this subtle change, fully aware of his friend's character. If not for their intervention, this old friend would likely have already rushed to the Xiaolong Empire to explore technological mysteries. The Radiant Elf King promptly intervened, stepping between Zhao Chun and the Emerald Elf King, and with a smile, said, "Indeed, the Emperor's time is limited on this visit, and it's a pity he couldn't spend more time in our Holy Elf Empire or visit the Moon God Star. Next time you have the opportunity, please stay with us a few more days." Guangyao, the Elf King, said with a sincere smile, his eyes sparkling with genuine warmth. "I would be delighted to personally accompany you and show you the sights of the sacred Elf Empire." As he spoke, he glanced subtly at the Emerald Elf King. The Emerald Elf King, now composed, could only look helplessly at Emperor Zhao Chun. Without saying much, Zhao Chun bid a simple farewell and left the interstellar cruiser, returning to his own flagship. Soon, the Xiaolong Imperial Guard fleet set off for the cosmic stargate, disappearing into the vast universe, heading back to the Xiaolong Empire. Watching the fleet gradually vanish, Guangyao turned to the somewhat dejected Emerald Elf King beside him, fully understanding his feelings. "How much of the data Emperor Zhaoqin gave us have you managed to grasp?" he asked directly. "Can we use that technology? Can we replicate weapons of that caliber?" The Emerald Elf King straightened up and replied seriously, "I've been studying the data for the past 3 days and have had several discussions with Emperor Zhaoqin. I must admit, he's an exceptionally brilliant scientist, with deep insights in various fields, some even surpassing mine. This explains why the Xiaolong Empire could develop a superweapon like the supernova bomb. What surprises me even more is that this human genius is not even 30 years old. To have mastered so much knowledge in less than 30 years, exceeding my centuries of research, is truly astounding." Guangyao frowned slightly and coughed to bring the conversation back on track. Realizing this, the Emerald Elf King quickly adjusted his focus. "Regarding the technological data, I have a basic understanding, although some details still require experimentation. These are T6 level technologies, and conducting experiments here shouldn't be an issue. Once we confirm the theoretical data, we can use our plant-based technology to mimic these advancements and develop our own. The first phase should take about 3 months. The second phase depends on our research capabilities and investment, which could take a year and a half or even longer." He added, "However, this is only a fraction of the supernova bomb's technology, and probably not the core components. It's impossible to fully grasp its principles from just this small portion." Guangyao nodded in understanding. For the long-lived elves, this time span was insignificant. "Don't worry about the other technologies," he said. "Since Emperor Zhaoqian is willing to trade now, there will surely be more opportunities in the future. Your current task is to form a dedicated project team and quickly complete the steps you mentioned. Leave the rest to me." Tentatively, the Emerald Elf King asked, "And about going to the Xiaolong Empire?" "No," Guangyao interrupted firmly. "Mansfield, you should understand your value to the Sacred Elf Empire. You are currently our most outstanding scientist and expert, more important than any other Elf King. Your safety is crucial not just for you but for the future of our empire." "I understand." The Emerald Elf King rolled his eyes. "You've told me this countless times. Fine, I won't go." With that, he turned and left, unwilling to waste more time with the stubborn old elf. Guangyao watched Mansfield's retreating figure, then looked at the cosmic star gate leading to the Xiaolong Empire, murmuring to himself, "Can you really defeat the Devourer civilization and that terrifying entity?" Upon returning to the Xiaolong Empire, Zhao Qin immediately headed to the Imperial Military Research Institute, joining the team dedicated to developing cosmic exploration devices. With the technological support from the Sacred Elf Empire and the team's relentless efforts, they successfully built the first experimental device 20 days after the war with the Devourer civilization ended. This new series, combining both Sacred Elf and Xiaolong technologies, achieved a significant breakthrough in a remarkably short time. "Everything is ready. We can start the first test anytime," Dr. Camille reported excitedly to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the data panels and the star map projections. "Begin," he ordered succinctly. The familiar process commenced once again. Zhao Chen focused intently on the scanning map, and as the experiment began, the previously dark star map quickly lit up with interstellar coordinates. Compared to the most advanced previous equipment, this improvement was monumental. Soon, the original 3 universes appeared before Zhao Chen, followed by more distant cosmic realms emerging one after another. As the new generation of interstellar scanning equipment began to operate, a vast cosmic map slowly unfolded before the scientists. The researchers held their breath, eyes gleaming with excitement, akin to newborns witnessing the outside world for the first time. Filled with curiosity and awe, the scan results were quickly completed. Compared to the equipment previously developed by Zhao Chen's team, the new device's performance had improved by more than 100-fold. Not only had the scanning range increased by several hundred times, but the number of detectable universes had also grown from 3 to over a dozen. Although this device had yet to reach the technological heights accumulated by the Sacred Elven Empire over the years, It was a significant leap forward for the Xiaolong Empire. Zhao Chun carefully examined the map data and found it included several interstellar civilizations mentioned by the king of the Blue Water Elves. He promptly recorded this valuable information and then turned to Dr. Camille beside him. The experiment went very smoothly. Now it's up to you to use this data to further upgrade the equipment. As an insider, Dr. Camille knew that this map was just the tip of the iceberg. She solemnly promised, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will do our utmost to close the gap with other civilizations as quickly as possible." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and left the laboratory. With this interstellar map data, he could now proceed with his next plan. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship, Zhao Chen presented the latest interstellar map data to Marshal Charlotte and Secretary Lilith. A holographic projection displayed the complex data in 3 dimensions before them. After careful comparison, Lilith pointed out, "The interstellar civilizations marked in the data you previously sent can also be found on this new map." Zhao Chen nodded in confirmation and then turned his gaze to Charlotte. Those were the intelligence and suggestions provided by the King of the Blue Water Elves. Of course, we need to further evaluate whether to adopt them. For now, we are fully prepared to proceed with the next step. What do you think? As the highest military commander of the Xiaolong Empire, Marshal Charlotte was already well-versed in the information. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "The intelligence from the King of the Blue Water Elves is indeed invaluable, if accurate. I believe we can adopt about 80% of it, but we'll need to make adjustments based on our situation. This way, we can save a lot of time. Some plans may even bring substantial benefits to the Xiaolong Empire within 6 months." Zhao Chun, intrigued, asked eagerly, "It sounds like you have specific ideas. Please elaborate." Charlotte responded seriously, "Based on the intelligence from the King of the Blue Water Elves, I've developed several operational plans. The common feature of these plans is that they don't require deploying too many fleet units, significantly reducing our burden. We still face the threat of the Devourer civilization. Although we have restored our fleet to 3 million interstellar warships, we cannot allocate too many resources for this operation. My suggestion is to use no more than 1/3, which is 1 million interstellar warships. Using 1 million interstellar warships to conquer those interstellar civilizations might seem like a fantasy to outsiders. After all, the Devourer civilization attacked us with nearly 40 million warships. Given our limited fleet, direct military conquest isn't wise. Instead, supporting proxies and covertly controlling the opposing interstellar civilizations is the most efficient and cost-effective strategy." Charlotte confidently outlined her plan, saying, "If there's any downside, it's whether these agents will listen to us after achieving their goals. There's indeed a risk, but every venture comes with risks. As long as we can keep a tight grip on these agents, the entire plan will be nearly flawless." Zhao Chen nodded in understanding and then asked, "So, which interstellar civilizations are you targeting?" Charlotte's answer was shocking, not just one, but 5 interstellar civilizations. This information hit Zhao Chun like a sledgehammer, shattering his composure. He stared at Marshal Charlotte in disbelief, his voice tinged with shock. "You mean we're going to use 1 million starships to conquer 5 interstellar civilizations? This isn't just ambitious, it's outright fantastical." At this moment, Lilith chimed in, "Taking action against 5 interstellar civilizations simultaneously does sound incredible. But this is the conclusion Charlotte and I arrived at after thorough discussions. We're not aiming to conquer them by force. Instead, we plan to make them genuinely willing to cooperate with us." She tapped her head. "We're relying on this." Zhao Chen squinted and pressed further. "So, tell me, which 5 civilizations are you targeting?" Lilith began listing them. The Cancer Interstellar Civilization, the Mohadi's Interstellar Empire, the Firemark Interstellar Alliance. Zhao Chun was familiar with these 3. They were the ones recommended by the Elven King of Bishu. But the next 2 names caught him off guard, the Stone Kingdom and the Fairy Federation tribe. Zhao Chen's mind raced as he recalled information about these 2 civilizations. He remarked thoughtfully, "The Stone Kingdom is a small interstellar civilization, rich in mineral resources. Their species resemble stones, hence the name. This civilization is typically isolated, engaging in minimal external interaction except for necessary interstellar trade. Their planet rarely sees other species. They have a unified government and are at a quasi-T6 level. Controlling them could bring us substantial mineral resources, but it's a tough nut to crack. 1 million starships wouldn't be nearly enough." He continued, "As for the Fairy Federation tribe, they are also a small interstellar civilization, but vastly different from the Stone Kingdom. Their universe is resource-poor and sparsely populated. They even faced famine in their early history. However, after mastering interstellar travel, they began establishing interstellar trade groups, acting as intermediaries and trading resources between different star powers. Gradually, they became renowned interstellar traders, with almost every civilization having trade relations with them, even the reclusive Stone Kingdom. The fairies transformed their universe into an interstellar trade hub, overcoming their initial poverty. They earned other civilizations' trust because they lack their own military force, even hiring fleets to escort their trade ships. This makes other civilizations comfortable working with them, despite them dominating much of the trade. The fairies have built an extensive network of contacts. Although they lack military power, they can hire numerous mercenary fleets. Moreover, if anyone threatens the fairy trade groups, their long-term trade partners will support them. These civilizations might not care about the fairies' survival, but they care about their own interests. If the fairies were to disappear, the trade network they support would collapse, affecting these civilizations' external trade. The fairies have leveraged this dynamic to survive among the powerful interstellar players. Lilith nodded lightly, a hint of approval in her eyes. She spoke slowly, "Your assessment is spot on. The Stone Kingdom and the Fairy Federation are indeed the targets I've carefully chosen. I am confident that we can get them to accept our cooperation, and even develop a close alliance, with minimal use of force." Zhao Chen looked at Lilith with interest, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Tell me more about your plan." Lilith took a deep breath and explained. "These two targets are actually interconnected. We need to establish a relationship with the Fairy Federation first, and then use their network to reach the high echelons of the Stone Kingdom." According to the intelligence provided by the Aqua Elf King, the Fairy Federation is one of the few interstellar forces that maintain good relations with the Stone Kingdom. Zhao Chen suddenly understood. "So, the fairies are the bridge to the Stone Kingdom. How do you plan to win the support of the Fairy Federation?" Lilith's lips curved into a slight smile as she uttered two words, "mutual interests." Seeing Zhao Chen squint, Lilith continued, "What is the foundation of the Fairy Federation?" "It's interstellar trade. They have established numerous interstellar trade groups, forming a vast fairy trade network through close cooperation. Although their own strength is not formidable, they integrate their contacts and resources into a powerful interstellar trade consortium. On the surface, they lack military power, but those interstellar civilizations that cooperate with them are, in fact, their claws. It's a clever way for the weak to protect themselves." At this point, Zhao Chen noticed a hint of melancholy in Lilith's eyes, wondering if her succubus clan had adopted a similar survival strategy. Lilith quickly adjusted her emotions and said confidently, "And the benefits we can bring to the Fairy Federation will be enough to make them willingly stand by our side." Zhao Chen asked curiously, "Why are you so confident?" Lilith smiled slightly and explained, "Once we secure the Fairy Federation, our subsequent actions will be much easier. A large interstellar trade network is often also an intelligence network. Therefore, among these 5 targets, the Fairy Federation is our primary objective." Zhao Chen was a bit surprised. "How long will it take?" Lilith held up a slender finger. "If everything goes smoothly, 1 meeting will be enough." Seeing Zhao Chen's surprised expression, Lilith added, "You just need to accompany me to meet the decision-makers behind the Fairy Federation once." Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte for her opinion. Charlotte thought for a moment and replied, "I'm not sure if Lilith can persuade the Fairy Federation as easily as she claims, but it would be great if she can. Meanwhile, I need some time to prepare our interstellar fleet. Although our goal is not military conquest, we need to be ready for anything. We can't rely solely on the information provided by the Aqua Elf King." Charlotte continued to elaborate on her plan. "First, we need to dispatch an interstellar reconnaissance fleet to the target universe to conduct a thorough investigation of the local situation. Then, we will proceed on 2 fronts. On one hand, we will engage with potential allies according to the plan. On the other hand, we will prepare our fleet for any military action. Although we have mastered the technology for inter-universe fleet deployment, considering the vast distance, it would be best to establish our own military base in the target universe. We can also construct inter-universe portals for future operations. With this anchor point, we can handle any situation with ease." Zhao Chen agreed with Charlotte's plan, believing that being prepared for both possibilities would allow them to handle any situation. The Xiaolong Empire couldn't afford any mistakes, as even one misstep could lead to a significant crisis. Looking at his 2 capable aides, Zhao Chen said with satisfaction, "Since both of you have such comprehensive plans, the new phase plan of the Xiaolong Empire has officially commenced." After thorough discussions, Zhao Chen, Lilith, and Charlotte finalized the action plan. Zhao Chen and Lilith will head to the Flower Fairy Federation tribe, while Charlotte is tasked with investigating the other 3 interstellar civilizations. On the bridge of the T6 Longhuang-class interstellar command ship, everything was ready. Zhao Chen gazed out the porthole, where the Emperor's Royal Guard fleet's warships were lined up. These warships had a new paint job, devoid of the Xiaolong fleet's emblem and royal gold, making them appear as just an elite fleet equipped with numerous T5 and T4 class warships. "Let's get going," Zhao Chen said eagerly, the prospect of entering a brand new interstellar civilization universe filling him with excitement. The T6 Bayou model single-use cross-universe Stargate device activated, and a gate resembling white jade appeared. The Longhuang and the Emperor's Royal Guard fleet entered, beginning a nearly 20-hour cross-universe journey. When the white expanse outside the porthole dissipated, a strange yet familiar cosmic scene emerged. Xiang's video window popped up, her expression serious. Your Majesty, please wait in position with the Longwang. I will first dispatch scout ships to ensure the surrounding area is safe. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement and suggested, can we also send unmanned reconnaissance drones to scout the nearby planets and celestial bodies? Xiang agreed and promptly arranged the reconnaissance mission. Soon, an unexpected result came back. It was a dead star system. There were no stars, only wastelands, and no signs of life. Let's check out other star systems, Zhao Chen ordered. However, several star systems in succession showed the same desolate scene. Just as Zhao Chen was beginning to suspect this might be a dead universe, they finally discovered a star. Although it was in its twilight years and its light was dim, its presence suggested the possibility of life. Don't forget our identity, Zhao Chen reminded. According to the information provided by the Aqua Elf King, their mission was to operate under the guise of a mercenary fleet to investigate in this unfamiliar universe. The stars here were dim, but Zhao Chen witnessed an astonishing sight. Between the planets, a magnificent ribbon of colors unfurled. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't a literal ribbon but a formation of humanoid creatures with wings. Those are the flower fairies, Lilith said in surprise, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhao Chen recalled the information he had read earlier and remarked. The documents mentioned that the flower fairies have a unique ability to fly and survive in space. Seeing it in person is truly breathtaking, Lilith added. According to records, the flower fairies have extremely low energy consumption and can survive for long periods without food. Before interstellar travel became common, they often migrated between resource-scarce planets or traded goods, creating a unique trade culture. Even after the advent of starships, this tradition continued. Watching the flower fairies fly in the distance, Zhao Chen marveled. Their speed rivals that of ordinary starships, and they are far more agile. Lilith explained, that's because the flower fairy tribes have integrated technology into their flight abilities, such as wearing specially designed flight gear to enhance efficiency. This not only conserves resources, but has also become a cultural symbol for their people. As they were discussing, several interstellar patrol ships blocked their path. A graceful female voice came through the communication system. Hello, this is Flower Fairy Base 9. What is the purpose of your visit? Zhao Chen and Lilith exchanged a glance before the latter pressed the communication button and replied. Hello, we are from the mercenary fleet of the Envoys of Evil. We are here to accept a mission you posted, to escort an interstellar transport fleet to a high-risk cosmic area. After pulling up the records, the voice on the other side asked with curiosity, our records show that you have been semi-retired for the past 3 years and haven't taken any missions. Why are you active again now? Lilith, well prepared, explained, we temporarily stopped taking missions due to internal issues. Now that those have been resolved and our resource reserves are running low, we decided to resume taking missions for the development of our fleet. The flower fairy attendant, sounding more relaxed, said, understood. That mission is still open. Please dock your fleet at anchorage N51 and wait for further instructions. In the meantime, we will provide the necessary supplies free of charge. Lilith expressed her gratitude for the thoughtful arrangement and then directed their 3,000 starships to the designated anchorage. Zhao Chen silently admired the Flower Fairy Federation's hospitality, noting that such excellent reception not only mitigated potential discontent, but also laid a solid foundation for future cooperation. No wonder they could thrive in the complex cosmic environment, despite lacking formidable military power. 3,000 interstellar warships sailed majestically, their hulls intentionally modified to appear worn and battered. Despite this facade, the fleet boasted at least dozens of top-tier T5 warships, underscoring its formidable strength. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows and turned to Lilith. Are we making too much of a show? Lilith tapped the holographic screen, pulling up detailed data. 3,000 ships aren't that many. According to our intel, the largest mercenary group in the universe has a fleet of 1 million ships, though many of those are just for show, she explained. We, the Marauders, focus on elite forces. Our official lineup includes 30 T5 ships, 1,000 T4 ships, and 2,000 T3 ships. With our intentionally aged appearance, we look like a small but seasoned elite fleet, unlikely to draw too much attention. Zhao Chen nodded in approval, his eyes scanning the data. The Marauders had actually been wiped out in an interstellar disaster 3 years ago, and few were aware of this. The Aquatic Elf King, who knew the truth, suggested they adopt this identity. So, are we taking on missions to make contact with the upper echelons of the Flower Fairy Federation? Zhao Chen asked. He was only familiar with the broad strokes of the plan, leaving the details to Lilith. Lilith's lips curled into a slight smile. The Aquatic Elf King gave us 2 options for direct contact with their leaders. But for long-term cooperation, I've decided on my own method. First, we need to make the key figures of the Flower Fairy Federation aware of our capabilities. Before any collaboration, we must showcase our strength. A day later, a video conference invitation arrived for Zhao Chen. Looks like everything is going smoothly, Zhao Chen said, turning to Lilith. What should I do? Lilith handed him a black mask. You don't need to say or do anything. Leave it all to me. Zhao Chen understood, donned the mask, and silently sat in the captain's chair. Lilith tapped her own face, revealing intricate, religious-like patterns on her youthful skin, a distinctive trait of the Marauders, who were rumored to have a unique faith. The video window popped up, splitting into several smaller sections. At the center was a flower fairy dressed in a green professional outfit, with 2 pairs of translucent wings behind her. Surrounding her were various other beings, whose fierce gazes indicated they were representatives of different mercenary groups. Zhao Chen quickly scanned the participants, noting there were 10 in total. The flower fairy's gentle smile concealed a sharp and shrewd mind. As interstellar traders, their success came from this very caution. Lilith's meticulous planning was designed to counter their thorough scrutiny. Lilith's gaze swept across the faces of the 10 people in front of her. Her brain worked rapidly, instantly retrieving detailed information about the mercenary fleets behind these individuals. Zhao Chen nodded to himself. He wasn't wrong. Lilith's information processing ability was indeed astonishing. Everyone is here. A gentle yet authoritative voice rang out. I am the person in charge of this mission, Huayan Nini. Huayan Nini's image appeared in the video window. She scanned each person before continuing. You have been carefully selected as representatives of the mercenary fleets. Next, I will send you detailed mission materials and escort guidelines. As for the bounty, we will follow the previously agreed upon process. As soon as she finished speaking, a corpulent man raised his hand, his face full of confusion. Excuse me, Miss Huayanini, are you saying that this escort mission has selected all 10 of our mercenary fleets? Huayanini smiled slightly and nodded in confirmation. That's correct. The man frowned and pressed on, but the mission description clearly states that the number of hired mercenary fleets will not exceed 3, with a total of no more than 10,000 starships. Yet, as far as I know, the 10 of us here combined have at least 50,000 starships. Huayanini's smile remained gentle, but a subtle hint of caution flickered in her eyes. I was just about to explain that. The mission content has been adjusted, but rest assured, your workload has not increased. The quantity of goods to be escorted has significantly increased, hence the increase in the number of hired mercenary fleets. Is it just a change in content? The man persisted. Huayanini looked around and noticed the concern and suspicion on the faces of the others. She sighed softly, her tone becoming more serious. Since everyone has doubts, I will disclose some deeper information. However, please remember our rules. Although her voice remained gentle, the underlying threat was unmistakable. From now on, everything you hear is classified information. Whether or not you accept this mission in the end, you are absolutely forbidden to leak any details. If we find anyone violating the spirit of the contract, the Flower Fairy Federation tribe will permanently refuse to cooperate with that mercenary fleet. Everyone present straightened their backs instinctively and nodded in understanding. They all knew what it meant to offend the Flower Fairy Federation tribe. I was almost equivalent to being blacklisted by the entire interstellar trade network. Seeing this, Huayanini continued to explain, the essence of this transport mission is to deliver a batch of military components and starship modules to an interstellar faction currently in a state of war. She paused to let everyone digest this information, then added, as you all know, aside from trading in finished starships, the Flower Fairy Federation tribe is involved in almost all types of interstellar trade. We deal in personal armor, interstellar shuttles, personal weapons, and military components. The only exception is finished starships, which we never touch. The Flower Fairy Federation tribe firmly rejected all proposals related to the sale of interstellar battleships or the establishment of a starship trade group. Despite the fact that selling interstellar battleships is one of the most lucrative sectors in the arms industry, the Flower Fairies remained unmoved. To some, this cautious stance might seem timid, but Zhao Chen understood the reasons behind it. He was well aware of the saying, a man without a crime, but possessing a treasure. If the Flower Fairy Federation tribe's interstellar traders gained control of the interstellar battleship sales channels, it would undoubtedly provoke the suspicion of other forces. Whether they chose selective sales or provided finished battleships to opposing sides, it would likely cross certain interstellar powers lines. Even if the Flower Fairy Federation tribe declared permanent neutrality, such actions would still be highly risky. This prudent approach has allowed the Flower Fairy Federation tribe to steadily develop on the interstellar stage. They are keenly aware of their own limitations and understand what boundaries must not be crossed. Someone questioned, is it just an increase in the escorted cargo? Huayanini responded cleverly, based on the intelligence we currently have, that seems to be the case. But we cannot rule out the possibility of encountering military forces intent on attacking in the target universe. Everyone present was no fool. They picked up on the underlying message. This batch of cargo likely infringes upon the interests of certain interstellar powers, making an attack quite probable. In fact, attacks on the Flower Fairy Federation tribe's interstellar transport fleet are not uncommon. especially in high-risk universes that are perpetually at war. The Flower Fairy Federation Tribe's external relations network is mainly divided into several categories. Core clients are usually upstream manufacturers who can provide goods and are often high-level interstellar civilizations with relatively peaceful environments. The Flower Fairy Federation Tribe signs non-aggression pacts with these core clients, where both parties promise not to attack each other's interstellar fleets. In return, the Flower Fairy Federation Tribe offers certain trade benefits, which the core clients are happy to accept. In addition, there are Mytholo-wordier clients, including those who can both supply and purchase goods, as well as pure buyers. The latter are often located in high-risk universes and typically do not sign similar agreements with the Flower Fairy Federation Tribe. This is because their enemies might also be clients of the Flower Fairy Federation Tribe, and not signing an agreement means that even if they attack the Flower Fairy's transport fleet, they won't face retaliation afterward. Of course, there is an implicit condition. In non-combat situations, Flower Fairy Federation Tribe members and employees must not be harmed without reason. This results in some attack scenarios where, as long as the Flower Fairy's transport fleet surrenders, the attackers usually treat the captives well and return them safely. The Flower Fairy Federation Tribe's contracts also clearly state that if resistance is deemed futile, the mission is considered a failure, and the personnel can abandon the cargo and surrender. These meticulous regulations have allowed the Flower Fairy Federation Tribe to develop to this day. While clients might be angry about cargo losses, the Flower Fairy Federation Tribe compensates them, such as refunding the full amount minus costs, which most clients can accept as a risk. Huayanini glanced around and asked, "Are there any further questions? If not, we will send out the formal contracts." Most people accepted the terms, and some even jokingly asked for a raise. Lilith had no objections either. Soon, contracts were sent to the commanders of the 10 mercenary fleet groups. Lilith glanced over it and looked at Zhao Chun. After Zhao Chun nodded, Lilith signed the half-month escort contract. Zhao Chun pondered that half a month was not a long time, especially since both Lilith and Charlotte were working on different fronts simultaneously. If they could indeed form an alliance with the Flower Fairy Federation Tribe, this short-term investment would be worth it. What is Huayanini's role? Zhao Chun asked curiously. Lilith pulled up a document and explained. She is the younger sister of the head of a major interstellar trading company within the Flower Fairy Federation Tribe, the Bailon Interstellar Trade Group. Hearing the name Bailon Interstellar Trade Group, Zhao Chun immediately understood Lilith's intention. The head of this group was one of the candidates previously recommended by the Water Elf King. Soon, the contract was signed. Guided by the staff of the Flower Fairy Federation, Zhao Chun's mercenary fleet set course for the designated coordinates. Upon arrival, a massive interstellar transport fleet came into view. Nearly 30,000 ships of various sizes waiting in space, their sheer scale astonishing. Most of the fleet consisted of T3 class interstellar transport ships, with only a few T4 class vessels scattered among them. This reflected the limited industrial capacity of the Flower Fairy Federation. Other interstellar civilizations were willing to trade with them, but were reluctant to share core technologies. In the vast universe, T5 and T6 technologies remained closely guarded secrets, with T4 being the highest level the Flower Fairy Federation could access. Surprisingly, there were even some T2 and T1 class transport ships in the fleet. The deputy captain couldn't help but question, T3s are understandable, but how can T2s and T1s keep up? Lilith explained, in the face of difficulties, people always find a way. Look closely at the sides, underbellies, and tails of those T4 and T5 transport ships. Do you see some unusual devices? The deputy captain squinted and indeed noticed some peculiar equipment. At that moment, the T2 and T1 class transport ships were slowly approaching, connecting to these devices, and eventually attaching themselves to the bodies of the T4 and T5 ships. It was like small fish clinging to larger ones in the ocean. Lilith continued, the interstellar traders of the Flower Fairy Federation are aware of this issue, but they struggle to acquire enough high-level transport ships. Currently, T1 and T2 ships are the most numerous. So, they came up with a solution. Using special technology to link lower-level ships to higher-level ones, allowing the latter to tow the former, even at warp speed. Of course, there are risks. It's said that on average, 20 of the smaller transport ships disappear during such journeys. But compared to the benefits, this risk is worth taking. The deputy captain nodded in realization, marveling, indeed. Adversity often sparks ingenuity. Zhao Chun carefully examined the interstellar transport ships. They were old and outdated, with over 30 different models within the same class, showcasing the efforts the Flower Fairy traders had made to assemble this fleet. The only common feature was the two emblems on the ships, a pink Flower Fairy emblem, representing the Flower Fairy Federation, and a white orchid-like emblem, symbolizing the Bailon Interstellar Trade Group. Zhao Chun focused on the Bailon Interstellar Trade Group emblem and pulled up relevant information. The Bailon Interstellar Trade Group was one of the earliest established interstellar traders after the Flower Fairy Federation entered the era of interstellar travel, known as one of the Flower Fairy's first 10 merchants. Today, it was the only one of the original 10 still in existence, with the others either eliminated, absorbed, or reorganized, almost none retaining their original names. On the surface, the Flower Fairy Federation appeared to be a united organization, but fierce competition raged within. In this seemingly harmonious federation, the law of the jungle was always at play. Under the default rules of the Flower Fairy Federation tribes, interstellar traders can freely compete for market share and customers while also having the option to collaborate for mutual growth. As long as they don't breach the fundamental rules, any commercial tactics are permitted. The core rules of the Flower Fairy Federation are straightforward. First, actions that endanger the tribes or the community's safety are strictly forbidden. Second, the use of force to harm or coerce fellow traders is prohibited. These regulations ensure that Flower Fairy interstellar traders maintain a competitive edge while safeguarding collective interests. It is through this powerful collective that the Flower Fairies have managed to stand out in the vast universe, becoming a renowned interstellar trade empire. The Bylon Interstellar Trading Group is one such member of this empire. As one of the top 10 interstellar traders, it is led by the sisters Huaya Lanlan and Huaya Nini. However, recently, Bylon Group has been facing difficulties, being pushed into high-risk operational zones with a precarious financial situation. If the next few deals go wrong, this once illustrious founding member could face bankruptcy. In this context, the Aqua Spirit King recommended Bylon Group as a potential partner. Despite the high risks, the potential rewards are substantial. Zhao Chun stood on the observation deck, watching AT-5 class interstellar shuttle bearing the Bylon Group's emblem slowly pass by. Standing next to Zhao Chun, Lilith explained the details of the mission. The destination was a war-torn universe, specifically a high-risk area within it. There, a slight misstep could result in unprovoked attacks. Bylon Group's trading partner for this mission was an interstellar lord who called himself the Lord of Jinshan County. This lord urgently needed a fleet of interstellar warships to fend off rising large lords in the vicinity. Specifically, he required the core modules for 3,000 T5 class interstellar warships. Lacking the capability to manufacture and transport these modules himself, the entire process would be handled by Bylon Group. If this deal goes through successfully, Lilith added, Bylon Group will earn the equivalent of 4 months' worth of profits, which is crucial for alleviating their financial strain. Upon hearing that the mission involved danger, the vice captain immediately showed concern. However, Lilith quickly clarified that for the Emperor's Guard fleet, such danger was negligible. The vice captain then breathed a sigh of relief. With the shifting situation in the region, some weaker lords have begun to pledge allegiance to the newly rising large lords. The Lord of Jinshan County's situation has become increasingly precarious, explaining his urgent need for this fleet of interstellar warships. Coincidentally, the Lord of Jinshan County and this newly risen Grand Lord share a deep-seated enmity. Even if the Lord of Jinshan County wanted to surrender, he wouldn't escape death. His only hope lies in betting on the construction of these 3,000 T5 interstellar battleships, creating an elite fleet to turn the tide on the battlefield and defeat his opponent. Therefore, the transport mission by the Bylon Interstellar Trading Group is crucial. If they can deliver these goods to the Lord of Jinshan County on time, it will enable him to launch a counterattack. After listening, Zhao Qin nodded thoughtfully. So, our transport mission is bound to be attacked, right? He asked in a low voice. Lilith replied confidently, that's almost a certainty. When the time comes, we'll have the opportunity to showcase our value in front of Huaya Nini, thereby gaining a chance to persuade her sister, Huaya Lanlan. Zhao Qin smiled and said, got it. It's like a hero saving the damsel in distress, isn't it? Lilith teased him. What? Does your majesty expect her to offer herself in gratitude? Zhao Qin hadn't expected his casual remark to dig a hole for himself, and he coughed awkwardly. He pondered silently, wondering how things were progressing on Charlotte's end. Before long, the fleet of the villain envoy mercenary corps received orders from Huaya Nini to set out. According to the plan, they would split into 10 interstellar transport fleets, maintaining a certain distance and departing in sequence. Zhao Qin analyzed that the expanded scale of this transport fleet was likely the Bylon Interstellar Trading Group's effort to ensure the order's completion. He speculated that the shipment might include not just 3,000 T5 interstellar battleship core components, but possibly around 5,000. Although the transport cost would significantly increase, as long as more than half of the fleets successfully delivered the goods to their destination, the order would be considered fulfilled. Even if one batch was lost, professional calculations suggested they wouldn't incur a loss. In such cases, transport prices could even exceed the value of the goods themselves. Zhao Qin's attention was drawn to a piece of interstellar travel equipment, a slowly blooming flower, the core technology of the Flower Fairy Federation, the Flower Fairy Gate. As an organization responsible for interstellar trade across universes, the Flower Fairy Federation naturally needed its own interstellar travel technology. While some powerful interstellar civilizations had constructed interstellar gates between universes, such infrastructure was often absent in chaotic and unregulated regions. As far as Zhao Qin knew, The Flower Ferrygate was a reusable T6 interstellar travel technology device, one of the few T6 technologies owned by the Flower Ferry Federation. Its creation stemmed from the Federation paying a hefty price to acquire part of the T6 gate technology from a T6 interstellar civilization. They then combined it with other technologies, and after extensive research and development, they succeeded. Interestingly, despite being one of the few homegrown technological products of the Flower Ferry Federation, it was never sold externally, possibly due to some form of agreement or restriction. The T6 Flower Ferrygate, a reusable one-way Stargate technology, has always been in high demand in the market. However, this technology does have some notable drawbacks. The biggest issue is its lengthy activation time, requiring nearly half an hour to safely boot up. In contrast, Zhaoqin's Bayou technology is much faster. But considering the Flower Ferry Federation tribe doesn't use it for surprise attacks, speed isn't the most critical factor here. Another significant problem is the Flower Ferrygate's high requirement for spatial stability at the jump location, which greatly limits the number of possible jump points. For example, if the Xiaolong Empire's Bayou technology offers 10,000 potential jump points within a universe, the Flower Ferry Federation tribe's Flower Ferrygate might only offer 100. This undoubtedly increases transportation risks and costs. Spatial stability is closely related to the surrounding environment. A highly technologically modified star system often means lower spatial stability, whereas a primitive and barren star system greatly enhances it. This explains why Zhaoqin's Imperial Guard fleet previously appeared in a dead star system. After passing through the Flower Ferrygate and nearly 2 days of travel, Zhaoqin's fleet finally reached its destination. Before them was the same dark expanse of the universe. The number 6 Bylon Interstellar Transport Fleet completed the cosmic jump, with 29,313 out of 31,120 interstellar transport ships successfully arriving. Zhaoqian overheard Lilith talking to the head of the Interstellar Transport Fleet, learning that they had lost 2,000 ships in just one inter-universe journey. These losses mainly came from the T1 and T2 interstellar transport ships attached to the T4 and T5 ships. What seemed like a safe inter-universe voyage actually had certain requirements for the ships. Those adventurous T1 and T2 transport ships were forever lost in the cosmic turbulence. In contrast, Zhaoqin's Imperial Guard fleet arrived safely. After a brief exchange with the envoy of the villain, Lilith ordered a 10-minute rest period and instructed to contact other transport fleets. Regardless of whether they made contact, they were to proceed as planned. She also reminded Xiong Xiangxiang to ensure security, although it went without saying. Xiong Xiangxiang had already entered combat mode, and the Imperial Guard fleet had set up a defensive perimeter around the number 6 Bylon Interstellar Transport Fleet. The 10 minutes passed quickly, but Zhaoqian and Lilith faced a tricky problem. They had only made contact with 6 interstellar transport fleets, with 3 still missing. Worse, one of the uncontacted fleets was the number 1 Bylon Interstellar Transport Fleet, where Huayanini was located. This situation was worrying and likely indicated they had encountered an attack, preventing them from communicating. This was a scenario neither Zhaoqian nor Lilith wanted to see. Lilith's plan was not only to complete this interstellar trade deal, but also to establish contact with the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group. Huayanini played a crucial role in this plan. What do we do now? Zhaoqian turned to Lilith, the plan's leader. Lilith pondered for a moment and said seriously, we can't just ignore the number 1 Bylon Interstellar Transport Fleet. Our goal from the start was to showcase our value to Huayanini. If something happens to her, or worse, if she's in danger, our plan will be severely impacted. So, what's your next move? Zhaoqian asked. Lilith pulled up a star map provided by the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group for this escort mission. She explained, from our current location, if everything goes smoothly, we can reach Jinshan County in 15 hours. I suggest we split our forces. One part of the fleet will continue escorting the transport ships, and the other will search for the number 1 Bylon Interstellar Transport Fleet. Zhaoqian nodded in agreement with the plan. However, when the number 6 Bylon Interstellar Transport Fleet's leader noticed the reduced number of escort ships, he immediately contacted Lilith, anxiously questioning why some ships had left. Lilith explained that those ships had been damaged during the cosmic jump and needed to stay behind for repairs. Although this excuse was somewhat flimsy, the Flower Ferry leader had no choice but to accept it, despite likely filing a complaint after the mission. To Zhaoqian and Lilith, these concerns were irrelevant. Their true objective was never just this interstellar transport mission. Unfortunately, Zhaoqian and Lilith's suspicions were correct. Huayanini was indeed in great trouble. Her number 1 Bylon Interstellar Transport Fleet was under a sudden ambush. Huayanini stood in the command cabin, her gaze fixed on the fierce interstellar battlefield outside the porthole. Her brows were furrowed with worry. Having just completed a warp jump, her fleet barely had a moment to rest at their destination when an onslaught of unidentified starships launched a sudden and ferocious attack. To make matters worse, it seemed there were devices jamming their communications, leaving them unable to call for help or know the status of other transport fleets. A video window popped up, revealing the stern face of a male commander. He reported bluntly, "Commander Huayanini, our situation is dire. The enemy fleet is massive, with an estimated 50,000 ships. While most are T2 class, there are over 1,000 T5 class ships and possibly even a T6 class super battleship. T4 class ships number between 3 to 5,000, with the rest being T3 and T2 classes. Judging by their combat style, they include both regular military and mercenary fleets. This is clearly a premeditated attack." Huayanini's expression grew more serious as she asked, "So, you're saying we can't break through with all 30,000 of our transport ships?" "Impossible," the male mercenary commander replied firmly. Huayanini quickly considered her options. "If we sacrifice some of the transport ships and break through with the rest, what are our chances?" The commander pondered for a moment before giving his assessment. "Based on the strength of my Ranger Hunter mercenary fleet, we can only cover a breakout for up to 5,000 transport ships, and they must be high-speed ones that can keep up with our warships. Any more would just slow us down." Huayanini weighed the pros and cons swiftly. Abandoning nearly 4/5 of the transport ships meant significant losses. Although captives might be released later, the seized goods would likely be irretrievable, and the ransom would be astronomical. Worse still, some might even demand ransom for the captured Waxianzi. However, hesitation in such a critical moment would only lead to greater losses. "All right, we'll break through with 5,000 transport ships," Huayanini decided decisively. "Understood. I'll make arrangements immediately. We'll attempt the breakout in 10 minutes. The male commander responded promptly. Huayanini quickly relayed the decision to all the transport ships. Each ship had a Waxianzi representative on board. Those who learned that their ships were to be abandoned felt fear, but did not resent the decision. They had been informed of such possibilities when they took the job, understanding that the leader would prioritize maximizing benefits, even if it meant sacrificing some ships. Huayanini also instructed that if the breakout succeeded, the remaining transport ships should surrender immediately to minimize losses. After 10 tense minutes of preparation, the Ranger Hunter mercenary fleet escorted 5,000 transport ships, initiating the breakout in the predetermined direction. The attackers quickly noticed this movement, as their mission was to stop these transports from reaching Jinshan County at any cost. The enemy fleet split into two groups, one continuing to surround the remaining transport ships, and the other pursuing the breakout fleet. In this life-and-death chase, both sides were locked in a relentless pursuit. The enemy ships clung tightly to Huayanini's fleet, preventing them from shaking off the pursuit. Just when they were about to be encircled again, a series of engine halos suddenly appeared in the distance. Seeing this, Huayanini's heart sank instantly. "Damn it!" Huayanini gritted her teeth as she stared at the screen. Countless enemy starships swarmed like locusts. This transport mission was on the brink of failure. Although only their fleet was currently under attack, the other 9 fleets were likely facing similar threats. How many of the 10 transport fleets would make it to Jinshan County? The prospects were bleak. The consequences of a failed order were unimaginable. The Bailan Interstellar Trade Group would not only lose everything but also owe a massive penalty. It could crush the entire company. "Sister, I'm sorry. I couldn't complete the task you entrusted to me." Huayanini closed her eyes in guilt. Just then, Waxianzi exclaimed, "Wait, those aren't enemy ships. That emblem. It's the mercenary corps we hired." Huayanini's eyes snapped open. She scrutinized the distant ships and their faintly visible emblems. Sure enough, it was the mercenary corps. While relieved, she was also puzzled. Wasn't this fleet supposed to be escorting Bailan Fleet 6? Though she couldn't make sense of it, it was undoubtedly good news. The mercenary corps began firing at the attackers, their shots precisely threading through friendly ships to hit the enemy. Holy crap, these guys must be insane. The commander of the Ranger Hunter Corps was dumbfounded. Firing so close to friendly ships was a reckless gamble. Huayanini calmed down and immediately ordered, "Get me their commander." Soon, a video window popped up, revealing a man and a woman. Huayanini scrutinized them, especially the masked man said to be the never-before-seen commander of the mercenary corps. "First of all, thank you for your support. But I need to know, why are you here?" Huayanini asked directly. Lilith explained that they had lost contact with Bailan Fleet 1 and, fearing an attack, split their forces to provide support. Huayanini was about to speak when Lilith interjected, "I know this goes against your previous orders, but given the urgency, we'll discuss the details later. Delaying any further could jeopardize the cargo transfer and pose safety risks." Huayanini nodded in agreement. "You're right. Let's get out of here." "Not us, you," Lilith corrected with a smile. She pointed in the direction Huayanini was escaping. "There are over 20,000 transport ships still needing rescue. Boss, you take these transport ships and retreat. We'll go rescue the trapped fleets." "What? You're going to rescue those surrounded transport ships?" Huayanini was astonished. A disdainful voice chimed in, "Hey, don't think that just because you showed up in time, you're heroes. There are tens of thousands of enemy ships over there, including thousands of T5 class warships. How many do you have? Less than 2,000? Going to support them now is a death wish. Don't say we didn't warn you. Hearing this, Lilith's lips curled into a defiant smile. Who says we can't save them? All right, I won't waste your time anymore. Evacuate quickly and wait for us in Jinshan County, Lilith said, promptly ending the communication. As soon as the communication ended, the support fleet from the Vile Messenger Mercenary Corps charged through the gaps in their own fleet like arrows, heading straight for the retreating enemy. Along the way, both fleets exchanged heavy fire, with the Vile Messenger Mercenary Corps seemingly gaining the upper hand. Boss, what should we do now? The commander of the Ranger Hunter Mercenary Corps turned to Huayanini, his brow furrowed. Don't be fooled by the Vile Messenger Mercenary Corps' current advantage. They haven't encountered the enemy's main fleet yet. Fighting the enemy and covering the evacuation of the interstellar transport fleet are two entirely different tasks. If we linger any longer, we might end up in danger. Our top priority should be to ensure these goods reach their destination safely. Huayanini remained silent for a moment, taking a deep breath. As a pragmatic and profit-driven interstellar trader from the Flower Fairy, she knew what the wisest choice was at this moment. Plot a course immediately and head for Jinshan County, she ordered decisively. Understood. The commander responded, promptly beginning the preparations. Huayanini glanced back at the Vile Messenger Mercenary Corps fleet charging into battle without hesitation, silently hoping they could withdraw more of their ships. However, little did they know, it was the enemy's ships that were truly heading towards their doom. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, Zhao Chun sat leisurely in the command chair, fingers lightly stroking his chin. Commander Xiong, does the Dragon Emperor need to intervene in this battle? He asked calmly. Commander Xiong smiled and responded, Your Majesty, are you joking with me? These small fries need the Dragon Emperor's help? If that's the case, I might as well step down as the commander of the Imperial Guard fleet. How long will it take? Zhao Chun asked directly. Xiong pondered for a moment and replied, To resolve this situation, no more than 5 hours. Although we only have 2,000 Imperial Guard fleet ships, while they have 50,000, to me, they're just targets. But even target practice takes some time. It's all yours, Zhao Chun said indifferently. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Xiong accepted the order, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. In her view, being destroyed by the Imperial Guard fleet was an honor for these insignificant starships. What followed was a massacre in space. 2,000 starships against 50,000. Yet it was a one-sided battle. On the interstellar transport ships of the Bylon Interstellar Trading Group, the captain and officers watched in awe. Their initial fear turned to surprise, then to worry, and finally to sustained shock throughout the entire event. Their minds were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, at the number 1 Jinshan port in Jinshan County, several interstellar transport ships from the Bylon Interstellar Trading Group had already begun to arrive. The eldest son of the Jinshan County Lord had been waiting anxiously. Seeing the transport ships arrive, he immediately ordered the unloading and arranged for the core modules to be transported to the Starship Factory to complete the final assembly of the T5 interstellar warships. These T5 warships were crucial for Jinshan County, essentially their lifeline. However, the current situation was far from optimistic. The eldest son of the Jinshan County Lord quickly made his way to a docking bridge, just in time to see Huayanini disembark from one of the transport ships. He hurried towards Huayanini, anxiety written all over his face. Lady Huayanini, his voice trembled slightly, to date, your interstellar transport fleet has only delivered 2,300 out of the 3,000 orders. We're still short by 700, and we only have 5 hours left until the agreed deadline. He locked eyes with Huayanini. Can you ensure this order will be completed? You must understand, this shipment is crucial for the survival of Jinshan County. Huayanini felt the wave of anxiety emanating from him, and she was equally worried inside. The original plan had been to procure extra goods to counter potential interceptions, and most of the transport ships should have already arrived at the Jinshan County port by now. She realized the only possibility was that the fleet had been attacked, and the situation might be dire. There's still 5 hours left, Huayanini said, trying to remain calm. Please trust the Byran Interstellar Trade Group. Even if we fail to complete the order, we will honor our commitment and pay the appropriate penalties. This was something her sister had taught her since childhood. No matter how difficult the situation, an interstellar merchant must remain composed. The eldest son of the Jinshan County Lord, upon hearing this, sat on the ground in anger, completely disregarding his manners. He knew very well that if Jinshan County couldn't overcome this crisis, all etiquette would become meaningless. Survival was the priority. Huayanini gazed into the distant depths of space, thinking about the evil envoy mercenary fleet. She mocked her own naivety. How could just 2,000 warships possibly rescue the Byran fleet when surrounded by an enemy several times larger? She could only hope that other Byran interstellar transport fleets would break through and arrive in time. As the minutes ticked by with only an hour remaining, the eldest son of the Jinshan County Lord stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and said coldly, I hope the Byran Interstellar Trade Group keeps its promise and pays the penalty. Even though Jinshan County's survival is on the line, this compensation is crucial for our survival after we escape. Huayan Nini bit her lip and clenched her fists. If they really had to pay the penalty, the Byran Interstellar Trade Group might face bankruptcy. In the Flower Fairy Federation, a bankrupt trade group would be strictly managed, with all assets liquidated to fulfill their final obligations. If the liquidation couldn't cover the debts, the remaining amount would be taken over by the Federation, and the bankrupt merchants would have to work for the Federation for life to repay the debt. Just as the eldest son of the Jinshan County Lord was about to leave, someone suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed, Look over there! Interstellar warships are approaching. Judging by the engine halos, there must be tens of thousands of them. Huayan Nini was overwhelmed with excitement, pressing her face against the floor-to-ceiling window to get a better look at the approaching fleet. The eldest son of the Jinshan County Lord also hurried closer, asking his subordinates to identify the warships. The answer came quickly. A familiar video communication appeared before Huayan Nini. It was the evil envoy mercenary fleet that had recently rescued them. Hello, boss, Lilith said with a teasing smile. Not only did we complete the mission, we exceeded it. Shouldn't the reward be a bit higher? Report, all 3,000 orders have been delivered. We have an extra 130 units left, the subordinate hurriedly reported to Huayan Nini, with a hint of excitement in their voice. Hearing this, Huayan Nini quickly glanced at her watch and let out a sigh of relief. A slight smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she turned her gaze to the eldest son of the Jinshan County Lord. Good day, she said calmly. There are still 15 minutes left until the deadline. We've delivered all the goods as required. The Byran Interstellar Trade Group has completed this transaction. Do you have any objections? The eldest son of the Jinshan County Lord looked at Huayan Nini with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected them to actually complete the order at the last moment. Strictly speaking, receiving the goods on time was certainly a good thing. However, if there had been a slight delay, or if they had been short by a few dozen units, they could have saved a considerable amount on shipping costs. Yet, at this point, he had nothing more to say. No, there are no issues with the order, he said seriously. We will proceed with the payment. As he finished speaking, his gaze inadvertently swept over the newly arrived mercenary fleet at the port. Which mercenary fleet is that? He asked, with a hint of curiosity. The outlaw envoy mercenary fleet, Huayan Nini replied calmly. The eldest son of the Jinshan County Lord repeated the name softly, as if etching it into his memory, then turned and left. He had a mountain of work to deal with, including the assembly of 3,000 T5 interstellar battleships. Watching him leave, Huayan Nini finally relaxed completely. She quickly returned to her interstellar transport ship and collapsed onto the sofa, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Completing this order and receiving the payment won't make the Byran Interstellar Trade Group rise to prominence, but at least it will give us a breather, she murmured to herself, then looked up at her subordinate with a serious expression. Summon the leader of the Byran 1 Interstellar Transport Fleet who remained on the battlefield. I want to meet her in person. The subordinate promptly obeyed. Shortly after, a ferry officer hurried in. Madam, what are your orders? She asked respectfully. Huayan Nini looked her straight in the eye, her tone stern. Tell me, what happened to the part of our interstellar transport fleet that stayed on the battlefield after we broke through and left? The officer immediately detailed the events that took place. They had been preparing to surrender as instructed, and some transport ships had even begun the surrender procedure. At that moment, the outlaw envoy mercenary fleet suddenly appeared, ordering them to retreat at a steady pace in a specific direction. Simultaneously, this fleet destroyed the enemy warships with astonishing efficiency. You said crush them? Huayan Nini asked in disbelief. The enemy had nearly 50,000 warships, and they only had 2,000. The difference in numbers was over 20 times. How could it have been a crushing defeat? Madam, I am not exaggerating, the ferry officer replied firmly. It was indeed a crushing defeat. The outlaw envoy fleet coordinated flawlessly. Damaged warships would immediately withdraw, and allied ships would swiftly cover them. More crucially, they had a number of interstellar missile ships. The firepower from these missile ships inflicted significant deterrence and damage on the enemy. The strength of the fleet of the Marauders Mercenary Corps is truly astonishing. Not only do they possess a variety of interstellar warships, but their crew is also nearly perfect, covering all major ship types. In battle, the coordination between different classes of ships is remarkably seamless. In an intense space battle, the Marauders faced nearly 50,000 enemy ships with just 2,000 of their own. Amidst the blazing gunfire and interwoven energy beams forming a deadly web, enemy ships exploded one after another, turning into cosmic fireworks. In the end, the enemy lost nearly 20,000 ships, and the remaining ones, losing their will to fight, scattered and fled. Even more incredible was that the Marauders lost fewer than 100 ships. Most of these losses were due to severe damage, and the ships were voluntarily abandoned, with the crew evacuating in escape pods and being picked up by friendly ships. The remaining ships only sustained minor damage and retained their formidable combat capability. Hua Yanini listened to the report from her officer, her face filled with disbelief. She frowned in thought, realizing that such a feat was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary mercenary group. "Did you record the battle?" she asked seriously. "Yes, we did," the officer replied. "Transmit all the battlefield videos to me," Hua Yanini ordered. "This matter must not be discussed or leaked." "Understood," the officer responded and left. Hua Yanini walked to the porthole and gazed out at the docking area of the Marauders' fleet. She muttered to herself, "Marauders? Who exactly are you? Such combat prowess is not typical of a mercenary group. What is your purpose in approaching the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group?" She meticulously reviewed the battlefield videos, confirming that the officer's report was accurate. What shocked her even more was that those seemingly old ships were likely T4 class or higher, possibly even including top-tier T6 class warships. More importantly, the Marauders' combat style was disciplined and orderly, unlike the usual disarray of mercenaries, more akin to a well-trained regular army. Half an hour passed without any initiative from the Marauders. Hua Yanini decided to break the deadlock and directly contacted the highest commander of the group. The video call was quickly connected. On the screen appeared a man and a woman. The woman stood with black markings on her face, while the man sat wearing an odd mask. Hua Yanini got straight to the point. "Who exactly are you?" We're the Marauders Mercenary Corps, of course," Lilith replied with a smile. "Boss, why are you suddenly asking this?" Hua Yanini didn't mince words. The Marauders are indeed impressive, but even at their peak, they couldn't have taken on 50,000 enemy ships with just 2,000. "I don't know your true identity, but since you're willing to help us complete the order, I assume you mean us no harm. What are your intentions regarding the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group? You might as well be upfront." Hua Yanini wore a candid expression, showing no intention of hiding her thoughts. Lilith, with a slight smile on her lips, said warmly, "Since the boss has spoken, there's no need for us to beat around the bush. To be honest, we're here to discuss a partnership. We want to establish a collaboration with your Bylon Interstellar Trading Group." Hua Yanini furrowed her brows and asked directly, "A partnership?" "Naturally, our Bylon Interstellar Trading Group has its reservations. As business people, we maintain vigilance with all potential partners. But before we proceed, shouldn't we first understand who you are? You seem to know a lot about Bylon Interstellar Trading Group, yet I have no idea who you are. This hardly seems like the appropriate attitude for a potential partnership, does it?" Still smiling, Lilith replied calmly, "Because the partnership we're proposing isn't just any ordinary collaboration. It's the kind that could elevate Bylon Interstellar Trading Group to the top of the Waxianzi Federation's interstellar trading hierarchy." Hua Yanini's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Becoming the strongest interstellar trading group within the Waxianzi Federation was the ultimate dream of every Waxianzi interstellar trader. She knew well that the capacity of a single interstellar trading group had its limits, and the Waxianzi Federation, in the interest of fairness, wouldn't favor any single group. However, becoming the most powerful interstellar trading group would enable one to harness the Federation's vast resources, unleashing unimaginable power. To achieve this, one would need to capture at least 51 of the interstellar trade market share. While this seems just over half, it represents a formidable barrier even for the current top 10 Waxianzi interstellar trading groups. The strongest among them barely holds 30 of the market share, far from the 51 target. Despite her shock, a hint of skepticism crept onto Hua Yanini's face. "That's quite a bold claim. What makes you so confident you can achieve this?" Lilith's expression remained unchanged as she revealed their origin. "We come from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." Hua Yanini's expression froze, her eyes reflecting a mix of incredulity, shock, complexity, and curiosity. Clearly, this well-informed interstellar trader had heard of the rising Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. "The Xiaolong Empire? I've heard much about it. I never expected to meet under these circumstances." Hua Yanini's demeanor became noticeably more respectful. She knew she was facing a T6 technological civilization that had recently gained an upper hand in battles against the Devourer civilization. In terms of military strength, this empire was among the top 3 of the interstellar civilizations the Waxianzi Federation had encountered. Hua Yanini's gaze fell on the masked man seated in the captain's chair, her thoughts racing. As an excellent interstellar trader, understanding the intelligence of other interstellar powers was fundamental. One widely known fact about the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was that, within its ranks, especially the military, there was only one supreme male commander, with the rest being female. And now, the man in the captain's chair. Zhao Chen slowly removed his mask and said calmly, "It's me." Hua Yanini was stunned. She couldn't fathom what could have brought the emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire to disguise himself and appear here. Could it be that he truly intended to elevate Bailan Interstellar Trading Group to the top of the Waxianzi Federation, as he had suggested? What seemed like a far-fetched idea before now seemed within the realm of possibility. Zhao Chen spoke. Our goal, as stated, is to form the deepest alliance with Bailan Interstellar Trading Group. We will provide you with everything you desire. Huaya Nini stared at the Xiaolong Emperor in front of her, her eyes filled with a mix of wariness and curiosity. And what is it that you want from us? As an interstellar trader, Huaya Nini knew well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. She quietly listened as Lilith laid out her vision, painting a beautiful picture of cooperation between the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Bairand Interstellar Trade Group. Lilith's words were as sweet as honey, even making Zhao Chun, who was standing nearby, feel tempted. After a long while, Lilith finished speaking. Huaya Nini was still lost in thought, taking a moment to snap back to reality. She cautiously appraised the woman who always wore a smile, feeling a twinge of wariness. Her sister had warned her that those with silver tongues were the most dangerous. Before you know it, you could be sold off and still help count the money. Swallowing hard, Huaya Nini said seriously, what you're proposing is significant, and I don't have the authority to decide. However, I can arrange for you to meet my sister, the top executive of the Bairand Interstellar Trade Group. Zhao Chen glanced at Lilith beside him, quietly admiring her strategy. Originally, they could have directly sought an audience with Huaya Lanlan, but this approach would likely be more effective in achieving their goal. Lilith readily agreed. No problem. Huaya Nini immediately responded. Then please follow me back to the Waxianzi Federation Tribe Universe. I will arrange for you to meet my sister as soon as possible. Lilith nodded slightly. Please hurry. Our emperor is very busy and has a tight schedule. Huaya Nini's expression changed slightly at these words, and she urgently assured, rest assured, I will make the arrangements immediately. If necessary, I can accompany you back first and leave the matters here to my subordinates. We can depart within 5 hours and arrange a meeting with my sister within 72 hours. After the video communication ended, Huaya Nini hurried to make the necessary arrangements, delegating all order handover tasks to her trusted subordinates. On the other side, Zhao Chen looked at Lilith and asked, how confident are you in convincing Huaya Lanlan? Completely, Lilith replied with full confidence. Zhao Chen was a bit surprised. You're that sure she will agree? Lilith explained. I trust her nature as an interstellar trader. Adventurous, greedy, crazy yet calm, these are the traits of an excellent trader. Among all the interstellar traders in the Waxianzi Federation tribe, Huaya Lanlan is the most outstanding. She will definitely choose to cooperate with us, without a doubt. Listening to Lilith's resolute words, Zhao Chun smiled slightly. Then I'll be waiting to see the show our esteemed secretary puts on next. In a galaxy within the Flower Fairy Federation tribe universe, the headquarters of the Bailan Interstellar Trade Group stands tall in the bustling commercial district. The group's president, Huaya Lanlan, is in her spacious office, deeply engrossed in handling a mountain of documents. Her gaze falls on a procurement report, and her brow furrows involuntarily. Why have the procurement costs gone up again? She asks, turning to her deputy with a hint of displeasure in her voice. The deputy quickly explains. It's because the product's place of origin suffered a natural disaster, significantly reducing last year's production. The supply chain is tight, so procurement costs have naturally risen. Upon hearing this, Huaya Lanlan immediately starts calculating on the holographic screen. Her fingers fly over the virtual keyboard, and she quickly arrives at a troubling conclusion. At this price, even if we successfully complete the order, our net profit will be less than 10. The deputy tentatively suggests, can we raise the transportation fees and selling price to make up for it? Huaya Lanlan shakes her head, a trace of concern flashing in her eyes. The market for this product is already very competitive. If we raise prices now, downstream sellers might turn to other suppliers. We have several competitors eyeing our market share. The deputy nods in understanding. Huaya Lanlan continues to browse other documents and then pulls up a financial report. Her voice carries a hint of tension. Our funds have already hit the warning line. If Nini's large order can't be completed on time, our cash flow might be in trouble. We might have to give up some market share by then. Mentioning this possibility, Huaya Lanlan's expression turns serious. She knows well that giving up market share seems simple, but acquiring it originally took significant effort and time. Letting it go now would be like cutting off a limb. Is there any news from Huaya Nini? Huaya Lanlan asks impatiently, her tone revealing her anxiety. The deputy replies, under normal circumstances, it will take at least 2 to 3 more days to complete the order, load the payment, and return to our universe. Huaya Lanlan rubs her temples and closes her eyes, murmuring to herself, yes, it will take that long. How could I forget that? The recent stress has evidently affected this strong woman's memory. At that moment, an unexpected video call interrupts her thoughts. Seeing that the caller ID is her sister, Huaya Nini, she is taken aback. Why the early contact? Did something go wrong? Despite the internal alarm bells, Huaya Lanlan maintains her composure and answers the call. Her sister Huaya Nini's image immediately appears on the holographic screen. Sis, Huaya Nini greets warmly. Huaya Lanlan, however, skips the pleasantries and gets straight to the point. What's wrong? Were you attacked by robbers? Are you injured? Do you need us to send support? Tell them we can agree to any condition as long as you are unharmed. Huaya Nini is momentarily stunned, then realizes her sister has misunderstood the situation. She quickly reassures her with a smile. Sis, don't worry, I'm perfectly safe. The order has been completed successfully. The goods were delivered on time and in full, and the buyer has confirmed everything. Our fleet is currently loading the payment at Jinshan County Port. I returned early because of some matters, but everything over there has been arranged. Hearing this good news, Huaya Lanlan's tense nerves finally relax. The worry on her face dissipates, replaced by a relieved smile. The order is completed? That's fantastic. This is crucial for our Bylon Interstellar Trade Group. With this payment, we won't have any major issues for the next 6 months. After a brief pause, Huaya Lanlan curiously asks, So, what brought you back early to contact me? Usually, interstellar traders oversee the entire transaction process until they return with the payment and it's accounted for. Huaya Nini, breaking her usual cautious demeanor, rushed back to headquarters and entered her sister Huaya Lanlan's office with a grave expression. Her serious look was unsettling as she began, Sister, I have something very important to tell you. Huaya Lanlan immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. She glanced around at her deputies and ordered sternly, You all, leave us. The deputies quickly exited, leaving the office in complete silence. Huaya Lanlan pressed a concealed button, transforming the room into a highly secure space, blocking any potential eavesdropping devices. You may speak now. Huaya Lanlan indicated for her sister to begin her report. Without hesitation, Huaya Nini detailed the intelligence regarding the fleet of the Marauders Mercenary Corps and the Jiaolong Interstellar Empire. Initially, Huaya Lanlan listened with a blank expression, but when she learned that the Jiaolong Interstellar Empire's fleet was disguised as the Marauders Mercenary Corps, and that the Jiaolong Emperor himself was hidden among them, her face turned extremely stern. I understand. Huaya Lanlan nodded. Since you've already made arrangements, why did you come back to discuss this in person? I thought the same, Huaya Nini explained, but their envoy seemed very urgent. I suspect that while we might be their first choice for an alliance, we are not their only option. That's why I rushed back. We have already returned to the Fairy Federation tribal universe and are expected to arrive at the headquarters starport in 10 hours. Got it. I will handle the follow-up. Huaya Lanlan responded succinctly. After the communication ended, Huaya Lanlan sat motionless, her mind racing. Jiaolong Interstellar Empire, Jiaolong Emperor, collaboration. This sudden news completely disrupted her work plans. She quickly contacted her first deputy and canceled all engagements for the next 24 hours. Then, she used her highest authority to access all available information on the Jiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Jiaolong Emperor, preparing thoroughly for the upcoming meeting. Hours later, Huaya Lanlan stood at the starport, watching as the Marauders Mercenary Corps fleet slowly docked. Despite the ship's aged exteriors, she did not underestimate them. These were Jiaolong-class interstellar warships, among the most advanced in the known universe, even surpassing the Holy Elf Empire and the Devourer Civilization's vessels. Taking a deep breath, Huaya Lanlan boarded her shuttle and approached one of the enormous interstellar warships. As she got closer, she could feel the immense pressure emanating from the ship's hull, a sensation far more overwhelming than any T-6 class warship she had encountered before. Following the guidance, Huaya Lanlan navigated to a hatch and docked her shuttle at the designated berth. Stepping out, she saw a squad of interstellar soldiers waiting. Greetings. I am ordered to escort you. The leading officer saluted. Please allow us to confirm you are unarmed. Huaya Lanlan cooperated with the inspection and then followed the soldiers deeper into the warship. Despite its old exterior, the interior was pristine and state-of-the-art, reflecting the advanced technology of a T-6 class warship. Soon, they arrived at a large door. The officer knocked lightly, and a beam of light scanned everyone present. The door slid open silently, and the officer stepped aside. Please enter. His Majesty is expecting you. Huaya Lanlan stepped into the room, first greeted by a priceless jade screen. Walking around it, she entered a modestly decorated yet unmistakably luxurious hall. Though the decorations were few, each piece was invaluable, including the massive jade stone at the entrance, which would start at millions of star credits on the market, if it were even available. In the center of the hall, several beams of light descended vertically from the ceiling, illuminating a small round table in a bright halo. The table was just big enough to seat fewer than 10 people. At the head of the table sat a man, holding a teacup, gently blowing away the steam before taking a slow sip. To his right sat a stunningly beautiful woman, whom Huaya Lanlan immediately recognized as a rare succubus. On the other side of the table was Huaya Lanlan's younger sister, Huaya Nini. Upon seeing her sister arrive, Hua Nini stood up excitedly and said, "Sister, you're here. Let me introduce everyone." She pointed to Hua Lanlan. "This is my sister, Hua Lanlan, the chief executive officer and highest authority of the Bailon Interstellar Trade Group." Hua Lanlan slightly bowed as a gesture of courtesy. Hua Nini continued, "This is Miss Lilith, the chief secretary of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. And this is His Majesty, the current emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." Lilith gave a slight nod without any expression. Zhao Chen put down his teacup and gestured to the seat opposite him. "Please." Hua Lanlan did not stand on ceremony and took her seat directly. Zhao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Hua Lanlan, your reputation precedes you. I heard that the Bailon Interstellar Trade Group was predicted to go bankrupt 20 years ago, but you managed to pull it back from the brink and keep it going for another 2 decades. Your Majesty, you flatter me." "It was merely luck on my part," Hua Lanlan responded humbly. "It pales in comparison to your mighty achievements. In less than 10 years, you established a unified interstellar empire within a universe and elevated the entire interstellar civilization from T4 to T6. Facing the invasion of the Order and the devouring civilization, you stood firm and fought bravely, becoming the first interstellar civilization to repel the devouring civilization. Meeting you is an honor." Zhao Chen remained unfazed and continued, "Indeed, as an interstellar trader, your eloquence is impressive. Since we are meeting here today, I assume Miss Nini has already informed you of the purpose of our visit. Let's not waste time with formalities. In the eyes of interstellar traders, time is money. Can you tell me now whether you are willing to ally with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire?" Hua Lanlan was taken aback by the emperor's directness, but quickly regained her composure and smiled. "Your straightforwardness surprises me, Your Majesty. I appreciate this direct approach. Since you've been so forthright, I won't waste time either. As for the alliance, I cannot give you an answer right now. It's not that we are unwilling, but such a significant decision requires careful consideration. It concerns the future of the Bailon Interstellar Trade Group." Zhao Chen said nothing, simply taking another sip of tea. The atmosphere grew tense. At this moment, Lilith spoke up, "It's natural that you need time to think. We can give you that time." She pointed to a burning thread not far away, with faint wisps of smoke rising under the light. "That is dragon tiger incense, a specialty of one of our star regions. It clears the mind and refreshes the senses. One stick burns for about 30 minutes. Lilith's gaze turned cold. "As the chief executive officer of the Bailon Interstellar Trade Group, half an hour should be enough time for you to decide, right?" Hua Lanlan was startled, not expecting such pressure. She replied reluctantly, "Half an hour? This, we flower fairies are always cautious in negotiations. Isn't half an hour a bit too short?" "Half an hour isn't long, but it's enough to make a decision," Lilith responded coldly. The emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and his secretary, Lilith, had arrived, and time was of the essence. Lilith's cold smile made Hua Yalan realize that this succubus was far more than just a creature of beauty and allure as rumors suggested. Her sharp words and composed demeanor showcased her prowess as the highest-ranking secretary of the empire. Taking a deep breath, Hua Yalan looked directly at Lilith and the emperor of Xiaolong. She got straight to the point. "Can the support you promised truly help the Bairan Interstellar Trade Group become the most powerful trading group in the Flower Fairy Federation? Currently, the strongest group controls only 30 of the market resources." Lilith responded calmly, her voice as smooth as silk but with a hidden edge. "The Flower Fairy Federation ostensibly does not engage in arms trading, but in reality, it deals in interstellar warship components, such as the goods you are shipping to Jinshan County. You act as intermediaries, facilitating transactions even for opposing parties." Hua Yalan nodded silently, internally startled by Lilith's precise understanding of their trade structure. Lilith continued, 40% of your profits come from interstellar transport. Essentially, you are both a middleman and an interstellar transporter." Lilith's words were like an enchanting spell, gradually painting an enticing future. She mentioned the interstellar warship components, weapon modules, engines, and core energy produced by Xiaolong, products whose value was self-evident, their battlefield performance serving as the best advertisement. Then, Lilith pointed out the Flower Fairy Federation's shortcoming in interstellar transport and outdated fleet. She skillfully dangled the bait. "What if we could provide you with T5-level interstellar transport ships, or even their production lines and technology?" It was as if two little devils were whispering in Hua Yalan's mind, one extolling the virtues of Xiaolong products, the other sketching out the blueprint of advanced transport ships. At that moment, Lilith played her final trump card. "If our cooperation goes well, T6-level interstellar transport ships are not out of the question." These words struck Hua Yalan's heart like a heavy blow, making her seriously consider the tempting offer. The T6-class interstellar transport ship unfurled its holographic projection slowly before Hua Lalan and Hua Nini, its massive form seemingly eclipsing the light in the entire conference room. This T6 Star Whale-class super heavy interstellar transport ship, currently in service with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, was a dream beyond reach for any flower fairy interstellar trader. Lilith noticed the changing expressions of the two sisters across from her. Huaya Lalun's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes flickering with a mix of hesitation and longing, while Huaya Nini stared unblinkingly at the hologram, as if she were admiring a rare treasure. This is our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's most advanced T6 Star Whale-class super heavy interstellar transport ship. Lilith's voice brimmed with pride. Among all known interstellar civilizations, it stands unparalleled. She began detailing the ship's capabilities, its enormous cargo capacity, speeds comparable to conventional transport ships, outstanding short-term acceleration, and the ability to quickly interwarp travel. Its hull armor is exceptionally sturdy, and its overall performance is nothing short of perfect, Lilith added. Next, Lilith compared the T6 transport ship to the Flower Fairy Federation's most advanced T5 class transport ship. The price of our T6 transport ship is 200 times that of yours, but the cargo capacity is 10,000 times greater. In terms of overall transport efficiency, it equates to 500,000 of your T5 class transport ships. Lilith paused, observing the sisters' reactions. Huaya Lalun's expression grew more complicated, while Huaya Nini's eyes were already filled with desire. If you agree to ally with us, we can grant Bailan Interstellar Trading Group the purchasing rights for this warship. This is a unique opportunity, Lilith continued. We understand you might have concerns about funding, but once we are allies, everything is negotiable. Low-interest loans, collateralized goods, everything is on the table. Lilith then introduced the T5 Star Kung-class super heavy interstellar transport ship, highlighting its performance advantages and flexible pricing strategy. The external price is 2 trillion star credits, but for allies, we can reduce it to 500 billion, or even 100 billion star credits, she said with a smile. In comparison, your current T5 class transport ships cost 500 billion star credits each and are only a 20th as efficient as ours. Lastly, Lilith mentioned a more economical option, the T4 Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ship, priced at 80 billion star credits externally, but with similar discounts for allies. This torrent of information hit Huaya Lalun and Huaya Nini like a storm. Huaya Lalun's resolve began to waver, while Huaya Nini could barely contain her eagerness, glancing anxiously at her sister, seemingly ready to persuade her at any moment. Lilith's words were like meticulously packaged sweet bombs, hitting the sisters' hearts with precision. The terms for these interstellar transport ships were simply too tempting to resist. Lilith smiled as she introduced, we have the T3 White Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ship, priced at 8 billion star coins per unit, and the Moose-class heavy interstellar transport ship, priced at 1 million star coins per unit. However, these transport ships are considered outdated technology for us at Xiaolong Military Industries. Of course, if you're interested, we can transfer the production technology of these transport ships to you. As long as we are friends, everything is negotiable. Upon hearing this, Huaya Nini couldn't help but gasp. She finally understood why Emperor Xiaolong and Secretary Lilith were so confident earlier, claiming they could help the Bairan Interstellar Trade Group gain over 51 market share in the Flower Fairy Federation in a short time. With such powerful support, this goal was indeed not a pipe dream. Several feasible strategies began to form in Huaya Nini's mind, ones that could quickly expand Bairan Interstellar Trade Group's influence and market share. Huaya Lanlan's expression became unusually complex. She had already prepared a polite refusal, knowing that there is no such thing as a free lunch, especially when dealing with a giant like the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. However, at this moment, she found her stance wavering. The conditions offered by Emperor Xiaolong were too tempting to easily reject. Despite her inner turmoil, Huaya Lanlan forced herself to stay calm and asked tentatively, so, are you planning to control our Bairan Interstellar Trade Group? Make us your puppets? Lilith immediately shook her head in denial. Puppets? No, 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 we have no such intentions. At least not with your Bairan Interstellar Trade Group. Admittedly, when dealing with some uncooperative interstellar forces, we might support some puppets, but that's a last resort. Even in those situations, we grant those in power considerable autonomy. If your Bairan Interstellar Trade Group is willing to cooperate with us, we would never interfere with your independence. You will remain an independent entity, and your business operations and profitability are none of our concern. We are just partners helping each other. Huaya Lanlan looked Lilith straight in the eye and asked firmly, then what exactly do you want from us? I don't believe you would offer so much help for no reason. Seeing Huaya Lanlan's directness, Lilith decided to be straightforward as well. Our demands are quite simple. Firstly, we need more raw materials and markets. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is facing an invasion from the devouring civilization, and we urgently need substantial financial and material resources. Controlling interstellar trade is the best way to acquire these resources. However, establishing a cross-universe trade system in a short time is impossible for us. The Flower Fairy Federation already has a mature trade system and platform. Through this platform, we can sell our products, create market demand, and generate the necessary profits. These profits can then be converted into the raw materials we need and transported back to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Understanding this, Huaya Lanlan nodded. Lilith continued, secondly, there are military considerations. To be honest, we are not only engaging with you but also establishing contacts with other interstellar civilizations. We need to expand our influence, and your connections and trade interactions can significantly accelerate this process. Additionally, your intelligence network is something we require. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Huaya Lanlan could comprehend the need for an intelligence network. Although the Flower Fairy Federation always claimed to be fair and neutral, for their own safety and to maintain an advantage in interstellar trade, they had indeed established an extensive intelligence collection network, almost becoming the largest intelligence system. Lilith finally added, thirdly, if during our development, we unfortunately find ourselves on the opposite side. Lilith's words carried a hint of threat, but there was more honesty in them. She pointed to the incense burning beside her and reminded, you have less than 10 minutes left. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask. I hope we can reach an agreement that satisfies both parties before this incense burns out. Huaya Lanlan was deep in thought, considering the tempting offers before her. T6 and T5 level interstellar transport ships, the possibility of acquiring T4 and T3 level manufacturing blueprints, and access to Xiaolong series military, civilian, and technological products. Not to mention the support of AT6 Technological Civilization Interstellar Empire. These could help her Huaya Interstellar Trade Group dominate the market in the Flower Fairy Federation tribes, controlling over 50 of the market share. However, this was undoubtedly a deal with the devil. Even if Zhao Qin promised not to interfere directly with the Flower Fairy Federation tribes now, who could guarantee he would keep his word in the future? After all, an emperor's promise can sometimes be more precious than gold, and other times, less valuable than toilet paper. Huaya Lanlan stood up and pleaded, can we have some time to think it over? Lilith pointed to a side hall adjacent to the main hall. You can rest there. I'll remind you when there's 1 minute left. Thank you, Huaya Lanlan said gratefully, then walked towards the side hall with her sister, Huaya Nini. Once inside the side hall, separated only by a curtain, Huaya Lanlan took out a device. When she activated it, a light screen enveloped the two sisters. Huaya Nini exclaimed excitedly, sister, don't hesitate. This offer is too good. T6 and T5 level interstellar transport ships, and we can even get T4 and T3 level manufacturing technology. Huaya Lanlan frowned. Technology alone is useless if we don't have the industrial capacity. Plus, the Xiaolong Empire might not allow us to share the technology with other forces for production. Huaya Nini stomped her foot in frustration. Sister, you're usually so smart. How can you be so confused now? We can rely on the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. They have the complete industrial production capabilities. As long as we have the blueprints, they can manufacture for us. They already have T6 level industrial capabilities. We can purchase T3 or T4 level industrial ships or facilities from them. At worst, we can promise some conditions or pay a procurement fee. This way, we can not only buy T5 and T6 level transport ships from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, but also produce T4 and T3 level ones ourselves. We can use this to attract other interstellar traders, expand the market, and further strengthen our Flower Fairy Federation tribes in the future. Huaya Nini's words were as fierce as a barrage of bullets, clearly showing her support for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. This wasn't without reason. The Emperor's generous aid was truly irresistible. Her statements dealt a critical blow to Huaya Lanlan's wavering decision. Huaya Lanlan bit her lip lightly, her brows furrowing as she voiced her concerns. Everything sounds perfect now, but who can guarantee that the Xiaolong Emperor will continue to treat us well in the future? Nini, you should understand that as interstellar traders, the last thing we need is a political stance. It would only hinder our development. Nini immediately retorted, her cheeks flushed with excitement. You're right, but only if we survive first. The Bailon Interstellar Trading Group needs to survive. The recent order from Jinshan County might seem complete, but the payment we received will only keep us afloat for 6 months at most. And then? Moreover, if it weren't for the Xiaolong Emperor's assistance, our interstellar transport fleet wouldn't have been able to deliver the goods on time, and the order would have failed long ago. For the first time, Nini raised her voice to her sister, her anxiety evident. In her heart, the interests of the Bailon Interstellar Trading Group were paramount. Whoever could help the group was her ally. Whoever could restore its former glory was her best partner. Seeing her sister so agitated, Lanlan finally felt her resolve waver. The tightly clenched fists at her sides had somehow relaxed. I understand, she said softly, as if making a significant decision. She deactivated the jamming device and walked toward the side hall. Just then, Lilith approached with a smile. It seems you've made your decision. In the distance, the incense was almost burned out. Lanlan walked straight to where the Xiaolong Emperor was seated. placed her hand on her chest, and bowed slightly, saying solemnly, I, Huaya Lanlan, on behalf of the Bailon Interstellar Trading Group, am willing to cooperate with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Nini followed suit and bowed as well. Zhao Chun stood up, a faint smile on his face, extending his hand. You will be grateful for your decision today. I promise you will not regret it. The Bailon Interstellar Trading Group will become the largest interstellar trading group in the known universe, under your witness. And so, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Bailon Interstellar Trading Group formally allied. The atmosphere was entirely different from before as they resumed their seats. Lanlan spoke, Your Majesty, considering the current situation, we may not be able to publicly acknowledge our relationship with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. If the Huasian interstellar traders are perceived to have the backing of a specific empire, it will undoubtedly affect our trade. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding, rest assured. Until you have an absolute market share and position, I won't require you to publicly side with us. Until then, our cooperation will remain between us. Huaya Lanlan nodded gratefully, silently accepting the secret agreement. Huaya Nini, unable to contain her curiosity, cautiously asked about the previously mentioned cooperation and support. Lilith elegantly stepped forward, her slender fingers making a slight gesture, and several documents appeared out of thin air in front of the sisters. The names of 4 interstellar corporations were prominently listed: Rose Red Dragon, Northern Dragon, Earth Dragon Interstellar Trade, and Northern Goose Group. Lilith explained that these 4 were the most powerful trade groups in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, excelling in various fields. She promised to arrange for the Bairan Group to connect with them, facilitating the sales of Xiaolong's interstellar products. Huaya Nini's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly asked, What about the interstellar transport ships? Lilith raised her hand once more, and another detailed document unfolded. It listed the models, descriptions, and market prices of the Xiaolong Empire's current and former interstellar transport ships. From the T2 Moose class at 1 million star coins to the T5 Star Kung class at 2 trillion star coins, each level's price was clearly marked. However, the T6 Star Whale class super heavy transport ship had a blank space where the price should be. The T6 class hasn't been sold to the public before, so there's no official price, Lilith explained. A rough estimate would be around 500 trillion star coins. The astronomical figure made the sisters gasp. Even the Bairan Group's annual net profit would barely cover the cost of one ship. Sensing their reaction, Lilith added, Considering our alliance, we can offer a 20% discount. Though generous by interstellar trade standards, it was still out of reach for the Bairan Group. The sisters longed for these advanced transport ships, but knew they couldn't acquire them for free. Noticing the change in their expressions, Lilith decided the time was right to present her carefully prepared offer. Lilith smiled and presented 2 options for purchasing interstellar transport ships. The first option offered a 20% discount, but came with the condition that the ships could not be resold. The second option was even more enticing, investing the transport ships into Bailon Interstellar Trade Group's trade business. Assume you purchase an interstellar transport ship, Lilith explained, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. For the next 100 years, we will take 50% of all profits from the trade involving this ship. In return, we can offer you a greater price discount. She gave an example. For instance, this T5 Star Kung class ultra-heavy interstellar transport ship, originally priced at 2 trillion star coins, we can sell to you for 500 billion star coins. That's an astonishing 25% of the original price. Lilith's proposal had deep considerations. While it seemed like she was not interfering with Bailon Interstellar Trade Group's operations, she was actually aiming to get a share of this highly potential market. Not only could she profit from selling the ships, but she could also continuously benefit from future trades. Huaya Lalun fell into deep thought. She keenly perceived Lilith's intentions. Nevertheless, the proposal was not entirely unacceptable. It was essentially a form of investment, with the interstellar transport ship serving as the investment vehicle. At that moment, Huaya Nini eagerly interrupted. What about the production technology for the T2, T3, and T4 level transport ships you mentioned earlier? Her tone was filled with anticipation. Lilith smiled slightly and began to detail the conditions. Regarding the production blueprints for the T2 Moose class, T3 White Whale class, and T4 Giant Whale class heavy interstellar transport ships, we can provide them, but there are a few conditions. She listed them one by one. First, the core modules must be purchased from Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's factories until each model reaches a production volume of 10,000 ships. Second, 50% of the profits from each ship for the next 100 years must go to Xiaolong. Finally, a technology licensing fee must be paid for each ship produced. 50,000 star coins for T2, 2 million star coins for T3, and 100 million star coins for T4. Zhao Chen suppressed a smile. Lilith's conditions seemed stringent, but were cleverly designed to ensure Xiaolong profited from every aspect of Bailon Interstellar Trade Group's operations, while making it hard for them to refuse. After all, compared to the 8 billion star coin price of a T4 transport ship, a 100 million star coin licensing fee was negligible. Huayanini fell into contemplation after hearing this, clearly weighing the complex pros and cons. Seeing this, Lilith added, considering your industrial needs, we can also provide other equipment. For instance, the T2 Hammer class, T3 Furnace class, T4 Twin Star class, and T5 Star class heavy interstellar industrial ships. These industrial ships are more versatile and very convenient to use. The T5 Galaxy class large industrial base has become another key selling point for Lilith. She elaborated on how this fixed production facility offers better cost-effectiveness compared to a mobile industrial ship, while also candidly acknowledging its immobility. Lilith flexibly proposed various payment plans, including full payment and installment options combined with profit sharing, demonstrating her deep understanding of the Flower Fairy's needs. Lilith's sales strategy was comprehensive, covering everything from the Xiaolong series of interstellar goods to interstellar transport ships and industrial ships, creating a complete industrial chain. After finishing her presentation, she fell silent, her eyes gleaming with confidence, as if she already saw the Flower Fairies taking the bait. Zhao Chen timely added, aside from what Lilith mentioned, all we require is a certain percentage of the profits. In other areas, such as personnel arrangements and business dealings, we won't interfere. You'll have complete autonomy. He rubbed his fingers together, making a clear money-making gesture. All we care about is receiving our dividends on time. After hearing this, Huayanini's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly looked at her sister, Huayalalun. Huayalalun tried to remain calm, but her tone revealed her interest. Your proposal. We can discuss it further. Seeing their interest, Zhao Chen promptly pointed to Lilith and said, time is money. If we can reach a preliminary agreement, Lilith can immediately start drafting a detailed plan. She is the chief secretary of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, fully in charge of economic affairs. The three then delved into the details of the cooperation. Initially, the Flower Fairies were somewhat reserved, but they were soon impressed by Lilith's professionalism. She displayed extensive knowledge and an efficient working style, quickly providing solutions to any problems or arranging for experts to draft plans. The T6 Dragon Emperor class interstellar command ship, serving as the brain of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, gathers top think tanks from various fields. Combined with advanced AI assistance, many complex plans can be finalized in a very short time. This high efficiency greatly satisfied Huayalalun and Huayanini, as time is the most valuable resource in interstellar trade. Zhao Chun stood quietly on the side, listening attentively but not interrupting. This composed demeanor earned the silent admiration of the Flower Fairies. They recalled previous unpleasant experiences with some arrogant interstellar leaders, which made them appreciate Zhao Chen's professional attitude even more. In their eyes, this Emperor of Xiaolong seemed to understand the principle of letting the experts handle it, which undoubtedly boosted their confidence in the collaboration. Huaya Lanlin's gaze fell on the ever-silent Emperor Xiaolong. Seizing a moment of pause, she asked, shouldn't we have Emperor Xiaolong review and comment on these proposed plans? Zhao Chen immediately shook his head in response. These matters are your expertise. In front of you, I'm just an outsider. Discuss and finalize them amongst yourselves. Just have Lilith notify me with the detailed report. No need to update me on other specifics. Huaya Lanlan was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. She hadn't expected the Emperor Xiaolong to delegate so much authority. Seeing her reaction, Lilith explained, Miss Huaya Lanlan, there's no need for concern. Our Emperor Xiaolong has a principle. Leave professional matters to the professionals. These words deeply moved Huaya Lanlan. Meanwhile, Huayanini felt as if the Emperor Xiaolong was glowing with brilliance, thinking how fortunate they were to have such a partner. Unaware of their thoughts, Zhao Chun was lost in future planning. Although he had successfully allied with the Byran Interstellar Trade Group, turning it into a cash cow would take time. In the short term, the main benefits from the Byran Interstellar Trade Group would be its intelligence network and connections, which was why Lilith prioritized this alliance. However, once this cash cow matured, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire could open up an external market and even become a trade hub connecting other cosmic civilizations with unimaginable potential. Several hours later, the first step of their plan was finally settled. Zhao Chen quickly reviewed the entire procedure. The initial goal was to help the Byran Interstellar Trade Group resume normal operations. To this end, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire would provide an initial loan investment totaling 1 quadrillion star coins to be injected in phases. This loan carried an annual interest rate of 20, with a term of 1 to 10 years. Though the interest rate seemed steep, Huaya Lanlan accepted without hesitation. She knew that no entity, not even the Flower Fairy Interstellar Bank of the Flower Fairy Federation tribe, could offer such a massive commercial loan at once. Only the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was willing to do so, making the interest rate seem trivial to her. In reality, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire wouldn't provide the full amount in cash. The actual cash outflow might be less than 10 trillion star coins. The remainder would be provided in kind, forming the Byran Interstellar Trade Group's first procurement order from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. At a preferential price of 30 trillion star coins, They would purchase 10 T5 Star-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, 300 T4 Twin Star-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, 5,000 T3 Furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, and 100,000 T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. Lilith proposed a remarkable offer. For the special price of 60 trillion star coins, the Byran Interstellar Trading Group could acquire a massive fleet of interstellar transport ships. This fleet includes 100 T5 Star Whale-class super heavy interstellar transport ships, 5,000 T4 Giant Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ships, and 300,000 T3 Moose-class heavy interstellar transport ships. The remaining 10 trillion star coins will serve as Byran Group's working capital and to secure the authorization to produce T2, T3, and T4 transport ships independently. Lilith emphasized that, with the exception of the T2 Moose-class transport ships, no other models are to be resold. The condition of this deal is that for the next 100 years, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will share 50 of Byran Group's profits. She explained that the 100 trillion star coins are essentially an investment by the Xiaolong Empire in Byran Group, aimed at accelerating its growth. Addressing concerns that Byran Group might break away from Xiaolong Empire's control after 100 years, Lilith cleverly responded that this is just the first phase of their collaboration. Future plans will further strengthen the ties between the two, making it difficult for Byran Group to sever its relationship with the Xiaolong Empire. She also promised that this massive order would be fully delivered within 3 months. Huayanini was astonished by such a short delivery timeline, but Lilith calmly reiterated the promise and advised Byran Group to prepare for receipt while arranging for their personnel to visit the Xiaolong Empire to learn relevant technologies. Then, Zhao Chen shifted the discussion to another significant topic: the Stone Kingdom. He inquired about Byran Group's relationship with the Stone Kingdom, which elicited a subtle reaction from Huayanlan. Sensing this, Lilith promptly clarified that they harbor no ill intentions towards the Stone Kingdom, but simply wish to establish a mutually beneficial partnership. Lilith elaborated on the cooperation plan with the Stone Kingdom, utilizing the Xiaolong Empire's advanced technology and equipment to significantly enhance the mining efficiency of the Stone Kingdom's abundant mineral resources. In return, the Xiaolong Empire would gain priority purchasing rights and preferential prices for these resources. She astutely pointed out that this collaboration would also bring substantial benefits to Byran Group, as these mineral resources are highly valuable trade commodities. According to Lilith, the minerals from the Stone Kingdom are highly sought after across the known universe, boasting unparalleled quality. As she elaborated, Huayalan Fan and Huayanini quickly grasped the intentions of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Huayanini furrowed her brow and pondered. Collaborating with the Stone Kingdom is no easy task. They have always been reclusive, and their cosmic borders remain closed to outsiders. Any unauthorized interstellar fleet entering their domain would be considered an act of war, resulting in a complete ban on Stone Kingdom products. She continued, although the Stone Kingdom possesses considerable military strength, it's not their military might that deters others. Their overall capabilities are only at a T5 or quasi-T6 level. A true T6 civilization could easily overwhelm them if it came to invasion. What truly deters outsiders is the unique nature of their universe. Huayalan Fan took over and added, the magnetic field in the Stone Kingdom's universe is extremely unusual and has a significant impact on intelligent beings. Our experiments show that without protection, outsiders first experience dizziness, vomiting, high fever, and their skin gradually turns gray. If they don't leave in time, their internal organs will harden. In short, they turn into stone. We once experimented on prisoners, and within a month, they had become statues. Zhao Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. The intelligence from the Holy Elven Empire had mentioned the Stone Kingdom's peculiarities, but had not gone into such detail. Huayalan Fan continued, the habitable planets in the Stone Kingdom's universe are extremely harsh for most humanoid and carbon-based life forms. The oxygen levels are only 1% of what we require, and the food accelerates the petrification process. We call this petrification disease. She paused and then added, the most lethal aspect is that some of their mineral-rich asteroids have self-detonating capabilities. Scientists from the Stone Kingdom have mastered this technology and even have wartime self-destruction plans in place. If a civilization attempts to invade, these asteroids will self-destruct under their control. Even if one were to conquer the Stone Kingdom, the cost would be devastating. Huayalan Fan shook her head and sighed. It's like biting into a bone full of thorns. One bite, and your mouth is full of spikes. The petrification disease and the self-exploding minerals serve as two natural barriers that have kept the Stone Kingdom shrouded in mystery among various interstellar civilizations. Zhao Chen and Lilith fell into deep thought. Conquering such a kingdom clearly posed significant challenges. But if we're just looking to establish cooperation, it's not entirely impossible. Huayalan interjected at the right moment. Zhao Chen and Lilith immediately turned their attention to her. Huayalan continued, first of all, the unique nature of the Stone Kingdom means certain resources are extremely scarce. While they can consume minerals, as carbon-based life forms, They also need water and fresh produce. These are rare resources in the Stone Kingdom, especially fruits and vegetables. In recent years, one-third of the goods they've purchased from our Flower Fairy interstellar traders have been these types of food. It's said that these crops simply can't be grown on their planet. Fruits and vegetables? Zhao Qin's heart skipped a beat, immediately thinking of the Eden-class starships from the Xiaolong system. Huaya Lanlan went on, additionally, although the Stone Kingdom is not a warlike nation, they have a passion for collecting powerful interstellar warships. Some nobles even purchase T6 level starships through our channels just to display them in their collections. They generally have a very strong desire to collect. Hearing this description, Zhao Qin couldn't help but imagine a nouveau riche figure, who, after making a fortune from their unique resources, went on a luxury shopping spree. Your Majesty, Huaya Lanlan looked at Zhao Qin. If you wish to establish good diplomatic relations with the Stone Kingdom, you could start by focusing on these aspects. In that case, could you arrange an introduction to someone from the Stone Kingdom for us? Zhao Qin asked. Introducing you is not a problem. We have partners over there, Huaya Lanlan responded. However, the people of the Stone Kingdom have a particular trait. They don't like empty promises. They prefer to see and touch the actual items themselves. Zhao Qin immediately grasped the key point and turned to Lilith. Arrange for a fleet to return to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and prepare a batch of goods to be shipped here as soon as possible. Lilith nodded and replied, understood. Based on our previous one-way travel speed, we should be able to get the goods here within a week. She then asked Huaya Lanlan, how long does it take to travel from here to the Stone Kingdom? We're not far from the Stone Kingdom. It only takes a day one way, so a round trip would be 2 days, Huaya Lanlan answered. Excellent. Lilith quickly made arrangements. In that case, we'll set off for the Stone Kingdom in no more than 6 days. She paused and then looked at Huaya Lanlan and Huaya Nini. You should also start preparing. To save time and resources, arrange for the first batch of trainees to accompany us to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire to prepare for future production lines and the operation of interstellar industrial and transport ships. Huaya Nini's eyes lit up, and she eagerly said to her sister, Sister, such an important task requires core personnel. You need to stay home, so I should take charge of this mission. I request to lead the team to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Her curiosity about the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire filled her with anticipation for the journey. Huaya Lanlan looked at her sister with a complicated expression. Strictly speaking, Huaya Nini was indeed the most suitable candidate. Huaya Lanlan gazed at her younger sister, Huaya Nini, her eyes reflecting a mix of worry and pride. Despite her reluctance, she decided to respect her sister's choice. Nini, you've grown up, Huaya Lanlan said softly. I believe you have the ability to handle things on your own. Huaya Nini straightened up, a confident smile spreading across her face. Sister, I'm already a seasoned interstellar trader. Please trust in my capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Huaya Lanlan turned to Secretary Lilith. Then we'll follow the secretary's arrangements. I'll leave my sister in your care. Lilith nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Miss Huaya Lanlan. As allies, Miss Huaya Nini will receive the highest level of hospitality within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. After thorough discussions, both sides finalized their plans. The Huaya sisters then left the Longhuang, the interstellar command ship, and returned to their own shuttle to prepare for their respective tasks. Aboard the shuttle, Huaya Lanlan skillfully operated the control panel, speaking thoughtfully. This decision could impact the future of the Bailon Interstellar Trading Group. Since we've made our choice, we must give it our all. She turned to her sister with a serious tone. Nini, be extra cautious on this trip. Try to understand every aspect of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Even as allies, thorough knowledge ensures better cooperation. Huaya Nini's eyes sparkled with excitement. Don't worry, sister. I will complete the mission. In less than half a day, a team of nearly 30,000 key members of the Bailon Interstellar Trading Group was ready. They boarded a luxurious interstellar cruiser, with Huaya Nini as the leader. 30 Imperial escort warships would accompany the cruiser back to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Report, everything is ready. We can depart at any time. The deputy commander reported via video to Commander Xiong Xiangxiang, Emperor Zhao Qian, and Secretary Lilith. Zhao Qian nodded slightly, and Xiong Xiangxiang immediately issued the departure order. Under Huaya Lanlan's watchful eyes, a jade-like portal appeared out of thin air. The 31 interstellar warships slowly sailed into it and soon disappeared. Huaya Lanlan marveled at the technological prowess of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, pondering the potential use of this technology in interstellar trade. Despite understanding that the journey posed no danger, Huaya Lanlan couldn't help but worry for her sister. Little did she know, Huaya Nini would soon become so enamored with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire that she would be reluctant to leave. When Huaya Nini finally arrived at the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the sight before her left her in awe. It was a military star system, complete with starports, stargates, and various industrial facilities. What amazed her most was that the technology used here was almost uniformly at T5 level, even the ordinary interstellar transport ships. As Huayanini was absorbing the impressive sights, a video call request popped up. She immediately answered, and the screen displayed a smiling succubus. "Hello, Miss Huayanini. I am Bessie, the third secretary of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's High Secretariat." The succubus introduced herself gracefully. "I am aware of your cooperation with His Majesty. From now on, I will be responsible for all matters concerning you and your colleagues in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." Bessie's courteous demeanor lacked the imposing aura of Lilith, instead providing a refreshing sense of warmth. Huayanini's nervousness dissipated, and she eagerly anticipated the new adventure that awaited her. Huayanini politely greeted Secretary Bessie, indicating she was ready to board the interstellar cruise. Secretary Bessie responded that she would lead an 8-person team to handle the registration and future arrangements. In less than 15 minutes, Secretary Bessie appeared before Huayanini. She was accompanied by 8 secretaries, 6 succubi, 1 human, and 1 angel. Huayanini couldn't help but be captivated by the angel's pure white wings. Secretary Bessie once again welcomed Huayanini on behalf of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, and Huayanini expressed her honor. Bessie suggested taking care of business first, and then arranging a welcoming banquet. Huayanini praised this efficient approach. Bessie explained that the meeting was of utmost importance to both sides, with Chief Secretary Lilith emphasizing its significance, so they were working against the clock. Huayanini wholeheartedly agreed, believing that they should focus on the task at hand. Bessie then provided a detailed overview of the registration process, including the work and study arrangements for Huayanini's colleagues, covering the learning and construction of various interstellar ships. She assured that she would be fully responsible for the safety and daily lives of Huayanini's colleagues throughout the process. The coordination between the two parties went exceptionally smoothly. During this time, Bessie took a moment to show Huayanini the various types of interstellar transport ships. When the T6 Star Whale-class super heavy interstellar transport ship came into view, Huayanini was left speechless with awe. This magnificent ship further solidified her determination to deepen cooperation with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Noticing Huayanini's expression, Bessie smiled and suggested that once the work arrangements were in place, she could take her on a tour of the ship. Huayanini was both surprised and delighted, but hesitated about whether it was appropriate. Bessie reassured her, emphasizing that they were now close partners, and there was nothing inappropriate about the visit. Huayanini gratefully thanked Secretary Bessie. Huayanini struggled to contain her excitement, trying hard to stay composed. Her hands trembled slightly, and her eyes sparkled with barely concealed joy. Beside her, Secretary Bessie stood with a meaningful smile on her lips. Meanwhile, on the other side, preparations were in full swing. Following orders from Secretary Lilith, a massive fleet was being assembled urgently. Various models of interstellar mining ships, imposing Eden-class starships, and a variety of battlecruisers were gathering like a herd of colossal metal beasts in space. The spectacle was so grand that any outsider might mistake it for a grand military parade by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. The entire preparation process was seamless and incredibly efficient. Even before Huayanini's team was fully in place, preparations for the journey to the Flower Fairy Federation Tribe universe were nearly complete. When Huayanini saw the rows of brand new starships arrayed before her, her expression became remarkably vivid. Surprise, joy, and awe mingled on her face, and her eyes shone with disbelief. The efficiency of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire far exceeded her expectations. What impressed her even more was the pristine condition of the starships, clearly handpicked and meticulously maintained. This undoubtedly underscored the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's high regard for this collaboration. Soon, the massive fleet crossed the White Jade Gate, heading towards the Flower Fairy Federation. At that moment, Secretary Bessie's voice came from behind. "Miss Huayanini, during the upcoming free time, I've arranged for an interstellar shuttle. We can board a T6 Star Ocean Leviathan-class super heavy interstellar transport ship for a tour." The scene shifts to the Stone Kingdom universe. Hua Lanlan stood at the negotiation table, her brow furrowed and her tone puzzled. "Why is Mr. Adil here today? We had agreed that Mr. Ahmed would complete this transaction." The man opposite her, Mr. Adil, replied in a deep voice. "Originally, Lord Ahmed was indeed responsible for transactions with the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group. But I regret to inform you that from now on, I will be handling all transactions with you. Additionally, our order volumes will be reduced." Hua Lanlan's expression became stern instantly. She said in a grave tone, "Mr. Adil, this goes against our previously signed contract. The contract clearly stipulates the minimum annual transaction volume with our Bylon Interstellar Trade Group. The current volume is already at the minimum limit. Reducing it further would be a breach of contract." Facing her questioning, Mr. Adil calmly responded, "I understand your concerns, but this decision was made after careful consideration. We will pay the breach of contract penalty in full." As for reducing the transaction volume, it's not entirely our preference. For a long time, we have been offering you prices lower than other Flower Fairy interstellar traders. If not for our long-standing relationship, this cooperation would have ended long ago. After speaking, Mr. Adil stood up, ready to leave. If there's nothing else, let's conclude today's discussion. Wait, Hua Yalanlan hurriedly called out. This is not about the contract. It's about other cooperation. I have an important figure here, originally meant to be introduced to Mr. Ahmed. Mr. Adil paused, turning to scrutinize the unfamiliar man standing beside Hua Yalanlan. This man had just removed his hood, revealing his face. Mr. Adil's tone turned hostile. Hua Yalanlan, you should understand how disrespectful it is to bring a stranger into our Stone Kingdom transactions. Hua Yalanlan immediately clarified. I fully understand that this is inappropriate. As compensation, I'm willing to forego the breach of contract penalty. Mr. Adil looked at her in surprise. From what I know, your Bylon Interstellar Trade Group is currently facing significant financial difficulties. While this penalty won't completely solve your problems, it would at least give you some breathing room. I am aware of all that, Hua Yalanlan replied sincerely, but compared to what I need to discuss with Mr. Ahmed, this penalty is negligible. The gentleman I've brought can bring enormous benefits to Mr. Ahmed, far beyond what any Flower Fairy interstellar trader can offer. So please, let us meet with Mr. Ahmed. Mr. Adil sat back down, examining the stranger. To meet Mr. Ahmed, I need to verify that this person and the proposed deal are genuinely valuable. The man stepped forward and spoke. Hello, I apologize for the abrupt visit. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Chun, the Emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. As an apology for this unannounced visit, and as a gift for meeting Mr. Ahmed, I am willing to present AT-5 Divine Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored battleship built by our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Zhao Chun smiled as he sized up the male representative from the Kingdom of Stone standing before him. This race had a truly unique appearance. Their grayish-yellow bodies were covered with earth-like textures, and their faces and heads were completely hairless, marked instead by cracks resembling dried earth. He was a burly figure, looking like a humanoid creature made up of stone blocks, which explained why they were called the Stone People. Among the many cosmic races, this interstellar species indeed stood out as particularly distinctive. You are the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire, Adil exclaimed, standing up abruptly, staring in disbelief at the seemingly ordinary man in front of him. He could hardly believe that this person was the legendary ruler of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, who had fought against and survived the Devourer civilization. Coming to his senses, Adil eagerly asked, Did you say you're giving us AT-5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship? Are you serious? Clearly, as someone obsessed with interstellar warships, he was more interested in the ship Zhao Chun mentioned. Zhao Chun shrugged and replied casually, Would I lie about something like that? Hua Yalanlin immediately chimed in. The Emperor of Xiaolong visiting in person already shows his sincerity. An AT-5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship costs at least 800 trillion star coins. Isn't that enough to prove the Emperor's sincerity? Her tone had noticeably intensified, though a tinge of jealousy rose within her. After all, the first loan for a collaboration between their Bylon Interstellar Trading Group and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was only 100 trillion star coins. Hua Yalanlin knew that the sale price of high-level interstellar warships included significant profits. She estimated that the actual cost of this T-5 battleship was between 80 trillion and 100 trillion star coins. If she knew that in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, such a ship actually only cost 4 trillion star coins to build, she would probably be quite surprised. Zhao Chun smiled and asked, So, can we meet Mr. Ahmed now? Adil quickly stood up and bowed slightly. I need to contact Lord Ahmed first. Please wait a moment. His attitude was noticeably more respectful than before. After Adil left, Hua Yalanlin turned to Zhao Chun. Your Majesty, you're so generous, giving away an 800 trillion star coin warship just like that. Zhao Chun responded with a calm smile. A warship is still just an object. Its value depends on how it's defined and used. In some places, this ship might not even be worth 1 billion star coins. But here, its value far exceeds 800 trillion star coins. Just like the T-6 Star Whale-class super heavy interstellar transport ship, its value is entirely different for interstellar traders like you compared to others. He paused before continuing. If our future cooperation goes well, I'll prepare a generous gift for the Bylon Interstellar Trading Group as well. Zhao Chun was already adept at making promises, and if Hua Yalanlin could truly satisfy him, this promise wouldn't be empty. Soon, Adil returned with a response. Ahmed is on his way, while Zhao Chun and Hua Yalanlin wait patiently. They exchange a knowing glance, clearly aware that their door-opener strategy is working well. 5 hours later, a towering figure of 2.5 meters appears before them. This stone giant not only has a massive build and dark skin, but his surface is also adorned with obsidian-like minerals. His face sparkles with diamond-like glints, all of which signify his noble status in the Kingdom of Stone. Zhao Qin is well aware of Ahmed's background. His family is one of the four great families of the Kingdom of Stone, holding significant influence and even having blood ties to the royal family. As a prince, Ahmed's presence undoubtedly adds weight to this meeting. Your Excellency, Emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, Prince Ahmed begins, his gaze fixed on Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun nods slightly, maintaining the demeanor befitting someone of his status. After all, by rank, the only one who should be speaking on equal terms with the Emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire would be the King of the Kingdom of Stone. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, a name that resonates far and wide, Prince Ahmed says with a smile, bowing to show his respect. I did not expect to have the honor of meeting the Emperor in person today. It's a pleasure. Zhao Chun maintains a polite smile and gets straight to the point. I am here to explore opportunities for cooperation with the Kingdom of Stone. Prince Ahmed's expression remains unchanged upon hearing this. Clearly, he has heard such requests countless times. The Emperor should know that our Kingdom of Stone has always been isolationist. Aside from our long-term cooperation with the Flower Fairy Federation tribes, we rarely engage with other interstellar civilizations. So, he trails off, looking meaningfully at Zhao Chun. An emperor who can repel an invasion fleet from the devouring civilization surely wouldn't come unprepared to make such a request. Zhao Chun's lips curl into a confident smile. That may be true for others. But here stands the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Prince Ahmed's interest is piqued. And what makes that any different, Your Majesty? Because what they have, we have. And what they lack, we also have, Zhao Chun explained smoothly. By cooperating with us, you will gain access to advanced interstellar mining ships, industrial facilities, powerful starships, and a steady supply of various products. We can establish a long-term partnership. Prince Ahmed falls into contemplation, narrowing his eyes at Zhao Chun. Are you saying you are willing to trade your Xylon-class starships with us? Including the T6 models? Do you have any other conditions? As soon as he finishes speaking, Zhao Chun snaps his fingers. A series of holographic projections appear before them, showcasing various starships from T4 to T6 levels. From the T4 Zukla-class medium interstellar cruiser to the T6 Baiyu Zuanwa-class heavy interstellar strategic frigate, each exudes a powerful aura. Prince Ahmed's eyes instantly light up with intense interest. He takes a deep breath, carefully examining the holographic images of the starships. Finally, he looks back at Zhao Chun, his tone tinged with a hint of coldness. Are you willing to sell us these starships, including the T6 models? And what other terms do you have? Prince Ahmed's eyes gleamed with caution, and Zhao Chun was fully aware of his concerns. With a slight smile and a relaxed demeanor, Zhao Chun said, I don't have any special demands. I just want to acquire more mineral resources from the Kingdom of Stone. However, given your current mining efficiency, it might be challenging to afford the price of a T6 class interstellar battleship. Zhao Chun's gaze shifted between Prince Ahmed and Hua Yalan as he continued. Although the Kingdom of Stone's trade revenue is substantial, let's be honest, Your Highness. How much do you think an unconditional T6 class interstellar battleship is worth? 10 trillion star coins? 50 trillion? 90 trillion? Or perhaps 100 trillion? A million trillion? When the figure, a million trillion star coins, left Zhao Chun's lips, neither of them found it exorbitant. They both knew that the cost of several known T6 interstellar battleships in the universe was indeed in the hundreds of trillions. More importantly, transactions involving such battleships rarely relied solely on currency. They often included stringent conditions such as territorial control or long-term procurement rights. Noticing their reactions, Zhao Chun continued, I can accept equivalent payment, but only if you can afford it. May I ask, what is the annual mineral output value of the Kingdom of Stone? Prince Ahmed remained silent. So Hua Yalan responded, according to our statistics, the average annual output value of the Kingdom of Stone over the past decade is about 10 trillion star coins. Zhao Chun nodded in understanding and pointed out, even if you were willing to allocate half of your funds for the purchase, it would take many years to afford a single battleship. Given this, why don't we collaborate to increase production? I need a large supply of mineral resources, and you have the capability to produce them. The only issue is that your tools are too outdated. With that, Zhao Chun opened another document, and holographic projections of several interstellar mining ships appeared before Prince Ahmed. From the T3 class Gold Digger to the T6 class Mechanical Ant King, each ship left the prince in awe. Are you really willing to sell us these mining ships unconditionally? Prince Ahmed couldn't help but ask, his voice filled with disbelief. Zhao Chun got straight to the point. It's impossible without conditions. Prince Ahmed's heart sank, but he had anticipated this. Zhao Chun then outlined the specific requirements for purchasing the interstellar mining ships. First, both parties must sign a risk-sharing agreement to ensure that production capacity expands tenfold in the short term after the collaboration. Secondly, the Stone Kingdom can purchase the ships at full price and use them without restrictions, but reselling is prohibited. If funds are insufficient, a cooperative model can be chosen. Zhao Chen explained with an example. For instance, the T5 Scavenger-class heavy interstellar mining ship, originally priced at 2 quadrillion star coins, can be offered at a cooperative price of just 1 quadrillion star coins. However, for the next century, we will take a 50 share of the resources mined by this ship. Finally, Zhao Chen emphasized that the resources mined by the Stone Kingdom must be supplied to them first, either through cash payment or equivalent goods exchange. After hearing this, Prince Ahmed asked somewhat surprisingly, "Your Majesty, are these your only conditions?" Zhao Chen shrugged and explained, "Yes. We won't interfere or control you. We just want more mining resources. Considering the environment of the Stone Kingdom, my people can't work here long term. It's better to maintain the status quo and achieve mutual benefits. You use our tools to increase production efficiency, and we get more resources." Prince Ahmed was intrigued. At this point, Zhao Chen played his trump card, pointing to the holographic image of the starship and said, "If you can arrange a meeting with the King of the Stone Kingdom, I can immediately showcase these ships in person, allowing you to tour and even test run them." Convinced, Prince Ahmed smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I appreciate your sincerity. If you can let our king see these starships firsthand, I can arrange a meeting." The two stood up and shook hands. Zhao Chen leaned in slightly and whispered, "The previously promised T5 Divine Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored battleship will be included. Please inform me of the handover location." Prince Ahmed's smile broadened. "Your Majesty, you're too kind. I will do my best to make this happen. You are a trustworthy partner. Please do visit my territory when you have the chance. I will make sure you're well taken care of." Watching the two converse like old friends, Hua Yalanlan knew this was a form of benefit exchange. This gift was not only a door opener but also a way to ensure Prince Ahmed would speak favorably to the King of the Stone Kingdom. After all, Prince Ahmed was the king's cousin, and his words carried weight. Soon, Prince Ahmed conveyed the message that the Stone King was willing to meet the Emperor of Xiaolong in the capital star system. The previous negotiations had taken place in a small universe outside the Stone Kingdom, a trading hub of the Flower Fairy Federation tribe. The Stone Kingdom was notoriously xenophobic, so allowing the Emperor of Xiaolong in was already a significant gesture. A pale gray shield appeared around Zhao Chen's fleet. Prince Ahmed explained via video, "This is our developed technology, which can mitigate the magnetic field's impact on foreign species, extending their stay. However, it cannot support long-term survival. The petrification effect on your body, Your Majesty, will naturally recover after leaving for a while." Zhao Chen's fleet smoothly arrived at the capital star of the Stone Kingdom. From a distance, the space city resembled a massive boulder floating in the cosmos, with its architecture closely mimicking the texture of rock. Zhao Chen was about to meet the ruler of the Stone Kingdom, the Stone King. Standing before the Stone King, Zhao Chen couldn't help but be awed by the nearly 3-meter figure. The stone ruler was not only massive but also adorned with glistening minerals like diamonds, and wore a crown made of multicolored gemstones, signifying his royal status. "Stone King, it is an honor to meet you," Zhao Chen said with a slight nod. The Stone King sized up Zhao Chen and nodded back. "Emperor of Xiaolong, I have heard much about you. Your battle against the Devourer Civilization's invasion fleet is well known. Let's get straight to business." Zhao Chen got to the point. "I believe Prince Ahmed has already briefed you on the purpose of my visit. What are your thoughts on our cooperation proposal?" The Stone King nodded approvingly. As expected of the Xiaolong Emperor, straight to the point. This suits the temperament of the Stone Kingdom. We dislike those who play games. He paused before continuing. "Prince Ahmed has indeed informed me of your proposal. Your terms are very attractive, but given the gravity of the matter, we need further discussion before providing an answer." Seeing this, Zhao Chen suggested, "In that case, why don't you first join me in a tour of the Xylong-class starships I've brought?" The Stone King's face lit up with interest. As the ruler of the Stone Kingdom, he, like his subjects, was fascinated by powerful starships, especially the renowned Xylong-class ships that had gained fame after the famous battle. The group boarded a shuttle and began the tour under Zhao Chen's guidance. Huayan Lanlan accompanied them, equally intrigued by the starships. Zhao Chen led them through several combat starships, including AT-6 Thunderlord-class heavy destroyer. As they disembarked from the massive ship, their faces were filled with excitement, like children seeing their favorite toy for the first time. Next, Zhao Chen led them to a uniquely designed starship. Its appearance was so distinct that the Stone King and his entourage couldn't discern its type. "Emperor of Xiaolong, what kind of ship is this? Why does it look so special?" the Stone King asked curiously from his floating vehicle. Zhao Chen smiled and explained, "This is a civilian support starship from our Xiaolong fleet." Upon hearing civilian support, the Stone people lost some interest. They were more captivated by combat starships, viewing them as works of art. Owning such ships in their collection or piloting them around their territory brought them immense satisfaction. However, they were soon astonished by what they saw next. The narrow corridor suddenly opened up into a vast, expansive area that felt like the surface of a habitable planet. Everywhere they looked, there was lush greenery. All around, there were sprawling estates planted with crops, and in the distance, lush green pastures grazed with various livestock. On one side, a crystal-clear lake teemed with plump aquatic life. Further away, there were diverse landscapes, including snow-capped mountains, deserts, oceans, and streams. "What is this?" the Stone King asked in astonishment. "This is the interior of the T5 Diamond Eden-class starship," Zhao Chen explained. "Diamond Eden-class starship?" The Stone King repeated the unfamiliar name. Zhao Chen elaborated. "This is a mobile ecosystem specially developed by our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. It can cultivate a variety of crops and breed livestock using a sustainable ecological system. As a starship, it can move at will and even approach stars to absorb energy. Apart from the initial energy needed at launch, it requires almost no additional consumption and can continuously provide various food supplies." Hua Yalanlin's eyes lit up after hearing this. Zhao Chen led the group on a stroll through this unique environment, picking fruits from an orchard and handing them out. After tasting, the Stone King and others showed expressions of amazement. "Miss Hua Yalanlin, why are the fruits here tastier than those procured by your Flower Fairy interstellar trade?" Prince Ahmed asked discontentedly. Hua Yalanlin quickly explained, "We only procure top-quality products, never inferior ones. The fruits here are indeed exceptional." She looked to Zhao Chen for help. Zhao Chen smiled and clarified, "Prince Ahmed, you misunderstand. The Flower Fairy interstellar trade never compromises on quality. The fruits here are sweeter because they are cultivated using T5 level technology, with recent upgrades to the seedlings. The fruits grown here are at least premium grade in the market, with some even being top-notch. I will prepare a selection for you to take with you when you leave. The seedling upgrades are thanks to the Holy Elf Empire. Their seedlings are excellent, and combined with the Eden-class starship technology, it's a perfect match." Zhao Chen added. Hua Yalanlin breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes keenly observing the starship's interior. "So, is this Eden-class starship included in our cooperation plans?" the Stone King asked, clearly intrigued. In their country, fruits and vegetables were luxury items, often costing dozens of times more when procured from outside. Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "Of course. All the interstellar warships on display today are part of our cooperation projects. If you need them, you can purchase them." Zhao Chen had planned this well. The starships he brought were exactly what the Stone Kingdom needed most, including interstellar mining ships, warships, and Eden-class starships. This was a step towards expanding the market, as the grain trade market within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was nearing saturation. Zhao Chen believed that meeting basic needs while showcasing better living possibilities could inspire people to strive continuously. His strategy was to fulfill essential living requirements while presenting better options to motivate people to pursue a higher quality of life. Observing the reactions of the group, Zhao Chen knew he had made a smart move. Even Hua Yalanlin was captivated by this strategy. The grain trade sales were precisely the project Zhao Chen intended to collaborate on with the Byran Interstellar Trade Group. After a delightful tour, the King of Stone became noticeably more cordial towards Zhao Chen, as if they were old friends reuniting. The king even warmly invited Zhao Chen to visit his palace, but Zhao Chen politely declined, citing time constraints. When they returned to the conference hall of the Space City, the King of Stone smiled and looked Zhao Chen in the eye. "Regarding the cooperation proposal by His Majesty the Emperor of Xiaolong, I believe we can delve into some details." Hua Yalanlin, standing nearby, was secretly pleased. She keenly sensed that the cooperation between the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Kingdom of Stone was a done deal. Now, it was just a matter of ironing out the details to establish a long-term partnership. This cooperation would greatly benefit both parties, and as the facilitator, the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group would also reap significant rewards. The King of Stone pointed to a clause in the contract and looked at Zhao Chen inquisitively. Zhao Chen responded with a smile. "Regarding the betting agreement, you should understand that these conditions are not stringent. With our provision of the corresponding interstellar mining ships, increasing production within the stipulated time is entirely feasible. You will gain more mineral wealth, and we will be able to purchase more resources. It's a win-win situation. As for why such an agreement is set, it is actually to protect both parties' interests. As the saying goes, first comes courtesy, then comes force. By agreeing on everything in advance, we can avoid unnecessary conflicts and disputes later on." Hua Yalanlin added, "Exactly. All the terms are clearly written here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Everyone is being honest and straightforward, presenting their requirements. Isn't this the kind of cooperation His Majesty the King of Stone prefers?" The King of Stone nodded in agreement. He had no real objections to such a proposal. Soon, the king arranged for his subordinates to discuss the detailed cooperation plan with Lilith's side. The cooperation model was similar to the previous one with the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group. Due to the Kingdom of Stone's limited financial resources, they couldn't fully purchase a large number of interstellar mining ships. Therefore, they adopted a cooperative approach, buying a batch of mining ships at the most favorable price. For the insufficient funds, the Emperor of Xiaolong generously present a batch of mining ships, requiring only the payment of certain interest and repayment after the resources were mined. The Emperor of Xiaolong seemed more eager than the King of Stone himself to boost the kingdom's mineral output. Besides mining ships, the Kingdom of Stone also purchased some interstellar warships and various models of interstellar Eden starships. Almost all the starships Zhao Qin showcased were reserved. More importantly, from now on, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire would enjoy a 90% market share of the mineral resources sold by the Kingdom of Stone. This meant that the Kingdom of Stone would become a crucial resource supplier for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Subsequently, Zhao Qin proposed another suggestion. To facilitate cooperation, a permanent interstellar gate between the Kingdom of Stone and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire should be established, with all construction costs covered by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Each side would control its own gate. Since the Holy Elf Empire took charge of constructing permanent interstellar gates between two locations, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire quickly mastered this technology, making the construction of interstellar gates no longer a challenge. The King of Stone hesitated briefly before fully agreeing to this proposal. The interstellar gate connecting the two nations was expected to be completed within 3 months. Hua Yalanlin observed the series of agreements being reached and looked meaningfully at the Emperor of Xiaolong. All the agreements were finalized. The Cosmic Stargate project might seem like a mere embellishment, but its significance is profound. Standing on the balcony of the Stone Kingdom's palace, Zhao Chun gazed into the distant stars, contemplating the far-reaching impact of this plan. Once the Stargate is built, the distance between the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Stone Kingdom will be greatly shortened. In the future, the Stone Kingdom may find it difficult to escape Xiaolong's influence. A slight smile played on Zhao Qin's lips, satisfied with his foresight. He was not only focused on the present, but also laying the groundwork for the future. Behind this series of operations lay a complex web of interests. Standing beside Zhao Chun, Hua Yalanlin felt a mix of emotions. She was grateful to collaborate with such an intelligent individual, but at the same time, she worried about whether this would put the Byran Interstellar Trade Group in a precarious position. Her gaze shifted back and forth between Zhao Qin's steady profile and the distant stars, her mind filled with thoughts. The entire negotiation process was intense, lasting less than 20 hours. In the name of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, Zhao Qun signed all the cooperation agreements with the Stone Kingdom. Thus, the two major powers officially established a long-term cooperative relationship. Despite the Stone King's warm invitation to stay a few more days, Zhao Qun politely declined. He was swamped with official duties and had many pressing matters to attend to. As they bid farewell, a flicker of disappointment flashed in the Stone King's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Zhao Chun and Hua Yalanlin left the Stone Kingdom and returned to the spaceship of the Flower Fairy Federation Tribe Universe. Hua Yalanlin looked earnestly at Zhao Chun and said, "Your Majesty, regarding your Eden-class starships, our Byran Interstellar Trade Group also hopes to collaborate or directly purchase a batch." Zhao Chun turned around, a faint smile playing on his lips. He chuckled inwardly. Another fish had taken the bait. Smiling, he replied, "Cooperation on Eden-class starships is certainly possible. However, given the current economic situation and capabilities of the Byran Interstellar Trade Group, it might be challenging to fully utilize this resource in the short term." Hua Yalanlin's expression darkened instantly. She had to admit that Zhao Chun was right. Following their previous collaboration, the Byran Interstellar Trade Group was about to undergo a restructuring phase, requiring time to adapt. The existing business segments were not yet fully mastered, and hastily developing new ventures could indeed overwhelm the company. Zhao Chun continued, "How about this? Our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has a dedicated grain trade group, but we haven't established trade channels outside the Holy Elf Empire universe. Instead of handling this segment alone, why not collaborate? You handle sales and transportation, and Eden Grain Trade Group handles production. This way, you also save on the cost of purchasing starships." He explained that grain trade relies on quantity, and without a large number of starships, it's difficult to quickly capture the market. Hua Yalanlin immediately understood Zhao Qin's intention. On the surface, it was a collaboration, but in reality, it positioned the Byran Interstellar Trade Group as the vanguard. However, she quickly realized that even just handling sales was a tremendous opportunity. The biggest advantage was the rapid expansion of market share. Although grain trade might seem ordinary, it was an extremely effective commercial tool. After all, no one rejects food. Moreover, the Eden-class starships produced a full range of food, from premium and special grade to regular, covering all bases. Narrowing her eyes, Hua Yalanlin displayed the shrewdness of a seasoned businesswoman and asked, "How will the profits be distributed?" Zhao Qin smiled and replied, "You will be fully responsible for transportation, storage, and sales. After deducting production costs, you get 20% of the profits, and Eden Grain Trade Group takes 80%. Upon hearing this distribution plan, Hua Yalanlin frowned. She smiled and said, "Your Majesty, isn't this a bit too much? After deducting our operating costs, the actual profit left for us is minimal." Zhao Qin calmly explained, "On the surface, the profit seems small, but you must understand that Eden brand grain is unbeatable in the market. With this market share, even a small profit is enough to sustain the Byran Interstellar Trade Group. More importantly, you gain far more than just the apparent profits. Through grain trade, you can quickly establish solid cooperative relationships with various interstellar civilizations, laying the foundation for future trade. Grain trade is the best way to open doors. Additionally, you can use this opportunity to merge with or collaborate with other Flower Fairy interstellar traders. I estimate that within 6 months, the Byran Interstellar Trade Group can become the largest interstellar trading group in the entire Flower Fairy Federation tribe." Hua Yalanlin was taken aback. She had thought it would take 3 years to achieve her goal, but with the help of the Eden Grain Trade Group, it could be realized within 6 months. The thought excited her. Compared to immediate profits, the market share and status the Byran Interstellar Trade Group could gain were invaluable. After thorough consideration, Hua Yalanlin finally agreed to Zhao Qin's grain trade cooperation plan. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and determination, as if she could already see the Byran Interstellar Trade Group dominating the market in the near future. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor-class starship, the negotiations had concluded. After leaving a contingent of diplomats behind, Zhao Qian and his soaring dragon fleet were preparing to set off for their next destination. However, instead of heading back to the soaring dragon interstellar empire, they were headed directly to the unknown universe where Charlotte resided. Lilith looked at Zhao Qian with concern, her brow furrowed. "Your Majesty, heading into an unknown, high-risk universe without any preparation. Your safety. This is entirely different from visiting the Fairy Federation tribal universe, which has declared permanent neutrality." Zhao Chun sat calmly in the captain's chair, his expression serene. He explained, "If we return to the Soaring Dragon Interstellar Empire first, then contact Charlotte and set off again, it would take at least 10 days just for the journey. We don't have that kind of time to waste. Departing directly from here will only take 3 days." Seeing Zhao Chen's resolve, Lilith sighed in resignation. Knowing she couldn't dissuade the emperor, she discreetly instructed Fleet Commander Xiong Xiangxiang to ensure all preparations were thorough for the upcoming journey. "So which universe are we heading to?" Lilith turned to Zhao Chun, awaiting his decision. Zhao Chun pondered for a moment, recalling the 5 targets for the Soaring Dragon Interstellar Empire's expansion: the Cancer Interstellar Civilization Universe, the Mohades Interstellar Empire Universe, the Fire Pattern Interstellar Alliance Universe, the Fairy Federation Tribal Universe, and the Stone Kingdom Universe. These targets were divided between Charlotte and Lilith. Lilith had already secured the Fairy Federation Tribal Universe and the Stone Kingdom, leaving Charlotte responsible for the remaining 3. Unlike Lilith's targets, which could be negotiated with, Charlotte's 3 universes were likely to involve military conflict. Hence, a soaring dragon fleet had already been dispatched to each of those universes. After carefully reviewing the coordinates of the 3 universes, Zhao Chen finally decided, "Let's head to the Cancer Interstellar Civilization Universe. It lacks a unified government and is only at AT5 technological stage. Even if we encounter danger, our Imperial Guard fleet can at least ensure our safety." Although Zhao Chun was bold in his actions, he was not reckless. Among the 3 targets, the Cancer Interstellar Civilization Universe was undoubtedly the most suitable choice at the moment. "Understood. I'll make the arrangements." The journey should take about 3 days. Lilith promptly began organizing the preparations. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun was not idle. He continued to study the relevant information and cooperation plans for the Stone Kingdom and the Fairy Federation Tribal Universe. When Lilith returned after finishing her tasks, Zhao Chun was still engrossed in his reading. "Lilith," Zhao Chun looked up and asked, "In your vision, how far do you intend to develop the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group? How long will it take? And what benefits can it bring us?" Standing beside Zhao Chun, Lilith summoned a holographic projection. The image depicted the growth blueprint of the enterprise, resembling a small sapling gradually growing into a towering tree. "According to our calculations," Lilith explained, "the first phase of investment will take about 3 months. During this period, our goal is to make the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group the largest interstellar trader within the Fairy Federation Tribal Universe, capturing over 30% of the market share. This target is quite achievable. Hua Yalanlin's capabilities and talents are well recognized. She was previously hindered by limitations that prevented her from fully utilizing her potential. Now, with those constraints removed and our support such as interstellar transport ships, soaring dragon products, and grain trade, the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group can rapidly rise to prominence." Lilith continued, "Currently, the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group's net income is about 500 trillion star coins. In just 3 months, with our assistance, the numbers for the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group will skyrocket to an impressive 30 trillion star coins, with an average monthly estimate of a staggering 2.5 trillion star coins. This growth will capture 30% of the market share within the Flower Fairy Federation tribe. Notably, the total net profit of all interstellar trade groups within the Flower Fairy Federation tribe is approximately 10 quadrillion star coins, surpassing all T5-level interstellar civilizations and even rivaling some T6-level interstellar civilizations. Zhao Qin nodded slightly, already familiar with these figures. He knew that the Holy Elf Empire, the most economically powerful entity the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had encountered, only boasted 30 quadrillion star coins. Despite the Holy Elf Empire's territory being significantly larger than the Flower Fairy Federation tribes, possibly by dozens of times, the economic difference was stark. Of course, the Flower Fairy Federation tribe had a smaller population and territory and did not need to build its own interstellar fleet, saving significantly on related expenses. However, they had to allocate substantial funds for various other expenditures. Out of the 10 quadrillion star coins, only about 1/10 could be retained for the tribe's development. Even so, this amount was sufficient to make the Flower Fairy Federation tribe a prosperous place. Lilith continued, after this, the Bai-Lan Interstellar Trade Group's profits can maintain a monthly growth rate of at least 10 for 3 years. This means that in the first year, their annual revenue will reach 8 quadrillion star coins, with an average monthly revenue exceeding 600 trillion star coins, 16 times the current 50 trillion star coins. She paused briefly before continuing. In this 3-year plan, the annual profit of the Bai-Lan Interstellar Trade Group can reach at least 50 quadrillion star coins. At that time, one Bai-Lan Interstellar Trade Group will be equivalent to several Flower Fairy Federation tribes combined. According to our current cooperation agreement with them, we will receive half of the profit share. This does not include the funds they will borrow from us, the cost of purchasing our products, our interstellar warships, and the licensing fees for producing related warship technologies. If we include these, at least 40 quadrillion of the 50 quadrillion star coins they earn annually will flow into our pockets. Lilith's words were filled with confidence. In 3 years, we can transform an interstellar company with an annual output of 50 trillion star coins into a gold mine that provides us with 40 quadrillion star coins in profit. This is undoubtedly a very lucrative business. Zhao Chun compared silently. Currently, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, despite its rapid development, barely reached an annual output of 10 quadrillion star coins, just on par with the Flower Fairy Federation tribe. However, since the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire developed most of its technologies independently, with almost no costs and very low prices, its actual value was already comparable to the Holy Elf Empire. The only downside was the lack of deep-rooted resources, given the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's relatively recent establishment. Its resources were significantly less compared to the Holy Elf Empire. Zhao Qin knew that a universe's development would stagnate if it didn't connect with the outside world, much like the Holy Elf Empire. Although the Holy Elf Empire was not as self-isolated as the Stone Kingdom, the innate superiority of the elves made them consider external affairs inferior to their own. This attitude led them to disdain external trade and profit-making. In simple terms, the elves lacked significant desires. In Zhao Qin's view, the development potential of an interstellar civilization depended on how strong its desires were. He thought of order, a seemingly peaceful interstellar force whose motto was to maintain the order of various universe civilizations. Why had such an interstellar civilization grown so powerful? Because of its desire to maintain order. This was an immense desire, and its existence allowed them to become what they are today. Zhao Qin's thoughts then shifted to another example, the devouring civilization. Zhao Qian gazed at the excited Lilith, contemplating the future of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Lilith was passionately analyzing the characteristics and potential of various civilizations. The interstellar Zerg and the devouring civilization possess a strong survival instinct, constantly striving for their own strength. The Holy Elven Empire, on the other hand, is mired in complacency and base desires, missing the opportunity to form an interstellar alliance. By choosing to evade the invasion of order, they are destined never to become a truly powerful civilization. Lilith continued, forming an alliance with the Holy Elven Empire is a wise move. Despite their strength, their lack of ambition means they won't pose a threat to the Xiaolong Empire. She then addressed the developmental bottleneck of the Xiaolong Empire. Even with the full implementation of T6 technology, our annual output can only reach 80,000 trillion star coins. The key to breaking through is expansion. Lilith elaborated on the potential of the Bai-Lan Interstellar Trade Group. It currently encompasses the trade markets of dozens of cosmic civilizations, and it's only going to grow. With the support of the Xiaolong Empire, the Bai-Lan Group will bring us an endless stream of wealth. Next, she analyzed the value of the Stone Kingdom. Their mineral resources are crucial to us. Currently, their annual output is 10,000 trillion star coins, which could reach 30,000 trillion in the short term. Although their long-term development is limited, these resources could generate 300,000 trillion star coins in our hands. Listening to these grand plans, Zhao Qin couldn't help but mutter, "Why do I feel like retirement is getting further and further away?" Lilith, seemingly not hearing him, continued excitedly, "Your Majesty, If we can secure the next 3 targets and integrate their resources, we can completely surpass the devouring civilization within a year. This will be our chance to confront Order Hedon. At that moment, the deputy captain of the Dragon Emperor intervened. So, it seems the Stone Kingdom and the Flower Fairy Federation tribes are the key. The other 3 civilizations don't seem as crucial. Should we perhaps take it slow and not engage all 3 at once? Lilith turned to the Dragon Emperor's deputy captain, her gaze filled with a hint of deeper meaning. As a future high-ranking officer in the Empire, the deputy captain was clearly eager to hear what Lilith had to say next. No, quite the opposite, Lilith began slowly. This is crucial for that interstellar civilization. The deputy captain furrowed his brow, clearly puzzled by this unexpected response. Lilith didn't pause, continuing to elaborate on her point. Even the best seeds need fertile soil to sprout. These 3 interstellar civilizations are precisely that fertile soil. Her voice grew more passionate. Although our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire already has a considerable number of technical talents, the reality is that once we develop the Kingdom of Stone and the Flower Fairy Federation, our talent pool will be far from sufficient. We not only aim to absorb these 3 interstellar civilizations into our universe, but we also need them as future markets for our products. More importantly, these 3 civilizations have significant characteristics and prestige among various other civilizations. If we can control these 3, we can use them as anchor points to influence the surrounding interstellar civilizations. Ambition sparkled in Lilith's eyes. In the future, the interstellar universes we aim to control won't be limited to just these 3. Zhao Qin silently observed Lilith, who was now speaking with fervor. Compared to himself, a mostly laid-back Dragon Emperor, Lilith seemed more like an ambitious interstellar empress. She had not only envisioned a grand blueprint for controlling multiple interstellar universes, but had also already devised detailed plans for it. Zhao Qin cleared his throat, bringing the conversation back to the present. Ahem. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Focusing on the present is most important. We must handle the current matters first before we can talk about the future. Lilith and the deputy captain nodded silently, but Zhao Qin seemed not to notice the growing fire in Lilith's eyes, a fire that seemed ready to ignite the entire universe. The scene suddenly shifted to a remote sector of the Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe. The previously dark and tranquil space turned alabaster, like a vast mirror. Then, one after another, interstellar warships emerged from this mirror, as if breaking through from another dimension, and hovered in the starry sea. The 3rd squadron of the Emperor's Guard fleet immediately sprang into action, scanning the surroundings to ensure safety. Commander Xiang swiftly switched to combat mode, and all Xiaolong interstellar warships stood ready, prepared for any potential conflict. Report, no signs of other starships or interstellar life forms in the vicinity. Everything is secure. After confirming safety, Xiang reported to the Dragon Emperor on the command bridge of the Dragon Emperor. Your Majesty, we have successfully arrived in the Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe. The current sector is secure. Please give your orders. Zhao Qin nodded and issued his commands. Rest here for a while, and attempt to use our communication channels to contact the Xiaolong fleet stationed in this universe to understand the situation. Also, dispatch several interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to nearby star systems to determine our current coordinates and the surrounding environment. Since the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had not yet mastered cross-universe communication technology, they couldn't immediately ascertain the situation in other interstellar civilizations. Additionally, as this was an unfamiliar universe, gathering intelligence was of utmost priority. Understood. Xiang promptly began organizing the tasks. Back on the command bridge of the Dragon Emperor, Zhao Qin pulled up the data files on the Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe. This universe was currently at AT5 technological civilization stage and had not yet formed a unified governance structure. However, this description wasn't entirely accurate, as there were rumors of T6 level interstellar warships having been spotted here. Strictly speaking, the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization does not possess the technology to produce T6 level tech products and components. However, through some undisclosed means, they still manage to acquire T6 level starships from external sources. The cost of these acquisitions remains a mystery. Lilith stood next to Zhao Qian and whispered, "The situation in the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization is far more complex than it appears on the surface. While it seems like chaos, there's actually a hidden struggle among other interstellar civilizations." Zhao Qian nodded slightly, recalling that the information provided by the Holy Elven Empire also mentioned something similar. This complexity stems from the unique geographical location of the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization. It sits at the center of a densely packed cluster of universes, like a bustling cosmic crossroads. In an era where interuniversal travel is possible, this location is extremely advantageous for both warfare and interstellar trade. Even the star merchants of the Flower Fairy Federation have established several transit stations here, highlighting its significant geographical advantage. However, This value has also led the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization into a tragic fate. Lilith continued, due to its uniqueness, many interstellar civilizations want to establish a puppet regime here that is friendly to them. But other civilizations won't stand by idly, leading to a prolonged state of conflict. Simply put, no faction will allow an uncontrollable unified government to emerge, yet none can completely suppress their rivals. This chaos has ironically become a balance that all parties can accept. This is the root cause of the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization's enduring turmoil. Lilith added, among the three targets, the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization is undoubtedly the most challenging, but it is also the most valuable. If we can gain control here, combined with our military strength and the commercial network of the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group, this place will become the jewel of this region. Zhao Chun was silent for a moment, a determined glint in his eye. In that case, this jewel must be in our hands. At this moment, the long chaotic interstellar universe seemed shrouded in an invisible black fog. A massive shadow loomed over this cosmos, like a king surveying his plaything, eyes blazing with an unstoppable aura. The interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship swiftly transmitted several key pieces of intelligence. First and foremost, they confirmed their location. They were positioned in the northern territories of the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization, right at the intersection of three interstellar factions' domains. More strikingly, a fierce interstellar battle was raging nearby. On the battlefield, the fleets of two interstellar factions were jointly besieging a third faction. According to reconnaissance data, the total military strength of the involved parties was astonishing, reaching up to 1 million interstellar warships. Each side had deployed approximately 300,000 warships, creating a two-to-one advantage. Given the evenly matched combat capabilities, the defeat of the besieged party seemed inevitable, merely a matter of time. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor's interstellar command ship successfully established contact with the hidden Xiaolong Legion fleet. A slightly blurry video window popped up in front of Zhao Chun, revealing a female officer in Xiaolong military uniform standing at attention. She saluted solemnly and said, "Commander of the 5th Fleet Group of the Xiaolong Legion, Leona, reporting to His Imperial Majesty." Leona, a dragon princess, was responsible for the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization. She had shed her former arrogance, now embodying the image of a strict and dignified officer. Determination and fearlessness shone in her eyes. Zhao Chun got straight to the point, asking, "How are things progressing on your end?" Leona immediately began her report. Due to the inability to communicate across universes, Charlotte had entrusted Leona with complete authority over the operations here after assigning a series of tasks. Until Zhao Chun arrived, Leona was effectively the highest decision-maker, overseeing all actions of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire in this region. Following Marshal Charlotte's instructions, we discreetly infiltrated the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization without alerting local forces. We successfully established contact with the Free King of the Great Fang Sea Serpent Tribe and assisted him in his tribal unification plan. During this process, the Free King handled the political aspects, while we addressed all military threats. Leona continued with detailed explanations. To conceal our identity, we claimed to be the Free King's long-cultivated private army and strictly controlled the scale of our exposed forces. Although we actually possess 300,000 interstellar warships, we have currently deployed fewer than 50,000 in military actions and have not used T6 class warships, thus avoiding suspicion. According to our latest meeting with the Free King, it is expected that within 10 days, he will control over 80 of the key departments of the Great Fang Sea Serpent Tribe with our assistance. At that point, we will integrate surrounding interstellar forces, centering on the Great Fang Sea Serpent Tribe. The Free King plans to establish a polity called the Cancer Constellation Federation Kingdom, which is expected to control about half of the current Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization within 3 years. To fully control and suppress opposition to below 5, it will take an additional 6 months to a year. Zhao Chun expressed his satisfaction with Leona's report. "You've done very well. Steadily advance according to this plan, and we can gradually take control of the entire Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization." He paused briefly and then asked, "What are your thoughts on the Free King of the Great Fang Sea Serpent Tribe as our chosen proxy? Is he suitable for the role?" Leona pondered for a moment before responding seriously, "Based on my observations of him during this period, this is a person with little desire. If it weren't for the need to end the war in the Cancer star system, he would have no interest in power." Zhao Chun listened to the description from Princess Leona, the Dragon Princess, and nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the answer he had been hoping for. Zhao Chun did not want the agents he supported to be exceptionally talented or prodigious. Such individuals are destined not to be content with staying in one place and would never willingly be puppets. Instead, he preferred those without grand ambitions, as they were easier to control. Zhao Chun thought, "As long as you obey, I can give you a peaceful and comfortable life." "Your Majesty, where are you now? Do you need me to dispatch the fleet to protect you? Princess Leona asked with concern. Since joining the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, she had considered herself a part of it. Like everyone else, she understood the importance of the emperor to the empire and prioritized his safety above all else. Zhao Qin shook his head. The most important thing right now is for you to handle your own affairs. My safety is ensured by the Imperial Guard fleet. Besides, I'm far from you at the moment. Without using a starship for teleportation, it would take at least a day and a night via warp travel. Wasting such critical strategic resources at this time wouldn't be wise. Leona nodded silently but said seriously, "Understood. But, Your Majesty, if you encounter any danger, please inform us immediately. Protecting your safety is our top priority. Don't worry. Here, there's no starship that can kill me," Zhao Qin said with a smile. After the communication ended, Secretary Lilith walked over with a serious expression. "Is there something wrong?" Zhao Qin asked, noticing her expression and showing concern. Lilith opened the map of the Cancer star system and said sternly, "I believe our idea of supporting only one agent in each universe might be a bit naive. Perhaps we should support multiple agents. This would not only increase efficiency but also allow these interstellar forces to balance each other in the future. As everyone knows, a triangle is the most stable structure in any situation." Zhao Qin pondered for a moment, agreeing with Lilith's reasoning. If that's the case, then this is an opportunity. Lilith's lips curled into a slight smile as she opened a file. Zhao Qin looked at the document, which detailed an interstellar force known as the Luaha Kingdom. The Luaha Kingdom has a long history. It was once the most powerful empire in the largest star region of the Cancer star system. This star region, named Luaha Star Region, got its name from a meteor belt resembling an interstellar river. The ruling force of this area called itself the Luaha Empire. However, prosperity was followed by decline. Internal strife, division, and foreign invasions led to the fragmentation of the Luaha Empire. The once vast empire's territory has now shrunk to less than one-tenth of its original size, reducing it from an empire to a small kingdom. The former territories of the Luaha Empire were partially occupied by foreign enemies, with the rest splitting off. This resulted in 5 kingdoms vying for control over the former Luaha Empire's lands. Among them, the Luaha Kingdom is the legitimate successor, while the other 4 kingdoms were established by former rebels. Because of this, the Luaha Kingdom has been constantly oppressed, with its territory continually shrinking. The fate of the Luaha Kingdom hangs by a thread. Once a shining star in the interstellar empire, it now faces the threat of extinction. The young queen, though talented, has worked tirelessly to strengthen the nation since her ascension, showing initial signs of success. However, the other 4 kingdoms, former rebels of the Luaha Empire, have noticed Luaha's resurgence and are stifling its growth from all directions. Under such circumstances, the Luaha Kingdom struggles with numerous challenges. At this critical moment, an opportunity arises. Lilith analyzed. The battlefield we just scouted shows that the ambushed fleet is the 3rd Legion of the Luaha Kingdom. If we want to make contact and ally with the Luaha Kingdom, now is the perfect time. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment before opening the star map of the Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe. This vast universe comprises nearly 30 star regions. Only 3 factions control 1 or more star regions. Additionally, there are nearly 100 interstellar kingdoms of varying sizes. Luaha Kingdom is one of them, having fallen from being one of the 5 major powers to its current state. Lilith continued, "The Luaha Kingdom has deep roots. Though it has declined, it still holds a certain prestige. Such forces, unless completely decayed, always aspire to reclaim their former glory. Based on our observations, the Queen of Luaha Kingdom meets our criteria for cultivation." Zhao Qin nodded, summarizing, "So, you're suggesting we rescue this Luaha fleet first, then use this favor to approach the Queen and groom her as our agent in this universe." After careful consideration, Zhao Qin found the plan feasible. Cultivating multiple agents not only spreads the risk but also achieves optimal results through mutual checks and balances. Given the vast territories of the Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe, having multiple agents working simultaneously would expedite the control process for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. "Then relay the order to Xiong to execute your plan," Zhao Qin commanded. Lilith immediately contacted Xiong, the commander of the Imperial Guard's fleet. In the video window, Xiong's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the elite guards of the Xiaolong Emperor, they held a prestigious position but rarely saw combat. Faced with a rare battle opportunity, Xiong couldn't hide her excitement. However, Xiong didn't forget to express concern for the Emperor's safety. "Your Majesty, your safety?" Zhao Qin responded calmly, "My safety is not your concern. You just need to know that your opponent currently has around 45 interstellar warships. With your 3,000 warships, will there be any problem handling them?" The Imperial Guard's fleet has always maintained a scale of 3,000 interstellar warships, unchanged over time. Given that we are following the Emperor's fleet, It is essential to maintain a manageable size for convenience. However, these 3,000 interstellar warships are all elite T5 and T6 classes, including the T6 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship, a super flagship. Although it is primarily an auxiliary command ship, its battlefield prowess is formidable. Commander Xiong stood at the center of the bridge, a confident smile playing on her lips. She glanced at the busy crew around her and said steadily, "Your Majesty, rest assured. 45,000 interstellar warships are nothing more than a minor challenge for our Emperor's Guard fleet." Zhao Chun, hearing this, wasted no time and decisively ordered, "In that case, let's not waste any more time. Set out immediately on the rescue mission. The objective is clear. Rescue the besieged Luoha Kingdom's interstellar fleet and repel the two enemy fleets." Xiong straightened up, her eyes firm as she responded, "Yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, we will complete the mission successfully." Meanwhile, on the flagship of the Luoha Kingdom's third interstellar fleet, AT-5 interstellar battleship, the atmosphere was tense. General Long Qian, a middle-aged woman, stood on the command platform, continuously issuing orders in an attempt to turn the tide of the battle. However, the enemy forces held an overwhelming numerical advantage, more than twice their own. Despite General Long Qian's renowned reputation in the Luoha Kingdom, the enemy was clearly well prepared this time. Even with her strategic acumen, it was challenging to escape the current predicament. The aide hurried to Long Qian's side, his tone urgent. "General, we only have 40 of our combat resources left. If this continues, we will either be annihilated or run out of supplies." He paused before continuing, "General Long Qian, the situation is beyond salvageable. To preserve our strength, I suggest you initiate the emergency plan and lead a small team to break through. At least then, there's a sliver of hope." Long Qian gripped the edge of the console tightly, as if it were the only thing keeping her grounded. She bit her lip, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. "I could escape, but what difference would it make?" After Yuner sent out a distress signal from the capital star system, she went silent, indicating something significant happened. "We were ambushed by the Ming and who fleets on our own territory, suggesting a conspiracy. They're targeting Yuner's last hope. What good would it do if I returned alone?" The aide detected the resignation in the general's voice but persisted. "But General, if you return to the capital star, you could assess the situation. In the worst-case scenario, you could take Her Majesty and escape. As long as you both live, the Luoha Kingdom still has hope." Long Qian shook her head with a bitter smile, as if seeing her niece's stubborn face. "You still don't understand Yuner's character, do you? The Luoha Kingdom is her entire reason for living now. Asking her to abandon everything and become a fleeing queen? She would never agree to that." These words seemed to seal the fate of the battle. The atmosphere on the bridge grew heavier, and everyone realized they were facing an almost inescapable situation. The fate of the Luohua Kingdom hung by a thread, as if a guillotine were poised above, ready to drop and destroy the once great empire. Just as General Long Qian's heart sank into despair, an urgent report echoed through the command bridge. "Report," the radar officer shouted. "A fleet of approximately 3,000 starships has appeared on the outskirts of the battlefield. Their insignia is unfamiliar, and we cannot determine their origin." Long Qian frowned slightly at the news, her gaze fixed on the flickering dots on the starship radar. 3,000 starships? She murmured. "This is neither a rich region nor a busy trade route. Why would they appear here?" The mysterious fleet caught the attention of both warring factions, but its limited size did not cause much of a stir. The two fleets besieging the third fleet of the Luohua Kingdom were the first to respond, issuing a warning. "This is an active war zone. Leave immediately, or you will be considered hostile." The mysterious fleet remained silent in the face of the warning. Unexpectedly, the flagship of the third fleet of the Luohua Kingdom received a communication request from the unknown fleet. General Long Qian stared at the unexpected request, hesitating for a moment before deciding to connect. She thought, given the dire situation, answering this call might offer a glimmer of hope. The video screen lit up, revealing a grand and magnificent bridge. In the center sat a man in a black uniform trimmed with gold, his expression stern and imposing. His deep-set eyes seemed to pierce through everything, sending a chill down her spine. Long Qian instantly realized that this man was no ordinary figure. Standing behind him was a woman also dressed in military attire. Her beauty was astonishing, surpassing even General Long Qian, who was often praised as a peerless beauty. This woman exuded a complex aura, a blend of allure and elegance, nobility and a steely resilience. "General Long Qian, greetings." The beautiful woman stepped forward and spoke first. Long Qian's heart skipped a beat, and she asked warily, "You know us? Who are you?" Her mind raced, wondering if this fleet was connected to their enemies. Could they be from the external forces backing those factions? She speculated silently. Lilith introduced herself directly. "We come from the distant Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. I am Lilith, the chief secretary of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. This is our supreme leader, the Xiaolong Emperor. General Long Qian's eyebrows furrowed slightly at the mention of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, a sense of familiarity washing over her. She tried to recall any relevant information buried in the recesses of her memory. At that moment, her secretary, looking tense, leaned in and whispered hurriedly into her ear, "General, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is a T6 level technological civilization. They recently repelled an invasion by a devouring civilization and even launched a counterattack. While we don't have much information on other aspects, their military strength is undoubtedly formidable." The secretary's words acted like a key, unlocking a flood of memories for General Long Qian. She remembered this intelligence but had previously dismissed it due to the numerous internal affairs of the Luaha Kingdom and the vast technological gap between T5 and T6 civilizations. A colossal entity ruling an entire interstellar universe seemed worlds apart from a small nation struggling to survive in a single star system. Yet now, the legendary Xiaolong Emperor stood before her. This realization left General Long Qian stunned for a few seconds, her mind racing with various possibilities. The presence of the powerful Xiaolong Emperor was no coincidence. Directly contacting her must have something to do with the Luaha Kingdom. She quickly ruled out the possibility that the rebels had enlisted the help of an external force. No way could they muster enough influence to involve a T6 interstellar empire. A bold hypothesis began to form in General Long Qian's mind, but she chose not to voice it immediately. Suppressing her excitement, she gave the Xiaolong Emperor a respectful salute and slowly asked, "I've long heard of your esteemed reputation, Xiaolong Emperor. May I ask what brings you here today?" Zhao Chen lifted his head, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing through the quantum space of the video communication, landing directly on General Long Qian. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable authority. "You are not a fool. You should be able to guess why we are contacting you." General Long Qian lowered her head and responded, "I dare not speculate." Zhao Chen's voice turned cold. "What if I want to hear your thoughts?" General Long Qian felt a chill run down her spine, realizing this might be a test. Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, she looked directly at the imposing man and slowly said, "Then I shall venture a guess. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is a T6 civilization capable of facing the devouring civilization Hedon. In the known universe, your military strength is among the top 3. While our Cancer Constellation Interstellar Civilization is a vast universe, it is only at a T5 technological level and lacks particularly rare resources." She paused for a moment before continuing, "Therefore, the only reason that could bring the Xiaolong Emperor here must be the strategic location of the Cancer Constellation Interstellar Civilization. You might be planning some actions here. From what I know, although the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire repelled the first wave of the devouring civilization's attack, you have not completely defeated them. The terror of the devouring civilization is well known among all interstellar civilizations." Her eyes sharpened. "So, as the Xiaolong Emperor, you would not choose to act openly at this time. But if you wish to control a strategically important interstellar universe without public action, there is only one way to support a puppet regime within this universe, one that obeys the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." Taking a deep breath, she made her final conjecture, "You and your fleet are here, willing to communicate with us. So, I dare to guess, perhaps the Luaha Kingdom is one of the candidates in your plan?" A faint smile appeared on Zhao Chen's stern face. Zhao Chen clapped his hands in admiration. As expected of the most renowned commander of the Luaha Kingdom, "You figured out our objective in such a short time." No sooner had he finished speaking than the smile vanished from his face, replaced by cold, piercing eyes that stared at the other party. His tone turned icy. "Since that's the case, can you tell me your decision now?" General Long Qian was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that the Emperor of the Xiaolong Empire would ask so directly. After a moment of silence, she spoke slowly. "This matter is quite significant. We need our queen." Zhao Chen interrupted her. "I don't care about any queen. Whoever she is doesn't matter to me. If you wish, you could be that queen." His words struck like a thunderbolt, causing General Long Qian to shudder. The surrounding officers instinctively glanced at her, and the air was thick with tension. In the Luaha Kingdom, this was a matter significant enough to alter the nation's fate. As the current queen's aunt, General Long Qian had royal blood. Nobles had previously pushed for her to ascend the throne, but she had declined. Now, with the kingdom's situation deteriorating rapidly, people were starting to look to this exceptional general once more. Faced with the proposal from the Emperor of the T6 technological civilization, General Long Qian knew this could drastically change the Luaha Kingdom's future. She responded quickly, "Your Majesty, I have no interest in the throne of Luaha Kingdom. Besides, my niece Long Yun is quite capable on her own. If it weren't for the deliberate suppression from other kingdoms, Luaha Kingdom would be thriving." Zhao Chen's expression grew impatient. "Let's get back to the main point. What do you think of my proposal?" I don't have much patience. General Long Qian's mind raced. She knew that her response could determine the future of the Luoha kingdom. Taking a deep breath, she said firmly, a puppet regime. A proxy? I agree to your terms. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised. You agreed so quickly? Aren't you concerned about understanding more or worried that I might sell you out? General Long Qian shrugged helplessly, a resigned look in her eyes. I know that Luoha kingdom has no bargaining power in front of you. To you, there can be many Luoha kingdoms in the Crab Nebula's interstellar civilization. And you must be aware of our current predicament. Without your help, Luoha kingdom is doomed. I don't know the situation at the capital star. We might miss this chance, and Luoha kingdom could be wiped out. You are our only lifeline. What demands can we possibly make? Zhao Qin clapped again. You are a very smart person. I like working with smart people. Your Majesty flatters me, General Long Qian said, a hint of urgency in her eyes. Since I have agreed to cooperate with you, could you have your fleet come to support the battlefield immediately? If my fleet continues like this, the losses will be immense. Zhao Qin nodded and immediately ordered Lilith, who was standing beside him. Tell Xiang she can proceed. Yes, Lilith responded, preparing to relay the command. Lilith nodded and began to relay the orders of the Emperor of the Scaled Dragon Empire. General Long Qian seized the opportunity and eagerly asked, Is there anything we can do to help? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhao Qin gently shook his head, his tone calm and confident. No need. Just have your fleet stand by and fend off the enemy's interstellar fleet. Leave the rest to my fleet. His gaze swept across the room. Let's discuss other matters while we wait for them. General Long Qian nodded in agreement, though her mind was in turmoil. The Emperor of the Scaled Dragon Interstellar Empire treated this monumental battle as if it were a mere game. But on second thought, it made sense. After all, the Scaled Dragon Interstellar Empire's fleet was rumored to be capable of defeating the Order Civilization's invasion fleet. Deploying just a couple 100,000 interstellar warships to handle the less than 50,000 enemy ships here would indeed be a trivial task. Zhao Chen suddenly turned to General Long Qian, his eyes sharp. Let me ask you this. If I tasked you with restoring the former Luohua Empire's territory in a short period with minimal cost, how would you achieve that? Faced with this sudden question, General Long Qian remained unflustered. After a moment of contemplation, she answered steadily, the former Luohua Empire's territory is now controlled by 5 interstellar kingdoms. One of them is the legitimate successor, the current Luohua kingdom. The other 4 are the Ming kingdom, Hu kingdom, Xie kingdom, and Tai kingdom. These 4 interstellar kingdoms were once the 4 great noble families of the Luohua Empire. They rebelled and divided the Luohua kingdom when the empire declined. Fortunately, they have their conflicts, and they couldn't completely destroy the Luohua kingdom. This is why we now have 5 interstellar kingdoms occupying the entire Luohua star domain. She continued her analysis. The military strength of these 5 interstellar kingdoms is roughly equivalent. Each kingdom has about 1 million interstellar fleet ships, with T5 class interstellar warships as flagships or main forces, and T4 and T3 class interstellar warships making up the bulk. T2 and T1 class interstellar warships are mostly obsolete. Our Luohua kingdom has 3 fully staffed fleet corps, each with 300,000 interstellar warships, plus an additional 100,000 warships forming the royal fleet, directly controlled by the royal family to protect the capital star and royal security. A hint of worry flashed in General Long Qian's eyes. The Ming and Hu families have teamed up to besiege my 3rd Fleet Corps, intending to annihilate us here. What's more concerning is that this is happening within our Luohua kingdom's territory, suggesting there might be internal turmoil. I suspect that a coup is taking place in the capital star system, with high-ranking officials colluding with the Ming and Hu families to overthrow the Luohua kingdom. She resolutely stated. Therefore, the top priority is to quell the internal unrest in the Luohua kingdom. Only then can we fully focus on external expansion. With sufficient military support, this process could take just 1 day. Zhao Chen looked slightly surprised at the clear-headed female general, as if she had already mapped out a battle plan in her mind. He asked, Aren't you worried about your niece? Or the coup in the capital star system? Perhaps your Luohua kingdom has already been overthrown? General Long Qian smiled slightly, her eyes shining with trust. Your Majesty, as I mentioned earlier, our queen, though young, is indeed capable and talented. While I am not certain of the exact situation in the capital star system, I am confident that the royal fleet's 100,000 interstellar warships are under my niece's control. The worst-case scenario might involve issues with the other 2 fleet corps. She continued her analysis. Firstly, we can rule out the possibility of the 1st Fleet Corps participating in the rebellion. The 1st Fleet Corps is commanded by a highly respected veteran, who is trustworthy. Additionally, they are stationed on the border with the Sierra and Tai families' territories, making it impossible to quickly mobilize to the capital star system to pose a threat. Thus, the greatest risk likely comes from the 2nd Fleet Corps. The 2nd Fleet Corps is commanded by a relative of the royal family, specifically, my father's cousin's daughter's husband. General Long Qian found herself at a loss for words, unable to accurately describe her relationship with her niece. However, within the kingdom of Luaha, this marriage alliance held significant importance. The groom hailed from the rising Chang family, whose power ranked among the top 3 in the kingdom. As the eldest son of the Chang family, Chang Lakun was considered one of the 3 great marshals of Luaha, alongside Long Qian and the veteran general of the First Fleet. Furrowing her brows, Long Qian's voice carried a hint of suspicion toward the Chang family. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely that Chang Lakun and his family are behind this. Although he commands the Second Fleet with its 300,000 starships, launching a direct assault on the capital system of the Luaha kingdom is still impossible in the short term. A glimmer of pride flickered in her eyes. At least, as long as my niece is around, it won't succeed. Zhao Qin noticed the pride and trust in Long Qian's tone when she mentioned her niece, and his curiosity was piqued. Go on, tell me more about your plan. Long Qian's expression turned serious. With sufficient military support, we can resolve the internal issues of the Luaha kingdom within a day. Given the respect my niece and I command, combined with enough firepower, even those with ill intentions will have to fall in line. She paused before continuing. As for the 4 interstellar kingdoms, the same principle applies. With enough firepower, I can bring them under control within a week. In 20 days, the entire Luaha star region will be under my control. Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Long Qian. How many starships do you think you'll need for these 2 steps, based on your kingdom's fleet capabilities? After a moment of contemplation, Long Qian replied, to end the coup and restore order in the Luaha kingdom, we'll need at least 5 fleets, totaling around 1.5 million starships. To control the 4 interstellar kingdoms and the entire Luaha star region, 30 fleets, or about 10 million starships, will be required. She looked at Zhao Chun and added, of course, this is based on the combat strength of our Luaha fleets. If we use your Jiaolong fleet, the numbers would significantly decrease. I can't give an exact figure yet, as I lack detailed analysis of your fleet's combat capabilities. Zhao Chun nodded. Then take a good look now and tell me your answer. Long Qian was momentarily stunned before understanding Zhao Qin's implication. She turned to look out the window, witnessing 2 family fleets under intense attack. Countless projectiles rained down like a dense barrage, easily piercing through starships. Even fully shielded T3-class ships were reduced to fiery wreckage in an instant, and T4-class ships could only withstand a few hits. Long Qian's eyes widened in shock as she searched for the source of the attack. She initially thought the Jiaolong fleet had arrived in full force, but upon closer inspection, no new starships had joined the battle. The combatants remained the same 3,000 warships from the Jiaolong Interstellar Empire. Her gaze fixed on the heavy artillery ships launching terrifying energy blasts. While such ships were rare, Long Qian had seen them before. However, the combat capability and firepower displayed by these artillery ships far exceeded her expectations. This is nothing like an ordinary interstellar artillery ship. General Long Qian narrowed her eyes, closely observing the colossal beasts roaring on the video feed. Her gaze suddenly froze as an incredulous thought flashed through her mind. Wait a minute. This power, could it be? Her voice trembled slightly with shock as she turned her eyes to the man on the other side of the screen. Zhao Qin quickly caught on to her reaction. As an agent in training, this was the perfect moment to showcase his capabilities and establish his reputation. Clearing his throat, he began. The T5-class Sinister Spear heavy interstellar artillery ship, weighing in at 21 million tons, is equipped with 6,000 Sinister Spear particle energy cannons. Its energy core can deliver an extremely powerful fire output in a short period. What you are witnessing is their true might. General Long Qian instinctively swallowed, refocusing on the intimidating warships. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to an anomaly. The presence of this particular warship was so striking that it was impossible to overlook. Its terrifying attack intensity and the sheer density of its barrage even surpassed the awe-inspiring T5-class ships. Sensing Long Qian's curiosity, Zhao Chun added timely. That is the T6-class Wrath of the Goddess heavy interstellar artillery ship. It weighs nearly 70 million tons and is armed with 10,000 Wrath energy cannons. Multiple energy cores provide it with a continuous supply of power, sufficient to meet the combat demands of a T6 interstellar artillery ship. Even the usually composed General Long Qian couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. She fixed her gaze on the T6 Wrath of the Goddess heavy interstellar artillery ship, marveling at its might. Although she had seen T6-class interstellar warships before, she had never witnessed such overwhelming battlefield dominance. The firepower of just one ship was enough to put at least 30,000 enemy interstellar warships on the defensive, forcing them into a desperate scramble. Each shell from the T6 Wrath of the Goddess heavy interstellar artillery ship could make a fully powered T5-class warship tremble, let alone the T4-class ships that were reduced to mere cannon fodder. The dense web of fire left almost no room for the enemy to survive. In just the early stages of the battle, a few dozen ships from their fleet of 3,000 had already put hundreds of thousands of enemy interstellar warships in a dire situation. This was a sight even the battle-hardened General Long Qian was witnessing for the first time. As she took in the scene before her, a bold thought began to form in Long Qian's mind. Could these 3,000 interstellar warships really defeat 500,000 enemy ships? The idea made her both excited and anxious, eagerly anticipating the unfolding battle. At that moment, an astonishing thought flashed through General Long Qian's mind. Simultaneously, the fleets of the two family factions also noticed the presence of this mysterious yet formidable interstellar fleet. After multiple warnings and failed negotiation attempts, the commanders of the two family fleets quickly devised a seemingly reasonable tactical plan to close in and surround the 3,000 interstellar warships, leveraging their numerical superiority. This should have been the standard approach when facing elite fleets, but they underestimated their opponent's strength. They were not up against an ordinary elite fleet, but the fleet of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, possibly even the Emperor's Guard fleet. As the two family fleets advanced, attempting a crescent-shaped encirclement, Commander Xiong Xiangxiang immediately led the Emperor's Guard fleet in response. General Long Qian watched the battlefield intently. She discerned the Xiaolong fleet commander's strategic layout. First, a perimeter of interstellar frigates, interspersed with destroyers and battleships, forming a triangular defensive system akin to an impregnable barrier. This defensive configuration was not uncommon. Interstellar frigates intercepted enemy attacks, fighters, and drones. Destroyers provided fire support, and battleships focused on eliminating high-value targets. However, could this defense withstand the assault of nearly 50,000 enemy interstellar warships? Suppressing her doubts, Long Qian continued to observe beyond the front line. There, a small fleet of cruisers and battlecruisers was likely poised for counterattacks when the enemy's assault faltered. These warships' high mobility allowed for targeted strikes on enemy segments. Further back, Long Qian noticed four distinct types of interstellar warships. At the center were carrier starships, with all hangar doors open but yet to deploy fighters and drones, seemingly awaiting a specific moment. Beside the carriers were rare missile starships, their dense missile launchers on standby, like predators ready to pounce. Another elongated warship caught Long Qian's attention, the long-range hunter starship. This extremely rare type she had only read about in books, never seen in action, piquing her curiosity about its performance in battle. Behind the combat warships, auxiliary starships like supply ships and transport ships were deployed. The entire fleet's formation was orderly, with each ship ready for its role, prepared for the impending conflict. Although the Xiaolong fleet only had 3,000 interstellar warships, it was like a small sparrow with all its vital organs. Under the fierce bombardment of the interstellar heavy artillery ships, the charging fleets of the two family legions had already approached the enemy's fire range. Suddenly, the Xiaolong fleet opened fire first, its interstellar destroyers and battleships demonstrating an astonishing range. General Long Qian exclaimed in surprise, "Are these all T5-level interstellar warships?" Zhao Qin calmly responded, "Not just that. This entire fleet comprises warships of T5 level and above." General Long Qian was enlightened. A fleet composed of 3,000 T5 level and above warships was unheard of in the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization. But considering Zhao Qin's identity, the supreme ruler of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the Xiaolong Emperor, such a configuration seemed reasonable. She speculated privately that the number of T6-level warships might not be insignificant. Recognizing that the Xiaolong fleet's strength far exceeded expectations, General Long Qian was even more delighted. Since she had decided to sell herself, she naturally hoped her buyer would be as strong as possible. This battle, fought by an all T5-level interstellar fleet, was the first high-specification engagement she had ever witnessed. On the front line of the Xiaolong fleet, although there were only a little over 1,000 warships, each one displayed astonishing firepower. The attack intensity of the Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers made even the opposing T5-level interstellar battleships reluctant to engage directly. The power of the T5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleships was even more terrifying. Initially, General Long Qian was puzzled by the remarkable combat power of this unusually shaped battleship. When she learned from the Xiaolong Emperor that it was a heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship, the name alone hinted at its extraordinary capabilities. The main gun of the Holy Redeemer 300M caliber super-electromagnetic railgun, combined with 4 Holy-class cluster laser cannons and 1820M caliber heavy electromagnetic cannon howitzers, made the entire starfield seem to tremble with each salvo. Even more astonishing, this behemoth was equipped with 366 8-barrel heavy particle energy rapid-fire cannons, making it a moving weapons platform. Once a target was locked, its destruction was almost guaranteed. Under the ferocious onslaught of these T5-level warships, the fleets of the two family legions paid a heavy price. When they finally managed to get within counterattack range, the surviving ships unleashed their long-suppressed fury. Despite suffering heavy losses, they still had a large number of ships on the front line due to their sheer numbers of hundreds of thousands of warships. However, just as their attacks were about to hit the Xiaolong fleet, an unexpected scene unfolded. The seemingly dormant interstellar frigates suddenly sprang to life, with all their turrets firing simultaneously, creating a dense interception fire net. The incoming attacks were intercepted midair, turning into blazing fireballs that illuminated the starry sky. The interception success rate was remarkably high, with at least half of the supplies being intercepted. As the remaining attacks were about to strike the positions of the interstellar battleships, a massive light shield suddenly rose, enveloping the 3,000 interstellar battleships. The attacks landed on the shield, creating ripples like raindrops on a lake, before dissipating quickly. The shield then returned to its original state. This scene stunned everyone present, including General Long Qian. She had just received information about this interstellar frigate, the T5 King of the Hill-class Heavy Interstellar Comprehensive Strategic Frigate. While interstellar frigates in conventional armies also perform similar duties, the sight of one protecting an entire fleet from intense attacks without a scratch was awe-inspiring. General Long Qian's eyes gleamed with envy. This fleet not only possessed sharp spears, but also the sturdiest shield. However, the battle was far from over. For the two family legions, having decided to launch a full-scale assault on the 3,000 mysterious interstellar battleships, there was no turning back. Their commanders kept reassuring themselves. With hundreds of thousands of warships at their disposal against just 3,000 enemies, the numerical advantage should offset the enemy's technological edge. Continuous attacks would eventually break through any shield. Even with sheer numbers, they believed they could annihilate this fleet. However, the battle quickly spiraled out of their control. The elite mysterious fleet was not merely on the defensive. The first to act was the cruiser fleet, each comprised of 30 warships, actively seeking breakthrough points and charging directly into the enemy ranks. General Long Qian gasped as she witnessed this. Even for T5-class interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers, charging into enemy lines with just 30 ships seemed like a death wish. Yet, reality proved otherwise. These small fleets moved like dragons in the sea, using their incredible speed and formidable firepower to tear through the enemy formation and penetrate deep within. Through the interstellar battle map, General Long Qian observed that these fleets were not blindly charging but strategically interweaving and segmenting the enemy. Soon, nearly 10,000 enemy ships in one area were isolated, becoming islands cut off from communication with the rest of their fleet. When these isolated enemy ships attempted to break out, the T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers, initially forming the defensive line, swiftly moved in to seal the gaps created by the cruiser fleet, forming an impenetrable blockade. Following this, the T5 fired Chilean heavy carrier starships, which had been lying in wait, sprang into action. Swarms of starfighters and drones poured out from various parts of the carrier, like dense clouds, heading towards the isolated 10,000 enemy ships. The ensuing scene was akin to a locust plague, sending chills down the spine. The fleet of 10,000 interstellar battleships was systematically obliterated by the overwhelming numbers of starfighter and drone swarms. General Long Qian witnessed the astonishing battle, swallowing hard. Her gaze flitted among the densely packed fighters and drones, finally settling on the image of Emperor Xiaolong on the video screen. Though Emperor Xiaolong had not introduced the T5 fire-killing-class heavy carrier starship in this engagement, Long Qian's sharp military instincts allowed her to estimate its formidable capabilities. Her mind raced, reaching a startling conclusion. This carrier starship was equipped with over 1 million starfighters and 30 million drones, all of T5 caliber. For the enemy's battleships, the T5 starfighters and drones posed a threat equal to that of the battleships themselves. Under such an overwhelming assault, the enemy's fleet of 10,000 ships was annihilated in less than 10 minutes. The ensuing battle resembled a one-sided massacre, repeating itself over and over. The enemy's family fleet fell at an alarming rate, with nearly 100,000 ships destroyed every hour. Even with hundreds of thousands of battleships, the enemy could not sustain such massive losses. In contrast, the Xiaolong interstellar fleet remained virtually unscathed. Not a single battleship was damaged, and the shields of the T5 King of the Hill-class heavy strategic escort starships remained intact. Only the star cruisers and battlecruisers that executed breakthrough missions suffered some damage after their shields were depleted, but they safely retreated behind the defensive lines. In the nearly 2-hour-long battle, the family fleets lost nearly 200,000 battleships and failed to destroy a single ship from the Xiaolong fleet. Eventually, the enemy commanders, gripped by fear of these 3,000 mysterious ships, chose to retreat in what could only be described as a rout. During the enemy's retreat, the Xiaolong interstellar fleet refrained from pursuing aggressively, opting for a more passive approach. At this moment, a previously silent, elongated starship finally revealed its true power, a formidable ballistic cannon. The cannon's rear began to charge, glowing increasingly bright. Suddenly, a luminous bolt shot out, striking a retreating T5 battleship with precision. General Long Qian was astounded by the range, realizing that this starship's reach exceeded that of ordinary battleships by several magnitudes. Stunned, General Long Qian turned to Zhao Chun and couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, is this starship also a T6 class vessel?" Zhao Chun calmly explained, "Yes, this is the T6 Seraph Ballistackless Long-Range Hunter starship. It was meant to engage high-value targets at the start or early in the battle. However, the opponent was too weak this time, and we feared that using it prematurely would scare them off, so we saved it for the end." Understanding the strategy, General Long Qian nodded in agreement. She fully grasped the tactic. If the enemy had witnessed the T6 Seraph Ballistackless starship's power from the outset, they might not have had the courage to attack. What followed was an extraordinary display of precision hunting. Nearly all the retreating T5 battleships were picked off by the T6 Seraph Ballistackless starship. In fact, these enemy ships had already been locked onto by the radar of the Dragon Emperor command ship, merely waiting for the perfect moment. Finally, with the Emperor's elite guard fleet joining the fray, the 2.5-hour battle concluded. The battle report from both sides was nothing short of astonishing. The fleets of two families engaged in a brutal space battle with the Emperor's guard fleet. On the battlefield, over 200,000 starships were reduced to cosmic debris, with no T5-class ships surviving. The enemy's two flagships were also obliterated in the fierce exchange of fire, but the fate of the enemy commander remained a mystery. Just as the T6 Seraphim Ballistackless long-range starship began its lethal hunt, a large number of escape pods suddenly emerged from the T5-class ships. Clearly, the higher-ups had sensed the danger and were fleeing the ships. However, to Zhao Chun, these so-called high-ranking officials were nothing more than ants, not worth mentioning. In contrast, the Xiaolong Guard fleet emerged unscathed. The 3,000 starships had only sustained minor external damage. At this moment, interstellar supply ships had already released unmanned repair bots to begin emergency repairs on the damaged ships. Zhao Chun turned to General Long Qian, his gaze carrying a hint of calm confidence. "General Long Qian, what do you think of my Xiaolong fleet now?" General Long Qian took a deep breath, her expression serious as she replied, "If your Xiaolong fleet possesses such combat power, I must revise my previous estimates. With just 30,000 of these starships, I could control the entire Luaha star region within half a month." Her eyes swept over the fleet before her, calculating silently. Uniform T5 class starships, with a considerable number of T6 class ships. Among these 3,000 ships, there were at least nearly 100 T6 class ships. Such a scale would require the combined forces of 5 interstellar kingdoms to barely match. If she could indeed get 30,000 T5 class Xiaolong starships, Long Qian was confident she could fulfill her promise. Zhao Chun spoke slowly, a trace of pride in his voice. "This fleet is my personal guard fleet, so it's naturally stronger than the regular Xiaolong fleet. Currently, our regular fleet mainly consists of T4 class starships and above." Hearing this explanation, General Long Qian was not disappointed. She had anticipated that if the entire Xiaolong interstellar empire possessed such a level of fleet, even powerful enemies like the devouring civilization would struggle to compete. However, even a fleet fully equipped with T4 class ships and a substantial number of T5 and T6 class ships was enough to demonstrate the formidable strength of the Xiaolong interstellar empire. After a moment of contemplation, General Long Qian spoke solemnly, "Given the circumstances, I estimate that with 100,000 starships, I could fulfill my promise within 20 days. Nearby, Lilith raised an eyebrow slightly. 100,000 Xiaolong starships, this number was within their acceptable range. Zhao Qin furrowed his brow and asked curiously, "Are 100,000 warships really enough?" General Long Qian's expression was solemn, her gaze piercing. "Your Majesty, if the goal is to completely annihilate the armed forces of the other 4 interstellar kingdoms, 20 days indeed wouldn't suffice. However, if it's just to control the forces within the Luaha star domain, that time frame is more than enough. A decisive battle will make them submit." Zhao Qin pondered for a moment, already guessing Long Qian's strategic intent: swift and decisive victory. 100,000 Xiaolong interstellar warships will arrive within 10 hours. They will fully cooperate with your battle plan. Hearing this, Long Qian immediately expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Qin's voice lowered, his eyes sharp. "Remember, this is a transaction between us. From now on, the Luaha kingdom will become part of the Xiaolong interstellar empire. I will help you restore your prosperity, even surpassing the past. I will clear all obstacles for you. But should you ever dare to oppose me, your fate will be the same as those 200,000 warships today." Long Qian's expression turned serious as she bowed deeply. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Luaha kingdom will be the most loyal ally of the Xiaolong empire. We will dedicate everything to the empire and will never betray you." A hint of amusement flashed in Zhao Qin's eyes. What if it were your niece who did such things? Young people can be impulsive, and once they gain some power, they might not want to remain subordinate. If they encounter certain opportunities, Before Zhao Qian could finish, Lung Qian firmly responded, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Such a betrayal will never happen. If it does, I will personally deal with it to ensure the absolute loyalty of the Luoha kingdom to you." Zhao Qian's face softened with a smile. "Just a joke. No need to be so serious. I believe such a thing won't happen. Now, go and gather your fleet. My fleet will accompany you back to the capital star. Although reinforcements will take 10 hours to arrive, my personal guard fleet is sufficient to handle the current situation." "Understood," Lung Qian replied respectfully, her demeanor now completely that of Zhao Qian's subordinate. After the video communication ended, Zhao Qian turned to Lilith. "What do you think of General Lung Qian?" Lilith pondered for a moment. "She's very smart, which makes cooperation easier. But her intelligence could also lead to mistakes." Zhao Qian nodded. "That's a possibility. But for now, she's the most suitable partner. We need a smart agent to handle affairs here. If any unexpected situations arise, we have the capability to deal with them." Lilith then asked, "How does Your Majesty plan to assist the Luoha kingdom? Will you send troops directly, or provide advanced equipment behind the scenes to help them build their own fleet?" Zhao Qian considered for a moment and decided, "Time is of the essence, so we'll use both approaches. On one hand, we'll provide necessary military support, as long as it doesn't compromise our homeland defense. On the other, we can sell them a batch of interstellar warships." Based on the military hierarchy of the Cancerian galactic civilization, Zhao Qian and Lilith were discussing ways to enhance the strength of the Luohua kingdom. Zhao Qian noted that their T4 and T5 level starships were already quite advanced in this region. He suggested that the Beiyin Group establish a starship factory in the Luohua kingdom to produce T3 and some T4 level starships. Lilith added, "We also need to build spaceports, interstellar fortresses, and stargates as basic infrastructure. After all, if we want to support the Luohua kingdom, we need to ensure they can provide returns for us." Zhao Qian nodded in agreement and then asked, "So, we need to make an investment here. Can the royal family of the Luohua kingdom cover the initial costs?" Lilith was well prepared and took out a template plan. "If they lack funds, we can offer them loans. They can repay us with local resources or other valuable assets." Zhao Qian couldn't help but admire Lilith's foresight. "Looks like you've thought of everything." Lilith shrugged and explained, "It's always good to be prepared. This approach also helps us control and influence local powers. We can establish joint ventures or investment companies to hold stakes in local groups. On the surface, it looks normal, but in reality, we would control most of this kingdom's wealth." Meanwhile, the capital star system of the Luohua kingdom was engulfed in an atmosphere of white terror. All space routes were under military control, and the Second Legion fleet of the Luohua kingdom declared that they had taken over the entire star system. Without their permission, no starship was allowed to lift off, or it would be destroyed immediately. Many prominent families on various planets were being controlled, with powerful interstellar combat mechs stationed outside their mansions. The massive cannons on these mechs could level the buildings at any moment. Everyone could feel that a storm targeting the royal family was brewing. Outside the capital star, a standoff was unfolding. Nearly 300,000 starships surrounded the capital star of Luohua, while the royal fleet's 100,000 starships stood ready in low orbit. The capital star's defense systems were fully activated, with matrix defense railguns emerging from satellites and hidden ground cannons and missile silos coming into view. The entire capital star was declared to be in a state of war, and all non-combat personnel were ordered to take shelter. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. In the palace hall, Queen Lung Yun faced a holographic image of a man. Despite his image standing below her, his gaze and demeanor were filled with aggression, as if he was the true master of the place. The man spoke coldly, "Your Majesty, this may be the last time I address you as such. 15 minutes have passed since my last warning. In another 15 minutes, if you do not surrender, my Second Legion fleet will launch an attack on the capital star." Queen Long Yun stood atop the high tower of the royal palace, gazing down at the dense defensive systems on the planet's surface and the 100,000 interstellar warships encircling the planet. Her eyes were resolute, yet an unshakable worry lingered within her. Suddenly, a familiar voice, dripping with contempt and provocation, broke the silence from behind her. "You don't really think these defenses can stop my 300,000-strong army, do you?" Chang LeCun sauntered forward, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Once the highest commander of the Second Fleet of Luoha, he was now a traitor. Long Yun turned to face her former subordinate. Chang LeCun continued, "Don't count on your aunt to save you. Her Third Fleet is barely holding its own. As for the First Fleet under the old general, they're tied up facing 1,000,000 soldiers from 2 families. They can't spare a single ship." His gaze roamed over Long Yun in a way he would never have dared before. With a smirk, he added, "To the old general, you as a queen are not as important as the people he protects." Clenching her fists, Long Yun retorted angrily, "Chang LeCun, do you realize your foolish actions will destroy the kingdom of Luoha?" Do you really think those people will tolerate your existence? You're playing with fire. Chang LeCun chuckled, a sinister glint in his eyes. I'm well aware I'm playing with fire, but if I don't, I'm facing a slow death. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. You might not know this, but a powerful extragalactic civilization has set its sights on the Luaha star domain. They plan to establish a strong interstellar federation here, and the other 4 star kingdoms have agreed. The only condition is that there can only be 4 star kingdoms in this federation. A chill ran through Long Yun. She had heard rumors, but never anything so concrete. Chang LeCun went on, it's a near T6 level interstellar civilization. Can the kingdom of Luaha stand against that? Its destruction is only a matter of time. I've already struck a deal with the Ming family. The kingdom of Luaha will be split in 2, and I'll join them with half the territory and fleet. A wave of helplessness washed over Long Yun, causing her to sway slightly. Seizing the moment, Chang LeCun moved closer and urged, surrender, Long Yun. Surrender now, and I can promise you a life of luxury. Otherwise, when my fleet storms the palace, I can't guarantee what my men will do to you. He licked his lips, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Long Yun straightened up abruptly, her eyes blazing with fury. She spoke each word with defiance. Chang LeCun, let me tell you this. I am the queen of the kingdom of Lu past, present, and future. The queen of Luaha will never surrender, nor will she beg for her life on her knees. I will fight for the capital star of Luaha to the very end. If that's what you want to say, then you can get lost right now. I'll make you understand my resolve with my ship's cannons. Queen Long Yun's voice echoed through the communication line, filled with unyielding fury. Chang LeCun didn't expect this woman to be so stubborn. Just as he was about to continue persuading her, the communication was abruptly cut off, and the holographic image vanished instantly. Left in sudden darkness, his expression twisted into a sinister grimace. Damn woman! Chang LeCun roared in rage, crushing the wine glass in his hand. Shards of glass and spilled wine scattered on the floor, mirroring his inner wrath. He muttered in disbelief. I gave her such a good opportunity, and she refuses to take it. Can she not see the current situation? General, what should we do now? His deputy cautiously asked, interrupting Chang LeCun's thoughts. Chang LeCun looked down at the wine stains on his hand and slowly picked up a towel to wipe them off. His voice was calm and ruthless. Since this woman is so obstinate, we don't need to give her any more chances. Pass my order. Advance the attack. Launch a full-scale assault on the capital star in 5 minutes. Obliterate any interstellar battleships and combat units that do not surrender. He paused, a hint of sick excitement appearing on his face. Oh, and don't attack around the palace. I want to savor her final defiant expression. Maybe I'll even get the pleasure of seeing her beg in front of me. Chang LeCun immersed himself in this fantasy, a lecherous smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Luaha kingdom, Queen Long Yun had just cut off the communication and collapsed weakly onto her throne. Once bustling with activity, the palace now felt eerily empty, with only a few people remaining. Your Majesty, the urgent task now is to find a way to break through. A minister stepped forward urgently. The capital star cannot withstand the enemy's 300,000 interstellar battleships without reinforcements. But if we break through, we still have a chance. Yes, Your Majesty. As long as you live, as long as the royal bloodline of the Luaha kingdom endures, we still have hope. Please reconsider. Other loyal ministers echoed, earnestly trying to persuade her. However, Queen Long Yun's voice was unexpectedly calm. I'm tired. I don't want to run anymore. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the palace ceiling, looking into the distant past. When I was a child, the Luaha kingdom experienced an internal strife. My father and mother took me from place to place, sometimes moving to 16 different planets in a year. 2/3 of my childhood was spent on starships. Her voice carried a deep weariness. I am weary of this wandering life, tired of begging for help. I don't want to live like this anymore, nor do I want to cling to a miserable existence. Queen Long Yun raised her head, as if staring into the palace's dome, whispering softly, Father, Mother, I'm sorry. I, Yuner, have failed to fulfill your wish, to restore the Luaha kingdom to its former glory. Seeing the queen's resolve, the ministers in the palace panicked and tried to persuade her again. But Queen Long Yun had made up her mind. She raised her hand to stop them. Enough, there's no need to persuade me further. You all know my character. Once I decide something, I won't change it. But if you wish to leave, you can go now. As for the royal bloodline you worry about, I've prepared a gene box. You can take it with you when you break out. If you have the chance, you can try to restore the Luaha royal family. If there's a better choice. Her voice trailed off. Despair hung over the high ranks of the Luaha kingdom's capital star like a dark, endless cloud. At that moment, the second fleet surrounding the Luaha capital star tightened its encirclement and launched a fierce attack. The leading interstellar battleships opened fire first, followed by the destroyers unleashing a barrage of firepower. The defensive satellites around the capital star became primary targets, trembling under the relentless assault. The Royal Guard fleet defending the capital star stood ready at their battle stations. In this fight, they had no choice, no retreat. They couldn't even evade because behind them was the capital star, their home they swore to defend. Suddenly, a layer of light appeared in the sky above the capital star, indicating the activation of the planetary energy shield. In theory, the defenders should have the advantage, with various defensive weapons for support. However, faced with such overwhelming odds, these advantages seemed insignificant. Even with an enemy force of 300,000 interstellar warships, the situation wouldn't collapse too quickly. However, a shocking scene suddenly unfolded on the battlefield. In several attack directions, massive shadows loomed over space. These were the colossal interstellar battleships slowly approaching. The barrels of these behemoths glinted with a cold light as they first targeted the defense satellites surrounding the capital planet. Blinding beams of light shot out, tearing through the shields of the defense satellites as if they were made of paper. A rain of fire fell upon the satellite surfaces, engulfing various combat positions in an instant. One by one, the defense satellites shattered under the relentless assault, turning into fireballs in the void of space. The fate of those stationed on the satellites was all too clear. The face of the frontline battlefield commander appeared in a video window, looking panicked as he reported to Queen Long Yun, "Your Majesty, the enemy has deployed 3 T-6-class interstellar warships. They appear to be T-6 Barbarian Tiger-class medium interstellar battleships." At the mention of this name, Queen Long Yun's expression darkened immediately. She knew all too well that within the Crab Nebula interstellar civilization, no faction had the capability to produce T-6-class technology, let alone T-6-class interstellar warships. These warships could only have been acquired from an extragalactic civilization. The T-6 Barbarian Tiger-class medium interstellar battleship was highly sought after in extragalactic civilizations, but its astronomical price deterred many. It was rumored that a single ship cost as much as 50 trillion star coins, a figure that would make most T5 interstellar civilizations balk. Typically, purchasing such a warship required additional conditions, such as ceding mining rights, territorial usage rights, or even exchanging territory outright. Queen Long Yun recalled the situation of several family kingdoms, and was certain they previously did not possess T-6-class interstellar warships. The only explanation was that they had struck a deal with an extragalactic civilization, securing support that included these warships. Even though there were only 3 T-6 Barbarian Tiger-class medium interstellar battleships, for Queen Long Yun, who had no T-6 interstellar warships, this was enough to obliterate the capital planet's defenses. As the defense satellites continued to fall, the Royal Guard fleet of 100,000 ships faced immense pressure. Some interstellar fleets began attempting to launch attacks on the enemy's T-6 Barbarian Tiger-class medium interstellar battleships. They knew all too well that if they couldn't destroy these giants, the consequences would be disastrous once they launched an assault on the capital planet's surface. However, trying to get close to those 3 T-6 Barbarian Tiger-class medium interstellar battleships amidst the massive fleet of 300,000 warships seemed like a pipe dream. The enemy would never allow their trump cards to be easily attacked. As more and more Royal Guard fleets and starships fell, the capital planet began to face imminent danger. The flickering lights on the planetary shield grew denser, each one representing a deadly attack. Queen Long Yun stood by the transparent window of the palace, looking up at the sky, witnessing a terrifying scene. Countless meteors like lights were plummeting towards the ground. Suddenly, a massive flash exploded overhead, and the resulting shockwave instantly dispersed a large swath of clouds, creating a clear sky. This was an attack from a T-6 Barbarian-class medium star battleship, so powerful that Queen Long Yun couldn't help but gasp. She knew in her heart that if the attacks continued at this rate, the capital planet's defenses would collapse in no time. She had originally thought they could hold out for 10 days to 2 weeks, but now it seemed the defenses would crumble in less than 24 hours, and the entire capital planet would fall within 48 hours. A deep sense of despair enveloped Queen Long Yun. She smiled bitterly, realizing how insignificant her efforts seemed in the face of such overwhelming power. What pained her even more was the uncertainty surrounding her aunt's situation. Chang LeCun's earlier words likely meant that they had ambushed her aunt's third fleet in advance. At this moment, the fall of the capital planet was no longer Queen Long Yun's primary concern. She was filled with guilt and regret for dragging her aunt into this crisis. She couldn't help but wonder if it would have been better not to send that distress signal, or to have her aunt escape with her forces. As Queen Long Yun was lost in these thoughts, a blurry, intermittent video communication suddenly appeared before her. Without any request, it flashed directly onto the screen. She stared at the fuzzy video window in astonishment, trying to make out the figure on the other side. When she finally recognized the person, she was shocked to see that it was her aunt, Long Qian, whom she had just been thinking about. "Yuner, can you hear?" Yuner, can you hear my voice? The voice on the other end gradually became clearer. Aunt, how did you manage to contact me? Queen Long Yun asked incredulously. She remembered that after Chang LeCun's interstellar fleet took control of the capital star system and surrounded the capital planet, all communications with the outside world had been cut off. This had led to her only being able to send out a hasty distress signal with no follow-up. But now, her aunt had somehow managed to contact her? No time to explain. This thing? Listen carefully to what I'm saying. Don't give up. I've brought reinforcements. We can resolve the current crisis. You just need to stay safe on the capital planet. General Long Qian's anxious emotions eased slightly upon hearing her niece's voice. Before making contact, she had been worried that Long Yun might do something rash. Reinforcements? Where did we get reinforcements? Queen Long Yun was even more perplexed. In her view, even if they recalled the first fleet of General Luaha from the border, combined with her aunt's third fleet, their chances of victory against the enemy's interstellar fleet, equipped with T6 Barbarian-class medium star battleships, were still slim. Moreover, the enemy might send additional reinforcements. Don't worry about that. I'll explain everything once this is over. For now, just announce that from this moment on, the highest command of the Luaha kingdom is handed over to me. Trust me, Yuner. General Long Qian said solemnly. Queen Long Yun had always trusted her aunt unconditionally. After all, without her aunt's silent support back then, she wouldn't have been able to secure her throne. All right, I understand. Queen Long Yun immediately instructed her subordinates to broadcast the message repeatedly. From this moment on, all military forces, personnel, and departments of the Luaha kingdom are to follow the commands of Marshal Long Qian. This order was transmitted through public channels and naturally reached Chang LeCun's ears. What? That woman Long Qian is here? Chang LeCun frowned upon hearing the news, displeased. What's going on with the Ming and Hu fleets? The 2-2 numerical advantage couldn't stop the opposing fleet. Chang LeCun frowned in thought, puzzled by the enemy's unexpected strength. He was unaware that the flagships of two family fleets had been destroyed, crippling their command systems. This crucial information had not reached him. Chang LeCun mistakenly believed that only Long Qian had led a small detachment of the Third Fleet to support the capital star. Dismissing the threat, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it. What can Long Qian do now that she's just arrived? Even if she brought all 300,000 of her starships, I have 3 T6 Menghukless medium star battleships holding the line. What could she possibly achieve?" He sneered, confident that the T6 star battleships were unbeatable. Look at the capital star's defenses. They seemed solid but were easily shattered by the T6 star battleships, weren't they? Chang LeCun ordered, "Send a reconnaissance ship to see how many warships Long Qian has brought, then allocate part of the fleet to eliminate them." Soon, the reconnaissance report arrived. Indeed, a fleet had appeared on the outskirts of the capital star system, primarily consisting of about 150,000 ships from the Luo River Third Fleet, along with 3,000 unidentified vessels, possibly including several T5 class battleships. Chang LeCun scoffed. Probably some reinforcements Long Qian managed to pull together. So what if there are T5s? I have T6 Menghukless battleships. Order 1 T6 Menghukless and 100,000 warships to wipe out Long Qian's fleet. Meanwhile, the Emperor's elite guard fleet and the Luo River Third Fleet had already taken their positions. General Long Qian, the highest commander of the Third Fleet, anxiously watched the capital star battlefield. Burning defense satellites, wreckage of fallen ships, and the attack marks on the planetary shield. Though she had confirmed Queen Long Yun's safety, she remained deeply concerned about the battle. With respect, Long Qian asked Zhao Qian via video link, "Your Majesty, my fleet?" Zhao Qian interrupted, "No need. To save time, my elite guard fleet will handle the main battlefield. Your task is to reclaim the controlled planets. That shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Long Qian immediately replied, "Of course not." She silently relayed the orders, feeling a mix of emotions. Reducing casualties should have been a relief, but the Emperor's words stung her. To him, her 150,000 ships were not an asset but a potential liability. She wanted to argue but found no words, resigning herself to observe the battle unfold. When she saw Chang LeCun dispatching 100,000 warships to intercept, she immediately recognized his fatal mistake. Almost instantly, the elite guard fleet's battleships and destroyers opened fire. Despite their small numbers, their overwhelming firepower suppressed the enemy's 100,000 ships, rendering them unable to retaliate. As for the so-called T6 Menghukless medium star battleship, it didn't even get a chance to engage. The moment the elite guard fleet entered the battlefield, all enemy T5 and T6 ships were locked onto. Although Commander Xiong Xiangxiang might have dismissed the threat of the T6 battleship, she wouldn't ignore any potential danger with the Emperor present. Her first order was to eliminate the enemy T5 and T6 ships as quickly as possible. The task fell to the T6 Seraphim crossbow-class long-range hunter ships. 3 hunter ships simultaneously targeted the T6 Menghukless battleship, unleashing arrows that annihilated any enemy ship in their path. When the arrows struck the T6 Menghuckless battleship, its star shield barely held before being penetrated. The three luminous arrows pierced the hull, triggering a massive explosion. The T6 Menghuckless battleship was destroyed before it could even identify its attackers, without firing a single shot, a twist no one anticipated. The elite guard fleet then advanced with unstoppable momentum. The battleships and destroyers formed a solid line, steadily pushing forward. Meanwhile, a spectacular scene erupted in the cosmos. A multitude of interstellar drones and starfighters launched from the mothership, dispersing in all directions like a burst of fireworks. Wherever they went, enemy units were obliterated, as if a cosmic catastrophe had struck. This sudden development was immediately relayed to Chang LeCun's command center. The adjutant, face pale with fear, reported, "General, the enemy has destroyed our T6 Manhuckless medium interstellar battleship." Chang LeCun's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? The 100,000 starships we dispatched haven't even engaged the enemy yet. The adjutant's voice trembled. "Yes, sir. The enemy used a special type of warship, which appears to be a rare model, the Interstellar Long-Range Hunter. Their range is extraordinary, and they attacked before our battleships could even enter combat range. We suspect these are T6 class warships. Otherwise, they couldn't have destroyed our T6 Manhuckless so quickly." Chang LeCun frowned in deep thought. T6 class? Where did Long Qian get T6 class reinforcements? Just then, his attention was drawn to the battle unfolding at the edge of the Luaha capital star system. His pupils dilated as shock turned to terror. On the screen, his fleet of 100,000 starships was being utterly decimated by a mere 3,000 enemy ships. Even more baffling was that Long Qian's Luaha Third Fleet, consisting of 150,000 starships, was merely cleaning up the battlefield and re-establishing control over the planet. Chang LeCun closely observed the 3,000 enemy ships. Their combat capability seemed on par with T5 class starships. Suddenly, he noticed a few destroyers and battleships at the forefront that looked different from the others. They were larger and more fiercely aggressive. "Those are T6 class battleships and destroyers," Chang LeCun shouted, standing up in disbelief. Then, more horrifying scenes unfolded. A T6 class heavy artillery ship unleashed devastating firepower, annihilating everything in its path. T6 class battlecruisers and cruisers pierced through Chang LeCun's fleet like razor-sharp blades, effortlessly cutting through the defenses. What made Chang LeCun's scalp tingle was the sight of a gigantic carrier ship opening its gates, releasing an overwhelming swarm of starfighters and drones, blanketing the sky like a plague of locusts. Faced with such overwhelming power, Chang LeCun's fleet of 100,000 starships seemed like children's toys, utterly defenseless. Chang LeCun swallowed hard, his mind racing. After about 10 seconds, he made his decision. Chang LeCun decisively issued the retreat order, his voice echoing through the fleet's communication channel. "All fleets, except those currently engaged with the unidentified fleet, are to disengage and retreat at full speed. Repeat, retreat at full speed." The commander chose to abandon the easily reachable capital star of Luaha, leading the remaining 200,000 starships to flee the battlefield. The 100,000 ships left behind became cannon fodder and were annihilated by the Imperial Guard fleet within minutes. Commander Xiong Xiangxiang did not receive orders from the Emperor Xiaolong to pursue, allowing the rebel forces of the Luaha Second Legion to temporarily escape. Meanwhile, General Long Qian began systematically reclaiming planets within the capital star system, clearing surface rebels and restoring order. Shortly after, the Imperial Guard fleet appeared over the capital star of Luaha. The scene was shocking. Countless starship wrecks and shattered satellite debris floated silently in space, a testament to the recent fierce battle. Although the capital city was shielded from direct attacks, many areas suffered natural disasters due to shockwaves. Fortunately, the damage was within controllable limits and could be repaired in the short term. At this moment, General Long Qian reconnected with Queen Long Yun via video communication, and Zhao Chen's image appeared beside her. Queen Long Yun paused at the sight of this unfamiliar man, but quickly bowed in respect. Although unaware of his identity, it was clear from the recent events that he was the commander of the elite fleet. Long Qian introduced him. "This is the supreme ruler of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, His Majesty the Emperor Xiaolong." "Emperor Xiaolong?" Queen Long Yun furrowed her brow slightly, as if recalling a familiar yet distant title. Long Qian continued the introductions. "This is Queen Long Yun of the Luaha Kingdom." Zhao Chen nodded slightly towards Queen Long Yun, and Long Qian explained, "The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is AT6 technological civilization. They repelled the Devouring Civilization's fleet during the Order Civilization invasion." Upon hearing, "repelled the Devouring Civilization," Queen Long Yun instantly remembered the Empire's reputation. Though unfamiliar with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the notorious Devouring Civilization was known to all. Long Qian elaborated on the support they received and their encounter with the Ming and Hu family fleets, explaining that it was the Emperor Xiaolong who rescued them and offered assistance. A complex expression flashed in Queen Long Yun's eyes. As a ruler, she knew that nothing came for free. Nonetheless, she expressed her gratitude, bowing again. On behalf of the royal family and all citizens of the Luaha kingdom, I thank the Emperor Xiaolong for his assistance. Zhao Qin waved his hand, speaking bluntly, I did help you, but not for free. Queen Long Yun was taken aback by his directness. She became curious, wondering what value her small interstellar kingdom held for AT6 civilization. Before Long Qian could speak, Zhao Chun continued, do you wish to see the Luaha Empire's glory restored? Do you want to reclaim all the lost territories of the Luaha Star region? These words echoed like a devil's whisper in Queen Long Yun's heart. She looked up sharply, directly at the Emperor Xiaolong. Restoring the Luaha Empire's glory and reclaiming the entire Luaha Star region had been her lifelong dream, for which she was willing to pay any price. That is my lifelong wish, Queen Long Yun said softly, her voice full of longing. Zhao Qin smiled slightly, meeting her gaze. If we, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, are willing to help you achieve this, what price are you willing to pay? Queen Long Yun bit her lip, her eyes complex. She quickly understood the situation. Despite their temporary survival, they were like fish on a chopping board under the enemy's watchful eyes. Without strong allies, the Luaha kingdom alone could not achieve its revival. Without hesitation, Queen Long Yun knelt on one knee, sincerely saying, Great Emperor Xiaolong, if you are willing to help the Luaha kingdom, I pledge that the Luaha kingdom will forever be loyal to you. I, Long Yun, vow to follow you and offer all I have on the day of our kingdom's revival. General Long Qian stared at her niece in astonishment. She knew all too well Long Yun's deep-seated determination to revive the Luaha kingdom, but she never expected her to be willing to sacrifice herself. Zhao Qin looked at Queen Long Yun with satisfaction. His prior understanding of her was limited to intelligence reports. He knew she was young and capable, but had never seen it firsthand. His interactions with General Long Qian had also pleased him, and he had considered supporting Long Qian if he found Long Yun unsatisfactory. For Zhao Chun, it didn't matter who stood at the forefront, as long as he had a suitable proxy. Zhao Qin spoke calmly, I don't need everything from you, just your service. In return, I will fulfill my promises to you. Queen Long Yun looked at him excitedly. Zhao Chun continued, regarding the recapture of the Luaha Star region, I have already discussed it with your aunt. I will provide 100,000 interstellar warships, and she will regain control of the entire Luaha Star region within 20 days. 100,000 interstellar warships. Queen Long Yun was shaken. If they were all the Xylong-class warships, it would indeed be enough to settle the Luaha Star region. The possibility of reclaiming all the territory within 20 days made her heart race. She could hardly believe that her long-standing wish was about to come true, as if she had been lifted from hell to heaven in an instant. Zhao Qin continued, the subsequent plan is set. You will maintain the current regime, the Xinghe kingdom. Long Yun will remain queen, with Long Qian as her deputy. After restoring control, we will provide industrial support to rapidly develop the Luaha kingdom. If resources are lacking, loans will be available. In short, you have 40 days to recuperate, after which you need to go to war again to expand your territory as quickly as possible. Queen Long Yun looked at Zhao Qian in disbelief, astonished that his condition was continued territorial expansion. To her, this wasn't a condition, it was a reward. Previously, she had found the idea of reclaiming the Luaha Star region daunting, let alone expanding her territory further. What talk is there of expanding territories? At that time, it seemed like nothing more than a pipe dream to her. But now, the opportunity lay right before her. A glint of ambition flashed in Queen Long Yun's eyes, and she couldn't help but clench her fist. For any ruler of an interstellar power, expanding territory is an irresistible temptation. It's not just about personal ambition, but also about leaving a significant mark in history. While Long Yun's heart was churning, General Long Qian remained calm. She frowned in thought, relying solely on our own strength. It's difficult to sustain external warfare and territorial expansion. Zhao Qin smiled slightly and waved his hand. Of course, I know that. That's why I've already decided on your first batch of investments. His voice carried confident assurance. This includes some investments in the military industry. We will establish a T5-level military industrial chain in the Luaha kingdom, enabling you to independently produce T5 or lower-level interstellar warships. More importantly, I will personally teach you some T5 and T4-level interstellar warship construction technologies. Hearing these words, even the usually composed General Long Qian couldn't help but breathe heavily. This meant that the Luaha kingdom was about to gain the capability to independently produce Xylong-class interstellar warships. They had witnessed the formidable power of the Xylong-class warships firsthand. Even T4-level warships far surpassed other warships of the same level. General Long Qian furrowed her brow and looked at Zhao Chun in confusion. Your Majesty, what you're proposing sounds more like benefits for us rather than conditions? Queen Long Yun also realized that so far, these so-called conditions seemed extremely favorable to them. Zhao Chun smiled lightly and slowly revealed his true demands. Resource extraction rights, permanent open access to the Luoha Kingdom, the construction of a cross-universe Stargate, and providing convenience for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's trade group. After hearing these conditions, both Long Yun and Long Qian were stunned. Compared to the enormous benefits they were about to receive, these demands seemed insignificant. Zhao Chen added, "Before I make this public, you are not to reveal your relationship with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. If anyone questions your rapid development, just say that you have the support of AT 6th-level interstellar civilization." Long Yun suddenly understood. No wonder the 3,000 Xiaolong-class warships had no insignia of the Xiaolong interstellar fleet on their hulls. Clearly, the Emperor of Xiaolong was keeping this operation highly confidential. Understood. Long Yun and Long Qian replied in unison. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now, handle the matters in the Luoha capital star system. Once the 10,000 interstellar warships I promised arrive, you can proceed with the next phase of the plan. Understood, Your Majesty. Long Yun and Long Qian took their leave and cut off the communication. As the video window went dark, both of their hearts were filled with anticipation and excitement for the future. A new era was unfolding before them. General Long Qian gazed at the image of Queen Long Yun on the video screen. Their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile. At that moment, both of them realized that the tide was turning. Yuner, Long Qian began, her voice tinged with a hint of surprise. I never imagined we'd be so fortunate this time to receive support from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Her expression grew serious. To be honest, considering the current situation of the Luoha Kingdom, I had no choice but to agree to the Xiaolong Emperor's demands. Her fingers softly tapped the control panel as she continued. Without the support of the Xiaolong fleet, with our current strength, we wouldn't stand a chance against the extraterrestrial civilizations backing those 4 families, let alone the families themselves. Her words carried a trace of apology, as she had not previously mentioned this to Queen Long Yun. Bringing the Xiaolong fleet into the Luoha star region could technically be seen as collusion with a foreign power. Normally, even as a member of the royal family, Long Qian would not escape censure. However, Queen Long Yun's reaction was unexpected. She gazed at her aunt's face on the screen, a smile of understanding on her lips. "Aunt, there's no need to explain. In the entire Luoha kingdom, if we can't trust each other, who can we trust?" Her tone was firm. "Besides, you're right. Whether it was the Third Fleet's predicament or the recent crisis in the capital system, cooperating with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and accepting the Xiaolong Emperor's terms was indeed our only option." Long Qian nodded in relief, then her expression turned grave. "Yuner, you've seen the power of the Xiaolong fleet firsthand. Since we've chosen to cooperate with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, we must maintain the proper attitude. Remember, we must not do anything that goes against the Xiaolong Emperor's will. Right now, our only support is the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." Her words carried a note of warning, as she feared her niece might act rashly in the future. Queen Long Yun immediately assured her, "Aunt, you can rest assured on that point. I fully understand the value of our cooperation with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Given the circumstances, I will never do anything to defy the Xiaolong Emperor. I know the price of such actions. We are now in this together with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." General Long Qian nodded in satisfaction. Then, Queen Long Yun excitedly added, "Aunt, the Xiaolong Emperor just promised to share the production technology for T4 and even T5 level interstellar warships with us. With this technology, won't the Luoha kingdom soar to new heights?" Long Qian smiled slightly but quickly regained her serious demeanor. "These are indeed precious gifts from the Xiaolong Emperor, and we need to be patient. But right now, the most important thing is to achieve our goal within the promised time, control the entire Luoha star region within 20 days. This is not only a chance for the revival of the Luoha kingdom, but also our first opportunity to demonstrate our value to the Xiaolong Emperor." Her tone grew even more solemn. "If we miss this chance, the Xiaolong Emperor might look for someone else. In the vast universe of the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilizations, kingdoms like ours are not uncommon. The Xiaolong Emperor chose us, and this might be our only opportunity. We cannot afford to miss it." Queen Long Yun nodded repeatedly, her gaze resolute as she looked at Long Qian. "Aunt, I'll follow your lead on this. From now on, you have full authority over the Luoha kingdom's arrangements. If there's anything you need me to do, just let me know." Long Qian looked deeply at her niece, speaking earnestly. "From this point forward, our Luoha kingdom will be entering a new era. The two of us must be prepared for everything. Remember, once we embark on this path, there's no turning back." "Understood." Queen Long Yun nodded firmly, her eyes shining with determination. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship, Lilith stared in astonishment at Emperor Zhaocheng. She hadn't expected him to propose handing over T5-level interstellar warship technology to those outsiders. Even in their cooperation with the Kingdom of Stone, such high-level technology was highly classified and never shared lightly. Noticing Lilith's confusion, Zhaoqing smiled and explained, I am referring to T4 and T5 level interstellar warship manufacturing technology, not our current Xiaolong series. He raised his hand and summoned several holographic projections, showcasing a series of starship designs that Lilith had never seen before. The T5 R-class heavy interstellar battleship, the T5 Iron Guard class heavy interstellar frigate, the T5 Falcon Warrior class medium interstellar destroyer, along with various T4 and T3 level warships. While these designs were not fully integrated, they primarily focused on battleships, frigates, and destroyers. Zhaocheng continued, these technologies are more suited to their current situation. Although they are T5 level, they have low construction requirements, low costs, and short production cycles, allowing for rapid mass production. Their combat capabilities may not match our Xiaolong series, but they are more than sufficient against ordinary starships of the same level. He pointed to the projection of the T5R class heavy interstellar battleship. This battleship costs only 200 billion star coins. With T5 level industrial facilities, a single production line can produce 50 ships per month. Even with a modified T4 production line, it can be completed in 10 months. Moreover, with modular design and parallel production lines, the cycle can be significantly shortened. Lilith was dumbfounded. This cost was at least 20 times cheaper than their current T5 Divine Redeemer class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship. It meant that for the price of one Divine Redeemer, they could build 20 R-class ships. Even more astonishing was the incredible production capacity 50 T5 level battleships per month, a rare capability in the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization. Zhaoqing's strategy was clearly well thought out. These low-cost starships were more suited to the current state of Cancer, primarily operating within their own universe, with opponents mostly at the T5 level. Should they face a T6 level threat, they could always call for support from the Xiaolong regular forces. More importantly, this fleet could rapidly expand to a size capable of controlling the entire Cancer universe, preventing their plans from being hindered by insufficient manpower. Finally, Zhaoqing added, aren't we supposed to keep our identities hidden? Occasionally using Xiaolong series starships is fine, but long-term use would inevitably expose us. This explanation made Lilith realize the depth of Zhaoqing's strategic foresight. The explanation from the Dragon Emperor left Lilith deep in thought. She realized that to delay exposure, the immediate priority was to build an interstellar fleet that met the needs of the Luaha kingdom. This idea made her frown, then relax, only to frown again. We need to set up production lines and industrial factories for the Cancerian interstellar civilization, and that requires a significant investment. Lilith, ever the meticulous planner, began calculating in her head, her fingers unconsciously sketching numbers in the air. Seeing her concern, Zhaocheng spoke up directly. To build these industrial facilities for the Luaha kingdom, they first need to sign a loan contract. As for how to frame the terms, that's your specialty. You can handle it. A slight smile played on his lips. Our dragon never makes a losing deal. He paused, then continued. Regarding those industrial facilities, there's no need to build everything from scratch. We have a batch of decommissioned T3 and T4 facilities in our universe. We can dismantle and transport them here for reassembly. Zhaoqing's eyes sharpened, and those interstellar trade groups under the Northern Goose Group have been looking to upgrade their military industries. This is their chance to send their outdated production lines here. Lilith's eyes lit up and she quickly asked, what about the price? Zhaoqing narrowed his eyes, a hint of cunning in his tone. Even though the equipment is secondhand, it still functions well. Naturally, it will be priced accordingly. Lilith understood immediately, a slight smile tugging at her lips. These two had been working together for so long that they seemed to share the same mindset. Within a few minutes, they were already planning how to extract every bit of value from the Luaha kingdom's future output. Lilith quickly adjusted her thoughts and began outlining the initial construction plan. According to our plan, we can start building starship factories within the Luaha kingdom immediately. It will take about a month to reach the initial construction phase. She swiftly brought up data on her holographic display. After 1 month, these starship factories, built by us, can provide the Luaha kingdom with at least 3,000 T5 interstellar warships, 30,000 T4 interstellar warships, and nearly 1 million T3 interstellar warships each month, assuming sufficient construction resources. Zhaoqing rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Although the Luaha kingdom itself is quite poor, other interstellar forces might not be. They can adopt a war-sustains-war strategy, using war reparations from defeated enemies to build these interstellar warships, creating a cycle. Lilith nodded, quickly noting this down on her holographic display. Zhaoqing added, remember, each of these Dragon Series interstellar warships we build requires a technology licensing fee. They might not be able to pay now, but they must repay in the future with interest. Lilith looked up at the confident expression of the Dragon Emperor and sighed inwardly. This emperor truly intends to squeeze every bit of value from the Luaha kingdom. She quickly did the math and realized that at this rate, not just for 100 years, but for the next 500 years, the Luaha kingdom would be working for this emperor. Queen Lung Yun and General Long Qian swiftly took action, regaining control of the capital star system of Luoha in a short period, gradually restoring order. Two elite fleets, the Queen's Royal Guard Fleet and General Long Qian's Third Corps Fleet, converged in the capital star system, initiating necessary maintenance and resupply operations. Meanwhile, Queen Lung Yun issued an important nationwide announcement, exposing the betrayal of the Chang family and declaring an immediate state of war for the Luoha kingdom. This announcement was like a thunderclap, causing a massive stir throughout the interstellar kingdom. On the other side, Chang LeCun, who had fled the battlefield in a panic, led the remnants of the Luoha Second Corps Fleet to the Chang family's fiefdom star system. However, he did not stay there long. After gathering a large amount of supplies, Chang LeCun fled with his family towards the territory of the Ming family. Chang LeCun was filled with fear and anxiety. The mysterious and powerful interstellar fleet, equipped entirely with T5 class starships and a significant number of T6 class starships, was far beyond his imagination and strength. Faced with such a formidable enemy, he knew that he could not possibly contend with them on his own. At this moment, seeking refuge with the Ming family became his only option. Although he had failed to complete the original plan, Chang LeCun hoped that the Ming family would accept his defection, even if they could not fulfill their previous promises. At least they would not discard him once he was no longer useful. At this time, both the Ming and Hu families received the latest news from the battlefield. Their plan against the Luoha kingdom had been thwarted by an unknown interstellar fleet. Even more shocking was the fact that the enemy had destroyed their hundreds of thousands of warships with just 3,000 starships. Although it was unclear where the Luoha kingdom had found such a powerful ally, it was evident that this force had reached AT6 technological civilization level, far beyond their capabilities. Faced with this sudden situation, the two families quickly responded. They urgently mobilized all their fleet units to defend the borders while also contacting the other two family factions. At the same time, they actively sought support from the T6 technological civilization behind them. After all, if the Luoha kingdom indeed had the backing of AT6 technological civilization, the only way to counter it was to bring out forces of the same level. Time ticked by. 10 hours after the Battle of Luoha Capital Star, an interstellar fleet of 100,000 ships appeared in the Luoha Capital Star system. This fleet immediately joined General Long Qian's Third Corps Fleet to conduct a thorough cleanup operation within the Luoha kingdom. Over the course of 3 days, all family factions involved in the previous rebellion were wiped out, and the Chang family's long-established influence in the Luoha kingdom was eradicated. Consequently, the ruling power of the Luoha kingdom returned to the hands of Queen Long Yun, at least on the surface. Meanwhile, at the borders of the Luoha kingdom, the four family factions gathered nearly 3 million starships, an unprecedented large-scale mobilization. Even during the period when the four families split the Luoha Empire, there had never been such a large-scale national war-level mobilization. This massive fleet nearly exhausted over 90% of each family's interstellar fleet resources. However, facing Luoha's 300,000 starships of the First Corps Fleet, the 3 million starship fleet on the other side appeared hesitant and cautious, not daring to make any rash moves. The usual cross-border provocations were nowhere to be seen, and even routine border patrol fleets deliberately maintained a safe distance from the borderline, fearing any misunderstanding. This scene amused the highest commander of the Luoha First Corps Fleet. Over the years, he had never seen the usually unruly adversaries so timid. An old marshal, leisurely sitting in the captain's chair, played with a cigarette-like object in his hand. He took a deep drag, exhaled a wisp of light green smoke, and his eyes gleamed with confidence. The old marshal stood at the command center, his brow furrowed. Through the massive observation window, he could clearly see the enormous fleet opposite them. 3 million interstellar warships floated silently in the starry expanse, like a forest of metal. "Marshal, you've heard about what's happening on the capital planet." The middle-aged secretary beside him couldn't help but speak up. This ally the Queen brought in, is their interstellar power really that formidable? They've got the other side cowering like mice. The old marshal didn't respond immediately. His gaze swept over the busy officers in the command center, his mind racing. They were all aware of the 3-day purge within the Luoha kingdom. Fortunately, they had remained neutral in the Chang family rebellion, neither taking a stance nor collaborating with the Chang family. Though their attitude might have seemed ambiguous, at least they weren't on the side of the Chang family and thus weren't on the list for cleansing. The purge had not only spared them but also created opportunities for their own family forces. The vacancies left by the purged families and lords needed to be redistributed, meaning they had a chance to claim a piece of the pie. However, the old marshal was more concerned with the current situation. He said gravely, "The interstellar power supporting our Luoha kingdom is indeed formidable, at least T6 level. But the danger isn't over yet. The four families opposite us also have a T6 interstellar civilization backing them." His voice was low and serious. "At this point, the future of the Luoha star region is beyond our control. It all depends on how the two T6 civilizations decide. Just then, a video communication popped up. The old marshal turned to see General Long Qian's face on the screen. "Marshal, long time no see." General Long Qian greeted him with a smile, her tone respectful. A hint of a smile appeared on the old marshal's face. "You're finally here. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't be able to hold off those 3 million interstellar warships." He looked at the young woman who had once followed him around, learning tactical command, and felt a surge of pride. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Long Qian's expression turned serious. "Marshal, let's save the small talk for later. I need to deliver a decree from the Queen." The old marshal nodded for her to continue. Clearing her throat, Long Qian stated solemnly, "From now on, I will serve as the highest commander of the Luaha Kingdom, with the authority to command all interstellar fleets of the kingdom. I can issue any combat orders directly without needing to report." The old marshal's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this. He nodded calmly. "Understood." Long Qian quickly added, "Marshal, please don't overthink this. It's only a temporary arrangement. The Luaha First Fleet under your command will still be under your control." Her tone carried a hint of apology, clearly not wanting the old marshal, representing the old noble families, to misunderstand after the recent purge. The old marshal chuckled and waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm not one for complicated schemes. If you and the Queen need it, I'm more than willing to hand over the First Fleet. I know your capabilities well, and I'd be happy to retire early." Long Qian quickly declined. "You're still in good health, Marshal. We can't do without you." She knew that even if the Marshal wanted to retire, the interests of the old noble families he represented wouldn't allow it. "Anything else?" the old Marshal asked. "Nothing for now," Long Qian replied. The old Marshal's eyes narrowed, his tone softening. "Long Qian, we've always had a mentor-student relationship. I heard that you brought in the T6 interstellar power supporting us. Can you tell me about this T6 civilization's background? We need to prepare accordingly, knowing how they compare to the one backing the four families." Long Qian caught the probing in his words and smiled. "I'm sorry, but I can't reveal much about our T6 backer just yet. But rest assured, our T6 civilization is far superior to the one behind those four families." The old marshal's eyes brightened, and he exhaled in relief. "That's good to hear. Those guys have 3 million warships right in front of us. Without some confidence, they'd probably attack us." However, Long Qian's next words shocked him. "Marshal, they're afraid to attack. But who's to say we can't attack them?" The old marshal's pupils dilated in surprise. Before he could ask, Long Qian continued, "While I can't reveal much about our T6 backer, I can share some agreed-upon details." The old marshal's interest was piqued. Long Qian went on, "One of the commitments we've made is to restore governance over the entire Luaha star region within 20 days. The Luaha Kingdom will reclaim the interstellar territory of the former Luaha Empire." This news left the old marshal not just wide-eyed, but utterly speechless. The command center fell silent, with only the faint hum of distant interstellar warships hinting at the monumental changes to come. An elderly man with white hair stared intently at the 3 video windows gradually coming into focus, his expression serious. As the images stabilized, 3 figures appeared on the screen, each seated in a different room. The old man glanced around, ensuring everyone was present, and then spoke in a deep voice, "Everyone's here. Let's begin." "Begin what? What's there to discuss?" An impatient woman with a stern face interrupted. "Just wait until the Burns Interstellar Civilization's fleet arrives. Then we'll take down the Luaha Kingdom in one swift move." A thin, elderly man chimed in anxiously, "Yeah, old Xia. Weren't you in charge of contacting the Burns Interstellar Civilization? What's the situation? When is their fleet arriving?" The middle-aged man referred to as old Xia frowned, scanning the two with evident displeasure. "Why are you two in such a rush? If it weren't for the Ming and Hu families acting prematurely, we wouldn't be in this mess. Do you have any idea how much pressure I'm under from the Burns Interstellar Civilization? The original plan was to start 3 months from now, but you pushed it forward by 3 months." From this exchange, it was clear that this video conference was a joint meeting called by the other 4 family powers in the Luaha star domain. The meeting's cause was evidently linked to the current situation in the Luaha star domain. The heads of the Ming and Hu families looked embarrassed, their eyes shifting uneasily. They knew full well that the current predicament was their doing. They had launched an attack on the Luaha Kingdom without informing the other families, hoping to curry favor with the Burns Interstellar Civilization and secure a larger share of future benefits. However, they hadn't anticipated the situation spiraling out of control. The head of the Tai family, who had remained silent until now, sneered and spoke up. "You two planned it all out, didn't you? You left us out, hoping to make a good impression on the Burns Interstellar Civilization. Now that things have gone south, you want old Xia to fix it. What a clever plan. If the Burns Interstellar Civilization demands any additional conditions, you two will bear all the consequences. I won't pay for your foolish actions. Though annoyed by the harsh criticism, the heads of the Ming and Hu families knew they were to blame and had no grounds to argue. The head of the Xie family spoke calmly. The Burns interstellar civilization did present some additional conditions, which I agreed to. As old Tai said, those conditions will be your responsibility, Ming and Hu families. There's nothing to discuss. If you're unwilling, you can negotiate with the Burns interstellar civilization yourselves. In the alliance with the Burns interstellar civilization, the Xie family had taken the lead, mainly due to their connections with the Burns interstellar civilization. These connections had made the plan to establish a federal power in the Luaha star domain possible. The head of the Ming family, realizing there was no room for negotiation, reluctantly said, "Fine, we'll take on part of it." He knew that the priority was to resolve the Luaha kingdom issue and get things back on track. Although displeased, the head of the Hu family silently accepted the decision, her expression betraying her discontent. The head of the Tai family pressed on. "So, what's the plan? When exactly will the Burns interstellar civilization send their fleet?" My informants within the Luaha kingdom have reported that Long Qian has conducted a major purge. She is now leading their fleet, along with an unknown T6 interstellar civilization's fleet, towards the border. Without the Burns interstellar civilization's intervention, facing a T6 fleet even with just 100,000 warships poses a significant threat to us. All eyes turned to the head of the Xie family, awaiting his response. He spoke slowly. "I've contacted the Burns interstellar civilization. They have agreed to send their fleet earlier to execute the plan to clear out the Luaha kingdom. But before that, they will send an envoy to assess our situation." An envoy? The eyes of several clan leaders lit up, as if they had seen a new opportunity. The leader of the Xie clan, with a touch of pride, explained in detail, "I assume it's because of today's matter. The envoy will conduct an on-site inspection of our situation and then draft a detailed plan, including the arrival time of the Burns interstellar civilization fleet." Everyone present knew that the Xie family had the closest relationship with the Burns interstellar civilization. In the previously agreed-upon federal plan, the Xie family benefited the most and naturally became the leader of the four major families. This also explained why the Ming and Hu families remained silent about bearing any losses. Impatiently, the Ming clan leader suggested, "That's great. We must prepare well. How about we hold a welcoming banquet on the capital star of the Ming family?" The other two clan leaders also expressed their hopes to use this opportunity to get closer to the envoy. The Xie clan leader snorted coldly, his gaze as sharp as a knife sweeping over the three of them. Seeing through their schemes, he poured cold water on their plans. "The envoy will go straight to the frontline battlefield. Don't bother with those pointless preparations." Although the three clan leaders showed signs of disappointment, they dared not say more. Those who were not on the front line immediately began arranging their schedules, swearing to arrive before the envoy to demonstrate their enthusiasm for the Burns interstellar civilization. The Xie clan leader gave a final warning. "This envoy from Burns is of significant status. You'd better behave and not cause any trouble. If anything goes wrong, don't expect me to cover for you." With that, he cut off the communication. The other three clan leaders also ended their conversations and busied themselves with their tasks. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship, Lilith reported to Zhao Qian, "Your Majesty, we have confirmed that the T6 interstellar civilization behind those families is the Burns interstellar civilization." Zhao Qian pondered this name and pulled up the relevant information. The Burns interstellar civilization had just entered the T6 level, possessing only a few advanced technologies and 2 T6 level interstellar warships. This civilization, in its period of upward development, was actively expanding its strength to deal with potential threats. Lilith expressed her concern. "Although we are not afraid of their military strength, going to war with a T6 interstellar civilization would still be a significant burden for us." Zhao Qian, however, smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I have a plan." He stretched lazily. "Get ready. We're going on a trip." "A trip? Where to?" Lilith asked curiously. "To the capital star of the Burns interstellar civilization," Zhao Qian replied directly. Lilith was taken aback. "Going to their capital star now is like walking into a trap, isn't it?" Zhao Qian explained. "You're right. Now is not the time to go to war with a T6 interstellar civilization. So we'll switch tactics, pay them a visit, and give them a little scare." He emphasized the last few words, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. On the front lines of the confrontation between the Luaha kingdom and the four families, a sudden appearance of an interstellar fleet drew significant attention from all sides. Despite comprising only 3,000 starships, its presence was impossible to ignore. The warships of the four families quickly made way, even vacating scarce military docking space for the fleet. At this moment, the high-ranking members of the four families gathered in the starport corridor, preparing to welcome the distinguished guests from the fleet. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. Madame Hu, the matriarch of the Hu family, glanced at Lord Ming and teased, "You're quite something." I just heard you were in your family territory, and here you are in less than 3 hours. Aren't you worried about wearing out your old bones? Lord Ming sneered back. And what about you, old hag? We all know what everyone's thinking. Don't be a pot calling the kettle black. Lord Xie, hearing the quarrel, immediately snapped. Quiet down. The guest will be here any moment. Don't make fools of yourselves in front of them. At his words, the corridor fell silent. All eyes focused on the far end of the corridor, where it connected to AT-6 starship. The hatch slowly opened, and a squad of soldiers filed out, taking positions along the corridor at 1-meter intervals. Following them, a humanoid male clad in luxurious attire came into view. His skin was pale, and if not for the 2 pairs of antennae on his head, he could have passed for human. As he walked forward, the 4 family leaders held their breath. Lord Xie was the first to speak, with a respectful tone. A warm welcome to Mr. Wei Eyes. On behalf of the Xie family, I welcome you to the Luaha Star region. The other leaders quickly echoed their greetings, eager to show their hospitality. However, Mr. Wei Eyes remained expressionless and curtly interrupted. I'm not here to listen to your empty words. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Lord Xie, secretly pleased, quickly adjusted his approach. Forgive us, Mr. Wei Eyes. Please, follow me to the reception room where we can discuss the current situation in the Luaha Star region and plan our next steps. Mr. Wei Eyes' expression softened slightly, and he nodded. Very well, let's do that. Led by Lord Xie, the group made their way to the reception room. The other 3 leaders, though somewhat disappointed, followed closely. They understood the importance of this rare opportunity to engage with an envoy from the Burns interstellar civilization. Despite the initial cold reception, they were determined to make the most of it. Soon, they arrived at the prepared reception room, ready to commence formal discussions. On a massive round table, a holographic projection of the interstellar battlefield of the Luaha Star region was displayed. Mr. White's gaze turned sharp as he scrutinized the unfolding battle. The head of the Xie family smirked slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the 3 other family leaders behind him. He thought to himself, this is what truly appeals to him. Mr. White's is not someone easily swayed by superficial flattery. He values substantial worth. The 3 family leaders realized this as well, their angry glares directed at the Xie family head. They knew that this cunning man had deliberately withheld the envoy's character traits to embarrass them in such a setting. Ignoring their hostile stares, the Xie family head stepped forward to provide Mr. White's with a detailed briefing on the intelligence within the holographic display. He began with a brief overview of the current state of the Luaha Kingdom. With the assistance of an unknown T6 interstellar civilization, the Luaha Kingdom had eradicated most of their planted agents and allied forces. Even the surviving noble forces had severed ties out of fear of being implicated. On the surface, the Luaha Kingdom appeared united and impenetrable. Next, the Xie family head highlighted the current military situation. The Luaha Kingdom had amassed nearly 500,000 interstellar warships at the border, and the mysterious T6 civilization was about to arrive with an additional 100,000 warships. They were likely to launch an attack soon. Considering that these 100,000 warships from the T6 civilization were equipped with T5 and even T6 level ships, it would be impossible for the families alone to fend them off. Therefore, the Xie family head said urgently, we desperately need the assistance of the Burns interstellar civilization. Please convey to your superiors that we urgently require the support of their interstellar fleet. Mr. White's frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, only 100,000 warships? Are you sure? The Xie family head replied firmly, yes. Although our intelligence network in the Luaha Kingdom has been compromised, such a large-scale fleet movement by the enemy could not completely escape our notice. This information has been verified by multiple sources. Mr. White scoffed at the 4 family heads, sneering, you're scared of just 100,000 warships? And you think you're worthy of joining the Burns? Pathetic. Unfazed by the mockery, the Xie family head explained composedly, sir, I understand that this is embarrassing, but the enemy is a T6 civilization. As far as we know, they previously defeated 3 of our fleets, nearly 900,000 warships, with just 3,000 of their own. We lost nearly 400,000 ships, while their losses were negligible, with not a single warship destroyed. Those 3,000 warships were all at least T5 level, with some T6, fully equipped with rare ship types like interstellar artillery ships, missile ships, and long-range hunter ships. Their combat proficiency is extremely high. Therefore, with our current strength, it is indeed difficult to handle the situation. He continued, even though we have 3 million warships to face their 100,000, even if we manage to repel the attack, our fleet would be severely depleted. At that point, our newly established Interstellar Federation would struggle to maintain order and could not fully serve you and the Burns civilization. After hearing this, Mr. White's contempt lessened, though his tone remained flat. I understand. I will relay your message immediately. Within 3 days, the Burns interstellar civilization will dispatch 3 fleet corps, totaling 1 million warships, to the Luaha star region. Then, this so-called T6 civilization will see what true power is. The Xie family head quickly agreed. Exactly. The strength of the Burns civilization is unparalleled. Following you is our wisest choice. Under the leadership of the Burns, we will establish a powerful interstellar federation, even dominate the entire Cancer constellation, becoming the strongest T6 civilization. This well-timed praise visibly pleased Mr. Whites, and the three other family heads couldn't help but be amazed. Clearly, while Mr. Whites despised lowly flattery, he wasn't entirely opposed to appropriate commendation. Mr. Whites continued, of course, if we can persuade the enemy to retreat, that would be even better. Make one last attempt to contact them and inform them. If the Luaha kingdom surrenders, the T6 civilization withdraws from the Luaha star region and promises never to return. The Burns interstellar civilization will consider this matter closed. After a brief exchange, the head of the Xie family immediately began to carry out Mr. Weizi's orders. The most critical task was to persuade the Luaha kingdom to surrender. Despite the hostile relations between the two sides, communication channels remained surprisingly open. Soon, the head of the Xie family established contact with the highest commander on the Luaha kingdom's front lines. Instead of the expected old marshal, the video screen displayed the stern face of General Longqian. The head of the Xie family was momentarily taken aback. Although he knew the female marshal of the Luaha kingdom, he was well aware that her rank was far below that of the old marshal, who commanded the 1st Legion fleet of Luaha. Why is it you? Where's your old marshal? The head of the Xie family couldn't help but ask. General Longqian, her expression unchanging, replied, by order of our queen, all military affairs of the Luaha kingdom are now under my command. I am the highest ranking officer. Whatever you have to say it directly to me. The head of the Xie family looked her up and down with disdain and mocked. The Luaha kingdom is really regressing, handing over battlefield command to someone like you. Haha. If it weren't for that T6 interstellar civilization you somehow found, the Luaha kingdom would have been wiped off the map by now. Unfazed, General Longqian responded coldly. If you're here just to say that, you're wasting our time. Instead of making such remarks, you should think about how you lost tens of thousands of interstellar warships. Her words hit a sore spot, referencing the heavy losses suffered by the 4 family fleets earlier. The heads of the Ming and Hu families turned pale and were about to retort when the head of the Xie family stopped them with a glance. The head of the Xie family scoffed and said, if it weren't for the envoy from the Burns interstellar civilization wanting to give your Luaha kingdom a chance, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Let me be clear. Within 3 days, the Burns interstellar civilization will deploy 1 million warships to the Luaha star region. How do you plan to resist? The T6 interstellar civilization backing you has only sent a mere 100,000 ships. 100,000 against 1 million. Any rookie can do that math. He continued, the envoy from the Burns interstellar civilization is willing to give you an opportunity. Surrender now. Have your T6 backers withdraw from the Luaha star region immediately and never return. Do this, and the Burns interstellar civilization is willing to give you a place in the future interstellar federation of the Luaha star region. Otherwise, the Luaha kingdom will be obliterated. I'll give you time to think it over. Before he finished speaking, General Longqian interrupted. No need to consider. Our cannons are our answer. Surrender is not an option, not in this lifetime. And who told you we are bound to lose? Furthermore, I can offer you traitorous families a chance. Surrender now, and I will request the Queen to show mercy to some of your innocent family members. Otherwise, when the reckoning comes, don't blame us for wiping out your families. Wipe out our families. The head of the Xie family laughed, and the other 3 family heads joined in. The head of the Ming family sneered. What did you just say? Wipe out our families. Ha ha ha, what a joke. I'm right here. If you have the guts, come and cut off my head. I'd love to see how you plan to wipe out the Ming family. The head of the Tai family chuckled. I've heard that both you and your niece are quite arrogant. I hadn't experienced it firsthand until now. I just wonder if you and your niece will still be so arrogant when you become prisoners. The patriarch of the Tai family licked his lips, a lecherous gleam in his eyes. He threatened. You're all on the brink of death yourselves, even if you've allied with a T6 interstellar civilization. So what? The matriarch of the Hu family sneered disdainfully. Do you think everyone can be as powerful as the Burns interstellar civilization? General Longqian scanned the family heads on the screen with a blank expression and said calmly, since you don't believe, nor are you willing to surrender, there's nothing more to say. Brace yourselves for the upcoming battle. The patriarch of the Xie family heard this and a flash of glee appeared in his eyes. Fine, I'd love to see you begging me later. He secretly rejoiced, knowing this would give him a legitimate reason to have the Burns interstellar civilization's fleet massacre the Luaha kingdom. The communication suddenly cut off. The 4 family heads exchanged a smile, and the Xie patriarch spoke. That girl sure has guts, talking like that at this stage. When the time comes, we'll capture the entire royal family of Luaha kingdom. The men will be sent to the harshest mining zones, and the women will be thrown into the poorest slums. Old Xia, the Thai patriarch reminded, when you relay that woman's insolent words to the envoy, make sure to embellish them a bit. The Xia patriarch's lips curved slightly. I know exactly what to say. Meanwhile, General Long Qian looked at the now black screen with a mocking smile. These foolish people had no idea how powerful the reinforcements she had called upon were, far beyond the newly advanced T6 Burns interstellar civilization. She secretly anticipated the expressions of the four family heads when the truth was revealed. General Long Qian intended to report the matter immediately to Emperor Zhao Chun of the Xiaolong Empire, but learned that the emperor was preoccupied with important affairs and temporarily unreachable. Though slightly puzzled, she didn't dwell on it as she gazed at the 100,000 Xiaolong interstellar warships before her. At that moment, Emperor Zhao Chun of the Xiaolong Empire was leading the Xiaolong Imperial Guard fleet in another universe. Our coordinates are confirmed. We're at the outskirts of the capital star system of the Burns interstellar civilization, Lilith reported to Zhao Chun, her eyes filled with disbelief. Zhao Chun turned to Commander Xiong Xiangxiang. Xiong Xiangxiang, confirm our contingency plans? Xiong Xiangxiang responded immediately, multiple confirmations have been made. We can ensure a safe and rapid retreat in case of enemy attack, guaranteeing your and the fleet's safety. Zhao Chun nodded in satisfaction. For this venture, he had made thorough preparations, equipping the fleet with human technology for inter-universe travel and the T6 Emerald Dream-class interstellar jump ships, capable of swiftly deploying the fleet elsewhere. Since we're here, there's no need to hide. Zhao Chun leaned back in the captain's chair, a playful smile on his face. Pass my order. All interstellar warships of the Imperial Guard fleet, lift the energy wave blockade and set it to maximum. Let everyone in the Burns interstellar civilization's capital know they have distinguished guests. Then, directly contact their highest executive officer and inform them someone wishes to speak. The actions of the Imperial Guard fleet immediately alerted the local garrison and the high-ranking officials of the Burns interstellar civilization. Numerous interstellar fleets rushed over, and the entire capital star system went into a state of alert. What? An unknown interstellar fleet suddenly appears on the outskirts of our capital star system? No attempt at concealment, and they directly request to see our highest executive officer. The highest-ranking officer of the capital garrison frowned. Where did these lunatics come from? No idea, sir. We haven't been able to determine the origin of this fleet, the adjutant replied helplessly. The officer thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, contact this fleet and tell them I want to speak to their commander. Soon, a video window popped up, showing a man with a playful smile. Who are you? Why have you brought a fleet to intrude into our Burns interstellar civilization? Identify yourself immediately, or face the consequences, the officer sternly warned. Zhao Chen's lips curved slightly. Are you sure you want me to identify myself? Of course. I'm afraid that once you know who I am, it'll be hard for you to explain to your superiors, Zhao Chen shrugged, chuckling lightly. The highest-ranking military officer stationed in the capital was visibly disturbed by the arrogant remarks he had just heard. His brow furrowed as he weighed his options, his gaze fixed on the screen showing the man with a fair complexion and a faint, mocking smile. An indescribable unease welled up inside him. By all conventional standards, he could have ordered an attack on this uninvited guest. However, the commanding aura exuded by the man on the screen gave him pause. As someone who had met with the upper echelons of the Burns interstellar civilization, and even the highest executive, he had never felt such an overwhelming sense of pressure from anyone before. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Acting rashly today could spell disaster for the entire Burns interstellar civilization. At that moment, Lilith, who was standing beside Zhao Chun, stepped forward and spoke in a calm tone. We do not wish to cause you any trouble. I will now send you an encrypted file. Please deliver it to your highest executive. Once he sees it, he will come to meet us. She paused briefly and added, if you have doubts, you may check it yourself, but I advise against letting anyone else see it. The consequences could be beyond what you can handle. With that, Lilith transmitted an encrypted electronic file. Zhao Chun, with his arms crossed, coldly remarked, my time is limited, don't keep me waiting. He yawned impatiently and then cut off the communication. The screen went black, leaving the officer with a mix of emotions. He cautiously opened the encrypted document after a thorough security check. To his surprise, the document contained only an Imagia Dragon emblazoned fleet insignia. Staring at the insignia, his mind raced. Suddenly, a name flashed through his head. T6 Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. The formidable civilization that had repelled the Devourer civilization's invasion fleet. The officer quickly closed the document and issued a series of urgent commands. No one was to approach or attack the fleet. The area around it was to be declared a no-flee zone, and their movements were to be closely monitored. He then urgently contacted the highest executive, only to be intercepted by the chief secretary. Faced with questioning, the officer hurriedly explained, I have an extremely important and urgent matter that must be reported directly to the highest executive. The chief secretary frowned slightly and replied coolly, "You can tell me what it is first." The vice admiral hesitated, recalling the warning from the previous visitor. He took a deep breath and carefully chose his words. With a grave expression, he began, "Just moments ago, we detected an unidentified interstellar fleet on the outskirts of the capital system. We established video communication with them, and they claim to come from a powerful interstellar civilization. They sent us a document containing critical information that only the Supreme Governor has the authority to view." The Secretary General frowned, his tone stern. "An unidentified fleet near the capital system? Vice Admiral, you should know how to handle this. Immediately seize that fleet, verify their identity, and ensure the safety of the capital system. If they don't cooperate, use force. This isn't something to bother the Supreme Governor with. If you need to escalate every minor issue to the Supreme Governor, your position may be in jeopardy." The Vice Admiral began to pace anxiously, glancing at the document in his hand and remembering the warning. He knew the fewer people who knew about this, the better, but the situation left him in a difficult position. He took another deep breath and said firmly, "Secretary General, I will send you the document now. How to proceed is up to you, but I must stress its importance. I recommend you present it directly to the Supreme Governor. If you choose to view it, do so in complete privacy and do not disclose it to anyone. The consequences are beyond what either of us can bear. Remember, our burned civilization may have reached T6 status, but there are far more powerful civilizations out there." With that, the Vice Admiral transmitted the document to the Secretary General. The Secretary General received it, eyeing the Vice Admiral with suspicion, unable to understand why a mere document would cause such fear in a Vice Admiral. He cautiously examined the document and asked again, "So, what's in it?" The Vice Admiral shrugged, seemingly resigned. "If you want to know, just open it yourself. I've handed it over. How you deal with it is up to you, as long as you're prepared to face the consequences." The Secretary General hesitated, but decided to view the document. Following the Vice Admiral's advice, he opened it in a completely secluded environment. As the contents became clear, his expression shifted from confusion to shock, and finally to fear. He quickly closed the document, staring at the now calm Vice Admiral in disbelief. "You mean to tell me this document came from that fleet on the outskirts of our capital system?" The Vice Admiral nodded in confirmation. The Secretary General felt a chill down his spine, his voice trembling. "Why didn't you warn me about the contents earlier?" He knew the power behind the document far exceeded that of the burned civilization. Worse yet, he had viewed it before handing it to the Supreme Governor, as instructed. He regretted his curiosity, wishing he could slap himself. The Vice Admiral sighed. "I did warn you. Don't waste any more time. If you've seen it, deliver it to the Supreme Governor immediately. That fleet is still waiting outside. Remember, they are not to be trifled with." And a look of reverence crossed the Vice Admiral's face. "Do you know who I saw?" "Who?" the Secretary General asked, puzzled. "A male," the Vice Admiral said seriously. "A male? What kind of answer is that?" Male." The Secretary General's eyes widened in realization. After seeing the document, he understood what a male meant in this context, recognizing the grave situation. "I'm going to see the Supreme Governor right now. Remember, do not provoke that fleet. If anything goes wrong, it will be catastrophic." The Secretary General hurried off, reminding the Vice Admiral as he went. The Vice Admiral rolled his eyes. "You don't need to remind me. That's why I warned you. Hurry up. They said they wouldn't wait long. If they lose patience because of our delay, we will be the ones to blame for any disaster that follows." Hearing this, the Secretary General quickened his pace even more. Fortunately, the Supreme Governor's office was nearby. He soon arrived at the door. "Don't hang up the communication. I might need your help explaining this," the Secretary General reminded the Vice Admiral before entering. The Vice Admiral nodded reluctantly. The Secretary General knocked, and upon receiving permission, entered the office. Though it was a familiar room, today he felt unprecedented anxiety, treading carefully with each step. The once short distance now felt unusually exhausting for him. The Secretary General took a deep breath and stood before the magnificent desk. The surface was inlaid with various rare treasures, glittering under the light. A middle-aged man was engrossed in his work, meticulously reviewing documents. This man was the Supreme Governor of the Burns Interstellar Civilization. As a federal interstellar civilization, Burns had governors at various levels managing different affairs. The man before him was the one overseeing the entire Burns Interstellar Civilization. "Why are you here so suddenly? Is there something urgent?" the Supreme Governor asked without looking up, his pen moving swiftly across the document. The Secretary General didn't wait for him to finish and spoke urgently. "Yes, there's something very important to report." His voice was slightly tense. "Just now, the general of the Capital Star's garrison reported the appearance of an interstellar fleet at the outskirts of the Capital Star system. They initiated video communication with us and handed over something. It's of great importance, so I came to report immediately. The general is also on standby online. Only then did the Supreme Governor lift his head, noticing the video communication window next to the Secretary General. Anyone else doing this would have faced his wrath, as the importance and privacy of the Supreme Governor's office were unquestionable. However, the Secretary General was his most trusted confidant, someone he had personally groomed, so there must be a reason for such urgency. The Supreme Governor put down his pen and gazed at the Secretary General, his tone calm but tinged with curiosity. An unidentified interstellar fleet intruding on the capital star system should have a standard procedure for handling. What's so urgent that you're bypassing protocol? The Secretary General didn't elaborate further, but transmitted the electronic document to the holographic screen in front of the Supreme Governor. You'll understand once you see it, he said, his voice low and serious. So mysterious? The Supreme Governor frowned, but opened the document. His confusion deepened upon seeing only a single emblem inside. He scrutinized the emblem, his frown growing tighter. Suddenly, the Supreme Governor stood up abruptly, staring at the Secretary General and the General's video window in shock, his voice trembling slightly. Is this the emblem of the Xiaolong Legion fleet? The Secretary General nodded in confirmation. Yes, we identified it as the emblem of the Xiaolong Legion fleet from the T6 Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I rushed here to inform you. The General is also on standby. What exactly is going on? The Supreme Governor asked sternly. The Secretary General gestured for the General in the video window to explain further. The General cleared his throat and began his report. Upon discovering the intruding fleet, we followed protocol: surround, warn, and inquire. They initiated contact and sent this emblem to me. The video communication was with a man. A man? You said it was a man? The Supreme Governor's forehead beaded with sweat, his voice betraying his shock. The General confirmed. I'm certain. From his demeanor, he appeared to be the one from the rumors. Although the fleet's ships lacked the Xiaolong Legion emblem, I observed signs of disguise on them, likely for covert operations. Additionally, the man's secretary specifically advised me to keep this confidential and minimize exposure. Therefore, I came directly to you. The Supreme Governor turned to the Secretary General, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Did you see it? The Secretary General quickly explained. The situation was urgent. I had no idea it would be like this. As the Secretary General, it's my duty to handle these matters, so… Enough. No need to explain. The Supreme Governor interrupted, his tone severe. I just want to know, besides you two, who else knows about this? No one. No one. Both replied in unison. Good. The Supreme Governor exhaled deeply, his brow still furrowed as he pondered the implications of this unexpected development. The voice of the Supreme Ruler of Burns echoed through the conference room, laden with an undeniable threat. Remember, from now on, without my permission, not a word of this matter is to be leaked. Understood. The two subordinates responded immediately, their tones showing no hint of hesitation. The Supreme Ruler's expression softened slightly, though his eyes remained stern. He began. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, though recently risen, has repelled an invasion fleet from the Devourer civilization. Their military might must surpass ours, possibly ranking among the top in the T6 interstellar civilizations. We are no match for them. Pausing, he continued, such a powerful entity appearing within our Burns interstellar civilization must have a purpose. We must proceed with caution. However, their covert actions and reluctance to reveal their identity or draw attention suggest they are not here to make enemies. But we cannot let our guard down. Negotiating with such a formidable civilization requires utmost care. A single misstep could plunge our Burns interstellar civilization into war. Both the Secretary General and the General nodded in understanding. Is their fleet still on the outskirts of our capital star system? The Supreme Ruler inquired. Yes, our people are continuously monitoring them. The General responded promptly. After a moment of contemplation, the Supreme Ruler ordered, announced to the public that we are conducting military exercises in that area. No interstellar warships are to enter without permission. You will oversee the surveillance of the Xiaolong fleet, cutting off their communication with the outside world. They are to communicate solely with you and me. Once this is over, thoroughly investigate all personnel involved in the surveillance, clear their private devices, and keep them under strict watch for the next 3 years. Understood. The General accepted the orders without batting an eye, unconcerned that those being monitored were his own fleet. In such circumstances, preserving their lives was the Supreme Ruler's greatest mercy. Arrange a meeting with them, ensuring confidentiality. The Supreme Ruler instructed the Secretary General. Understood. I'll handle it, the Secretary General replied. All three wore grave expressions. They knew that this seemingly simple meeting was as critical as a battle. A slight misstep could lead to chaos. Soon, a brief message was sent to the Dragon Emperor's interstellar command ship. Lilith, upon reading it, turned to the Dragon Emperor. The supreme ruler of Burns has invited you for a video conference. Zhao Chen stretched and said, not bad, didn't wait too long. Set it up. Yes, sir. Moments later, in a holographic meeting room, Zhao Chen and Lilith appeared, facing two waiting individuals. Each side had agreed to send two representatives. Zhao Chen glanced at the two, instantly recognizing their identities. The supreme ruler of Burns and his secretary general, the pinnacle of Burns' interstellar civilization's power. Likewise, the other two were assessing Zhao Chen and Lilith. The supreme ruler began with a self-introduction. I am Harasaka, the 139th supreme ruler of Burns' interstellar civilization. This is my secretary general because... He bowed slightly, and the secretary general followed suit. Seeing their friendly demeanor, Zhao Chun reciprocated with a military salute and introduced himself. Zhao Chun, the first emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. This is my secretary, Lilith. So it is him. The Dragon Emperor, Zhao Chun. Though they had speculated, the confirmation still shocked the supreme ruler and secretary general. The Dragon Emperor was renowned across many universes. They knew of the epic battle between the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Devourer civilization and were aware of the close ties between the Xiaolong Empire and the Holy Elven Empire. Being allies with the Holy Elven Empire was a rare honor. Dragon Emperor, it's an honor. May I ask what brings you to the Burns Interstellar Civilization? The supreme ruler inquired politely. Zhao Chun smiled slightly, but his next words stunned the two. I came specifically to ask if the Burns Interstellar Civilization intends to go to war with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. If not for his composure, the supreme ruler might have jumped in shock. He suppressed his internal turmoil and asked in confusion, what do you mean, Dragon Emperor? We have no grievances with each other. Why would I want to go to war with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire? Internally, he thought, are you kidding me? The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is so powerful. Would we be so foolish as to provoke them now? That would be suicidal. Is that so? Then why did my fleet report that your civilization is preparing to attack them? Zhao Chen asked, narrowing his eyes. What? Seeing the Dragon Emperor's attitude, the supreme ruler began to wonder. Could this really be happening? If the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire intended to target the Burns Interstellar Civilization, they wouldn't need such a flimsy excuse. But if it were true, the supreme ruler swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a chill down his spine. Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the highest consul of Burns. His voice trembled slightly. Wait, I have no idea about this news. I assure you, our Burns Interstellar Civilization has no intention of antagonizing the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Please allow me to investigate. Just as he turned to inquire from his secretary, Zhao Chen suddenly spoke with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. No need to trouble yourselves with an investigation. Why not tell me directly? Are you preparing to use force against the Luha star region in the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization? Burns was stunned, memories flooding his mind. He hesitated and looked at the secretary, who immediately nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, there is such a matter. Previously, a family faction within the Luha star region of the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization had some contact with one of our princes. They proposed establishing an interstellar federation controlled by us in the Luha star region. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued to probe. And you plan to dispatch the interstellar fleet to the Luha star region to eliminate all resistance there, right? Burns frowned and looked at the secretary, who swallowed hard and replied weakly, yes, there is such a plan. Zhao Chen suddenly slammed the table, his voice booming. So you admit it then? You are preparing to declare war on our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and are ready to attack our Xiaolong fleet. The sudden outburst made Burns shudder. He stammered in defense. This, does it have any connection? Could it be? Zhao Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade, staring directly at the two men opposite him. Because my Xiaolong Interstellar fleet is currently in the Luha star region. Those family factions provoked me and warned that they have the backing of a powerful T6 interstellar civilization, which would soon send a fleet to the Luha star region. They claimed they could crush my interstellar fleet like an ant. Zhao Chun then feigned a frightened expression, patting his chest. Those words scared me so much. He then blinked and added with a sarcastic tone. So, I specifically came to ask the powerful Burns Interstellar Civilization's highest consul, how do you plan to crush this weak little ant? These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Burns and the secretary, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Burns hurriedly stood up, waving his hands in explanation. Emperor of Xiaolong, we absolutely have no such intention. This must be a misunderstanding. Zhao Chen squinted his eyes and retorted. Isn't it your fleet that's preparing to be dispatched? The sweat on Burns' forehead grew denser as he hurriedly explained. There is indeed such a matter. But I had no idea those family factions were opposing you. If I knew, I would never have agreed to send troops. I have great respect for you, Emperor of Xiaolong, and your Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. This must be a misunderstanding. Please give me time to thoroughly investigate this matter and immediately withdraw all fleets. We will never step into the Luha Star region again. Burns cursed the person who proposed the Luha Star region plan in his heart. If that person were in front of him now, he would certainly hang them up and flog them. To antagonize the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire over the Luha Star region was an utterly foolish decision. Zhao Chen pretended to have a sudden realization. Oh, so it's a misunderstanding? Yes, yes. It's just a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. The secretary echoed continuously. Both men had already understood that the purpose of the Xiaolong Emperor's visit was to seek justice. They had even pieced together the cause and effect of the entire matter. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire evidently had its eyes set on the Luaha Star region within the Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe. They planned to discreetly eliminate a few local families and support their own forces to ultimately control the entire Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe. However, fate had other plans, and their scheme was unexpectedly uncovered. The purpose of the Xiaolong Emperor's visit was to handle this very matter. Fortunately, the opposing side was willing to communicate, indicating that they had no intention of starting a war. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a mere fleet of 3,000 Xiaolong ships appearing here, but rather millions of fleet groups. Realizing this, they breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they had almost inadvertently challenged a catastrophic scenario. If such an event had occurred, they might have died in vain. Zhao Chun stretched lazily and said nonchalantly, "Since it was a misunderstanding, we won't disturb you any further. However, I hope that news of our visit here and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's actions over there won't be leaked. If this information gets out and we can't find the source, my Xiaolong fleet might have to visit some places it shouldn't." Despite the casual tone, Zhao Chen's words carried an unmistakable threat. The message was clear. The Xiaolong fleet's operations in the Luaha Star region were secret, and they were forced to reveal themselves to communicate with you. Now, only you know our identity and purpose. If any related information leaks and we can't trace it back, you'll have to bear the consequences. We will be very angry, and the repercussions will be severe. Think carefully. Although this approach was somewhat unscrupulous, there was no arguing with the fact that the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was the most powerful civilization. They had no choice but to comply. Burns, the supreme leader, quickly responded, "Understood. Rest assured, we will keep our mouths shut and not disclose anything." After a moment's thought, he added, "Today, we never met. There was no interstellar fleet, no conversation. Nothing happened, and I know nothing." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and said lightly, "Make sure things are resolved over there as soon as possible. On the battlefield, guns and cannons have no eyes. If something happens, it will be irreversible." With that, Zhao Chen and Lilith exited the holographic network meeting. Burns, the supreme leader, watched the two figures disappear and let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing into his chair as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn, who would have thought the Xiaolong Emperor would appear here? That was close. I thought we were really going to go to war with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Our Burns interstellar civilization has just stepped into T6. There's no way we could match such a monster. His secretary nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Their T6-level interstellar battleships outnumber ours by several times. It's rumored they have a portable superweapon capable of destroying an entire small star system. They used that weapon to obliterate 7 star systems of the Devourer civilization in a short time, nearly 10 million interstellar battleships. If that person had used such a weapon near our capital star system. The secretary swallowed nervously. Burns also touched his neck, then angrily slapped the secretary. "How did you handle things? Such an important matter, and you didn't know? We almost had our interstellar fleet go to war with the Xiaolong fleet. Are you seeking death? If you want to die, don't drag me along." The secretary, holding his face with an innocent look, said, But you approved it. "I approved it because of the insufficient intelligence you provided. Now get in touch with the person responsible for this matter immediately. Stop all actions right now, and have the top responsible person report to me at once," Burns roared. "Yes, sir." The secretary hurried to carry out the orders. Burns took a deep breath, sat back in his chair, and adjusted his clothes, his back soaked with sweat. He preferred wearing non-technological clothing, which lacked any cleaning functions. He would need to change later. But for now, he felt thirsty and reached for his cup. Just as he was about to take a sip, the office door was abruptly pushed open. The secretary returned, looking terrified, and shouted, "It's bad. Sir, something terrible has happened. The commander responsible for the Luaha Star region has already begun deploying our interstellar fleet. Just moments ago, 10 fleet groups, totaling 300,000 interstellar battleships, were teleported to the Luaha Star region. And they're on the front lines." With a crash, the cup in Burns' hand shattered on the ground, breaking into pieces. It was his favorite cup, said to be priceless, a gift when he assumed office. But now, it was nothing but fragments on the floor. Quick, quick. Immediately send someone to the Luaha star region of the Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe. Bring back all the dispatched interstellar fleet groups, Burns ordered urgently, feeling as if the sky had fallen. On the front line of the Luaha star region, the previously stalemated situation suddenly took a turn. The fleets of the four great families began to stir, with interstellar patrol ships boldly crossing the demarcation line and even launching provocative attacks on the warships of the Luaha kingdom. The positions of the four great families were also gradually advancing, showing signs of readiness for a major offensive. The source of all this upheaval came from the rear of the four great families' fleet base. General Long Qian's adjutant hurriedly reported, "General, our reconnaissance ships have detected unusual spatial fluctuations behind the enemy lines. After infiltrating for further investigation, it's confirmed that a large number of fleet reinforcements are pouring in, suspected to be from the T6 interstellar civilization, Burns. Currently, at least 300,000 interstellar warships have appeared, including a few T6-level warships." General Long Qian's face darkened instantly. She quickly calculated in her mind. The Burns civilization has indeed dispatched their fleet, and in astonishing numbers. According to previous intelligence, they promised to send 1,000,000 warships, which means 700,000 more are on their way. For the Luaha kingdom, this spells a catastrophic blow. Without the support of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, General Long Qian might have already considered abandoning the fight. After all, the gap between T5 and T6 civilizations is like a chasm, nearly insurmountable. However, with the powerful backing of the Xiaolong Empire, the situation is vastly different. Despite this, General Long Qian still felt a twinge of unease. The Xiaolong Emperor had not been seen recently, and she had no idea what he was occupied with. She hesitated whether to take the initiative to contact the Emperor, fearing it might seem too presumptuous. Yet, the situation was urgent, and the enemy could launch an attack at any moment, making it hard for her to stay calm. As General Long Qian found herself in a dilemma, a video communication suddenly popped up. Seeing the sender's identity, she immediately accepted the call. The screen displayed Lilith, the chief secretary of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. "Lady Lilith," General Long Qian greeted respectfully. Lilith nodded slightly, a hint of amusement in her expression. "General Long Qian, you certainly have nerves of steel. The enemy has brought in reinforcements from a T6 civilization, yet you remain calm and composed, showing no signs of anxiety." General Long Qian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but maintained her composure outwardly. "Since I chose to ally with the Xiaolong Emperor, I naturally have unconditional trust in the Emperor and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." Lilith chuckled softly, indifferent to whether the words were heartfelt. She got straight to the point. "We are aware of the T6 civilization's fleet arriving in the Luaha star region. His Majesty the Emperor asked me to convey that there's no need to worry. Everything is under our control. Remember, you have the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire behind you." "Understood. I will follow the Xiaolong Emperor's orders," General Long Qian responded humbly. After the communication ended, Lilith turned to Zhao Qian beside her, a glint of coldness in her eyes. "Your Majesty, you made a special trip to the Burns Interstellar Civilization, and yet, they've sent their fleet to the Luaha star region. They truly intend to challenge us, showing no regard for you or the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." Zhao Qian pondered for a moment, speculating, "During my previous meeting with the highest executive of Burns, I felt his attitude was not feigned. If it's fake, then he's doing an incredibly convincing job." Lilith silently nodded, and the two decided to wait and see how things would unfold. Time ticked by, and the 100,000 Xiaolong interstellar warships entered combat standby mode, ready to respond to any sudden developments, including eliminating any unwise interstellar fleet. On the other side, the atmosphere among the four families was as festive as a holiday. Watching fleet after fleet appearing at the rear of the battlefield, their smiles nearly reached their ears. They already envisioned a bright future where, under the leadership of the Burns Interstellar Legion, they would clear out the Luaha kingdom and establish a powerful interstellar federation. The head of the Xie family warmly welcomed the distant arrival of the Burns Interstellar Legion fleet and Mr. Wazy, the envoy. Standing in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of the military spaceport, Wazy proudly pointed to the fleet in the distance and said, "See that? That's our great Burns Interstellar Civilization's fleet. Almost all of those warships are independently developed and produced by us. While they may not be the best, they are quite renowned in the T6 interstellar civilization. In this backward universe, each one is a treasure." The three family heads echoed his sentiments, showering praise. Though Mr. Wazy typically disliked flattery, he couldn't help but show a proud expression when discussing his civilization. The head of the Xie family cautiously inquired about the next steps. Wazy sneered, "No need for rest. Once our million-strong army is assembled, we can launch an attack on the enemy. Those who dare oppose us will be easily dealt with. I will make them regret becoming our enemies." The family heads continued their flattery, watching excitedly as the Burns Interstellar Legion fleet grew from 300,000 to 500,000 ships and continued to increase. Suddenly, an out-of-place fleet appeared among them. This fleet had only 300 warships, but the emblems on the hulls were all gold, indicating a special status within the Burns interstellar civilization. Wazy exclaimed, "The Burns Enforcement Fleet? Why are they here?" He explained that this fleet reported directly to the Supreme Chancellor. Though small in number, they were formidable in combat, and most importantly, they had the authority to arrest anyone, whether military officers or nobles. At that moment, a video communication came through. Wazy saw the note and was startled. It was the Secretary General. He quickly signaled for everyone to be quiet and then answered the call. The Secretary General's stern face appeared on the screen. Wazy respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Secretary General. What instructions do you have for us?" The Secretary General coldly replied, "Send me your current location and stay put. Don't move an inch." With that, he ended the call. Wazy was baffled but obediently transmitted his location. He turned to the family heads and said seriously, "Listen up. The Secretary General of the Burns Interstellar Civilization is coming. Don't underestimate this civil servant. He's the second in command of our civilization and the most trusted person of the Supreme Chancellor. He handles all major and minor affairs. When the Secretary General arrives, you all better be on your best behavior." At this moment, Mr. Wazy had no idea what fate awaited him. The Secretary General arrived, prompting everyone to spring into action. They quickly gathered at the docking area of the interstellar shuttle, standing in neat rows, eagerly awaiting the esteemed guest like a group of hopeful statues. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hangar, they could see a fleet slowly approaching from the depths of space. These warships were clearly not from the Luaha star region. Their emblems were unmistakable. It was the enforcement fleet of the Burns Interstellar Civilization. Seeing the fleet, everyone present couldn't help but gulp nervously, the tension palpable. Mr. Wazy, however, stood tall and proud, pointing to the distant fleet. "See that? Those are the warships of the Burns Interstellar Civilization. Look at those majestic and imposing vessels. That flagship there is a T6 class ship, something your inferior civilizations could never possess. But now, thanks to your wise decision, you have the opportunity to embrace a higher civilization. You will have the honor of sharing in the glory of the Burns Interstellar Civilization." Several family patriarchs forced expressions of envy and admiration as they listened to Mr. Wazy's boasting. These usually stern old men were now smiling more than they had all year, their obsequious demeanor akin to that of courtesans trying to attract patrons. Soon, the Burns enforcement fleet halted not far from the interstellar warship. An interstellar shuttle emerged from the fleet and, guided by the navigator, landed steadily in the docking area. As the shuttle landed, a wave of heat swept over the area. The pampered patriarchs squinted, enduring the burning sensation on their skin, but dared not move an inch, still eagerly anticipating. Before long, the shuttle's hatch, adorned with the emblem of the Burns Interstellar Civilization, opened. A squad of fully armed soldiers marched out first, their aggressive stance as if they were here to collect a debt. This unfriendly attitude clearly reflected the superior's stance towards the inferior, but the patriarchs maintained their smiles, aware that as representatives of the T5 Luaha star region, they had no choice when facing a T6 civilization's envoy. Finally, a figure slowly descended from the shuttlite, was the highest Secretary General of the Burns Interstellar Civilization. The moment Mr. Wazy saw the Secretary General, he eagerly rushed forward to salute. "Greetings, Secretary General." He knew better than anyone the significance of the Secretary General within the Burns Interstellar Civilization. Although he could swagger in front of the family heads here, in the presence of the Secretary General, he was nothing more than a small fry. Wazy knew all too well that with just one word from the Secretary General, he might not see the light of day tomorrow. So, he immediately adopted a respectful posture, slightly bowing with a sycophantic smile on his face. Seeing this, the other family heads quickly followed suit, bowing as well. They were well aware that regardless of the Secretary General's background, if even Wazy showed such respect, they couldn't afford to offend him either. "Greetings, Secretary General Burns," Wazy greeted with a flattering tone. However, the Secretary General's expression was terrifyingly grim, his eyes brimming with fury. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would have torn this fool apart on the spot. It was all because of Wazy's idiotic actions, daring to do something so reckless. "Wazy," the Secretary General's voice was low and menacing, "I've been ordered to arrest you and take you back to Burns." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers behind him understood and stepped forward. They unceremoniously pinned Wazy to the ground, quickly cuffing his hands and feet. This scene shocked everyone present, and the air seemed to freeze. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, each thinking, is there something wrong with this development? Why is Wazy being arrested by the Secretary General from the interstellar civilization of Burns? Shouldn't there be polite greetings, a banquet, Even some entertainment? This was far from what they had expected. Wazy was dumbfounded, stammering. What's going on? Why are you arresting me? What crime have I committed? The Secretary General glared at him coldly and rebuked. What crime? Huh. Without the governor's permission, you mobilized the military and used force externally. You're going to face a military tribunal. If it weren't for protocol, he thought putting this guy through a military trial would be a waste of time. What? A military tribunal? Unauthorized military mobilization? Wazy was panic-stricken and hurriedly explained, Secretary General, you must be mistaken. This military mobilization was authorized by the governor. The Secretary General cut him off sharply. Nonsense. Your arrest order came directly from the governor. Are you suggesting the governor gave you the order and then forgot about it? I have reason to believe you've used illegal means to forge the governor's directive and mobilize the fleet on your own. He turned to the soldiers beside him and commanded, gag him and take him away. The soldiers immediately acted, placing a gag on Wazy, completely silencing his protests. The Secretary General was already planning in his mind to turn this guy mute, or even make him a fool once they got him back. As Wazy was dragged towards the shuttle, he struggled desperately, trying to hook his feet on the ground to stop himself from being taken away. Fear gripped his heart, sensing that once he boarded that shuttle, he might never come back. However, at this moment, he was like a fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of others, unable to put up any resistance. A group of soldiers stormed forward without hesitation, brutally breaking Wazy's legs. Wazy was in excruciating pain, wanting to scream but could only manage a low, muffled groan. Beads of sweat from the agony dotted his forehead as he struggled helplessly. However, there was no escaping his predicament now. He could only watch helplessly as he was dragged into the shuttle. The scene shocked the four family heads around them. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads as they exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for what to do. The turn of events had completely exceeded their expectations, leaving them utterly confused. The head of the Xie family was the first to lose composure. He cautiously approached the Secretary General of the Burns Interstellar Civilization, trying to maintain calm but unable to hide the tremor in his voice. Secretary General, could there be some misunderstanding? We have indeed initiated cooperation with the Burns Interstellar Civilization. We even plan to establish an interstellar federation in the Luaha star region to offer comprehensive services to the Burns Interstellar Civilization. We aim to be your most loyal allies. Mr. Wazy stayed in our Luaha star region for this very cooperation. The Secretary General cast a cold glance at the head of the Xie family. These people clearly had no idea about the magnitude of their mistake or the gravity of the entity they had provoked. At this moment, they were like a hot potato that no one wanted to handle, not even the Burns Interstellar Civilization. The Secretary General replied icily, we never promised anything of the sort. This was all Wazy's personal endeavor, and he is now wanted by the order of the Supreme Governor. Further matters will be decided after his trial. As for us and your families, there is no relationship. Is that clear? If we hear any rumors about us having ties, don't blame the Burns Interstellar Civilization for being harsh. The head of the Xie family was stunned, not expecting such an attitude from the Secretary General. He stammered. But, what about the current situation? The Secretary General sneered. What situation? Are you referring to those Burns Interstellar Civilization fleet units? Those were all mobilized by Wazy, who forged orders from the Supreme Governor. I will be taking them all back now. They never should have been here, and in fact, you can consider that they never were. With that, the Secretary General turned to board the shuttle. The head of the Xie family panicked and quickly blocked his way. Secretary General, you can't just abandon us like this. We are partners, allies. I even visited the Burns Interstellar Civilization before. There must be some misunderstanding. There must be. Give me some time. I will go to the Burns Interstellar Civilization right now. The Secretary General looked at him with indifference. Old man, don't waste your efforts. No matter what you do, it's useless. No faction within the Burns Interstellar Civilization wants to associate with you or offer you help. Anyone who dares to cooperate with you would be betraying us. Understand? Now move aside. With that, the Secretary General kicked the head of the Xie family aside without hesitation. He didn't want to linger here, fearing he might be misunderstood by a certain influential figure. With that thought, he quickened his pace and swiftly boarded the shuttle. The heads of the Xie family and the other families could only watch helplessly as the shuttle, which carried their hopes, sped away. Its departure was as if it was fleeing from something repulsive here. Their plans were utterly shattered. Without the support of the Burns Interstellar Civilization, they would be powerless against the Luaha Kingdom, which had a formidable interstellar fleet. A sense of despair enveloped them, and the future seemed bleak. Inside the shuttle, the Secretary General silently observed the restrained and imprisoned Wazy. Wazy's eyes continued to scan the surroundings, but the Secretary General just sat there in silence, his mind churning with thoughts. Every word Wazy said was true, but But in the current situation, someone had to take the fall for the mistakes. Whether Supreme Leader Burns had actually agreed to dispatch the interstellar fleet was no longer relevant. As long as Burns claimed he hadn't given the order, that was the end of it. No subordinate would dare to challenge him at this time. Wasey was destined to be the scapegoat. The Secretary General turned his gaze out the porthole, watching as the spaceport built by the four families gradually receded. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. These families had no idea what kind of enemy they had provoked. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was one of the top 3 military powers among known interstellar civilizations. To antagonize such a behemoth was nothing short of suicidal. The consequences of this incident were already evident. Supreme Leader Burns, like a man bitten by a snake who now feared even a piece of rope, issued a series of orders. Not only was news of contact with the Xiaolong Emperor to be sealed off, but all planned military fleet deployments were also cancelled. The strategy shifted from external expansion to internal consolidation. Given that the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had established a foothold in the Luoho star region of the Cancer Star Civilization universe, who knew if they had similar plans in other universes? This time they had narrowly avoided disaster, but what about the next time? To prevent a recurrence, Supreme Leader Burns decided to eliminate any factors that could lead to such a situation. Meanwhile, the four family heads at the spaceport stared at each other in confusion. They still didn't understand what had happened. Why had the Burns Interstellar Civilization suddenly backed out of the agreed-upon partnership at such a critical moment? Clan leader Ming was the first to speak, demanding, "Old Xie, what on earth is going on? You've been coordinating everything, and we've been cooperating all along. We even promised that the Xie family would hold a major stake once the new federation was established. Now, just when we're about to seal the deal, they've pulled the plug?" The other clan leaders echoed his sentiments, their eyes burning with intensity as they stared at Xie, the clan leader. Sweat beaded on Xie's forehead. He clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Wiping his brow, he stammered, "Don't worry. I'll contact the Burns Interstellar Civilization right away. There must be some misunderstanding." With that, clan leader Xie began to make contact. However, all his communication requests were abruptly cut off. Worse still, he received news that the Burns representatives, who had been stationed on Xie family territory, had suddenly left in a hurry without explanation, their faces grim. After several minutes of failed attempts, Xie was in a full-blown panic. Facing the other 3 clan leaders, who looked like they wanted to skin him alive, he hastily said, "I have another plan. We can go directly to the Burns Interstellar Civilization universe. I'll meet with them in person and clear up the misunderstanding. Our cooperation can still continue. It will definitely work." Before he could finish, clan leader Ming, having reached the end of his patience, swung his fist and landed a heavy blow on Xie's face. "Misunderstanding? You dare call this a misunderstanding?" The head of the Hu family was seething with rage, his voice trembling with fury. He glared at the other party and continued to roar, "The Secretary General of the Burns Interstellar Civilization has come with the highest commander's orders, and you still lie here." He looked around, his eyes filled with despair. "The Burns Interstellar Civilization representatives we were hosting on your land have all left. Isn't that obvious enough? We've been abandoned." The Hu family head's body wavered, as if he might collapse at any moment. His voice grew hoarse. "How could this happen? They even have the support of the T6 Interstellar Civilization. We don't stand a chance. It's over, completely over," he muttered to himself. "We're all doomed. The Luoha Kingdom won't spare us." A flicker of fear flashed in the eyes of the head of the Tai family. They all knew too well that the fall of the Luoha Empire was due to their betrayal at a critical moment. If they hadn't turned against the Luoha Empire back then, the empire, even in its decline, wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Over the years, the 4 families had spared no effort to suppress the Luoha Kingdom. They firmly believed that if the Luoha Kingdom ever got the chance, it would eliminate them first. Against the Luoha Kingdom, they stood no chance. At that moment, a soldier rushed in with the latest news. "Report, the Burns Interstellar Civilization fleet that appeared behind the enemy lines has started to retreat." The sudden news shattered the calm on the Luoha Kingdom's side. General Long Qian stood up abruptly, incredulous. "What? Is the information accurate?" "The information has been confirmed," the soldier replied. "We even have video footage. It's clear that the Burns Interstellar Civilization fleet is retreating." General Long Qian frowned, muttering to herself, "How could this be? Weren't the Burns Interstellar Civilization fleets supposed to be reinforcements for the 4 families? Weren't they here to help them fight? Why are they retreating suddenly?" Suddenly, she thought of Emperor Xiaolong. She recalled his calm demeanor upon learning that the Burns Interstellar Civilization was sending 1,000,000 starships to support the enemy. Now she was certain that the retreat of the Burns Interstellar Civilization fleet had everything to do with Emperor Xiaolong. Is this the power of Emperor Xiaolong? General Long Qian marveled silently. To subdue an enemy without fighting, even against AT-6 interstellar civilization. Her respect for Emperor Xiaolong and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire reached new heights. Previously, she only knew that the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was AT-6 civilization with formidable military strength. But now, she realized she hadn't fully grasped the Empire's true power. The Burns Interstellar Civilization, also AT-6 civilization, clearly understood the true might of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Choosing to fight such a powerful opponent would be extremely unwise. Just then, General Long Qian received a brief message from the command ship Long Huang. Proceed with the original battle plan in 10 minutes. It was the same battle plan she had known before, a routine annihilation operation. Initially, she hadn't thought much of it. But after learning that the Burns Interstellar Civilization would be sending 1,000,000 starships, she had felt uneasy. Originally, even with the enemy's 3,000,000 starships, she wasn't worried. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's 100,000 starships were enough to intimidate the enemy, and combined with their own 500,000 starships, they had a fighting chance. However, the addition of 1,000,000 starships from the Burns Interstellar Civilization changed everything. She had tried to contact Emperor Xiaolong, but his response was, proceed with the original plan. Any changes will be communicated promptly. Despite her worries, General Long Qian, knowing her place, could only follow orders silently. Now, she finally understood that this was all part of Emperor Xiaolong's plan. All of this was within the calculations of Emperor Xiaolong. General Long Qian suddenly understood, a look of excitement appearing on her face. She immediately began issuing orders for battle deployment. Transmit my orders. General Long Qian's voice echoed through the command center. All fleets of the Luoha Kingdom, move into combat readiness. Prepare to launch a flanking attack on the enemy. The scene shifted to the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, the interstellar command ship. Secretary General Burns appeared on the communication screen, his demeanor drastically different from before, with a nervous smile on his face. Your Majesty Emperor Xiaolong, this is all a misunderstanding, he hastily explained. Wei Yi's acted on his own to mobilize the Burns fleet for the Luoha sector conflict. Fortunately, we discovered and stopped him in time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. I have apprehended him, and he will face a military tribunal back in the Burns Interstellar Civilization. Zhao Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a calm tone, it's fine, as long as it's a misunderstanding. I trust the sincerity of the highest executive of Burns. When you return, please convey my regards. Yes, I will make sure of it. The Secretary General nodded repeatedly, and the communication was promptly cut off. Zhao Chun turned to Lilith beside him, speaking softly, judging by his attitude. This indeed seems to be a misunderstanding. Although the outcome aligns with our expectations, engaging in a war with a T6 interstellar civilization now is not advantageous for us. Lilith analyzed calmly. The enemy has 3,000,000 interstellar warships, plus 1,000,000 from the Burns civilization. Our 10,000 ships are far from sufficient. This means we need to draw more fleets, which might affect other fronts. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement, then directed his gaze to Xiong Shangxiang and Zhong Xiaoyun in the video window. Zhong Xiaoyun, the deputy commander of the 9th Legion Fleet of Xiaolong, was an imperial lieutenant general, a graduate of Xiaolong Military Academy, representing the new generation of officers in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Proceed as planned, Zhao Chun commanded. The two of you will take charge of the command. The Dragon Emperor will not engage to avoid exposing our identity. Conclude the battle quickly and inflict maximum casualties on the enemy. This battle is crucial for the Luoha Kingdom's control over the Luoha sector. Understood. The two commanders responded in unison. Zhao Chen handed over command to them, opting to observe the battle as a spectator, stepping in only if necessary. Zhong Xiaoyun and Xiong Shangxiang had already discussed several battle plans. Zhong Xiaoyun decisively said, let's execute the first plan. My fleet group will launch the initial attack, striking the enemy hidden. Zhong Xiaoyun said sternly, our Imperial Guard fleet will execute a decapitation strike, targeting the enemy's elite forces directly. Let the Luoha Kingdom's fleet follow the original plan to encircle and support us, ensuring a more effective annihilation of the enemy. Xiong Shangxiang nodded in agreement. Although her rank was higher than Zhong Xiaoyun's, it was clear that Zhong Xiaoyun, as the deputy commander of the fleet group, had more experience in large-scale battlefield command. Moreover, the 100,000 starships were all brought by Zhong Xiaoyun, making her more adept at maneuvering this fleet. Xiong Shangxiang did not contest the command, focusing instead on directing her own 3,000 Imperial Guard starships. With the battle plan set, both sides were about to clash. As the enemy's four family fleets descended into chaos, the 100,000 starships of the Xiaolong 5th Fleet Group were the first to move. The ships formed a line formation, advancing forward and entering combat mode. This movement did not escape the attention of the four family heads on the opposing side. However, they were still embroiled in endless debates over the current situation, lacking any unified decision. With 3,000,000 starships gathered in one place without centralized command, the scene was utter chaos. The head of the Xie family, constantly blamed by the other three, finally lost his temper. You're all just pushing the blame onto me now? What can I do? Is it my fault we can't contact the Burns interstellar civilization in such a short time? Our entire CF family fortune is on the line here. If I didn't want to win, why would I take such a huge risk with you? Pointing at the three in front of him, he continued, when I first invited you to cooperate, you didn't have this attitude. Now that there's a problem, you want to dump all the responsibility on me? If you're so capable, why don't you go recruit the T6 interstellar civilization's reinforcements yourselves? If you can manage that, I have no objection to giving you the lion's share of the Luaha star region. If you can't, then shut up. The other family heads fell silent at his words. They knew deep down that the CF family head was likely not to blame. Something must have gone awry on the Burns interstellar civilization's side. As for recruiting T6 level civilization reinforcements themselves, they clearly lacked the ability. T6 civilizations were exceedingly rare in the known universe, outnumbering T5 civilizations by hundreds of times. This disparity was why they were so subservient to T6 civilizations. The Meng family head grumbled. So what do you suggest we do now? None of us want to argue, but we're all stuck in this mess. As they prepared to continue their discussion, all four family heads received urgent reports from their subordinates almost simultaneously. Report, family head. The Luaha kingdom is making a move. The enemy's 100,000 starships are launching an attack from the front. Bad news, family head. The enemy ships will be within firing range in 5 minutes. Family head, latest update. The enemy has initiated military action, advancing rapidly. How should we respond? The Luaha kingdom is attacking? The four family heads were stunned, not expecting the enemy to strike first. They were now backed into a corner and had to make a swift decision. The arrogant attitude of the Luaha kingdom had infuriated the head of the Ming family. He fumed. Those guys really don't take us seriously, do they? Sure, they have the backing of AT6 interstellar civilization, but they only have 100,000 starships. We, on the other hand, have a fleet of 3 million. The head of the Hu family furrowed his brow deeply, his voice filled with concern. But the enemy is a T6 interstellar civilization. Even with just 100,000 ships, don't forget that their previous fleet of 3,000 starships was enough to threaten our 300,000 ship armada. Now, it's 100,000 against our 3 million, and the ratio isn't even as favorable as before. The head of the Tai family shook his head, his expression serious as he interjected, "You can't look at it that way. My people have observed that those 3,000 ships were of a much higher quality than these 100,000. Those 3,000 were likely an elite fleet dispatched by the T6 civilization, while these 100,000 are their regular forces. Naturally, their combat effectiveness isn't on the same level." The head of the Xie family, who had always been the leader among them, now looked at the other three with a resolute gaze and said firmly, "We actually have no choice now. It's clear that the T6 civilization intends to support the Luaha kingdom. Do we still have any chance of negotiating with the Luaha kingdom? Both sides are itching to destroy each other. So our only hope is to keep fighting." He paused, then continued, and as old Tai just mentioned, the combat effectiveness of those 100,000 ships is not the same as those 3,000. We have 3 million ships, vastly outnumbering them. It's not impossible to win this fight. This battle can also buy us some time. I can personally go to the Burns interstellar civilization and use my connections to persuade them to support us again. There must have been some misunderstanding before. The other three heads fell into deep thought. Seeing this, the Xie family head immediately intensified his tone, saying, "Don't hesitate. This is our only option right now. Do you have a better idea?" "Oh yes, you do. You could take your families and flee the Luaha star region like homeless dogs, abandoning everything here. Maybe you'll survive, but you'll become refugee families, losing all your current status and everything you've built. Are you really willing to give up everything you've established here over the years?" Upon hearing the words of the head of the Xie family, a flicker of resentment flashed in the eyes of the three other family leaders. Their families had betrayed the Luaha Empire and worked hard to establish their current status. Giving up everything was akin to tearing out their hearts. The leader of the Ming family glared at the head of the Xie family, gritting his teeth. "Old Xie, I'll trust you one more time. If things go wrong again, the Ming family will drag the Xie family down to hell with us, even if it means our own destruction." The leader of the Hu family sighed deeply, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. "Do we have any other choice? This is a path of no return. From the moment we betrayed the Luaha Empire, our fate was sealed." His words carried a hint of regret. The leader of the Tai family impatiently interrupted. "Enough talk, let's get moving. Our four families' fleets can hold the enemy here. With 3 million starships, we should be able to hold them off for 30 to 50 hours. Old Xie, you need to contact the Burns interstellar civilization immediately." With their consensus reached, the head of the Xie family set off at once, preparing to journey to the Burns interstellar civilization. The remaining 3 leaders stayed behind, ready to face the imminent battle. The head of the CF family, accompanied by 30 starships, stood at the observation window on the bridge of his flagship. The distant starry sky was ablaze, and his eyes were filled with fear. The T6 interstellar civilization's fleet had launched their attack first, with massive interstellar cannons and missiles raining down like a meteor shower, illuminating the dark expanse. This awe-inspiring scene made the head of the CF family acutely aware of the T6 interstellar civilization's military might. He silently resolved that if he couldn't persuade the Burns interstellar civilization to send reinforcements, he would immediately order his family to evacuate the Luaha star region with all the resources they could carry. He knew that without intervention from the T6 interstellar civilization, the outcome of this war was already determined. With a heavy heart, the head of the CF family departed, while the combined fleet of the 4 families braced themselves for a hellish onslaught. The enemy's fleet of 100,000 Xylon-class starships included 50 T-5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships, 500 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ships, and even 1 T-6 Sacred Blood Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship. In terms of interstellar artillery ships, the enemy was equipped with 100 T-5 Sin Spear-class heavy interstellar artillery ships and 3,000 T-4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ships. Under such overwhelming firepower, the frontline defense of the 4 families' fleet crumbled in the first wave of the attack, resulting in massive casualties. This created a favorable condition for the Xiaolong fleet's frontal assault. Led by nearly 50 T-6 Thunder Lord-class heavy interstellar destroyers, a large number of T-5 and T-4 starships surged forward. The ubiquitous interstellar drones and fighters provided air support, leaving the combined fleet of the 4 families almost defenseless. Despite their numerical advantage, the ferocity of the enemy's assault, combined with the 4 families' fleet's inability to form an effective defense, quickly pushed them into a dire situation. As the defensive positions were about to be established, Xiongxiang's Imperial Guard fleet sliced through the interstellar void like a sharp dagger, showcasing a terrifying display of power. The fleet, composed of numerous T-6 interstellar warships, made the enemy's defenses and firepower networks seem as fragile as paper. The advance on the front lines was unstoppable, with the Xiaolong Legion fleet acting like a massive harvester, mowing down the interstellar warships of the 4 family legions in swathes. The Luaha Kingdom's fleet of 300,000 warships also joined the battle, primarily tasked with flanking maneuvers. However, the Xiaolong Legion fleet's attack was so rapid that it created a rather comical scene. The Luaha Kingdom's fleet, responsible for encircling the enemy, was advancing slower than the Xiaolong Legion fleet's frontal assault. This situation left General Long Qian feeling utterly powerless. She knew all too well that this was the limit of the kingdom's fleet. To put it bluntly, it wasn't that they weren't trying hard. It was that their allies were simply too overpowering. The battle in the Luaha star region started suddenly, progressed abruptly, and ended swiftly. From the moment the fighting began to the complete rout of the 4 family legions, barely a dozen hours had passed. In this short span, the 4 family legions lost over 1 million interstellar warships, nearly a third of the 3 million ships they had amassed. In contrast, the 4 family legions managed to destroy fewer than 50,000 enemy ships, with over 90 of those being credited to the Luaha Kingdom's fleet. This staggering 50-to-1 casualty ratio was an unprecedentedly lopsided outcome in their military history. As the battle progressed, internal divisions began to emerge within the 4 family legions. What started as mere disagreements quickly escalated into breakdowns as casualties mounted. The collapse spread like a domino effect, from small fleets to entire corps, and eventually to hundreds of thousands of warships. This situation placed enormous pressure on General Long Qian, who was in charge of the flanking maneuvers. Her forces had to take on the task of intercepting the retreating enemy, resulting in casualties far exceeding those of the Xiaolong Legion fleet on the front lines. Though she understood logically that this was unavoidable, as a commander, General Long Qian felt a profound sense of guilt and even shame, feeling unworthy to face Emperor Xiaolong. As the 4 family legions began to rout on a large scale, the battle had reached an irreversible point. This conflict not only showcased the formidable strength of the Xiaolong Legion fleet, but also exposed the Luaha Kingdom's fleet's shortcomings in such high-intensity combat. Nonetheless, this collaboration undoubtedly laid the groundwork for future military exchanges between the two sides and provided the Luaha Kingdom with invaluable combat experience. Zhao Qin decisively ordered a pursuit, vowing to annihilate the enemy forces. His aim was not just to defeat the opposition, but to turn this battle into the founding war of the Luaha Kingdom. Zhao Qin knew well that only a resounding victory could lay the groundwork for the rise of the Luaha Kingdom. In just half a month, the Luaha star system underwent a dramatic transformation. The once fragmented power structure of 5 factions was completely dismantled, and surprisingly, it was the least favored Luaha Kingdom that achieved this feat. The Luaha Kingdom not only reclaimed all its lost territories, but also restored the former borders of the Luaha Empire. This astonishing speed of revival took everyone by surprise. The day after restoring the imperial borders, Queen Long Yun of the Luoha Kingdom announced a grand ceremony to officially proclaim the unification of the Luoha star system and unveil the subsequent management plan. For the Luoha Kingdom and its traditional factions, this was an undoubtedly momentous occasion worth celebrating. Above the capital star of the Luoha Kingdom, a multitude of interstellar warships gathered, arriving from all corners of the Luoha star system and even from external forces. On the summit of the Royal Palace Mountain in the capital, a vast plaza had been meticulously prepared, and tens of thousands of guests gathered. As salvos of ceremonial cannons roared, Queen Long Yun of the Luoha Kingdom slowly emerged from the palace, standing at the forefront of the plaza. Her commanding presence drew the attention of everyone. Beside her were the kingdom's two marshals. One was a highly respected veteran, and the other was the recently renowned Marshal Long Qian. As the cannon fire ceased, melodious music began to play in the distance. At that moment, holographic projections of the capital's plaza appeared on all the major planets within the Luoha star system. The eyes of trillions of citizens across the star system were fixed on Queen Long Yun. Queen Long Yun surveyed the multitude gathered in the plaza, her voice amplified to reach the entire plaza, the capital star, and the entire Luoha star system. I, Queen Long Qian of the Luoha Kingdom, solemnly declare that after centuries of decline, the Luoha Kingdom has finally returned to its peak. We can proudly tell our ancestors that we have reclaimed everything that belongs to us. The Luoha star system is once again ours. Those who betrayed us have paid a heavy price. As the Queen spoke, large screens displayed footage of the Luoha Kingdom's forces eliminating the remnants of the four great families over the past 2 weeks. The footage showed only the fleets of the Luoha Kingdom, with no sign of the Xiaolong Legion, clearly for confidentiality reasons. The videos documented the capture of the Mong family's capital star, the arrest of direct members of the four great families, the confiscation of their assets, and the trials of the traitors. It included scenes of the Hu family patriarch's suicide and the public execution of the Tai family patriarch for treason by the military tribunal. Witnessing these scenes, the old nobility of Luoha in the plaza were filled with fervor, chanting the names of the Luoha Kingdom and Queen Long Qian. Once the crowd calmed down slightly, Queen Long Qian continued, "From today, our Luoha Kingdom turns a new page. By decision of the Kingdom Council, effective immediately, the Luoha Kingdom will be renamed the Duchy of Luoha, and I will serve as the Duchess of the Duchy of Luoha." She then proceeded to detail the constitution of the Duchy of Luoha. In fact, the proposal to establish the duchy had been under discussion within the former Luoha Kingdom for some time. Most people were against the establishment of the Principality of Luoha. To the general populace, a principality holds the same status as a kingdom but is inferior to an empire. They hoped to restore the Luoha Empire to showcase the nation's strength. However, those in the know understood that re-establishing the Luoha Empire was impossible. The presence of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is an undeniable factor. Although they appear as equal allies on the surface, in reality, the Principality of Luoha is merely a vassal state of the Xiaolong Empire. How could a vassal state claim the title of an empire alongside its suzerain? Even though the Xiaolong Emperor hasn't explicitly stated this, the rulers of Luoha are well aware of their position. They ultimately decided to rename the Luoha Kingdom to the Principality of Luoha. Some might wonder why they didn't retain the original title of the kingdom. In fact, this was the result of discussions between Queen Long Yun and General Long Qian. They believed that to draw a clear line from their humiliating past, the title of kingdom should be abandoned. Choosing the title of principality also concealed a secret plan of theirs. According to the development blueprint set by the Xiaolong Emperor for Luoha, in the future, Luoha's sphere of influence will far exceed its current star domain, potentially controlling most of the Cancer constellation's interstellar civilization. At that point, the Principality of Luoha would be elevated to the Grand Duchy of Luoha. This is the long-term vision of Long Yun and Long Qian. Under their leadership, the kingdom's parliament, which had long become a rubber stamp, naturally passed the proposal unanimously. During the Luoha Star Domain campaign, the performance of two key contributors was particularly outstanding. Queen Long Yun personally read out their commendations. First, Marshal Zhou Xiong. The Queen's voice echoed in the hall. Marshal Zhou has dedicated his life to the revival of the Principality of Luoha. Previously, he led the 1st Legion fleet in battles against rebellious families at the border for many years, repeatedly turning danger into safety. He is a great hero of our principality. The Queen paused and continued. I hereby bestow upon Marshal Zhou Xiong the title of Honorary Marshal of the Principality and grant him the hereditary title of Prince of an external family. Zhou Xiong bowed slightly and respectfully said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the honor." Next is General Long Qian. The Queen turned to the other key contributor. General Long Qian played a crucial role in the Luoha Star Domain campaign, leading the recapture of territories from 4 rebellious families. I hereby bestow upon General Long Qian the title of Honorary Marshal of the Principality and appoint her as the Supreme Commander of all armed forces of the Principality. She may command the entire military without my direct orders. Long Qian stepped forward and solemnly said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the honor." On the surface, these rewards for the two individuals seemed comparable. However, astute observers could see the differences. Marshal Zhou Xiong's reward was mostly honorary. Although currently, only he and Long Qian held the title of Honorary Marshal, it didn't confer substantial power. The only notable aspect was the hereditary title of Prince of an external family, making the Zhou family the largest family power in the Principality, second only to the royal family. As long as they didn't overstep, the Zhou family would enjoy perpetual prosperity. This was a commitment from the Queen to Zhou Xiong. In contrast, General Long Qian's reward was much more substantial. Not only did she receive the title of Supreme Commander of the Principality's armed forces, but she also gained the privilege of commanding the entire military without the Queen's orders. This made her the second most powerful person in the Principality of Luaha, just below the Queen. The rewards for others were briefly mentioned or directly handled by lower departments. At that moment, in a desolate area outside the capital star, the Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship hovered silently. Zhao Chun sat in the captain's chair, holding a drumstick in one hand, while watching the live broadcast of the Principality of Luaha. He couldn't help but praise, Long Qian and Long Yuan are indeed impressive. They completed the task of unifying and reclaiming the Luaha star domain a week ahead of the promised month. Zhao Qian turned to Lilith, who was also enjoying the food, with a glint of approval in his eyes. Lilith's voice resonated through the command center, a hint of satisfaction evident on her face. These two have really impressed us with their efficiency lately. She pulled up a star map, dotted with red markers indicating military actions. Under General Long Qian's command and our support, the fleet split into 4 divisions after that monumental battle, taking down the strongholds of the 4 great families one by one. Her finger traced the map. Mopping up the remaining forces will be much easier now. Zhao Chen noticed several blinking blue dots on the edge of the map. Lilith explained, of course, some members of the 4 great families escaped the Luaha star system, but they are just minor threats. Meanwhile, Lilith switched to another screen displaying a series of diplomatic documents. Queen Lingyun has been busy. She announced a policy that allows the noble factions previously under the 4 great families to align with the Duchy of Luaha. As long as they haven't committed heinous crimes, the Luaha royalty will not pursue past grievances. She paused. What's even better is that those who excel may be rewarded in the new order. The screen showed scenes of noble factions defecting en masse. Lilith continued, "This move is brilliant. Many families have pledged allegiance to the Luaha royalty, playing a crucial role in the cleanup and stabilization efforts, preventing chaos in the recently war-torn Luaha star system." She brought up a data report. According to our predictions, the Luaha star system will return to pre-war levels within a month. Of course, she added with a sly smile, this doesn't include the special development zones we're establishing for the Duchy of Luaha. Zhao Chen nodded in approval. It seems we've chosen our proxies well. Tell me about the development zones. Lilith immediately displayed a series of video clips. The footage showed massive industrial facilities springing up, stargates, spaceports, and factories, all bustling with activity. She then displayed several agreement documents. These are the contracts for the Xiaolong Assistance to Luaha Development Project. Besides technical support, we're providing financial aid, albeit with interest. She emphasized, we're also supplying them with Xiaolong-class interstellar warships for trade purposes. The first phase of construction is expected to be completed within 2 months, after which the Duchy of Luaha will be able to build T5 and lower-class interstellar warships on their own. Lilith's smile turned cunning. However, they'll have to pay us a technology licensing fee for each ship they build. Additionally, the core modules of T5 class warships must be procured from us. These modules, though comprising less than one of the ship's production time, determine over half of its performance. She concluded, this ensures that even if the Duchy of Luaha becomes powerful, they won't be able to break free from our control. A faint smile crossed Zhao Chen's lips. This was exactly what he had envisioned. From the early days of the Flower Fairy Federation and the Stone Kingdom to the present Duchy of Luaha, Zhao Chun has steadily sown seeds of hope. He firmly believes that these efforts will eventually bear fruit and provide shelter for the Skylong Interstellar Empire. Faced with skepticism, Zhao Chun always insists, the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. Even knowing that the true harvest may be far off, he continues to give unreservedly. As long as these forces can contribute even a tiny bit to the Skylong Interstellar Empire in its wars against the devouring civilization and the forces of chaos, Zhao Chun feels that all his efforts are worthwhile. Lilith provided a detailed report on the progress of the construction plans. The second phase will be completed in 6 months, while the third phase will take a year. The third phase plans to expand upon the existing foundation and has left room for a potential fourth phase. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze falling on the dragon-marked point on the star map of the Duchy of Luaha. Although this small star system near the capital star system is resource-poor and sparsely populated, it is an ideal place to establish a special development zone. This zone will be directly controlled by the Skylong Interstellar Empire and connected by a cross-universe stargate. Zhao Chen turned to the two video windows, inquiring about the external development plans of the Duchy of Luaha. Leona, the Supreme Commander of the Skylong Fifth Fleet, and Vice Commander Zhong Xiaoyun were online and ready to report. Leona reported first. The progress of the Free King of the Great Tooth Sirens, whom we have supported, is going smoothly. He has fully controlled the Great Tooth Siren tribe and has begun expanding externally with our assistance. Using his strong connections, the Free King has adopted a strategy of diplomacy first, then force, selecting suitable forces for alliance. Currently, the Great Tooth Federation has been established, controlling 3 star domains, and is attacking 2 more. It is expected that within 3 months, the Great Tooth Federation will influence 10 star domains, occupying 1/3 of the Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe. Vice Commander Zhong Xiaoyun added, the development plan for the Duchy of Luaha leans more towards military conquest. Considering the duchy has just been established and lacks the Free King's connections and reputation, it can only rely on strong military power to subjugate surrounding forces. According to our plan, the Duchy of Luaha will expand to 3 star domains within 3 months. By then, we will create opportunities to facilitate a public alliance between the Duchy of Luaha and the Great Tooth Federation, announcing the formation of the North-South Alliance. This will become the largest alliance force in the Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe. Subsequent expansions will be smoother, and we expect to control over 90% of the Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe's star territories within 6 months at most. Leona nodded in agreement, a confident expression on her face. This timeline was much shorter than Zhao Chen and Lilith had initially anticipated. Among the 3 universes overseen by Charlotte, the Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe, with its vast territories and frequent internal conflicts, was originally thought to be the most time-consuming. However, the current progress has been unexpectedly smooth. Unexpectedly, under the meticulous planning of Marshal Leona and Lieutenant General Zhong Xiaoyun, a task that was originally expected to take a month was compressed into just half a month. This achievement is truly remarkable. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and then announced his next plan. Excellent. Next, I will leave here to inspect other universes. The affairs of the Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe will be fully entrusted to both of you. Should any major decisions need to be made, you are authorized to handle them. If you encounter situations requiring support, find a way to contact the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. As soon as we receive a distress signal, we will provide assistance at the fastest speed. Yes, sir. Lieutenant General Zhong Xiaoyun responded immediately. Marshal Leona stood tall and confidently assured, Your Majesty, rest assured, within half a year, if you wish for the entire Cancer Interstellar Civilization universe to fly the flag of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, it will be done without a doubt. Seeing Marshal Leona's confidence, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. Very well. I look forward to your good news. Just as the brief discussion concluded, Zhao Chen received a communication request from the capital star of the Luaha Principality. There was no need to guess. It must be from Queen Lung Yun. Previously, Queen Lung Yun had extended a warm invitation for the Emperor of Xiaolong to attend an upcoming banquet, which Zhao Chen had politely declined. Since he had chosen to keep a low profile and avoid public appearances, attending such events seemed unnecessary. Moreover, his presence might make the 2 people who knew his identity uncomfortable. It was better to stay away and not disturb their celebration. Connect the call, Zhao Chen said after a moment of thought. The video window opened, revealing 2 figures, Queen Lung Yun and Marshal Long Qian. Zhao Chen smiled and began. Congratulations to both of you, Your Majesty. They greeted him respectfully in unison. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. These 2 were clearly intelligent and sensible, not letting their newfound status make them complacent, and fully aware of how they had come to possess everything they now had. Although I couldn't attend your banquet, I still want to congratulate you here on the reconstruction of the Luaha Principality. I believe that in the near future, your Xiaolong Principality will grow stronger and stronger, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty, Queen Long Yun expressed solemnly. We will never forget the help that the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and Your Majesty provided during the most difficult times of the Luaha Principality. Luaha will always be the most loyal ally and partner of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and Your Majesty. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, not commenting much on such promises. These vows were nice to hear, but ultimately, actions would speak louder than words. In any case, Zhao Chen didn't mind. If this agent proved unsuitable, he could always replace them later. Regarding the future development and specific affairs of the Luaha Principality, I believe Secretary Lilith and Lieutenant General Zhong Xiaoyun have already sent you the relevant documents. Zhao Chen continued. I will be leaving here soon. Lieutenant General Zhong Xiaoyun will fully represent me in matters here. She will assist you in implementing these plans. Upon hearing that the Emperor of Xiaolong would be leaving, Queen Lungyun and Marshal Long Qian's expressions showed mixed emotions, some surprise and a bit of relief. Personally, they naturally hoped this charismatic Emperor of Xiaolong could stay a bit longer. But from their positions, having such a powerful figure remain in the Luoha Principality would undoubtedly bring them immense pressure. While they understood that the Luoha Principality was now meant to follow the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the prolonged presence of the Emperor implied deeper control over them, which was not something they desired. After all, everyone hopes for more freedom. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Queen Longyun solemnly promised, we will fully cooperate with Lieutenant General Zhong Xiaoyun and swiftly implement the development plans. We will not hold back the Xiaolong fleet. Marshal Long Qian also spoke seriously. The Luoha Principality always welcomes the Emperor of Xiaolong, whether now or in the future. Whenever Your Majesty needs, I, Long Qian, am willing to lead the Luoha fleet, traverse the stars and seas, and come to your side, becoming the sword in your hand, ready to fight for you. Zhao Qian smiled and nodded, acknowledging their statements. After a few more pleasantries, Zhao Qian ended the call. He stood at the Cosmic Observatory, gazing out at the Crab Nebula's interstellar civilization and the Luoha Principality, both of which were about to fade from view. By the time he returned, this region was bound to look drastically different. As the galactic year 3039 drew to a close, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was about to celebrate its third anniversary, marking 5 months since the end of its first battle with the Devourer civilization. This precious period of respite had lasted far longer than expected. Zhao Qian and his team initially thought it would last no more than 3 months, but it had persisted until now. Unexpectedly, the Devourer civilization had remained dormant, with even the covert agents from the Holy Elven Empire reporting only that the enemy was continually preparing their fleet, without any substantial movements. This unusual silence raised concerns among Zhao Qian and his team. With its formidable industrial base, the Devourer civilization should have been able to recover from battle losses in a short time, with 3 months being sufficient to repair half of their interstellar warships. This should have been enough to launch a second offensive against the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. After all, the rapid development of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was evident to all, and any delay would only further disadvantage the Devourer civilization. Despite his inner doubts, Zhao Qian had no choice but to adopt a wait-and-see strategy, preparing for all possible scenarios due to the lack of concrete evidence. Over the past 5 months, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had made significant progress both internally and externally. Zhao Qian's dual strategy of internal circulation and external expansion had yielded immediate results. The Flower Fairy Federation tribe and the Stone Kingdom had both fallen under their control, and the situation in the Crab Nebula's interstellar civilization was firmly in their grasp. Under Charlotte's management, affairs in the Mohadi's Interstellar Empire and the Fire Pattern Interstellar Alliance were also progressing smoothly. As the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire approached its 3rd anniversary, Zhao Qian decided to use this opportunity to announce a series of important initiatives. He recalled high-ranking officials scattered across various interstellar realms, including Charlotte and Leona. Additionally, Zhao Qian secretly invited key figures from allied forces, such as the 2 prominent members of the Bailan Interstellar Trade Group from the Flower Fairy Federation tribe Huailanlan and Huayanini, as well as the envoy from the Stone Kingdom, the Queen of the Luoha Principality, and the Grand Marshal. These distinguished guests, whose alliances with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had not yet been publicly disclosed, attended under pseudonyms and would not appear in any public settings to ensure their identities remained confidential. Although they couldn't attend public banquets, Zhao Qian ensured they were not neglected. He arranged for guides to show these guests around the Xiaolong star system, allowing them to witness the Empire's might firsthand. This arrangement aimed to deepen their recognition of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Later, Zhao Qian planned to host a private reception for them to discuss confidential matters. Lilith presented Zhao Qian with a detailed schedule, filling the Emperor's year-end calendar to the brim. This much? Zhao Qian looked at the nearly person-high schedule with a hint of resignation. At that moment, the sound of children playing and laughing reached his ears. Over the past half-year, the 3 little ones had grown enough to stand and play on their own. Zhao Qian rarely found time to spend with them, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt towards these children. Zhao Qian held Lilith's slender waist and earnestly said, "Not only can I not be with them for long periods, but it's also because of my orders that they haven't seen their mother for nearly 6 months. Can we compress the schedule a bit? We could make more time to be with the kids." Lilith shot Zhao Qian a glare and softly chided, "The kids are watching. Stop being so touchy." Despite her words, there was a hint of affection in her tone. In private, Lilith's reverence for the Dragon Emperor diminished, replaced by the intimacy of a couple. Their bond had only grown stronger over time. Zhao Qian teased, "Don't you want to spend more time with the kids too?" Lilith was momentarily at a loss for words, her internal struggle evident. She took a deep breath and said firmly, "I've already arranged for us to spend time with the 3 kids every month. And Charlotte will be back soon. She hasn't seen the kids in nearly 6 months. She can take over for a while. We still have our work to do. Zhao Chen rubbed his head, looking frustrated. He cursed order in his mind. If that entity showed up now, he'd make it understand what a different kind of flower truly meant. It was because of this damn existence that his wonderful life had been disrupted and his retirement plans indefinitely postponed. At that moment, their eldest daughter, Zhao Baier, quietly approached, tugging at Zhao Chen's clothes with her tiny hand. In a sweet voice, she said, "Daddy, you can go and take care of your work. Baier will look after my siblings. Mommy said that Daddy is very busy and has important things to do. When you're done, you'll be able to rest and spend time with us. We won't be a burden to you and Mommy. You both can do what you need to." Zhao Chen looked at the young girl in surprise, squatting down to look her in the eyes. Despite her efforts to hide it, he could see the sadness in her gaze. "Baier, who taught you to say these things?" Zhao Chen asked softly. He knew his children were smart, but some things required guidance to understand so deeply. Baier continued in her innocent voice, "Mommy talked to me before. She said she has important things to do for Daddy and might not be able to be with us for the next half year. She told me, as the oldest, that I need to take care of my siblings. Mommy said that you're both very busy now so that in the future, you can always be with us. So, my siblings and I are okay with waiting at home for you, Mommy, and Annie to come back. We'll be good and won't make the aunties angry." Seeing such maturity in someone so young, Zhao Chen felt his heart being pierced by countless thorns. He realized he wasn't a responsible father or a good husband, failing to provide even the basic companionship for his children. Zhao Chen stepped forward and hugged Baier tightly. Zhao Hu and Zhao Lily, not fully understanding what was happening, also opened their arms, seeking a hug from their father. Lilith gently patted Zhao Chen's shoulder, her tone filled with resignation. "All right, we need to do what we have to." Though it pained her, this was the reality they had to face. Zhao Chen took one last look at his 3 children. Baier held her siblings' hands, smiling at him, but her small eyes held complex emotions. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. As Zhao Chen walked away, his youngest daughter, Zhao Lily, instinctively reached out her tiny hand, trying to grasp her father. "Daddy, Daddy," she called out in her tender voice. Hearing her call, Zhao Chen paused for a moment, then quickened his pace, forcing himself to leave his children's sight despite the heartache. Zhao Baier stepped forward and gently hugged her younger sister, her voice soft and comforting. "Father and Mother have important matters to attend to. Once they're done, they'll come back and be with us." Her words carried a sense of determination, trying to instill hope in her sister. Nearby, Zhao Hu clenched his fists, though tears were already streaming down his face. He silently repeated his mother's words in his mind. "I'm a man and men don't cry." But this mantra seemed powerless against his inner sorrow. Zhao Chen didn't dare to look back at what was happening behind him. He knew that if he turned around at that moment, he might never be able to take another step forward. He silently exited the residence and boarded the shuttle that had been prepared with Lilith. As the engines roared to life, they slowly left the habitable planet, specially modified for the families of the Jiaolong Legion. As the shuttle ascended, Zhao Qian gazed out the window at the beautiful planet below. The surface was adorned with elegant buildings, yet showed little sign of advanced technology. This was intentional. He wanted his children to grow up close to nature, creating precious memories in their early years. Once the shuttle entered space, the Longhuang, the interstellar command ship, was already waiting in orbit. Zhao Chun stepped onto the bridge and, the moment he sat in the captain's chair, switched to work mode. He opened his schedule, reviewing the busy agenda for the coming month. First was the annual summary of the Jiaolong Interstellar Empire and its controlled territories, followed by the formulation of the development plan for the next year. Then came the first meetings with the proxy leaders of other interstellar civilizations, which would take up 5 days. Next was the grand 3-year anniversary celebration, divided into 3 parts: the commendation of meritorious personnel, the New Year's Eve ceremony, and the New Year plan. The New Year's Eve ceremony included a 5-day inspection tour of the Empire. Finally, Zhao Chun needed to draft the New Year's development outline for the Empire's Military Research Institute. After reviewing the schedule, Zhao Chun couldn't help but scratch his head and sigh. Being an emperor is really tough. Even though I've mastered the art of delegation, there are still so many things I need to handle personally. He turned to Lilith, with a hint of hope in his voice, and asked, "Can't we streamline this any further?" Lilith shrugged and calmly replied, "This is already the result of the Secretarial Department's maximum effort to reduce the workload. If anyone else were in your position, it would probably take them 3 months to handle all these tasks." Resigned, Zhao Chun covered his face with his hand, knowing he couldn't avoid these responsibilities. He could only accept his fate and said, "All right, let's proceed according to this schedule." In the final week of the year, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire enters its busiest period. Throughout the Xiaolong star system, people from all walks of life are tirelessly engaged in their duties, with security personnel particularly vigilant. Despite the implementation of traffic restrictions, the number of people and starships within the system reaches the highest point of the year. Without these regulations, this number would likely skyrocket by thousands of times. At this moment, a stargate slowly opens, and several small starships enter the Xiaolong star system. The identification data of these starships indicate they belong to a certain family faction and are invited guests. However, this is merely a facade. In reality, these ships carry visitors from other interstellar civilizations. All of this has been meticulously orchestrated by the Xiaolong's highest secretariat. So, this is the Xiaolong star system? Huaya Lanlan exclaimed, gazing in awe at the scene before her. Though she had imagined the prosperity of the Xiaolong star system, the reality far exceeded her expectations. The entire star system was bustling with interstellar warships, and every space lane was teeming with activity. Numerous space cities and starports stood on each planet, painting a picture of bustling commerce and activity. What stunned Huaya Lanlan even more were the many top-tier interstellar warships, which she had only heard of in legends. In a distant, exclusive transport lane, a fleet of 300 interstellar transport ships was moving slowly. Among them, 10 T6 Star Sea Whale class super heavy interstellar transport ships stood out, with the rest being T5 Star Kun class super heavy interstellar transport ships. Such a lineup would be the pinnacle in the Waxianzi Federation tribe, but here, it seemed commonplace. Nini, just how many of these types of interstellar transport ships does the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire have? Huaya Lanlan turned to ask Huaya Nini beside her. As a former envoy representing the Bailon Interstellar Trade Group in cooperation with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, Huaya Nini was well acquainted with the situation here. After a moment of thought, Huaya Nini replied, currently, there are at least 300 T6 Star Sea Whale class super heavy interstellar transport ships in service, and more are being built. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire places great importance on interstellar trade, and the Xiaolong Emperor grants significant autonomy to the three major interstellar trade groups under his command. Although the Xiaolong Emperor holds a stake in these groups and reaps substantial profits, he never interferes in their operations. Whether it's Miss Li Yaqi of the Beilong Interstellar Trade Group or Miss Hong Meiguei of the Rose Red Dragon Interstellar Trade Group, they are all outstanding interstellar merchants. Huaya Nini continued, the Xiaolong Emperor not only refrains from interfering in their decisions, but also provides them with decommissioned military starship technology, giving them an edge in interstellar trade. As for the T5 Star Kun class super heavy interstellar transport ships, their numbers likely exceed 3,000, serving as the main transport fleet for the top trade groups of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. However, these transport ships are subject to wartime control and will prioritize military needs during conflicts. Additionally, some secondary trade routes use T4 Giant Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ships, the T3 White Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ships, and T2 Moose-class heavy interstellar transport ships they previously used have been reassigned to trade routes in the lower-tier markets. These ships are now used for short-distance intra-system transport or transport between nearby star systems. Within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, an extensive interstellar transport network has been established. Leveraging these transport ships and advanced Stargate systems, goods can efficiently flow between all corners of the empire. As Huaya Nini described all this, her eyes sparkled with admiration as if she had witnessed the establishment firsthand. Her enthusiasm was contagious, causing Huaya Lanlan to further elevate her opinion of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Suddenly, Huaya Nini pointed towards a distant starship anchorage area and exclaimed excitedly, "Look over there. It seems like the Holy Elf Empire's starships." Following her sister's direction, Huaya Lanlan indeed saw several starships bearing the emblem of the Holy Elf Empire hovering in the distance. The Holy Elf Empire must really value their relationship with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire to send their envoys here to attend the New Year's ceremony, Huaya Nini remarked. Huaya Lanlan scrutinized the starships and her eyes lit up. And there are even 2 elf kings attending. 2 elf kings? How can you tell? Huaya Nini asked in surprise. Because there are 2 flagship vessels of the elf kings. They must belong to Flame Elf King Shalaman and Water Elf King Meritus, Huaya Lanlan explained. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire managed to invite 2 elf kings. Huaya Nini was astonished. She knew well the esteemed status of the Holy Elf Empire in the known universe. Despite the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's formidable military power, most people still held the long-standing Holy Elf Empire in higher regard. The Holy Elf Empire was famously aloof and seldom interacted with the outside world, with the Elf Kings rarely attending events in other interstellar empires. The presence of 2 Elf Kings at the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's event underscored its significance. From the information we've gathered, it's not just the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire attending this banquet, Huaya Lanlan said seriously. Huaya Nini looked at her sister with curiosity. Huaya Lanlan's eyes gleamed as she continued, over the past 6 months, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire hasn't just focused on our Flower Fairy Federation and the Stone Kingdom. According to my intel, they've made moves in at least 3 other interstellar universes. The Xiaolong Emperor intends to unite us at this banquet. What? Huayanini was taken aback. This information didn't come solely from our intelligence network. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire didn't hide it from us either. I suspect the Xiaolong Emperor wants our Baelon Interstellar Trade Group to play a central role in this alliance, Huayalanlan analyzed. Which other interstellar civilizations are involved? Huayanini couldn't help but ask. Huayalanlan looked at her sister and slowly named a few. Huayanini covered her mouth in shock, amazed at the Xiaolong Emperor's grand strategy and how much had been accomplished without anyone noticing. Huayalanlan remained calm. These arrangements were apparent to me when the Xiaolong Emperor first approached us in the Stone Kingdom. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Devouring Civilization are mortal enemies, especially with the order behind the Devouring Civilization. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire will never back down. The only way to break the deadlock is to rapidly increase their strength. Although they have a strong industrial base, relying solely on their own universe's resources is insufficient for a quick power boost. However, with resources from multiple universes, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire could potentially grow strong enough to defeat the Devouring Civilization and stand up to the order. Huayanini suddenly understood. Soon, the two sisters, traveling aboard a starship, arrived in front of a magnificent interstellar building. Huayanini excitedly introduced it to her sister. Sister, this is the capital city of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, known as the Interstellar City. It has many names, like Xiaolong Imperial Capital and Xiaolong City, but its official name is Chang'an City as shown on the plaque. This is the political center of the empire, where all major institutions have their headquarters. This is the brain of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Huayalanlan looked at the awe-inspiring Chang'an City before her, feeling deeply moved. The starship slowly docked at its designated berth. The sisters, dressed in elegant attire with some facial embellishments to conceal their identities, disembarked and set foot on the ground of Chang'an City. A smiling secretary approached them. Honored guests, welcome. I am a secretary from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's Secretariat, assigned to assist you. This is my communication account. During your stay in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, feel free to contact me for any needs. Huayalanlan nodded with a smile. Hello? She was modest and understood the importance of harmony, being an interstellar trader. More importantly, she was aware of the special status of the secretary before her. Although appearing to be an ordinary secretary, working in the highest secretariat of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire meant she held a significant position. The secretariat reported directly to the Xiaolong Emperor and the chief secretary, handling nearly all internal affairs and even military logistics. The secretary continued, please follow me. I can give you a tour of Chang'an City, or if you feel tired, you can rest at the hotel first. Let's take a tour first, Huayalanlan said, intrigued by the city. They boarded a hover car and started traversing Chang'an City. Huayalanlan was amazed by the various buildings and the diverse interstellar races. Chang'an City was not only a political center, but also a livable mini-planet where ordinary citizens lived and worked peacefully. Along the way, they saw the headquarters of the Northern Dragon Interstellar Trade Group and the Rose-Red Dragon Interstellar Trade Group. These massive buildings were bustling with people, including group employees and interstellar merchants there for business negotiations. In the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, anyone wanting to make a fortune had to collaborate with these royal-backed groups. Huayanini marveled, sister, these headquarters are much larger than the most luxurious ones in our Waxianzi Federation tribe. Even though it's not my first time seeing them, I'm always amazed. I wish our Baelon Interstellar Trade Group could have such a headquarters. Huayalanlan gazed at the splendid buildings and said solemnly, we will. This statement sounded both like a self-assurance and a promise. After the tour, the secretary took them to rest and informed them of the next day's schedule. Tomorrow, the Xiaolong Emperor will personally hold a ceremony to honor those who have made significant contributions over the past year. You are welcome to attend. Although not particularly interested in military affairs, the sisters were curious about the ceremony. But even a fool knows that in such an event, one can meet the high-ranking officials of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, especially now when the military's influence is on the rise. Huayalanlan and Huayanini are well aware of this fact. As shrewd interstellar merchants, they understand the value of connections. This opportunity is undoubtedly beneficial for the future development of the Baelon Interstellar Trade Group. Early the next morning, the sisters donned new dresses and, guided by a secretary, stepped into the core area of Chang'an City. Thousands had already gathered in the palace square, and the air was thick with a mix of tension and excitement. The military personnel stood in their crisp uniforms, contrasting sharply with the diverse interstellar races from all corners of the universe. Huayalanlan keenly noticed that many non-Xiaolong Empire dignitaries were also present, including the legendary Flame Elf King. This alone underscored the importance of the awards banquet. With the thunderous roar of salutes and the solemn music, the banquet officially began. A towering figure slowly emerged on the high platform. It was Zhao Chun, the emperor of the Xiaolong Empire. Clad in a military-style ceremonial uniform, He exuded both the iron-blooded aura of a soldier and the majesty of an emperor. Though his face was expressionless, his mere presence was intimidating. As Zhao Chun took his place at the center of the platform, the Xiaolong officers saluted in unison, and the other guests showed their respect in their own ways. Huaya Lan took the opportunity to glance at the Flame Elf King, surprised to see that even this notoriously arrogant ruler was showing respect, albeit in a gesture of equal friendliness. This scene spoke volumes about the high regard in which Zhao Chun was held. Zhao Chun began straightforwardly, "I won't bother with empty formalities. The purpose of this banquet is clear to everyone. Over the past year, our Xiaolong interstellar empire has been at war with the Devourer civilization, and we've beaten them so thoroughly that they fled in disarray." The audience responded with knowing laughter. Zhao Chun continued, "In this campaign, many of our officers have performed exceptionally and will naturally receive generous rewards. Additionally, there will be some adjustments to our interstellar fleet, which I will announce now. First, the official list of new marshals. These 3 marshals have already been fulfilling their duties over the past year, but due to the intense war situation, we only made a brief announcement at the time. Today, we complete the ceremony." Zhao Chun solemnly announced, "I bestow the rank of Imperial Marshal upon Wei Shishir and appoint her as the highest commander of the 7th Fleet Group of the Xiaolong Empire. I bestow the rank of Imperial Marshal upon Qingman and appoint her as the highest commander of the 8th Fleet Group. I bestow the rank of Imperial Marshal upon Midair and appoint her as the highest commander of the 9th Fleet Group." As Zhao Chun read the names, the 3 new marshals ascended the platform. The excitement on their faces was no longer as evident as before. Half a year of experience had made them more composed. Zhao Chun personally pinned the martial insignia on each of them, and they saluted him in return. The ceremony was solemn yet simple. Under the admiring gaze of the crowd, the 3 marshals stepped down from the platform. Zhao Chun once again took center stage, his voice booming, "In addition to these 3 marshals, today we will also welcome a new Imperial Marshal." The strength of the Jiaolong Interstellar Empire has been further bolstered with the official establishment of the 10th Legion Fleet Group. Over the past 6 months, the Empire has been advancing on both internal and external fronts, quietly pushing forward with the proxy plan on one hand, while continuously expanding the number of interstellar battleships on the other. In addition to completing the 7th, 8th, and 9th Legion fleet groups, a brand new 10th Legion fleet group has been formed. This fleet has completed its trial runs and training, reaching full operational capacity. Consequently, the total number of the Empire's interstellar battleships has surpassed 5 million, not including the ever-growing number of T6 class battleships in the elite fleet groups. In the banquet hall, the spotlight slowly moved and finally settled on a gallant female officer. As Zhao Chun introduced her, she stood up and confidently walked toward the podium. Zhao Chun passionately declared, "The 10th Legion Fleet Group holds extraordinary significance for our Jiaolong Interstellar Empire. It is not a full stop, but a comma on our path of development, marking a new phase in our military strength." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure was already standing at the foot of the stairs, awaiting the final call. Zhao Chun loudly announced, "The highest commander of the Jiaolong Interstellar Empire's 10th Legion Fleet Group is Pei Shengnan." Major General Pei Shengnan, with her head held high, stepped onto the podium. The hall erupted in applause, and even Marshal Qitong, rarely showing emotion, displayed pride, joy, and satisfaction. The new commander had a deep connection with her, having served as the deputy leader of her Bloody Mary mercenary group. Pei Shengnan's career is nothing short of illustrious. She is not only an excellent interstellar combat commander, but also a highly skilled interstellar fighter pilot. After joining the Jiaolong Legion, she chose to start from the grassroots, beginning anew as an interstellar fighter pilot. With her exceptional abilities, she quickly rose through the ranks, serving as a squad leader, flight leader, and eventually the head of the carrier Starship flight team. As the Jiaolong Legion's demand for senior officers increased, and having fully satisfied her passion for piloting interstellar fighters, Pei Shengnan once again embarked on the path of a senior officer. Her journey showcases the complete growth trajectory of a soldier from the grassroots to the high command, injecting new vitality into the military development of the Jiaolong Interstellar Empire. Initially, Pei Shengnan started her career as the captain of a star carrier. Her exceptional skills in piloting interstellar fighter jets earned her the position and led to a personal connection with Marshal Su Lan, the supreme commander of the Queen of the Stars Ace Fleet. Su Lan once remarked that within the Falcon Legion fleet, Pei Shengnan's interstellar combat abilities were second only to her own. In her early years, Pei Shengnan followed Qitong, adopting some of his aggressive combat tactics. This unique style laid the groundwork for her own distinctive approach to fleet command. On the battlefield, she could dominate by leveraging her carrier's air superiority or lead direct assaults with battleships and cruisers. At this moment, memories flashed before Pei Shengnan's eyes like a montage. Standing center stage, she faced the Emperor of the Falcon Empire, her gaze sweeping over the mercenary leaders who once called her Sister Pei. The once young girl had now grown more composed. A decade had passed. The former deputy commander of a mercenary fleet now stood at the pinnacle of power. The emperor's voice brought Pei Shengnan back to reality. Hereby, I bestow upon Pei Shengnan the rank of Imperial Marshal, appointing her as the supreme commander of the Falcon Empire's 10th Legion fleet. Pei Shengnan looked down at the gleaming Imperial Marshal insignia on her chest. Though she had long known of this appointment after all, she had overseen the trials and training of the 10th Legion fleet. The weight of responsibility felt real as she pinned the badge on her chest. She glanced around, seeing a mix of congratulations, envy, and admiration in the eyes of those around her. Straightening her posture, she loudly declared, "For the Empire, for the Emperor." Her voice echoed across the palace square, and the crowd responded in unison, heightening the atmosphere to its peak. This appointment also marked the increase of Imperial Marshals in the Falcon Interstellar Empire to 14. Including the 2 5-star marshals, the total number reached 16, representing the Empire's 16 pillars of strength. The ceremony continued with the announcement of newly promoted officers: 48 3-star generals, 196 2-star generals, 981 star generals, and nearly 6,000 brigadiers. The total number of officers in the Falcon Interstellar Empire now exceeded 7,000, forming an extensive military command structure. Some might question whether such a large number of officers would make the Empire's upper echelons too bloated. However, according to calculations by Lilith's Secretarial Department, this number was not only reasonable but also indicated a significant shortfall. If there were enough qualified officers, this number could easily surpass 10,000. This is mainly because, under the current system, the captain of any T-6 class interstellar warship must hold the rank of brigadier general, and the Falcon Empire is in a phase of military governance, requiring a large number of officers to maintain control. The entire promotion ceremony lasted nearly a day. Although the appointments of brigadiers, major generals, and lieutenant generals were handled by other imperial marshals, it still consumed a considerable amount of time. After the officer promotion ceremony, the assembly also recognized the contributions of civilian personnel and scientists. Their efforts were equally indispensable to the Falcon Interstellar Empire. Under the meticulous arrangement of Secretary Lilith, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire introduced a brand new commendation system specifically targeting talents outside the military. This system is divided into 6 levels, ranging from 5 stars to 0 stars, each accompanied by corresponding functional titles. Scientists at the Imperial Military Research Institute were the first to benefit. Even those at the lowest level can receive the title of Outstanding Scientist. As one moves up, there are 1-star to 5-star scientists. Similar titles exist in other fields, such as Outstanding Engineer and Outstanding Researcher. At the award ceremony, the Emperor solemnly announced, awarding and the title of 5-star Scientist, Nana the title of 5-star Scientist, Elise the title of 5-star Engineer, Nadani the title of 4-star Engineer, Xiangxiang the title of 4-star Educator, and Yangni the title of 4-star Physician. As each name was read out, they were unfamiliar to the outside world but very well known among the members of the Xiaolong system. These individuals, who had quietly made significant contributions, finally received their well-deserved recognition. One by one, those called went up to the stage, and suddenly felt a bit nervous and wanted to shrink back, but was pushed to the front by the straightforward Sister Nyo. "Sister Nyo, don't push me," and protested softly, but Sister Nyo didn't seem to hear, and had no choice but to stand properly, silently grumbling. "This must be because I didn't share the roasted beef leg with her last time. I'll have to make it up to her next time." After the award ceremony, the celebration began immediately. Joyful music filled the square, and various delicacies adorned long tables. People indulged in this rare feast. On both sides of the square, there were private booths for special guests. Although the Xiaolong Emperor enjoyed celebrating with the people, he knew his presence might dampen others' enthusiasm. After a brief appearance and some small talk, he found a quiet corner to enjoy the food alone. And other special individuals were also arranged in private booths, both for their safety and to maintain their public image. At this moment, and was engrossed in her meal, having already misplaced her awarded badge. Fortunately, her sister Nana was there to keep an eye on things, and had promptly secured these important items. She gave her sister a helpless look, but understood that today was a day to celebrate, so she let it slide. "Nana, look at your sister," sighed their father, Chief Pekin. "She'll probably be like this all her life. It's a good thing you work in the same department, and can look out for each other." "I know, father," Nana replied, glancing at him and noticing the 2-star engineer badge on his chest. As a member of the interstellar dwarf race, Chief Pekin had decent crafting skills, and earning this level was quite an achievement. This might also be partly due to his 2 daughters' accomplishments. Otherwise, he might have only been a 1-star engineer. But Chief Pekin was already very content. Thanks to the outstanding achievements of and Nana, their family had become the foremost technological family in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Despite their small numbers, they held a high status. Even their relatives among the interstellar dwarves benefited, being sought after by many. It was truly a case of one person gaining prominence and the entire family reaping the rewards. As long as Annie and Nana are around, the future of the Ba Jin clan is secured. In a quiet private room in the corner of the banquet hall, a group of special guests had gathered. Huaya Lanlan and Huaya Nini had already arrived and were seated, looking around the room. Apart from the three representatives from the Stone Kingdom, the others' identities could be somewhat discerned from their appearances, but since they hadn't interacted before, it was hard for the sisters to greet them casually. In the midst of this eerie silence, the door to the private room opened, and a group of people walked in. Leading the way was Zhao Chun, who wore a friendly smile, and beside him was an impressive figure, the Aqua Elf King. Almost everyone stood up at the same time, their eyes first landing on the Dragon Emperor, then shifting to the Aqua Elf King. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, and the esteemed Aqua Elf King," they all said in unison. The Aqua Elf King smiled warmly. "No need to focus on me. The host here is His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Like all of you, I am also a guest." Zhao Chen added with a grin, "That's not entirely true. Without the information and channels provided by the Aqua Elf King, I wouldn't have been able to gather you all here, and we wouldn't have this opportunity to meet." The Aqua Elf King gave Zhao Chen a meaningful look. "I did offer some advice to His Majesty, but he didn't follow all of it, so the credit doesn't belong to me." The guests couldn't help but feel puzzled by this ambiguous exchange. Clearly, something had transpired between the Dragon Emperor and the Aqua Elf King that they were unaware of. After taking his seat, Zhao Chen looked around the room. "Please, everyone, have a seat. My time is limited, and I must leave after speaking. If there's any neglect, I ask for your understanding." Everyone sat down and Zhao Chen continued, "Let me introduce you all to each other since you'll be collaborating in the future, and it's essential to get acquainted." He started from the left. "These two ladies are from the Flower Fairy Federation, the heads of the Bai Lan Interstellar Trade Group, Miss Huaya Lanlan and Miss Huaya Nini. Their group holds a 25% market share in the Flower Fairy Federation, soon to surpass 30%, making them the largest interstellar traders. These two are major financiers, and I found you a great opportunity." Huaya Lanlan and Huaya Nini raised their glasses to the group. These three are envoys from the Stone Kingdom: Prince Ahmed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Minister of Finance and Economy. The three envoys from the Stone Kingdom stood up and greeted the group. Their unique appearances drew curiosity as the Stone Kingdom rarely engaged closely with other interstellar races. "This gentleman is from the Cancer Interstellar Civilization, the Free King of the Giant Fong Federation." A hefty, seal-like male stood up. Despite his rugged appearance, his manners were refined as he elegantly bowed to the group. This is why he has managed to build a strong network within the Cancer Star civilization. Zhao Chen's personality directly influences his social skills, enabling him to navigate the complexities of interstellar diplomacy with ease. In the conference hall, guests from 5 different star systems gathered. Zhao Chen began introducing the distinguished guests. "These two are Queen Lung Yun and Grand Marshal Lung Qian from the Principality of Luaha." The two elegantly poised women stood up and greeted everyone. "This is the 7th Prince of the Mohadi's Interstellar Empire." A young man in lavish attire nodded slightly. "And these three are envoys from the Fire Pattern Interstellar Alliance." The 3 diplomats in uniform stood up in unison. Zhao Chen then turned his gaze to the final guest, a teasing smile on his face. "I believe this one needs no introduction. You all know her well." He gestured towards the Water Elf Queen, who gracefully stood up and smiled, saying, "It's an honor to be here with all of you." As the foreign minister of the Sacred Elf Empire, she was no stranger to anyone present. Zhao Chun continued, "This time, we have specially invited you to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. On one hand, to let you enjoy the festivities of this period. On the other hand, we are entering the next phase, where you all should unite. Only by coming together can we unleash our greatest potential." Hua Yalan felt a surge of excitement, keenly aware of the immense power behind these factions. The Stone Kingdom's rich mineral resources could become a critical source and market. The unique geographical position of the Cancer Star civilization offered an excellent opportunity to establish a universal Stargate network, significantly enhancing interstellar trade efficiency. Although the Mohadi's interstellar empire seemed unremarkable, it held high prestige in neighboring universes, providing strong support for trade. The Fire Pattern Interstellar Alliance, as AT5 civilization, represented a massive market potential. Hua Yalan's gaze deepened as she looked at the Xiaolong Emperor. She realized that his ambition might far exceed everyone's expectations. He seemed to be sketching out a grand interstellar blueprint, with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire at its core. This organization would not only become a formidable force against the Devourer civilization, but could also lay the foundation for challenging higher-order structures. During the banquet, Zhao Chen briefly outlined his vision for the future of these interstellar civilizations, considering the interests of all parties. Everyone present showed signs of satisfaction. The Water Elf Queen listened quietly, her eyes occasionally flashing with surprise. Several minutes later, Zhao Chen raised his glass to toast the guests. That's the general direction. During your stay in the Xiaolong star system, our secretariat will discuss the specific cooperation details with you. I believe that with everyone's concerted efforts, we can achieve all our goals. To our future. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. Zhao Chen then excused himself temporarily. The Water Elf Queen watched him leave, and the room gradually became more lively as the representatives began engaging in conversations, paving the way for future collaborations. In the banquet hall, glasses clinked and laughter echoed. Among the revelry, the Sea Serpent King, Xiaoyao, held a glass of amber liquid that shimmered faintly. He walked slowly towards the Water Elf King, his eyes reflecting both caution and friendliness, his lips curling into a perfectly measured smile. Lord Water Elf King, it's been a long time, Xiaoyao said, bowing slightly and raising his glass in greeting. The Water Elf King turned gracefully, her eyes as clear as a tranquil lake, with a gentle smile playing on her lips. Indeed, it has. I've heard your endeavors are flourishing. Xiaoyao chuckled warmly, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. I owe it all to Emperor Xiaolong and your support. When the envoy from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire first approached me, I was so shocked I couldn't speak. Looking back, if you hadn't mentioned us to the Emperor, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. The Water Elf King shook her head slightly, her voice melodious like a bubbling stream. I didn't do much, just relayed your story to the Emperor. Whether or not you could collaborate, and how, was entirely up to your own fate. Despite her modesty, Xiaoyao sincerely replied, I know who has helped us and who our friends are. I will remember your kindness. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know, and I'll do my best to assist. The Water Elf King's eyes narrowed slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. What if our Sacred Elf Empire were to become enemies with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire? Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, chuckling as he said, How could that be? Everyone knows that the Sacred Elf Empire and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire are in a honeymoon phase of their relationship. You have close cooperation, even establishing a permanent bidirectional cosmic gate for mutual visits. There are numerous interstellar trade agreements between you. The fact that both of you Elf Kings are here at the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's New Year's banquet speaks volumes about the intimacy of your relationship. How could there be any conflict? Seeing that Xiaoyao didn't directly answer her question but didn't press further, the Water Elf King contemplated inwardly. Those at the pinnacle of power often don't make decisions based on personal desires, but are driven by a web of interests and pressures, even if those decisions contradict their true feelings. Just like Xiaoyao before her, who might genuinely feel grateful, but if war broke out between the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the Sacred Elf Empire, his stance would ultimately depend on the prevailing interests. The Water Elf King decided not to dwell on the topic and instead engage with other guests about their cooperative ventures with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Her gaze swept across the banquet hall, calculating potential allies and adversaries, preparing for the myriad changes the future might bring. At the banquet, the King of the Blue Water Spirits had an engaging conversation with Hua Lanlan from the Byran Interstellar Trade Group. As an interstellar trader, Hua Lanlan's unique perspective deeply impressed the king. After the banquet, the king even invited her for a walk to continue their discussion. As a gentle breeze blew, the two strolled through a starlit garden. The king got straight to the point, asking, I initially thought that in your cooperation with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, they would adopt some coercive measures or a high-handed attitude to secure more benefits for themselves. But from our conversation, I realized that might not be the case. Although they have indeed gained significant advantages, you have also benefited greatly. What's more intriguing is that they have subtly increased their influence over your interstellar forces. Aren't you concerned about this? Hua Lanlan responded with a knowing smile, pausing to face the king. She explained, anyone with a bit of insight can see these dynamics. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's investments in us are naturally aimed at ensuring our loyalty and extracting various benefits. This is entirely understandable. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch. As interstellar traders, we never engage in ventures without returns. She continued, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire invests in us, supports us, and assists us, all while expecting substantial returns. At the same time, they worry that we, once empowered, might become uncontrollable or even turn against them. This concern is common in most relationships between the strong and the weak. The strong fear that the weak, once empowered, might threaten their dominance, while the weak worry about increased control that could undermine their autonomy. The King of the Blue Water Spirits nodded in agreement as he listened to Hua Lanlan's analysis. Her insights were both logical and straightforward, providing a deeper understanding of the complex issue. Hua Lanlan went on, to address this dilemma, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's current strategy is to enlarge the pie. As long as the pie is big enough and the benefits are sufficiently distributed, many issues will be temporarily set aside because most people focus on immediate gains. Additionally, they increase their influence through various cooperative methods, such as demanding a share of the profits or holding stakes in certain group companies. However, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has made it clear in their collaborations that they will not interfere with our internal management and decision-making. They only require a sufficient share of the profits. Sometimes, through stakes and technology licensing fees, they might take away up to 80 to 90% of the benefits. The king was astonished, eyes wide open. 80% of the benefits? Don't you have any objections? Huayalanlan replied nonchalantly. Benefits? Perhaps in the future, but not now. Because if we relied solely on our own efforts, the profit space might only be 10. But with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's help, the entire pie exceeds 100. So even if we only get 20%, it amounts to over 20, with substantial monthly growth. Although a large portion of our profits is taken, the absolute numbers we get far exceed what we used to. Most people only see what they get in hand. As long as what they get is substantial, it's not an issue, at least not for now. She further explained, on the other hand, to maintain this balance, as long as the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire retains its current military status, this balance can be ensured. This is a scenario everyone is happy to see. The king of the blue water spirits, enlightened by this explanation, remarked thoughtfully, the core element is that the Xiaolong Emperor, despite his greed, understands that only by fattening the sheep can he reap greater rewards. Huayalanlan nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's why we are all very willing to cooperate with him, achieving this win-win situation. The king agreed wholeheartedly, as you said. The Xiaolong Emperor has indeed done an excellent job. A trace of regret flashed in the eyes of the Water Spirit King. She sighed softly and said, "What a pity. I previously proposed to establish an alliance led by us within the Holy Elven Empire, but the majority rejected it. Only the Flame Spirit King supported me, and there were very few supporters in the High Elven Council." Huayalanlan looked straight at the Water Spirit King and said frankly, "Your Majesty, if I may speak candidly, even if the Holy Elven Empire now agrees to form such an alliance, it will never be as successful as the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." Seeing the Water Spirit King's surprised expression, Huayalanlan continued, "I have had dealings with the Holy Elven Empire and understand the nature of your High Elves. Arrogant, self-satisfied, and conceited, they despise other interstellar races and look down on most lower beings." Although these words were harsh, the Water Spirit King couldn't deny their truth. Huayalanlan went on, "Undeniably, the Holy Elven Empire possesses formidable military strength, and its overall power even surpasses the newly risen Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. But the essence of an alliance is to unite allies, not to dominate subordinates. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire does not belittle other interstellar races. They prioritize mutual benefits and strictly adhere to rules. Collaborating with them is a pleasant experience, which is why they attract so many allies." She gestured towards the guests at the banquet. The Water Spirit King fell silent, unable to refute Huayalanlan's words. Finally, she said somewhat dejectedly, "You're right. Perhaps only the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire can achieve that." The end of the year was exceptionally busy for Zhao Chun, the Emperor of Xiaolong. Every day was filled with banquets and meetings, leaving him with barely 3 to 5 hours of rest. If not for his enhanced physique, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure it. Secretary Lilith approached the desk and gently tapped it to get his attention, seeing the exhaustion on Zhao Chen's face. "These are the final interstellar warship data reports from the military for this year," she said. Zhao Chen's eyelids twitched as he tried to focus. "Go ahead. I can't read a single word right now. They all look like little angels flying around." Lilith began her report. "Currently, our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has 15 frontline main fleet groups. 10 are conventional fleet groups, each with 500,000 interstellar warships, totaling 5 million ships. The data for the 5 elite fleet groups are as follows: Dragon Scale, 50,000 ships; Blizzard, 200,000 ships; Queen of the Stars, 150,000 ships; Shadowhunter, 100,000 ships; and Hell's Angel, 150,000 ships, including 50,000 logistics and supply ships. The total number of combat interstellar warships is 600,000. She continued, "This includes over 6,000 T6 interstellar warships, 1 million T5 interstellar warships, and more than 4 million T4 interstellar warships. Additionally, a batch of special interstellar warships is about to enter service and is not yet included in this report." Zhao Chen muttered to himself, "Nearly 6 million interstellar warships? Unknowingly, we've indeed become quite formidable." Lilith reported the simulated combat results from the military to Zhao Chen. She said seriously, "To decisively defeat the devouring civilization, we need at least 10 million interstellar battleships, including over 10,000 T6 class ships. If we want to contend with the T6 order, the number would double to 30 million ships, with nearly 50,000 T6 class ships and a certain number of T7 class ships. But this is just an estimate since we know nothing about the T7 order's capabilities." After hearing this, Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and said, "We need to take a gradual approach. Over the next year, We should both guard against another invasion from the devouring civilization and establish the economic framework around the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. This will continuously support our empire and accelerate our growth." Lilith nodded in agreement and continued to report other matters. After confirming that Zhao Chun had heard everything, she brought out a new document. Zhao Chun covered his face in resignation, lamenting the endless workload. Lilith explained, "This is the plan for the 3-year New Year's Eve ceremony. It largely follows the plans from the past 2 years, but includes some new elements. Additionally, there's a 3-day itinerary for your inspection of various regions in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." Zhao Chun waved his hand and said, "Just follow your plans." Lilith added, "For this inspection, your flagship will be upgraded from the T6 Dragon King to the newly commissioned Quasi-T7 class interstellar battleship. We will lead the first batch of 5 Quasi-T7 ships to participate in the ceremony, officially unveiling them to the public." Hearing this arrangement, Zhao Chen's spirits lifted, and he said with bright eyes, "The main goal of showcasing the Quasi-T7 ships is to demonstrate our strength to the newly joined interstellar civilizations. This will prevent them from underestimating us and causing trouble." Zhao Chen continued, "This is essentially a show of force, ensuring those with ill intentions stay in line. As Huayalanlan analyzed, as long as we maintain absolute military superiority, this alliance system will function optimally." He smiled slightly. "I'm starting to look forward to this unveiling. This will be the first time, aside from the devouring civilization, that a Quasi-T7 interstellar battleship is showcased in the known universe." Time flew by busily, and soon it was the end of Galactic Star Calendar 3039, the last day of the Xiaolong Empire's 3rd anniversary. The major star regions and star systems of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire were decorated festively, bustling with activity. Although other interstellar civilizations also held celebrations, few did so as grandly as Xiaolong every year, as it required a significant amount of manpower and resources. For established interstellar empires like the Holy Elf Empire, grand celebrations usually only occur every 50 or 100 years. But as a rapidly rising new empire, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's annual celebrations deepen the people's sense of identity with the empire. In the future, Xiaolong will likely reduce the frequency of celebrations to once every 10 or 20 years. These are matters for the future. At this moment, the Xiaolong star system is immersed in a jubilant atmosphere. The banquet halls are teeming with people, all eagerly awaiting the arrival of that special moment. Huayalanlan turned to her sister, Huayanini, and curiously asked, "What's the usual celebration process like?" Huayanini thought for a moment before replying, "Typically, the Xiaolong Emperor leads his personal fleet on a tour around the entire star system, gives a speech, and then there's a grand fireworks display. Meanwhile, the marshals of the Imperial Legion also lead elite fleets to make appearances in the key star systems of the Empire." Huayalanlan suddenly understood, realizing that this indeed was an effective way to showcase the Empire's prestige. She wondered if this year's celebration would follow the same tradition. As time ticked by, the sound of celebratory fireworks finally echoed through the starry sky. However, Huayalanlan soon noticed something unusual. The banquet hall fell into a sudden silence as everyone's attention was drawn to the fleet slowly approaching outside the portholes. It was undoubtedly the Emperor's personal fleet, but to everyone's surprise, the leading ship was not the well-known T6 Longhuang command ship, but a mysterious warship never seen before. Flame Elf King Xiaoyuomen abruptly stood up, his eyes burning like fire as he scrutinized the unfamiliar warship. Beside him, the Water Elf King, though not very knowledgeable about interstellar warships, was also infected by the tense atmosphere and rose to gaze out the window. "Xiaoyuomen," the Water Elf King couldn't help but ask, "Judging by your reaction, is there something special about this warship?" The Flame Elf King replied gravely, "Although I'm not yet clear on its specific characteristics, judging by its appearance and the significance of this occasion, there's only one possibility for the Xiaolong Emperor to choose it as his flagship at such an important moment. This must be the latest warship developed by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, and it is extremely advanced and powerful. An ordinary T6 class warship would never receive such treatment. So, it either far surpasses the current T6 Xiaolong series warships, or," he paused, "it's a T7 class warship, or at least a Quasi-T7 class." Upon hearing this, the Water Elf King, despite not fully understanding, immediately grasped the significance of this warship. T7 class? How is that possible? How could the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire have the capability to develop a T7 class warship? And her gaze shifted beyond the leading warship, noticing 4 identical warships following it. There's more than one. If it's truly T7 class, and 5 of them are deployed at once, doesn't that mean the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has the capability to mass-produce T7 class warships? This is unbelievable. At that moment, everyone who speculated that this might be a T7 or Quasi-T7 class warship felt a storm raging within their hearts. They knew exactly what this implied and what it represented. Just then, A female voice came over the official broadcast channel of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Attention, please. The fleet currently in transit is the Xiaolong Emperor's personal guard fleet. As you can see, the flagship of this fleet is not the usual T6 Longhuang command ship. I now officially announce to you that the flagship of the Xiaolong Emperor's personal guard fleet, and the vessel the Xiaolong Emperor is currently aboard. This is the latest independently developed and produced Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, and it has already been deployed. The appearance of this warship has caused a huge sensation within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Not only is it the Empire's first mass-produced Quasi-T7 interstellar warship, but it also incorporates several cutting-edge T7 technologies, making its combat capabilities far superior to most current mass-produced interstellar warships. During the New Year's Eve celebration marking the 3rd anniversary, when the introduction of this warship was broadcasted to every corner of the Empire, listeners held their breath, fearing they might miss a single word. Although the introduction was brief, every word was carefully chosen, sparking widespread discussion and speculation. Some people even eagerly took notes, analyzing every word for hidden information. However, there is very little specific data available about the Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. People can only make some guesses based on its imposing appearance and the name Interstellar Dreadnought. This scarcity of information adds an air of mystery, making more people curious about its performance in future combat. Undoubtedly, this new warship became the hottest topic of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's 3rd anniversary New Year's Eve celebration. It not only garnered attention within the Empire but also dominated the trending lists on information platforms of other interstellar civilizations with which the Empire had contact. Adding to the anticipation, the Xiaolong Emperor will personally board this Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought and lead the Emperor's guard fleet on a 5-day ceremonial tour within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. This will undoubtedly further enhance the warship's attention, making more people curious about its actual combat capabilities. The Flame Elf King showed great interest in this. Stroking his chin, he pondered. It seems we need to have a good talk with this ally. This guy has really hidden a lot of good stuff. The entire series of T6 interstellar warships and those super flagships were already impressive enough, and now there's this mass-produced Quasi-T7 interstellar warship. Overshadowed by this major announcement, the other events of the New Year's Eve celebration seemed somewhat lackluster. People's attention was entirely focused on the new warship, and the routine ceremonial procedures went almost unnoticed. With the sound of a salvo of fireworks, the New Year's Eve celebration officially came to an end. Next, various local celebrations would unfold, and the Xiaolong Emperor would begin his 5-day inspection tour. However, even before all this began, some people were already impatiently seeking out Zhao Chun to uncover more details about this mysterious warship. Only a few people have the privilege to contact Zhao Chun directly and ask straightforward questions about the Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought. And there's only one person bold enough to do it so brazenly. The Flame Elf King's fingers flew over the communication device as she sent a blunt message without hesitation. Hey, what's up with this Quasi-T7 starship? I thought you were just hosting a New Year's ceremony, but you've been hiding something big. Can this Quasi-T7 starship really be mass-produced? Come on, do me a favor and share some core data with me. Given our partnership, inviting me to tour the ship shouldn't be a problem, right? Standing beside her, the Water Elf King frowned slightly as she watched the Flame Elf King's actions. She noticed the communication interface displaying connecting, indicating that even at this special moment, they couldn't directly video call the Dragon Emperor. Saruman, the Water Elf King couldn't help but speak up, her tone tinged with concern. Isn't contacting the Dragon Emperor like this a bit impolite? As a diplomat, she was particularly sensitive to etiquette. The Flame Elf King waved her hand dismissively, a relaxed smile on her face. No worries, I know Zhao Chun well enough by now. In public, we follow the formalities that I understand. But in private, there's no need for all that pretense. We're on good terms, we can talk directly. She continued, that's why I get along well with him. He's straightforward, no fake politeness. When he considers you a friend, he says what he wants to say. In private, he doesn't put on any airs as an emperor. Her eyes suddenly lit up. You should have seen him when we were having a barbecue last time. He's quite the cook. His grilling skills are impressive. She unconsciously swallowed, as if savoring the memory of the delicious food. The Water Elf King listened in shock, her mind conjuring up an unusual image. The imposing, authoritative Dragon Emperor in public, donning an apron and busy grilling skewers. The contrast was so stark that she found it hard to believe. Just then, the Flame Elf King's communication device beeped. Both Elf Kings turned their attention to the screen, where a new message had appeared. Come on over. I've been exhausted lately. Join me for a drink. Bring some of your best wines. The flippant tone left the Water Elf King speechless once again. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, She would never have believed this was a reply from an interstellar empire's ruler. The Flame Elf King, however, seemed accustomed to it and muttered helplessly, "This guy, always eyeing my wine collection. Looks like he'll have to part with quite a few bottles to get on his ship this time." She immediately called for her lieutenant and instructed them to prepare some fine wines and a shuttle. Noticing the Water Elf King's astonished expression, the Flame Elf King explained, "The Dragon Emperor doesn't have many hobbies. His biggest one is eating and drinking. He often says, 'Eat well, drink well.' And when discussing matters with him, it's usually over a meal, enjoying good food and wine. At first, I wasn't used to it, but after a few discussions in that setting, I found it quite comfortable." She continued, "The Dragon Emperor and his people aren't fond of our Holy Elf Empire's cuisine, but they love our wine. Whenever he invites me to a meal to discuss matters, he always asks me to bring some wine." The Water Elf King nodded thoughtfully. Elven wine had always been considered a luxury in other interstellar civilizations, and the Flame Elf King's private collection was undoubtedly of the highest quality. It seemed that this meeting with the Dragon Emperor would not only be an important diplomatic event, but also an extraordinary culinary and wine experience. "All right, let's go check out this nearly T7 class interstellar battleship," said the Flame Elf King with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Maybe we can get some information out of that guy. We can't let him drink our wine for free." She turned to the Water Elf King, a hint of regret in her voice. "It's a pity the Emerald Elf King isn't here. If he were, he might be able to use his skills to study this nearly T7 class battleship from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire." She couldn't help but chuckle. "Heh heh heh. I bet when news of this battleship reaches our empire, the Emerald Elf King won't be able to eat or sleep." The Water Elf King couldn't help but laugh as well, knowing the Flame Elf King's words were likely true. The news of this battleship would undoubtedly cause a stir in the Holy Elf Empire, shifting their stance toward the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. As for the Emerald Elf King Mansfield's reaction, it was predictable would be intensely curious about the nearly T7 class battleship and eager to investigate. The Water Elf King imagined the Emerald Elf King pestering the other Elf Kings, possibly even requesting to travel to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire himself to see the battleship. However, neither the High Council nor the other Elf Kings would agree to such a risky move. This would inevitably turn into a prolonged struggle. Feeling relieved to be in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the Water Elf King was glad to avoid the Emerald Elf King's incessant nagging for now. Meanwhile, her own curiosity about the nearly T7 class battleship grew stronger. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt a gentle nudge in her abdomen. Turning, she saw the Flame Elf King, who winked and said with a grin, "When we dined with that guy earlier, he took a lot of my hidden wine. You must have some good wine too, right? For the sake of gathering intel, shouldn't you contribute some?" The Water Elf King sighed, knowing she couldn't refuse. She contacted her adjutant, instructing her to bring some fine wine from their ship's cellar. The Flame Elf King's smile widened with satisfaction. Before long, the two Elf Kings boarded an interstellar shuttle. Despite the wine bottles being securely sealed, the aroma of high-quality wine subtly filled the cabin. Even the usually restrained Water Elf King couldn't help but feel tempted. As a member of the elf race, especially a high elf, a love for fine wine was innate. While she maintained decorum and limited her drinking in public, she was far from abstinent. This was one reason why Zhao Chun praised the elves' wine so highly. Although Zhao Chun could cultivate the Holy Elf Empire's superior fruit varieties with the help of the Star Eden ship, creating wine of the same caliber was a different story. "We're almost there," the Flame Elf King suddenly exclaimed, snapping the Water Elf King out of her reverie. Pointing to the massive structure outside, she said excitedly, "This nearly T7 class Golden Scarab heavy interstellar dreadnought is huge. Its length must be at least 200 kilometers. Excluding the Xiaolong Empire's super flagships and heavy carrier starships, this battleship is quite substantial." The Flame Elf King's military expertise came to the fore as she began analyzing. A ship this size undoubtedly houses numerous weapon systems. As an experienced officer and captain, she might not be an expert in ship construction, but her years of combat experience gave her keen insights into a ship's structure and capabilities. The larger the interstellar battleship, the bigger its energy systems, allowing for more engines and faster speeds. She continued, "It can also carry more interstellar weapons and stockpile more strategic ammunition, enhancing its combat power significantly." Finally, the two Elf Kings boarded the nearly T7 class battleship. Standing in the hangar, they could tell it was a relatively new ship, but nothing particularly stood out yet. The Flame Elf King, however, scrutinized every detail, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. The two Elf Kings followed the secretary into the banquet hall. The Fire Elf King suggested with a grin that they tour the starship first, but the secretary politely declined, explaining that the Emperor had scheduled the tour for after the meal. Despite the Fire Elf King's repeated attempts, the secretary insisted on sticking to the plan, so the two Elf Kings reluctantly headed to the banquet. The banquet was held in a luxurious private room within the starship's dining area. A round table that could seat 10 was laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Emperor Zhao Qian, Secretary Lilith, Marshal Charlotte, Chief Engineer Annie, Chief Engineer Nana, and several officers were already seated, with spots reserved for the two elf kings next to the emperor. Seeing the esteemed guests arrive, Chief Engineer Annie eagerly suggested they start the meal and reached for her chopsticks. Chief Engineer Nana quickly stopped her, reminding her to wait for the guests to be seated. Annie grumbled about the food getting cold, but obediently put her chopsticks down. Zhao Qian invited the two elf kings to take their seats. Just as the water elf king was about to say some polite words, the fire elf king casually sat down next to Zhao Qian. She was followed by an automated serving cart filled with rare wines. The fire elf king straightforwardly stated that the wines were a gift for Zhao Qian, but in return, she wanted a thorough tour of the starship. Zhao Qian, smiling, took a few bottles and placed them on the table, discreetly setting the rest behind him. He suggested they start eating to prevent the food from getting cold and opened one of the bottles, signaling everyone to begin. Chief Engineer Annie immediately started enjoying the food, enthusiastically recommending the best dishes to the Fire Elf King. She familiarly called the Fire Elf King Sister Salomon and warmly praised the Water Elf King's beauty. The Water Elf King graciously responded that everyone should feel at ease, while internally noting the identity of the starship's dwarf chief engineer. The Fire Elf King, eager to see the starship, poured a drink for Zhao Qian while reiterating her request. Zhao Qian, feigning mystery, had already intended to show off the starship. He believed that publicly revealing the near T7 class interstellar warship at this time would significantly elevate the reputation and status of the Xiaolong interstellar empire in the universe, as they were the first to possess a mass-produced near T7 class interstellar warship. The strategy of secretly allying with various interstellar forces is particularly crucial for the Xiaolong interstellar empire at this stage. The loyalty of these allies directly affects the empire's development speed. Meanwhile, the Holy Elven Empire, upon learning of this new type of interstellar battleship, might feel threatened by Xiaolong but could also elevate their evaluation of it. Although both sides are allies, true equality can only be achieved with comparable strength. This arrangement was made after Zhao Qian's careful consideration. At this moment, Zhao Qian decided to reveal more information about this interstellar battleship to the two Elven Kings to win them over. A blue glowing electronic screen suddenly appeared in front of the Flame Elf King, displaying the basic introduction of the battleship. The Water Elf King couldn't help but lean in to look, while the Flame Elf King studied each piece of data as if admiring a rare treasure. The information on the screen was clearly presented. Quasi T7 Golden Scarab Class Heavy Interstellar Dreadnought. Type: Interstellar Dreadnought. Technology level: Quasi T7. Star Shield Energy Value: Quasi T7. Cruising Speed: 800 million units. Warp Engine: 1500 Star Speed, Level 9.9. Length: 200 kilometers. Mass: 21 million tons. Crew: 10,000 personnel. Weapon Systems: 3 Super Bioplasma Pulse Cannon Main Guns, 36 Electromagnetic Bio-Rail Heavy Cannons, 900 Electromagnetic Energy Main Cannons, 3,000 Fully Automated High-Density Close-In Defense Guns, 100 unit interstellar missile launchers storing 30,000 Quasi-T7 standard medium-range interstellar missiles, 1,000 squads of Bronze Scarab-style drone swarms, 3,000 drones per squad, 3,000 Quasi-T7 Silver Scarab-class medium interstellar interceptor ships. While savoring fine wine and delicacies, Zhao Qian observed the Flame Elf King's reaction. After she finished reading the introduction, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you really have the capability to mass-produce such battleships? Are the weapon modules genuinely at the Quasi-T7 level, and not just T6? Putting down his wine glass, Zhao Qian answered directly, "Since I mentioned our production capability before, we naturally have it. However, given that this is a Quasi-T7 battleship, mass production requires enormous resources. Even for our Xiaolong interstellar empire, large-scale manufacturing is challenging in the short term. As for the weapon module strength, our assessments show they indeed reach the Quasi-T7 level. But the true combat effectiveness still needs to be tested in real battles." The Flame Elf King nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "I noticed the outline of this battleship. Did you use biostarship technology from the Hive mothership?" Zhao Qian smiled slightly. "As expected of the Holy Elven Empire's finest general and fleet commander, your insight is remarkable. To create this battleship, we indeed utilized all the technology we could master." After the meal, Zhao Qian personally led the two Elven Kings on a tour of the battleship's interior, though most areas did not involve core secrets. When they reached a window, the Flame Elf King exclaimed, "Wow! Is this the most powerful weapon? The Super Bioplasma Pulse Cannon Main Gun?" Through the window, she clearly saw a massive main gun located on the right side of the bow. Zhao Qian explained, "Correct, there are 3 of these main guns, positioned on the left, right, and center of the bow." The Fire Elf King got straight to the point, asking, How does this weapon compare to the supercannon on your T6 Rakshasa Hades-class interstellar dreadnought? The Water Elf King was taken aback, wondering if the question was too blunt. Surprisingly, Emperor Xiaolong Zhaoqin answered calmly, in that aspect, it doesn't measure up to the T6 Rakshasa Hades-class interstellar dreadnought. He then elaborated, the primary difference lies in the short-term explosive firepower output, where the T6 Rakshasa Hades class has a slight edge. However, in terms of long-term comprehensive combat capability on the battlefield, none of our current super flagships can compare to this quasi-T7 Golden Scarab class heavy interstellar dreadnought. The Fire Elf King nodded in understanding. So, your super flagships are actually at a quasi-T7 level, yet you've always claimed them to be just T6 class interstellar ships. She gave Zhao Qin a playful glance. Who else has T6 interstellar ships equipped with such advanced weapon systems? Zhao Qin responded with a silent smile. The Fire Elf King continued to speculate. Since you're using bioplasma cannons, you must have a biological energy source. Did you replicate the core of a hive mothership to create this energy system? Zhao Qin maintained his mysterious smile without answering. In fact, this quasi-T7 Golden Scarab class heavy interstellar dreadnought did not merely mimic but actually incorporated the heart of a hive mothership, making it a semi-biological interstellar warship. Understanding Zhao Qin's ambiguous answers and topic shifts, the Fire Elf King wisely refrained from pressing further. The Water Elf King quietly observed, seeming to grasp the communication style between the two bold and direct questioning, but knowing when to stop. The group soon arrived at a section resembling a warehouse. Zhao Qin tapped the wall of the corridor lightly, and the entire corridor became transparent, revealing the scenes on both sides and above. They saw massive interstellar missiles, each comparable in size to T1 or T2 class interstellar ships. These slumbering giants lay dormant, their terrifying explosive power unimaginable. The Fire Elf King exclaimed, "These are the interstellar missiles equipped on this ship? Their explosive power indeed reaches quasi-T7 level." After a brief moment of thought, she asked, "Compared to the interstellar missiles on your T6 Blood Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship, which is more powerful?" Zhao Qin stood on the bridge, his gaze sweeping over the interstellar missile bay before him. He calmly responded, "The T6 Holy Blood Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship's missiles do have some unique capabilities, like creating artificial black holes. However, in terms of sheer explosive power, these interstellar missiles far surpass those equipped on the T6 class. The true extent of their power, though, can only be revealed in actual combat." The Fire Elf King's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of mockery in her eyes. She stared directly at Zhao Qian and said, "You actually brought us to tour such a crucial strategic location? This ammunition depot is vital to the interstellar warship and will certainly be a prime target for enemies during battle. Are you not concerned about showing it to us?" The Water Elf King, standing nearby, felt a pang of anxiety and thought to herself, how can their conversation be so blunt and provocative? Zhao Qin shrugged, maintaining his relaxed demeanor as he explained, "The issue you raised is indeed present in lower-tier interstellar warships, but in higher-tier ships, it's not as significant. When the star shields and armor of a high-level interstellar warship are breached, the destruction of the entire ship is just a matter of time. This quasi-T6 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought has extremely strong star shields and armor. More importantly, the ammunition depots here are also surrounded by an additional layer of defensive armor. It's safe to say that the defense here is as strong as the bridge." Hearing Zhao Qin's candid explanation, the Fire Elf King nodded in sudden understanding. The Water Elf King, however, was secretly astonished by the Dragon Emperor's frankness. Passing through the section storing interstellar missiles, they arrived at an even grander space. The chamber was filled with countless gem-like objects emitting a blue-green glow. The Fire Elf King immediately recognized them. "Are these your interstellar drone swarms?" Zhao Qin nodded in confirmation. "Are these also quasi-T7 level?" the Fire Elf King inquired. "How do they compare to the interstellar drone swarms on your T6 Demon Emperor-class aircraft carrier?" "Comparable," Zhao Qin replied succinctly. The Fire Elf King showed a knowing expression, mentally calculating. 1,000 squads, each with 3,000 drones, totaling 3 million quasi-T7 interstellar drones. Each drone's combat power nearly rivals that of a T6 interstellar destroyer. This firepower configuration can easily dominate interstellar air superiority, equivalent to a fleet of 30 T6 class aircraft carriers. Zhao Qin listened quietly to the Fire Elf King's analysis without commenting. Continuing onward, they reached the largest compartment within the warship. The once dim space suddenly lit up, revealing a honeycomb-like structure. In each cell of the honeycomb, an interstellar interceptor ship was docked, densely arranged, giving the impression of facing an immense army. The Fire Elf King calmly analyzed 3,000 quasi-T7 unmanned medium interstellar interceptors. Considering the previously mentioned interstellar missiles and drones, The comprehensive combat power of this Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought is comparable to our Holy Elf Empire's fleet of 100,000 standard interstellar warships. Hearing this evaluation, the Water Elf King was taken aback, looking at the Fire Elf King in disbelief. A single interstellar battleship equals the power of 100,000 fleet ships? This claim left the Aquatic Elf Queen somewhat skeptical. She acknowledged the formidable strength of the Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought, but to compare one ship to 100,000 from the Holy Elven Empire's fleet seemed overly exaggerated. Zhao Qin noticed her doubt and smiled as he explained, "This is just a theoretical value. In actual combat, we have to consider factors like resource consumption, attrition warfare, and the battlefield environment." What he didn't explicitly say was that even if this Quasi-T7 battleship couldn't defeat 100,000 fleet ships, escaping would not be a problem. Unless the Holy Elven Empire paid a great cost and mobilized more fleets, they wouldn't be able to stop this interstellar behemoth. This was precisely the unique value of a super interstellar battleship on the battlefield. The Aquatic Elf Queen felt slightly reassured, but the Flame Elf Queen scoffed at Zhao Qin's humble attitude, her eyes revealing a "don't play humble with me" look. After the tour, Zhao Qian said to the two Elf Queens, "You are the first distinguished guests to visit. Even some high-ranking officers of our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire haven't had this opportunity." His tone carried a hint of pride, suggesting this was a significant honor. The Flame Elf Queen nudged Zhao Qin's chest with her elbow and asked with a playful smile, "Since we're on such good terms, could you disclose the annual production and unit cost of this battleship? I promise to keep it a secret." Zhao Qin politely declined the Flame Elf Queen's request. After seeing off the two Elf Queens, he sat down again with Charlotte, Lilith, and the two chief engineers. Annie, rubbing her slightly bulging belly, let out a satisfied burp, which drew a frown from her sister Nana. Zhao Qian got straight to the point. "Can your production department guarantee the specific output of the Quasi-T7 battleships for next year?" Chief Engineer Nana replied, "Based on the latest consolidated information, if raw material supplies are stable, we will have 3 batches of Quasi-T7 battleships ready for service this year. The first batch will consist of 10 ships, the second batch 30 ships, and the third batch 100 ships, totaling 140 ships. Each batch will be 4 months apart." Zhao Qin nodded and then asked, "According to the previously reported unit cost of 2,000 trillion star coins, 140 ships would cost us 280,000 trillion star coins. Can we afford this cost?" He turned his gaze to Lilith, the secretary officer. Lilith responded, "Based on the latest annual financial budget, our incommodo expenditure ratio is about 1 minute and 1.11 seconds. While it appears we are overspending by 11, we actually have considerable profit margins. For instance, selling battleships to those interstellar forces we've allied with and establishing military procurement orders can bring us substantial funds. Of course, if they fail to develop as planned, we have fallback options. Could consider selling a stripped-down version of the Quasi-T7 battleship to the Holy Elven Empire, which would be enough to alleviate our financial pressure." The newly launched Quasi-T7 class Golden Scarab heavy interstellar dreadnought is now being considered for external sales by Secretary Lilith. Her bold idea comes after careful deliberation. Firstly, Lilith assessed the threat level posed by the Holy Elf Empire. Currently, it seems that this self-limiting civilization does not pose a significant threat to the Xiaolong Empire, as their ability to independently develop Quasi-T7 class warships is extremely limited. A Quasi-T7 warship, costing 2 trillion star coins to produce, could potentially be sold for tens of thousands of trillions of star coins under the right profit agreements. After all, a warship of this class transcends mere monetary value, and Zhao Qian could name any astronomical price for it. Regarding the empire's revenue, Zhao Qin grew curious. In recent years, as the Xiaolong Empire has expanded, he has gradually delegated financial affairs to professionals, only paying attention or receiving reports from Lilith during critical moments. Generally, the empire's financial situation is adequate, capable of supporting warship production and short-term warfare needs, but insufficient for sustaining prolonged conflicts. Lilith provided a detailed report on the projected revenue for the coming year. The Xiaolong Empire itself will contribute 50 trillion star coins, the Bylon Interstellar Trade Group will provide 20 trillion, the Stone Kingdom 40 trillion, and the two factions of the Cancer Civilization, along with the Mohadi's Empire and the Fire Emblem Alliance, will collectively contribute 50 trillion, totaling 160 trillion star coins. This figure already far exceeds the initial plan and may further increase due to faster-than-expected development. Additionally, military export orders signed for the coming year amount to 100 trillion star coins. Lilith predicts that with the introduction of the Quasi-T7 warship, although no faction may be able to afford it, it will serve as a powerful advertisement, potentially boosting total orders to around 200 trillion star coins. However, Lilith's expression suddenly turned serious. She pointed out a major instability factor, the potential invasion by the Devourer civilization. If war breaks out, it will severely impact the Empire's production and trade, and the war's consumption will become a heavy burden. Currently, the Xiaolong Empire's military supplies can only meet the frontline fleet's conventional combat needs for 2 months. Zhao Chun commended Lilith for her thorough considerations and then turned his attention to Marshal Charlotte. He emphasized the enormous pressure on the military, which must both foster the development of the controlled interstellar civilizations and guard against the Devourer civilization's attacks. Zhao Chun instructed the military to prepare contingency plans for various possible scenarios. Marshal Charlotte solemnly nodded in response, assuring that the military was fully prepared. He also mentioned that the planning department was formulating strategies that might buy the Xiaolong Empire more time and space, but they were still in the preliminary stages and would be reported to Zhao Chun once concrete progress was made. Zhao Chun felt satisfied with his team's diligence, a contented smile appearing on his face. Zhao Chun walked toward the two chief engineers, his gaze sweeping over Annie and Nana. Noticing Chief Engineer Elise's absence, he felt a tinge of regret. Turning to Chief Engineer Nana, Zhao Chun spoke softly. Please tell Elise that while work is important, she also needs to take care of herself. Chief Engineer Nana nodded slightly. I will let her know. Her brief response carried a hint of understanding. As the chief engineer responsible for frontline production, Elise had only made a brief appearance at the New Year's Eve banquet before hurrying back to her post. Her intention was clear. During this special period, she aimed to give her subordinates as much time off as possible without compromising production tasks. Therefore, she chose to personally ensure the smooth operation of each production line. Zhao Chun turned and lightly patted Chief Engineer Annie on the shoulder. Even though you all work behind the scenes and are rarely recognized, I am well aware of your value and importance. His tone carried a sense of appreciation. In the new year, I hope you can fully utilize your talents in your respective roles. Chief Engineer Nana straightened her back, her expression resolute. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will fulfill our duties and ensure all production tasks are completed successfully. Her stance was like that of a soldier ready to charge into battle, filled with determination. In contrast, Chief Engineer Annie appeared much more relaxed. She responded weakly, her eyelids drooping as if she might fall asleep at any moment. It wasn't fatigue, but rather the result of having eaten too much at the banquet, leaving her in a food coma. Leaning in, Zhao Chun whispered in Annie's ear. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is always clear about rewards and punishments. I will be keeping an eye on your performance. Those who perform well will be rewarded, but anyone found slacking off, even if they've already received rewards like the Interstellar Eden ship, might have them taken back. He paused, his tone slightly playful. But I trust that our excellent chief engineers will be self-disciplined, right? These words were like a bucket of cold water over Annie's head, instantly waking her up. She stared at Zhao Chun with wide eyes, as if looking at a terrifying demon. She thought to herself, this guy is definitely threatening me. Over the next 5 days, Emperor Xiaolong led the Imperial Guard Fleet and 5 Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnoughts on a tour across the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Everywhere they went, they attracted large crowds. Some people came out of admiration for the Emperor, others wanted to see the Xiaolong fleet in action, and many were curious about the Quasi-T7 level interstellar warships. After all, these were the only publicly known Quasi-T7 warships in the known universe. The first stop on the tour was the capital star system of the Xingyao Kingdom. As the original birthplace of the Xiaolong fleet, it had become an integral part of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, largely due to its human-dominated background, making it a crucial piece of the Empire's territory. At the largest starport in the Xingyao Kingdom's capital star, Queen Xin Xiaolei and her ministers awaited early. As the massive Quasi-T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought approached, everyone felt an invisible pressure. This was not just any interstellar warship. It was like a terrifying interstellar beast. As the starport berth began docking with the warship, murmurs arose among the ministers. So this is the most advanced interstellar warship of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Truly magnificent. Indeed, even though it's only a Quasi-T7, it's enough to cement the Xiaolong Empire's status in this star region. If I could be the captain of such a ship for just one day, I could die without regrets. Keep dreaming. I heard the captain of such a warship must at least hold the rank of Major General, someone capable of commanding a whole legion. As the gangway connected, a squad of soldiers equipped with simple flight gear flew out first, their sharp eyes making the atmosphere tense. Following them, a larger flying platform emerged, surrounded by bodyguards, with Emperor Xiaolong at the center. When Emperor Xiaolong appeared before the crowd, the entire place fell silent. This was Emperor Xiaolong. All eyes were fixed on this legendary figure, and an invisible aura of reverence filled the air. At the pinnacle of the power hierarchy in the Xiaolong Interstellar Universe, a formidable presence is about to arrive. Queen Xin Xiaolei of the Xingyao Kingdom, leading her ministers, once again prepares to welcome the Emperor of Xiaolong. Xin Xiaolei stepped forward gracefully, lifting her gown slightly with both hands as she bowed deeply. Her ministers followed suit, bowing in unison. Despite being a monarch, Xin Xiaolei knew that everything she had now was owed to the powerful figure before her. No need for such formalities, Zhao Chun said calmly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd before settling on an elderly man with white hair. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he spoke with a familiar tone. Marshal Chu, standing so far away, are you not pleased to see me? His words elicited subtle reactions from the ministers. They were well aware that this old man was none other than Marshal Chu Changhe. In the past, when Zhao Chun was merely a lord of the Xiaolong star system, he had received much support from Marshal Chu. Now, with the Xiaolong fleet's power greatly expanded, Zhao Chun continued to favor the Chu family. Marshal Chu's granddaughter had even become the Grand Marshal of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, renowned far and wide. Zhao Chen's actions clearly demonstrated the Chu family's special status to everyone present. Such open favoritism was enough to alter the destiny of a family. Chu Changhe, wise and experienced, understood the implications. With a look of contentment, he approached Zhao Chun, maintaining his respectful demeanor as he saluted. Chu Changhe, at your service, your majesty. There's no need for such courtesy towards an old man like me. I'm retired now. I rarely involve myself in Chu family matters. If it weren't for Queen Qin's insistence, I'd be leisurely fishing on my home planet. Zhao Chun chuckled. Marshal Chu, you're joking? With your vigor, not only are you far from retirement, but you could also lead the interstellar fleet into battle for another 300 rounds. Those around couldn't help but envy this scene. To converse so intimately with the Xiaolong Emperor was an honor beyond their reach. Even a single compliment from the Emperor could dramatically elevate their family's status. As Zhao Chun moved through the welcoming crowd, only Queen Qin Xiaolei and Marshal Chu Changhe followed closely. They boarded a prepared hover vehicle, its cabin shrouded in an opaque light screen, shielding them from outside view. Once the doors closed, Zhao Chen's expression relaxed slightly. Sitting beside him, Chu Changhe spoke with a mix of helplessness and contentment. You insisted on bringing me here. I understand your intentions, but there's no need to give the Chu family special treatment. If those youngsters can't uphold the Chu family's honor without your protection, then the Chu family doesn't deserve to exist. Your constant favor will only make them complacent. When I return, I'll have to give them a good talking to. Zhao Chun smiled. With you around, I'm confident the Chu family will stay on the right path. The youngsters Chu Changhe referred to were actually the middle-aged pillars of the Chu family, now in their 50s. They managed various aspects of the family, while Chu Changhe remained semi-retired. Chu Xian, due to her busy duties, had little time for family affairs. Thus, the Chu family maintained its status, ranking among the top 5 families in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Naturally, Zhao Chun wouldn't ignore them. In Zhao Chun's governance system, there is a specialized intelligence team tasked with monitoring the various family powers within the empire. These elites meticulously record every move and latest development of the families. Under the watchful eyes of Emperor Zhao Chun of the Xiaolong Empire, these families have nowhere to hide. Zhao Chun's attendance at the Xingyao Kingdom event, where he is willing to secure a position for the Chu family, carries significant meaning. Within the power structure of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the Chu family has long held a position. This is due to an old connection from many years ago. As long as the Chu family does not overstep their bounds, Zhao Chun will continue to reserve their place. Whether out of respect for the assistance of the elder Chu Changhe in the past, or for the current favor of Chu Xian, who serves as the empire's marshal, the Chu family's status is secure. If the current leaders of the Chu family were to disobey or make mistakes, Zhao Chun has countless methods to bring them back in line. Therefore, he has no concerns about this operation. Turning to Queen Qin Xiaolei, who was seated opposite him, Zhao Chun's tone softened. My sister and Wei Shishir couldn't join us due to their missions. They both send their regards, especially my sister, who invites you to visit her in the Xiaolong star system when you have time. The stargates make travel convenient. If you have some free time, do visit them. They regard you as a dear sister and miss you greatly. Qin Xiaolei didn't expect the first words from Emperor Zhao Chun in private to be such. She couldn't help but recall the days when she was still a princess, with Zhao Ruyue and Wei Shishir by her side. They indeed took care of her like attentive sisters. It was only after becoming the queen of the Xingyao kingdom that she truly understood how much Zhao Ruyue and Wei Shishir had shielded her from. Despite the immense initial pressure and frequent thoughts of giving up, she ultimately persevered. The person standing here now was no longer the naive Xingyao princess but the queen of the Xingyao kingdom. Thank you, your majesty, for the message. I miss them too, Qin Xiaolei said with a smile. Please send my regards to Sister Ruyue and Sister Shishir. If possible, I will definitely visit them. They are always welcome to visit the Xingyao capital as well. The three chatted like old friends in the car and soon arrived at the banquet venue. Once they got out of the car, they immediately resumed their dignified demeanor in front of others. At the banquet, the nobles of the Xingyao kingdom vied to toast Emperor Zhao Chun. However, only a few had the opportunity to sit at the same table or approach him for a toast. These individuals were carefully selected by Qin Xiaolei and had passed the strict vetting of Emperor Zhao Chun's secretariat. This banquet effectively established the future status of these family powers in the Xingyao Kingdom and even the entire Xiaolong interstellar empire for the next century. As long as they didn't commit major mistakes, their prosperity was almost guaranteed. Those fortunate enough to toast with Emperor Zhao Chun, though they drank little, were visibly elated, unable to hide their joy. Those who couldn't get close to the emperor could only look on enviously at the lucky ones. Some observant individuals quietly took note of these names, ensuring that gifts and collaboration opportunities would soon follow to their residences after the banquet. A simple banquet determined the rise and fall of the Xingyao Kingdom's noble class. This seemingly incredible influence was a testament to the immense power of Emperor Zhao Chun. For the next few days, Zhao Chun's visits to other bases followed a similar pattern, showcasing the supreme authority of the Xiaolong Emperor. When Zhao Chun's Imperial Guard fleet returned to the Xiaolong star system, it was early 3040, marking the 10th year since Zhao Chun arrived in this world. On the bridge of the Longhuang interstellar command ship, Zhao Chun woke up from a large bed. After freshening up, he stood by the massive porthole, holding a cup of milk, and gazed at the bustling scene outside in the Xiaolong star system. Everything before him seemed almost dreamlike. These 10 years, these memories, felt like a long dream. Initially, he thought he was a traveler from another world, experiencing various adventures. But later, the shocking truth emerged. His original memories were meticulously fabricated, and even his abilities as a traveler were prearranged by others. He was merely a pawn in a grand scheme, with his memories carefully woven by someone else. Upon learning the truth, Zhao Chun felt a mix of sorrow and realization. For the first time, he genuinely felt a sense of belonging to this world. He indeed originated from here. Now, he has found love, has a family, and has children in this world. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had truly become Zhao Chun's home, a masterpiece he had painstakingly built over 10 years. He was determined to protect this homeland and everything within it for the next decade, 2 decades, and even longer. Just as Zhao Chun was lost in thought, a knock came at the door. He responded, and the door opened to reveal Lilith, pushing a cart laden with his favorite dishes, filling the room with a delicious aroma. "Don't just settle for a glass of milk," Lilith said with a concerned look. "You're the emperor of Xiaolong now. Your health isn't just your own business. It's a vital asset to the entire empire. You need to take better care of yourself." Zhao Chun reluctantly put down his glass of milk. Lately, perhaps due to stress, his appetite had been poor. Each morning, he would hastily drink a glass of milk and call it breakfast. His subordinates had repeatedly reminded him to eat properly, but he had brushed them off. It seemed Lilith was their last resort, as she was the only one who could persuade the stubborn emperor. "My appetite just isn't good," Zhao Chun tried to explain. Lilith seized the opportunity. "So there's something wrong with your health? I need to call the medical team for a full checkup." Zhao Chun quickly surrendered. No, I'm perfectly fine. Calling the medical team would be a waste of time." "Okay, I'll eat." He reluctantly picked up some food from the cart. Although his body had been enhanced and was unlikely to have any issues, if the medical team came, they would insist on a thorough examination, and they wouldn't be easily convinced by his words alone. "Just today?" Lilith crossed her arms, her eyes full of skepticism. Zhao Chun sighed and conceded. "All right, I promise. From now on, I'll have a proper breakfast every morning. Is that good enough for you?" Lilith carefully cut the food and brought it to his mouth. Zhao Chun took the chance to wrap an arm around her slender waist and whispered, "I know, I can be a bit childish sometimes. I promise it won't happen again." Feeling Zhao Chun's playful gesture, Lilith's cheeks flushed slightly, but she firmly held his wandering hand. "Not now. I have important matters to report." Zhao Chun knew Lilith's character well. Despite being a succubus, she always prioritized work when it came to serious matters. Resigned, he sat back on the sofa, eating his breakfast while waiting for her report. Lilith summoned a virtual itinerary and began. "You've been at the Imperial Military Research Institute for the past few days. I heard there have been significant breakthroughs in several technologies, and you've laid out the research direction for the next year?" Swallowing his food, Zhao Chun explained, "That's because our prototype T7 Golden Scarab-class heavy interstellar dreadnought has been successfully launched. Though it's only a prototype, it provides us with invaluable feedback. We can gain experience in new technology applications and use it as a testing platform for true T7 level technology, speeding up the development of genuine T7 interstellar warships." He continued, "Additionally, the technology for constructing permanent interstellar gates has been essentially finalized. Soon, we can begin building permanent gates with several interstellar civilizations. This will significantly shorten the distance between us and these civilizations, enhance our connections, promote their development, and deepen our cooperation." Zhao Chun detailed his recent work arrangements. Since he couldn't stay at the Imperial Military Research Institute long-term, his main role was to determine research directions and core technologies, while specific projects were handled by various teams. In this way, the future top researchers of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire are being cultivated. Lilith meticulously took notes on everything, even though she was already familiar with some of the details. Hearing it directly from Zhao Chun gave her more confidence. After all, in the field of technology, no one was more authoritative than Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun stretched and felt a sense of relief. "I've finally completed this phase of my tasks," he said. Lilith nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you've successfully completed the three-phase tasks planned for the new year. The development plans for all aspects of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire have been finalized." Her expression suddenly turned serious. "However, there's another important matter. Marshal Charlotte has basically finalized some military plans for the upcoming year." Zhao Chen noticed the unusual look in Lilith's eyes and put down his tray, asking earnestly, "What ideas or needs does Charlotte have?" Lilith got straight to the point. "Marshal Charlotte has drafted a blitzkrieg plan to invade the Swallower civilization's universe." A blitzkrieg against the Swallower civilization? Zhao Chun was momentarily stunned. He then wiped his mouth and his expression grew serious. He didn't question the news but asked earnestly, "Has Charlotte finalized this plan?" Lilith explained in detail. In the past half-month, Charlotte gathered nearly 100 senior military advisors and almost all marshals and generals to discuss this idea. They reviewed 150 draft simulation plans and conducted over 30,000 simulated battle drills. Today, Marshal Charlotte will finalize the operational plan. Given the significance of the matter, she needs you to attend the meeting at the military headquarters for the final decision. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. Although he had given Charlotte the highest authority in military decisions, even allowing her to act first and report later, such a major decision still required the Emperor's confirmation. After all, this wasn't a regular battle plan but a hostile action against another T6 interstellar civilization. "When does the meeting start?" Zhao Chen asked. "In 2 hours," Lilith replied. "But Charlotte said if you need more time, the schedule can be adjusted to your convenience. No need to delay, 2 hours is fine." "Let's head out now," Zhao Chen said, quickly changing into his military uniform and leaving the room with Lilith. On the way to the military headquarters, Lilith couldn't help but ask, "You didn't seem surprised when you heard about this. Did you know in advance?" Zhao Chen admitted, "To be honest, I didn't hear a thing. Either the security was tight, or I've been too busy lately." "Then why did you accept it so quickly?" Lilith pressed. "Frankly, when I first heard about this plan, I was very resistant. If it weren't for my duties, I would have opposed it immediately. Our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire may seem orderly on the surface, but we're under immense pressure. Defending against the Swallower civilization's attacks is already challenging, let alone launching an offensive into their territory. It's hard for me to understand." Zhao Chen smiled and explained, "That's why I always emphasize that professionals should handle professional matters. In terms of governance and coordination, Charlotte may not be as skilled as you. But in military affairs, neither of us can match her expertise." Lilith nodded, acknowledging this point. Zhao Chen continued, "The concerns you mentioned do exist. But I believe that if Charlotte dares to propose such a plan, she must have valid reasons and rationale. Our job now is to hear her out and then make the final decision." Lilith agreed, aligning with her current thoughts. As they talked, they arrived at the military headquarters. The headquarters wasn't a fixed location but could be set up anywhere needed, such as on a planet, starport, or starship. This time, it was on the Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, Charlotte's flagship, capable of meeting all the military's needs. Zhao Chen walked into a spacious room resembling a small bridge, divided into several zones. Each zone was filled with military advisors engaged in heated discussions on various matters, creating an atmosphere of intense focus and urgency. The military advisors straightened up and saluted the moment they saw Emperor Zhao Chen's arrival. Zhao Chen nodded slightly and walked calmly through the various departments. His eyes swept over the combat plan models, the interstellar map of the devouring civilization, and the fleet models of the Interstellar Legion. He understood that these military advisors were deeply studying this formidable opponent. Navigating through the bustling space, Zhao Chen arrived at the door of a small private room. Lilith stepped forward, using her authority to open the door, and respectfully made way for Zhao Chen. As he entered, Zhao Chen noted that the room was much smaller than the outside area, with only a curved long table. The table was surrounded by people. Almost all the marshals of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire were present, except for a few who were on active duty, like Marshal Leona, the commander of the 5th Fleet Group responsible for the Cancer Interstellar Civilization. Zhao Chen looked around and saw familiar faces such as Charlotte, Shen Bing, Chu Xian, Medusa, and Qidong. These were the elite generals of the empire. The people in the room stood up to pay their respects to Zhao Chen when they saw him. Zhao Chen gestured for everyone to sit and took the seat next to Charlotte. Turning to Charlotte with a slight smile, he whispered, "I heard you have prepared a grand gift for me today." Charlotte playfully blinked and replied, "I just hope your majesty won't blame me for overstepping my authority." Zhao Chen's expression turned serious. "If everyone is here, let's begin. No time wasting chatter, just get straight to the point about your plans." As the person in charge, Charlotte immediately stood up, glanced around the room, and straightforwardly said, "Let's start this military meeting. This meeting is to finalize the combat plans we've discussed multiple times before, and it's the first time presenting them in front of His Majesty. Once His Majesty approves, we move to execution. Before that, we must eliminate all uncertainties." With that, Charlotte unfolded an interstellar sand table in front of Zhao Chun. Although the map was relatively unfamiliar, Zhao Chun quickly recognized it as the star map of the devouring civilization. The sand table not only marked basic star coordinates but also highlighted all known critical locations, including the home systems of the three kings of the devouring civilization, starports, interstellar fortresses, military factories, resource points, and the positions of major fleets. Charlotte continued, "This is the most detailed interstellar war sand table map of the devouring civilization we have so far. The information comes from our hidden interstellar reconnaissance ships, data provided by the Holy Elf Empire, and intelligence gathered from other sources." She pointed to 3 locations arranged in a triangular pattern on the map. These are the home systems of the 3 kings of the devouring civilization. Finally, Charlotte added, "According to the latest information we've received, in the past 6 months, the 3 kings of the devouring civilization have been rapidly expanding their military forces. Relying on its powerful military-industrial complex, the devourer civilization produced 30 million interstellar battleships in just 6 months, compensating for the losses incurred in the war with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. This terrifying industrial capability could only be possessed by an interstellar civilization born for war. The Triumvirate's plans for retaliation against the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's universe remain unclear, but intelligence suggests the timing of their actions could be within this year." Facing this situation, Marshal Charlotte proposed a bold idea: taking the offensive. Instead of passive defense, we should leverage the elite capabilities of our Xiaolong fleet to launch blitz attacks on enemy territory, Marshal Charlotte explained at the holographic sandbox. "In a short time, we can destroy their main fleets, military factories, and industries, disrupting their industrial chain and delaying their war plans." Zhao Chun and Lilith listened intently, understanding this attack-to-defend strategy. Shifting the battlefield to the enemy's universe could protect their own homeland and industries from the ravages of war. However, the plan also carried significant risks. "We need to conduct cross-universe operations," Charlotte continued. "Although we previously launched brief retaliatory strikes on the Devourer civilization's home turf, this time is different. This will be a sustained multi-point offensive lasting at least a month, an unprecedented challenge for us." As Charlotte elaborated, 36 light circles appeared on the sandbox, representing attack targets. These targets included the Triumvirate's headquarters, the top 10 starports, military factories, resource sites, and key interstellar bases and fortresses. Zhao Chun and Lilith were astonished to see that these were the most critical strategic locations of the Devourer civilization. "Your Majesty, you might think we're being overly ambitious," Charlotte noted their expressions, attacking 36 strategic targets of a civilization with over 70 million ships using less than 6 million of our own. "But in reality, these are all feints. Then where is the real target?" Lilith couldn't help but ask. "I don't know." Charlotte shook her head. "This is not a joke. At this moment, I genuinely don't know where the real target is. In our previous operational plans, we had identified potential real targets. The battlefield simulation revealed a thorny issue. The enemy's massive fleet of interstellar warships granted them immense mobility and adaptability. Zhao Chun and Charlotte knew well that once the true target of their attack was identified, the enemy would likely concentrate their firepower for maximum support, thereby thwarting their offensive. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with wisdom as she slowly unveiled her strategic plan. "We've decided that in the first wave of attacks, all targets will be feints." Zhao Chun furrowed his brows, contemplating, and asked, "Are you planning to lure them out? After the first round of feints, we'll assess the enemy fleet's movements, then reorganize and determine the real targets in the second wave." Charlotte nodded slightly, then shook her head with a mysterious smile. "Your Majesty, you're half right. We will indeed use the first round of feints to gauge the enemy's next move. However, our second wave won't be the real attack either. We'll adjust some of our targets, but it will still be a feint." Lilith, standing nearby with a puzzled look, asked, "So, the real attack will be in the third wave?" Charlotte shook her head again, her eyes filled with determination. "In fact, I can't say how many feints we'll need. The core of our plan is adaptability. Apart from the predetermined first-stage feint, the subsequent actions will be flexible. We'll only decide the real targets based on the actual battlefield situation." Zhao Chen's brows relaxed as he seemed to grasp Charlotte's intent. However, he voiced his concern. "This plan is quite risky. It demands exceptional battlefield command, strategic deployment, and intelligence-gathering capabilities. Any misstep in these areas could lead to significant trouble." Charlotte acknowledged, "You're right. We've considered all these factors. Nonetheless, this remains the most suitable plan for us at the moment, and it has been agreed upon by the majority of the High Command after multiple discussions." She continued, As for battlefield command, it's less about words and more about our own strength. I have full confidence in this, especially with your Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship as our backbone. Regarding strategic deployment, Charlotte's tone conveyed deep trust in their forces. This tests the combat and adaptive abilities of each Legion fleet under our Wyvern Corps. I am confident that our combat proficiency will ensure we face no issues in this regard. Her expression grew more serious. In reality, the most crucial aspect is intelligence gathering. The enemy fleet's movements are vital for adjusting our subsequent plans. Timely and accurate intelligence is directly linked to the success of this operation. She looked Zhao Chun in the eye and said solemnly, I have a suggestion that requires your approval. Zhao Chun gestured for her to continue. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte explained her idea. Previously, battlefield intelligence and the deployment of interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships were managed by individual Legion fleets, with intelligence being reported up the chain to be analyzed by the staff. While orderly, this method may not meet our current efficiency needs. Her voice grew firmer. I propose establishing a special elite fleet composed solely of interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships dedicated to intelligence gathering on the battlefield. This would allow these ships to maximize their value in combat. Zhao Chun fell into deep thought, carefully considering Charlotte's proposal. The command room was enveloped in a brief silence, as everyone awaited the Emperor's decision. Their eyes hidden in the darkness, allowing us to see every move of our enemies and enabling us to accurately hunt each target in the dark. Listening to Charlotte describe this elite fleet group specialized in battlefield intelligence gathering, Zhao Chun couldn't help but become interested. This is unprecedented within the framework of the Xiaolong fleet. Zhao Chun leaned forward slightly. Since you already have this idea, why don't you elaborate on your plans for this elite fleet group? Charlotte immediately brought up a holographic projection, with streams of data flickering in the air. Currently, each brigade-level fleet has 30 interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships. A Legion fleet group, however, consists of over 5,000 ships. Her finger traced across the projection. First, we won't change the current assignment of these interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships. They will continue to operate within their respective Legion fleets. However, ultimate command will belong to this special elite fleet group. She continued to explain that part of the interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships in this elite fleet group will follow their original Legion fleet groups, while another part will form dedicated interstellar stealth reconnaissance brigades responsible for intelligence gathering. These ships will enter battlefield zones ahead of time to gather enemy intelligence or track targets. I did some research, Charlotte said with a hint of pride in her voice. We currently have a total of 100,000 interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships of various models. Zhao Chun raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that the Xiaolong fleet possessed so many stealth reconnaissance ships. On further thought, though, having 100,000 reconnaissance ships out of 6 million interstellar warships seemed quite reasonable. Charlotte continued with a detailed breakdown of the 100,000 stealth reconnaissance ships. The most advanced T6 Silent Phantom class, 30 ships, T5 Ghost class, 1,000 ships, and the majority being T4 Banshee class, making up the rest. She suggested that 60,000 ships be allocated to various Legion fleets as reconnaissance ships under dual command. The remaining 40,000 ships would form the core of the elite fleet group, divided into over 130 brigade fleets, tasked with intelligence gathering on various battlefields. This elite fleet group will report directly to the Longhuang Interstellar Command Ship, Charlotte concluded, serving as Longhuang's eyes and ears on the battlefield, thereby enhancing overall command efficiency. After listening, Zhao Chun nodded in agreement. Considering future potential intergalactic operations in unfamiliar environments against unknown enemies, the importance of intelligence could not be overstated. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles, a principle Zhao Chun understood well. Your idea is excellent, I approve, Zhao Chun said, but then he shifted his tone. However, the selection of the commander for such a special elite fleet group is crucial. They must possess outstanding intelligence gathering skills, remain calm under pressure, and most importantly, he emphasized, be loyal. Charlotte seemed prepared. I already have someone in mind. As soon as you approve, she can take up the position and quickly establish the framework for this elite fleet group. Who? Zhao Chun asked curiously. Current deputy commander of the Xiaolong 4th Legion Fleet Group, General Zhong Xiaoxia. Charlotte replied without hesitation. The nearby commander of the Xiaolong 4th Legion Fleet Group, Xue Xiaoxiao, who had been silently listening, made a face and muttered, Great, now they're poaching for my team. Xiaoxia has been a tremendous help, handling many tasks for me. Sigh. Despite her reluctance, Xue Xiaoxiao was only venting. If Zhong Xiaoxia could indeed take on the role of commander for this newly established elite fleet group, she would be happy to see her colleague advance. Zhong Xiaoxia? Zhao Chun quickly recalled the general's profile. Although they hadn't met often, as the deputy commander of a Legion fleet group, she held a significant position within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's military. More importantly, she had been with Zhao Chun for a long time, making her a veteran and even a former schoolmate. He remembered Zhong Xiaoxia's background. She came from a declining noble family and was the youngest daughter. Thanks to her mother's savings, she managed to attend the North Star Interstellar Military Academy. This memory flashed through Zhao Qin's mind as he seriously considered her suitability for the role. With the help of a scholarship, Zhong Xiaoxia endured 6 years of hard work to complete her studies. By chance, she participated in a training mission with the Two Houses fleet, where she first met Zhao Qian. Later, she joined the fledgling Xiaolong fleet. At that time, the Xiaolong fleet was in dire need of senior officers. Zhong Xiaoxia, with her versatile skills, quickly became an all-round talent. Her career has been quite colorful, from the captain of the T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate, to the commander of the T3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser, and then to being the captain of the Xiaolong fleet's first T3 Silver Rat-class light stealth reconnaissance ship. She has since served as the captain of various types of interstellar warships. As a top student of the Northern Star Naval Academy, Zhong Xiaoxia has extensive theoretical knowledge. While she might not have the battlefield experience of veterans like Marshal Qidong, she is proficient with almost all types of interstellar warships. Even when faced with unfamiliar situations, her solid academic background allows her to quickly learn and apply new knowledge. It is this relentless spirit and readiness that has seen Zhong Xiaoxia rise through the ranks. She is now a 3-star admiral, serving as the deputy commander of the Xiaolong 4th Corps Fleet Group and a key aide to Marshal Xue Xiaoxiao. This position is among the top echelons of the Xiaolong military, just a step away from the rank of marshal. Zhong Xiaoxia's success can be attributed to several factors. First, her impeccable track record speaks volumes. She has been with the Xiaolong fleet since its inception, proving her loyalty. Second, her deep understanding of nearly all types of interstellar warships, while not claiming to be the best, gives her unique insights in each field. This extensive knowledge has been invaluable in intelligence gathering, enabling her to swiftly analyze enemy warship information and avoid critical mistakes. More importantly, her rich experience as a captain of stealth reconnaissance ships has been crucial. During her time as Xue Xiaoxiao's deputy, Zhong Xiaoxia has been in charge of the 4th Corps Fleet Group's stealth reconnaissance missions. Under her command, the Fleet Group's battlefield intelligence collection has been unmatched among all corps. At this moment, Xue Xiaoxiao stepped forward to vouch for her capable aide. I can attest to this. With Admiral Zhong in charge of intelligence, my command operations are significantly enhanced. If we are to form an elite fleet group of stealth reconnaissance ships, I am willing to stake my position on Admiral Zhong's ability to lead it. Xue Xiaoxiao's confident smile reflected her deep trust in Zhong Xiaoxia. Zhao Qin nodded and turned to Charlotte, saying, "Since you all believe Zhong Xiaoxia can handle this role, the personnel appointment will be your responsibility." With just a few words, the establishment of an elite fleet group within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the appointment of its top commander were confirmed. This efficiency highlighted the characteristics of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire during its early days and showcased the leadership style of Zhao Qian and the other founding senior officers. With the general plan established and the stealth reconnaissance fleet group set up, Zhao Qian directed the conversation to the next critical issue. Although the subsequent steps of the plan will need to be flexible, as you mentioned, we need to discuss the scale of our deployment. How many interstellar fleet groups are you planning to commit, and how much time will you need? Zhao Qin's gaze turned to Charlotte, awaiting her response. Charlotte, realizing the immense complexity of this cross-universe interstellar civilization war, answered solemnly, "Considering this is our first cross-universe operation against a highly threatening T6 interstellar civilization, and that we plan to employ a blitzkrieg strategy, I believe we should deploy all our frontline forces." All our frontline forces? Zhao Qin squinted. You mean we need both the Empire's regular fleet groups and all our elite fleet groups? Yes, Charlotte answered firmly. As soon as Charlotte finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense and heavy. Her sharp gaze swept across the room, scrutinizing each marshal and commander. This is the only way we can inflict maximum damage on the enemy in the shortest time, Charlotte declared firmly. As for potential counterattacks, I believe they won't happen. Even if they do, we have the capability to handle them. Remember, the best defense is a good offense. Her fingers moved swiftly over the interstellar war map, pointing out key attack points. As long as we choose the right time and place and attack with sufficient force, the enemy will be too overwhelmed to respond effectively. Turning to Zhao Qian, her eyes gleamed with confidence. Your Majesty, based on our strategic resource reserves, I can guarantee that this blitzkrieg will last no more than a month and will not consume more than 80% of our prepared war materials. Zhao Qian nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting between Charlotte and the war map. I understand your plan. I have no objections to deploying all frontline combat fleets. I also agree with the 1-month timeline. He paused, frowning slightly. But you must be aware that parts of our 3 ace fleet groups are currently engaged in expansion missions in other interstellar civilizations. If this war affects those plans, Charlotte interrupted him immediately, her tone unwavering. Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. We have already coordinated for those fleet groups. First, they want need to return to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire before the operation. They will have opportunities for rest and resupply. Second, we will ensure a ceasefire of at least a month in those 3 interstellar civilizations. I assure you, the Blitzkrieg will not hinder our expansion efforts. Once the operation is complete, those fleet groups will return to their original missions immediately. Zhao Qun remained silent, his eyes fixed on the interstellar war map. The room seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the Emperor's final decision. Finally, Zhao Qun spoke, his voice steady and powerful. All senior military leaders of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, heed my command. The marshals and commanders stood at attention, ready for orders. As the Emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, I approve Grand Marshal Charlotte's battle plan. All specific deployments, timing, and fleet movements will be under her command. If necessary, she can mobilize any fleet without my direct order. His voice grew darker and filled with anger. The devouring civilization has invaded our universe repeatedly, turning our star systems into battlefields. Countless people have been displaced, possibly never to return home. This debt, I have not forgotten. His gaze swept over every leader. I hold grudges, but I don't want to wait long for payback. I want you to make those bastards pay with interest. Can you do that? Yes. The leaders responded in unison, their voices resolute. Good. Zhao Qun nodded. This operation will be called the Avenger Plan. With that, Zhao Qun rose and walked towards the door. Just before leaving, he paused and turned back. I await your good news. Then Zhao Qun left the room, with Lilith following closely behind. Charlotte turned to the other leaders, her expression turning stern and resolute. Ladies and gentlemen, His Majesty has given us his utmost trust and authority. We are the elite who have followed him all the way, the finest leaders of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. This is our first comprehensive inter-universe operation. Even if it's a blitzkrieg, it concerns the fate of our empire. I want this battle to be a resounding success, to show all interstellar civilizations the might of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Do you understand? Yes. The leaders responded in unison again. Charlotte continued, the specific operation time will be decided later, but from now on, each of your fleet groups must be ready for war. Except for the fleets dispatched to those 3 interstellar civilizations, all other fleets must complete their preparations within 3 days. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.